In a parallel world at Kyoto University, Xiao Yi, we are incompatible, let us part ways. You are a good person, but you are not worthy of me, Lu Ruowei declared coldly on the school playground. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's mind reeled, his eyes widened in disbelief. Breakup? Wei Wei, after all this time together, you would end things simply because I didn't buy you an iPhone 14 Pro Max? What have I been to you all this while? Lu Ruowei replied icily, just your misfortune. Xiao Yi was taken aback, pressing further. What about the 5 months we've spent together? What do those cherished memories amount to? Lu Ruowei retorted, just a testament to your memory. And what the vows we exchanged? Merely idioms, she replied. Xiao Yi was on the brink of despair. What about my sacrifices? Consider them a failed investment. At this, the onlooking classmates gasped in shock. Goodness, Lu Ruowei is truly heartless. All eyes turned to Xiao Yi, filled with sympathy. He felt as though the sky had fallen. His limbs went limp. Very well. Wei Wei, after we part, take care of yourself. I hope you find your other half soon. I already have. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Lu Ruowei. A man, approximately 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, clad in a leopard print shirt, adorned with a large gold chain and watch, approached with a rather unsavory demeanor. He immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Ruowei's waist and handed her an Apple phone. Wei Wei, here's the iPhone 14 Pro Max 1 terabyte in deep purple that you wanted. Stop bickering with him, only I can bring you happiness. Come on, let's take a ride in my Porsche 718, and tonight, I'll treat you to a camel at dinner then. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruowei eagerly accepted the phone, playfully punching the man's chest. Oh, thank you, Brother Wang. I adore you. With a frosty glance at Xiao Yi, she followed the rotund man, leaving the scene. As they drove away, the roar of the engine echoed, and Lu Ruowei vanished from sight. The surrounding students were left in stunned silence, one gasping, I can't believe Lu Ruowei is such a gold digger. Bro, you handled that well, don't be disheartened. Indeed, such a person isn't worth your sorrow. Breaking up is a timely loss mitigation. A bittersweet smile crept across Xiao Yi's face when suddenly his phone buzzed. It was a call from his counselor, Lu Tianxuan. Upon answering, the counselor's voice rang out. Xiao Yi, you scoundrel. Your wife is about to give birth, and you're not at the hospital to see her? Xiao Yi was momentarily bewildered, wondering what was happening. When had he ever gotten a wife? And to top it off, she was about to give birth? The most absurd part was that this call had come from his counselor. Wait, counselor, did you dial the wrong number? When did I ever get a wife? I can't explain it all over the phone. Hurried to my office. Lu Tianxuan abruptly hung up. Just then, a jarring voice echoed in Xiao Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the chosen one, binding the Super Dad selection system. Greetings, host. I am number 004, the Super Dad selection system. Please make a choice. Option 1, go to the office immediately to meet Lu Tianxuan and accompany her to the hospital to see the baby. Reward 100,000 cash and 3 golden baby carriages. Option 2, do not go to the office, continue to be Lu Ruowei's devoted admirer. Reward the title of Jingda Fangyang. Seeing these two options, Xiao Yi was even more perplexed. A system? Choices? What the hell? Was he destined for the pinnacle of life? Did he even have a choice in this matter? Lu Ruowei had run off with a wealthy man, and here he was, still playing the role of a mere admirer. Was he truly to become Fangyang, Tomcat, Black Little Tiger, and the Two-Faced Turtle? Though he had no idea what Lu Tianxuan meant by soon-to-be-born wife, he decided to check it out. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the office. Minutes later, Xiao Yi pushed open the office door. His counselor, Lu Tianxuan, sat elegantly in her office chair, clad in a professional suit. She wore black stockings and black-rimmed glasses, resembling a star from an action film. Especially the way she carried herself. What am I thinking? Xiao Yi shook his head, chastising himself. As he approached Lu Tianxuan, she scrutinized him from head to toe before seizing the Audi keys from a desk. Come on, we need to get to the hospital. Your wife is about to give birth, she stated, ready to leave. Xiao Yi quickly halted her. Wait, counselor, what on earth is going on? When did I get a wife? Have you forgotten? Lu Tianxuan exclaimed, astonished. Suruo, your professor, you slept with her 10 months ago, and now she's pregnant with your triplets. Don't you remember any of this? Are you really not going to take responsibility? What? Xiao Yi had no recollection of such events, for he was not originally from this world. 6 months prior, he had inexplicably traversed into this parallel realm, becoming an ordinary junior student. His former name had been Xiao Yi, and he had been married with children. The sudden transition had hit him hard. He tried numerous ways to return, but ultimately had to resign himself to his fate. Eventually, by a twist of fate, he ended up with Lu Ruowei, unknowingly assuming the role of an admirer. I could see that moment. An intangible memory suddenly surged into his mind. Approximately 10 months prior, he had ventured to a bar with his roommate, indulging in excessive drinking, when a young woman approached him for a drinking game. Subsequently, the two of them, in a haze of confusion, ended up at a hotel. His hands rested on either side of the pillow. The memory gradually sharpened. It dawned on Xiao Yi that the woman who had approached him for drinks was none other than his university professor. Su Ruo, what a scandalous affair it was indeed. He had inadvertently spent the night with his own professor, and to add to the absurdity, she was now pregnant with his triplets. I remember now, Xiao Yi exclaimed hurriedly. Lu Tianchuang took a deep breath upon hearing this, relieved that he was willing to acknowledge the truth she had initially doubted he would. Then don't just stand there. Let's hurry to the hospital. Su Ruo's parents are extremely upset about her pregnancy and haven't even visited her. What? Xiao Yi's pupils contracted in alarm. Without hesitation, he quickly followed Lu Tianchuang to the parking lot, making their way to the Kyoto Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Upon their arrival, they learned that Su Ruo had already entered the delivery room. During the journey, Xiao Yi gathered the details. It turned out that 10 months ago, Su Ruo had been feeling low and sought solace in the bar, where, in her inebriated state, she had made the ill-fated decision to engage in a drinking game with him, leading to their misunderstanding. That night had resulted in her pregnancy with his 3 children. When Su Ruo's parents discovered this, they had a fierce argument with her, insisting she terminate the pregnancy. However, regardless of their objections, Su Ruo remained resolute about bringing the children into the world and raising them herself. As for why she had not informed him about the pregnancy, it transpired that she had only learned of it a month later. Due to her unique position, she felt embarrassed to bring it up, and just as she was preparing to do so, Xiao Yi had begun a relationship with Lu Ruowei. Additionally, being his professor rendered their situation exceedingly awkward. What if Xiao Yi were to inadvertently disclose this matter to their peers? That would certainly lead to complications. Xiao Yi and his advisor, Lu Tianchuang, sat anxiously on a bench outside the delivery room. As Su Ruo's close friend, Lu Tianchuang was deeply concerned for her well-being. Although triplets are a marvel, they are also exceedingly rare. What if there were a significant hemorrhage during childbirth? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the delivery room door swung open, and a nurse appeared, her expression tinged with urgency. The patient is experiencing severe hemorrhaging. The hospital's blood bank is running low on plasma. Is there anyone here with type AB blood? Upon hearing the nurse's words, Lu Tianchuang froze in shock, pondering the grim implications of her words. Had she unwittingly spoken a curse? But wait, Su Ruo had always been type O blood. How could she possibly be in need of AB? Regaining her composure, she realized that the nurse was not referring to them, but rather to another patient in a different delivery room. Goodness, you startled me. Lu Tianchuang clutched her chest, taking a deep breath to steady herself. After approximately half an hour, the delivery room door opened again, revealing another nurse. She approached Xiao Yi and Lu Tianchuang directly, inquiring, "Are you the relatives of Su Ruo?" Indeed. Both individuals stood up simultaneously, and a nurse's gaze settled upon Xiao Yi. "Are you the child's father?" "Indeed, I." In the next moment, the nurse congratulated, "Congratulations. You have triplets, 2 girls and a boy, all of whom are in excellent health." What? Upon hearing this news, Lu Tianchuang felt a surge of excitement. 2 girls and a boy. Ruo had indeed borne both sons and daughters. Before Xiao Yi could speak, she eagerly asked, "May we go in and see them?" Of course, the nurse replied with a smile, reminding them, "However, the mother is quite weak at the moment, so please refrain from making loud noises." Understood. Xiao Yi and Lu Tianchuang hurried into the delivery room, where the 3 babies were swaddled in small blankets, peacefully lying in a tiny crib, their eyes closed, neither crying nor fussing. Their skin still bore traces of vernix, which is completely normal for newborns. Xiao Yi merely cast a cursory glance at the children before directing his attention to Su Ruo, who was lying on the delivery bed. She was his professor, with whom he shared a very amicable relationship, yet he had not anticipated meeting her in such a context, He observed her Suro, who was only 3 years his senior, strikingly beautiful, standing at 1 meter 70, with an enviable figure and an angelic face. However, at that moment, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, having undoubtedly endured considerable hardship in bringing 3 children into the world. Ruoruo, you have worked hard. Uncertain if Suro would accept him, he nonetheless felt compelled, as the father of her children, to step forward and grasp her hand. Suro managed a faint smile, gently shaking her head. It's all right. Rest assured, as the father, I will take full responsibility for you and the children. Suro was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not elaborate further, merely nodding slowly. Xiao Yi could discern that she had indeed accepted him. Turning his gaze towards the 3 well-behaved babies, he still found it hard to believe that just an hour ago he had been heartlessly broken up with by Lu Ruowei, and now he was a father to 3 children that it felt like a surreal dream, and he was even bound to assist them. At that thought, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, on your meeting with your children. You have received 100,000 cash and 3 golden baby carriages. The cash has been deposited into your bank account, and the baby carriages will be delivered to you via express. Just then, his phone vibrated upon checking. He confirmed that the 100,000 cash had indeed been credited. Father of the children, please come here for a moment, the nurse called out suddenly. Xiao Yi approached, and the nurse presented him with a birth certificate. This is the birth certificate for the children. You can use it to register them for household registration later. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded, for in his previous life he had experienced marriage and fatherhood. Thus he was well acquainted with the necessary procedures following the birth of a child. That moment, the nurse's gaze fell upon the 3 infants in the crib, and she began to introduce them. This is the eldest, a girl, born at 1530, weighing 6 pounds and 2 ounces. This is the second, a boy, born at 1535, weighing 6 pounds and 5 ounces. This is the youngest, a girl, born at 1537, weighing 5 pounds and 9 ounces. Very well. Xiao Yi gazed at the 3 adorable babies, all remarkably resembling him, and his heart swelled with excitement. Beside him, Lu Tianshuang inquired, Nurse, what are those flaky substances on the babies' foreheads? They appear quite unsightly. Can it be washed off? Xiao Yi replied, those are vernix caseosa, a protective layer of oil secreted by the skin of the fetus during its development in the womb that serves as a barrier to safeguard the infant's skin from amniotic fluid and to prevent infection. There's no need to wash it off. It will naturally shed within a month or 2. Washing it might harm the delicate skin of the infant. Upon hearing his explanation, the nurse cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yi, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. However, it was only natural as a father. He had certainly done his homework. Oh, I see. Lu Tianshuang nodded, turning her head to regard Xiao Yi. But how do you know all this? It's merely common knowledge, he replied. Lu Tianshuang was taken aback. Was this really common knowledge? Why was she unaware? The nurse then interjected, now we need to take the infants for a physical examination and administer vaccinations. The mother had a smooth delivery and will be transferred to a regular ward. I kindly ask both of you to step outside and wait for a moment. Very well, Lu Tianshuang said, her gaze shifting to Su Ruo. We shall see you shortly. Su Ruo nodded slightly, her head tilted as she observed the 3 babies, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. An hour later, Su Ruo and the 3 adorable babies were escorted into the regular ward by the nurse. Since Su Ruo had a natural delivery and her health was excellent, she was quickly transferred after a period of observation with no issues. According to the doctor, they would be discharged the following morning, allowing them to return home and commence the month-long confinement period. At that moment, Lu Tianshuang was captivated by the sight of the 3 bundled babies in the crib, unable to resist reaching out to touch their smooth faces. Oh, how utterly charming! Such chubby little faces, such tender skin. And each of you resembles your mother so closely. The eldest and youngest will undoubtedly grow into stunning young ladies. Especially the second. How fortunate to have both an older sister and a younger sister. She expressed her envy, just as Xiao Yi pushed open the door to the room. Su Ruora and Lu Tianshuang simultaneously fixed their gazes upon him. Noticing the large bag in Xiao Yi's hand, Lu Tianshuang inquired, Xiao Yi, what have you bought? Why is there so much? These are merely some essential items for the baby. Diapers, clothing, bottles, and formula, he replied patiently, placing the purchased goods on the bedside table. In his other hand, he carried 3 takeout meals. The let's have a meal first roll. This portion is for you. As he spoke, Xiao Yi opened one of the meals, which had been prepared by the confinement center, designed to be light for new mothers. Upon unveiling the Crucian carp tofu soup, a subtle fragrance wafted through the room. This dish is not only beneficial for enhancing beauty, but also aids in the recovery of postpartum mothers, primarily assisting in lactation. With 3 infants to nourish, it was plausible that Su Ruo's milk supply might be insufficient, which was why he procured formula in bottles. As the enticing aroma filled the air, Su Ruo's stomach began to grumble. She intended to sit up and eat, but Xiao Yi halted her. Having endured the trials of childbirth, "You needn't move, I will take care of you," he assured her. Xiao Yi had already resolved to tend his wife and their 3 children, effectively assuming the role of a full-time caregiver. He scooped a small spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and brought it to Su Ruo's lips, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Witnessing this tender scene, Lu Tianshuang's expression darkened. It seemed she had become a mere bystander. How vexing! She cast another glance at Xiao Yi, feeling a pang of irritation. Oh, the nauseating scent of romance. Su Ruo, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected attention, ultimately accepted Xiao Yi's care, recognizing that they would be together moving forward. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart, though she hesitated to voice it. After feeding Su Ruo, Xiao Yi brandished a meat sandwich, just as the second baby suddenly began to wail. Wah! Wah! The sound was adorable, yet piercing to the ears. Lu Tianshuang swiftly turned her attention to the infant. "What's the matter? Why is the baby crying?" Xiao Yi glanced at the clock. Babies typically need to be fed within 1 to 2 hours after birth, and they have been born for over an hour now. They are likely hungry. At that moment, 2 options unexpectedly appear before him. Option 1: successfully assist Su Ruo in lactating and enable her to breastfeed all 3 babies, rewarding 100,000 cash and an alpha car equipped with 3 specialized baby beds in the back seat. Option 2: prepare formula for the babies and have them drink it, rewarding 10,000 cash. Option 3: encourage the children's independence by letting them fend for themselves, rewarding the title of baby's best friend. Upon seeing the 3 options, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. There was no need for contemplation, only a fool would choose the 3rd option. Xiao Yi resolutely chose option 1, primarily because his motivation was not the 100,000 yuan or the alpha car, but rather the unparalleled nutrition found in breast milk, which formula cannot rival. Breast milk contains over 200 nutritional components, while formula has merely dozens. For instance, easily absorbable lipase is absent from formula. Furthermore, it includes a balanced array of amino acids that are beneficial for brain development, tissue growth, and overall physical maturation. Amino acids, among other vital nutrients, are simply absent in formula. Of course, there is one crucial aspect to consider about option 1: initiating lactation. It is not that Xiao Yi harbored any improper thoughts. Rather, if the baby were to directly suckle from the breast, it might not yield any milk. Therefore, prior to breastfeeding, one must first stimulate lactation. Stimulating lactation is quite straightforward. It begins with the stimulation of the nipples, followed by manual expression to expel any blockages, allowing milk to flow. If milk does not express, the baby can attempt to suckle, although the infant's suckling strength is relatively weak. If lactation has not commenced, assistance from an adult is necessary. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Lu Tianshuang and Su Ruo found themselves momentarily bewildered. Being first-time mothers, they were inexperienced and uncertain. Lu Tianshuang, flustered, exclaimed, "Ah, if the baby is hungry, should we prepare formula then? They'll go boil some water, should it be 100 degrees, to mix the formula?" Xiao Yi's expression darkened. He could not fathom that his instructor possessed such a perspective. Did she truly believe that formula should be prepared with boiling water? Was she intending to harm the baby? Seeing Lu Tianshuang preparing to boil water, he hastily interjected, "Instructor, please refrain from boiling water. I fear you might inadvertently harm the baby." Lu Tianshuang paused, gazing at Xiao Yi with a look of confusion. Xiao Yi explained, "Formula should be mixed with water at 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Excessively high temperatures could deactivate the probiotics within the formula." "Really?" Lu Tianshuang responded, astonished, having never heard such advice before. Xiao Yi quickly lifted the wailing second child from the crib, commenting, "Moreover, it is far better for such a young infant to consume breast milk." He glanced at Suruo's infant feeding device, noting its impressive size. Moreover, breastfeeding would not alter breast size. It merely indicated that Suruo was endowed with ample bosom, long legs, and youthful beauty. At that moment, it was Suruo's turn to be perplexed. She looked at Xiao Yi with a gaze imbued with confusion. She stammered, "Am I supposed to breastfeed the child?" Xiao Yi nodded. "Certainly, but before that, we must first initiate lactation." Initiate lactation. This term was entirely foreign to Suruo. "Yes, precisely. Initiating lactation," Xiao Yi clarified, "is essential before breastfeeding the child. Otherwise, there will be no milk." "Then, how does one initiate it?" "I shall take care of it," he said with a mischievous grin as he moved his hands toward Suruo's infant feeding device. Chapter 4. There stands a fortune teller. Perhaps he can assist you in divining your future. Upon witnessing Xiao Yi extend his hand toward her, Suruo felt utterly paralyzed, her shyness reaching an unprecedented peak, leading her to suspect that Xiao Yi might be behaving inappropriately. Yet, at that moment, what could she say but silently endure? As a mother, she certainly could not allow her children to go hungry. Simultaneously, Lu Tianshuang, observing Xiao Yi's actions, stood there in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly something I can witness? So this is how one feeds a child? Must one exert such force? Oh dear, why is he even using his mouth? Lu Tianshuang's worldview was being continually reshaped, and she resolved never to have children or fall in love in the future. Of course, this resolution would undoubtedly come back to haunt her. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Xiao Yi smiled, for at last, the milk had come forth. At that moment, besides the second child, the eldest began to wail as well, filling the room with the sound of infants crying. He wiped the milk stains from his lips and swiftly cradled the second child, placing her into Suruo's embrace. The instant her tiny lips made contact with the nipple, she opened her mouth wide and began to suck fervently. No longer crying, her expression even reflected a hint of enjoyment. Xiao Yi then lifted the eldest child, allowing her to latch onto the other breast. Thus, both infants, one on each side, were fervently nursing. Witnessing such a scene, Suruo realized that caring for children was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. She had thought that simply feeding them on time would suffice for their upbringing, believing she could manage it all alone. It was only now that she comprehended the myriad complexities involved in raising children. Xiao Yi, observing the two babies nursing, chuckled softly, for both were irresistibly adorable. Just as everyone began to relax, the third child on the bed started to cry once more. "Oh dear." Xiao Yi paused, exclaiming internally, "Three little ancestors, must you all be hungry at the same time?" He quickly supported the baby's back with his left hand while his right hand cradled her bottom. Gently lifting her from the bed, he softly patted her back, soothing her distress. "Do not cry, little one. Once your siblings have finished, it will be your turn to eat." The third child, however, intensified her cries in response to his attempts at comfort. "Oh my little ancestor." A newborn stomach is quite small, typically managing only 10 to 20 milliliters of milk during their first feeding, hardly a substantial amount. At this point, the second child had nearly finished nursing, with milk already trickling from the corners of her mouth. Xiao Yi promptly utilized a baby-friendly wet wipe to clean the milk-stained corners before switching to allow the third child to feed. As her tiny mouth latched onto the delectable breast milk, she, like her sister before her, began to suck eagerly, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Lu Tianshuang took over the second baby, and as she gazed at the infant's rosy cheeks, a sudden yearning for a child of her own enveloped her. However, she was still a single woman, without even a boyfriend, let alone a baby. Xiao Yi observed San Bao drinking milk, and then the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully breastfeeding your baby. You have been rewarded with 100,000 cash and an alpha car. The cash has been deposited into your bank account. The car is parked in the underground parking lot of the Maternity and Child Health Hospital. The keys have been placed in your pocket, and the vehicle registration certificate is in the glove compartment. The license plate has been automatically processed, and the fuel tank is full." Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yi was taken aback. How considerate. A car was a reasonable reward, but a full tank of gas. And he had received 100,000 yuan as well. What a delightful surprise. Just when Xiao Yi thought the system might go silent for a while, its voice returned once more. "Host, you have triggered another option. Option 1. Thoughtfully name the baby, considering Suruo's opinion, with a reward of stretch mark removal cream. Option 2. What S in a name? Just call them Xiao Danny, Xiao Erxiao, and Xiao Sanni, and the reward is the title of silly dad. Please, no. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. If he named them like that, how would they regard him when they grew up? While they could never deny him as their father, there was a high possibility that he would be left without oxygen in his old age when illness struck. Clearly, he needed to choose a proper name. By the time Xiao Yi regained his composure, Dabao and San Bao were both full and had closed their eyes, peacefully drifting into slumber, exceptionally well-behaved. Infants, it seemed, lived solely to eat and sleep. Just as Xiao Yi was about to consult Su Ro on names for the 3 babies, a nurse suddenly entered, stating, "Father of the children, you may now go to the director's office to collect the baby's health reports and proceed to the first floor to complete the discharge formalities. You can leave the hospital tomorrow morning, as both mother and baby are in excellent health. The hospital does not advocate prolonged stays under these circumstances. You may take your wife home or to a postpartum care center." "All right." Xiao Yi nodded slightly and then turned his attention to Su Ro. "Roro, I will head to the director's office first, then take care of your discharge." Su Ro replied softly, her gaze fixed on her bag. "I have my card in there, but it's fine. I have money." Xiao Yi interrupted her, resolutely stepping out. Having already received 200,000 from the system, he felt it was only right not to use Su Ruo's money. After Xiao Yi left the room, Su Ruo glanced at the baby lying in the crib and sighed gently. Lu Tianshuang, noticing her demeanor, asked, "What's wrong, Ro? Why the sighing?" Due to Lu Tianshuang being a close confidant of Su Ruo, she did not conceal her thoughts. "Have you forgotten? Xiao Yi seems to have a girlfriend, which is precisely why I haven't informed him consistently." Upon hearing that he suddenly had a baby, Lu Tianshuang paused momentarily before responding, "Rest assured. Didn't Xiao Yi say he would take responsibility? If he neglects you, I shall ensure he fails to graduate. Moreover," she added, "I believe I once saw his girlfriend heading to a hotel with someone else." Su Ruo appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had already entered the director's office, where he found a man engaged in conversation with the director. "Director, do you think my wife's baby is a boy or a girl?" The director scrutinized the ultrasound report before shaking his head. "I cannot say. But you might want to visit the fortune teller across from the hospital after 9 p.m. tonight or before 9 a.m. tomorrow. They are quite accurate. Perhaps they can provide some insight." Chapter 5. The baby's urine accidentally landed on Lu Tianshuang's face. Upon hearing the director's words, the man appeared momentarily perplexed but nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Xiao Yi, not dwelling on it, expressed his purpose and then proceeded to the first floor, where he settled the payment and completed Su Ruo's discharge formalities. After a brief glance at the Alpha car in the underground garage, he hurried back to the room to continue caring for the baby. After all, given Lu Tianshuang's unpredictable nature, things could easily go awry. Upon returning, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that Lu Tianshuang was absent. Inquiring with Su Ruo, he learned that she had left the hospital after receiving a phone call but would return early the next morning to keep her company. Now, the dilemma arose. Where should he take Su Ruo and the 3 babies tomorrow? Without a house yet, going to a confinement center was an option. But given that Su Ruo had carried the child for 10 months, he genuinely wished to compensate her in some way. This predicament left Xiao Yi in a slight quandary. At that moment, the silence of the hospital room was shattered by Su Ruo's voice. "I'm here." He quickly approached her bedside, grasping her hand, while she, without hesitation, expressed her innermost thoughts. Locking her gaze with his, she asked, "I recall you had a girlfriend at school, correct?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi comprehended Su Ruo's concerns, which were intertwined with her reluctance to disclose her pregnancy. She nodded slightly. "You must be referring to Lu Ruowei. She was indeed my girlfriend. But she broke up with me today." Su Ruo responded, her expression one of confusion. Xiao Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "She constantly demanded I buy her various items and had long since become involved with someone else, leaving me with a rather green-hued hat." At this moment, he lifted his head and couldn't help but glance at the 3 infants in the crib. "Rest assured, Ruorio, I will undoubtedly take good care of you and our babies, compensating for all the shortcomings of the past 10 months. With my internship approaching in my senior year, trust me, I will provide a home for you and the children, ensuring you both lead a blissful life." Observing Xiao Yi's earnest gaze, Su Ruoro smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with sweetness. Perhaps due to her innocence, or perhaps because of the 3 little ones. After all, they were indeed pieces of her own flesh. Moreover, the incident from 10 months prior was not solely Xiao Yi's fault. She gradually closed her eyes, her lips still curved in a familiar smile. Xiao Yi's attention was entirely focused on the babies. Ruorio, what do you think would be good names for our 3 little ones? Ruorio, He turned his head only to find Suruo had already drifted into slumber, and he chose not to disturb her. She surely hadn't rested well before giving birth. It was indeed time for her to catch some sleep. However, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Every 2 hours, he would need to feed the babies. And with 3 of them, their feeding schedules were anything but synchronized. Such was life with children, yet he felt fortunate to have past experiences to aid in their care. He retrieved his phone and ultimately decided to rent an apartment, planning to bring Suruo and the 3 babies there to personally care for them. Naturally, in a bustling metropolis like Kyoto, finding a rental was quite convenient, with fully furnished apartments available for immediate occupancy, though rental prices varied significantly. 8,000 a month? That seems reasonable, not too expensive. Soon enough, Xiao Yi discovered a property he fancied. The apartment, located near Kyoto University, spanned 130 square meters. Featured spacious bedrooms with attached bathrooms, making it ideal for caring for the infants. The landlord was also straightforward. After a brief phone call, Xiao Yi paid 3 months' rent along with a security deposit for 1 month, receiving the door lock code in return. They could move in tomorrow, and then he would purchase some bedding essentials. The next morning, bright and early, Lu Tianxuang arrived at the hospital. It was Saturday, with no classes or obligations. So she came to assist Suruo in her discharge. Ruoro, I'm here. Upon entering the hospital room, Lu Tianxuang felt cheerful, and her eyes immediately fell upon the 3 babies. At that moment, the infants were wide awake, curiously observing their surroundings with their large eyes and stretching their little legs, as if filled with wonder about the world. Suruo also got out of bed, preparing to change the babies' diapers before their discharge. Changing diapers was quite simple. One would lift the baby's bottom, lay the diaper flat on the bed, and secure it with the adhesive tabs. As long as one was careful during the process not to irritate the baby's skin, it was straightforward. Watching Xiao Yi change the eldest baby's diaper, Lu Tianxuang felt a surge of eagerness. She was keen to experience the task herself. She proposed, Xiao Yi, may I change the second baby's diaper? I wish to give it a try. All right, he replied with a nod, elaborating on the diaper-changing process before handing her the diaper. After Lu Tianxuang removed the heavy diaper from the second baby, she casually tossed it into the trash can and, following Xiao Yi's instructions, laid the new diaper flat on the bed. However, instead of putting it on the baby, she gently lifted the second baby into her arms. How could she resist? The little one smelled delightful and was undeniably adorable. Gazing at the smooth-skinned infant, Lu Tianxuang couldn't help but think, oh, second baby, how could you be so cute? At that moment, the baby suddenly burst into laughter, flailing its arms in excitement. Lu Tianxuang lifted the child high above her head, contemplating how wonderful it would be if the second baby were her own son. Just then, Lu Tianxuang felt a warm liquid trickling down from the ceiling. Huh? Was it even flowing onto her face? Was there a leak in the ceiling? Upon glancing up, Lu Tianxuang was taken aback. This was no leak. The second baby had urinated. She couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Yi, startled by her sudden outcry, quickly turned and caught the second baby from her arms. What happened? The second baby. He peed on me, and it even got in my mouth. Xiao Yi and Su Ruruo exchanged bewildered glances, examining her face. Upon noticing the urine stains on Lu Tianxuang's cheeks, Xiao Yi erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. He coughed amid his mirth, glancing at the laughing infant in his arms. The baby's antics were remarkable. Surely, he had conspired with the others to take revenge on Lu Tianxuang for the earlier cleaning. One had to admit, it was quite the performance. Chapter 6 Goodness. Is the director taking on a side job now? Still laughing while my son has just urinated on my face and you refuse to help me clean it up? Lu Tianxuang rolled her eyes, feeling utterly wronged. Su Ruoro, chuckling, pulled out a pack of baby wipes and began to clean Lu Tianxuang's face. If you had changed the second baby's diaper properly instead of cradling him, this wouldn't have happened. But look how adorable he is. Lu Tianxuang's gaze fell upon the bed behind Su Ruoruo, and upon seeing the label on the baby wipes, she panicked. What on earth did you use to wipe my face? Baby wipes. For what purpose? For wiping bottoms. Lu Tianxuang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she wanted to devour Su Ruoruo. Yet, with a straight face, Su Ruoruo replied, oh, come on. It's not like I've used them before, and besides, your face doesn't smell as delightful as my baby's bottom. Consider yourself lucky to have been given such a privilege. You dog, Ruoruo, what did you just say? I remarked, Your visage pales in comparison to the fragrance of my baby's little bottom. It is a privilege for you to use it. Beside us, Xiao Yi observed the irate Lu Tianxuang and stifled a laugh. It appeared that the bond between them was even stronger than I had initially surmised. After changing the baby's diaper, Xiao Yi tidied up the remaining items, and it was now time to leave the hospital. However, the stroller was still in the rear seat of the Alpha Nanny car downstairs, necessitating a trip to retrieve it. By the way, Ruo, I forgot to ask you. Upon discharge, will you be returning to your parents' home? Lu Tianxuang suddenly inquired. At that moment, Su Ruo's gaze seemed momentarily distant, but it was fleeting. She smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, not for now. Xiao Yi has rented an apartment near Kyoto University, and we will be moving there first." "Very well," Lu Tianxuang replied, turning to glance at Xiao Yi, who had just captured the fleeting moment of Su Ruo's distraction. He had yet to inquire about her relationship with her parents, but it was evident that there must be some conflict. Otherwise, they would not have neglected to visit her even after the birth of the baby. In a gentle tone, Xiao Yi said, "Ruo, you and the instructor wait here for a moment. I will go downstairs to bring up the stroller I purchased, and then we shall proceed." "Okay," she agreed. After Xiao Yi left the room, Lu Tianxuang lightly nudged Su Ruo with her elbow. "Ruo, look how considerate Xiao Yi is. He has already bought the stroller. And he must have kept you company well last night, right?" "Yes," Su Ruo replied softly, acknowledging that Xiao Yi had indeed been quite attentive since he arrived the previous day. Lu Tianxuang, wearing a mischievous smile, remarked, "You should have told him sooner. By the way, after returning home yesterday, I looked it up. Xiao Yi has already broken up with Lu Ruo. I'm aware of that." Su Ruo lifted her head. "I asked him about it last night, and he was forthcoming." "Isn't that wonderful?" Lu Tianxuang expressed her happiness for Su Ruo. "Now that the baby has arrived, and the baby's father is here, you can all live well together, can't you?" "I hope so," Su Ruo sighed, a hint of worry lingering in her heart. Several minutes later, Xiao Yi returned to the room, pushing 3 dazzling strollers. The frames were crafted from hollow pure gold, gleaming rather than matte, and under the lights, they could easily dazzle anyone's eyes. The strollers could be connected together for ease of maneuvering, and the canopies were custom-colored for the 3 babies, 2 in pink and 1 in blue. Upon seeing the 3 strollers, Su Ruo frowned, her tone tinged with surprise. "Xiao Yi, why did you buy such ostentatious strollers? I find them somewhat unattractive." Xiao Yi's expression darkened at her words. To be honest, he also found them rather garish, but the fact that they were made of gold was hard to overlook. Perhaps one day, if he needed money, he could sell them. Lu Tianxuang, with her well-informed demeanor, delicately traced the stroller's frame and connection points with her slender fingers, then tapped it lightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this truly made of gold?" "No worries, we can buy some for the baby later." With a simple response, Xiao Yi placed the 3 little ones into the stroller. The 3 babies lying in the carriage were exceptionally well behaved, curiously gazing at the ceiling and breaking into smiles. After packing up, Xiao Yi prepared to leave when Lu Tianxuang spoke up from behind. Ruo, it seems my car cannot accommodate 3 strollers, and all the babies need to be held. What shall we do?" "Not to worry. I have a car. The babies can ride with me," Xiao Yi replied softly, leaving both Lu Tianxuang and Su Ruo somewhat astonished. Isn't Xiao Yi just an intern in his senior year of college? How does he have a car? Moreover, Lu Tianxuang was acutely aware of Xiao Yi's background, an orphan without parents, who had received financial aid from the school previously. Both of them were perplexed by Xiao Yi's mysterious demeanor. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, their astonishment grew upon seeing the Alfa Romeo minivan parked there. The vehicle was brand new, and even the license plate bore the auspicious number Cheong 88,888. Most importantly, it was an Alpha, which in Huaxia had a market price exceeding 1 million yuan. While they were still in shock, Xiao Yi had already opened the electric door and placed the babies in the back seat, on their designated small beds. Once inside, the little ones remained calm, gazing at the starry ceiling and babbling in their incomprehensible baby language. Sighing, Xiao Yi looked at the 3 adorable babies and couldn't resist giving the eldest a gentle kiss, whispering, "You 3 are so good. Daddy will take you home soon. There will be milk waiting for you at home." With that, he exited the vehicle, saying, "Ro, please keep an eye on the babies in the back seat while I drive. It will only take about 10 minutes to reach our place." "All right." Su Ruo obediently climbed into the car. Lu Tianxuang, having driven there herself, opted not to join but mentioned she would follow them to get acquainted with the entrance. making it easier to visit the babies in the future. Taking the driver's seat, Xiao Yi started the vehicle and soon left the underground garage, emerging into the outside world. Upon reaching the entrance of the maternal and child health hospital, Xiao Yi was astonished to see the director from the office yesterday, now standing by the roadside with a bagua chart, seemingly engaged in some sort of divination. Sitting beside him on a small stool was the man who had inquired about the baby's genders the previous day. Well, Xiao Yi smirked. Is the director now moonlighting? Chapter 7. Are we supposed to take him inside? This business is thriving. The hospital's rule prohibits disclosing the gender of infants. Yet he uses fortune-telling to convey that information. Isn't that a loophole? Xiao Yi did not dwell on it. After a brief drive, he soon arrived at the exterior of the rental housing complex. The complex was modest, consisting of only 9 buildings, with Xiao Yi's rented apartment located in Building 2. After explaining his intentions, the doorman opened the door, and then Xiao Yi parked his car downstairs. He exited the vehicle and opened the automatic door at the back. Roro, step out. Let us first take the little ones upstairs. He glanced at the time on his phone, realizing it was already time for feeding. Soon, Xiao Yi placed the 3 infants into the stroller and ascended to the apartment. Using the landlord's access code, he unlocked the door, revealing a 130 square meter space, beautifully decorated, with furniture that was mostly new. Overall, it appeared quite cozy. Xiao Yi made 2 trips downstairs to retrieve the luggage they had brought from the hospital. At this point, the bed was only lacking some bedding. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Tianchuang was nearby to look after the babies, he spoke, Ruoruo, counselor. Please tend to the babies for a while. There are still several items missing in the house. I will go out to purchase them. All right, be careful on your way. She replied. As soon as Xiao Yi stepped out, the second baby in the stroller began to cry. With her previous experience, Su Ruo quickly lifted the baby from the stroller, lifted her shirt, and began to feed her. Just as she had anticipated, the baby ceased crying the moment she was fed, her expression transforming into one of pure enjoyment. Lu Tianchuang, observing the scene, remarked sternly, "Oh dear second baby. You are the most enthusiastic drinker, and today you even urinated all over me." At that moment, the baby in Su Ruo's arms seemed to have heard Lu Tianchuang's words, abruptly stopping her feeding. Instead, she opened her large, watery eyes and smiled at Lu Tianchuang. Oh, she emitted a soft, delicate sound, prompting Lu Tianchuang to chuckle. Given how well-behaved and adorable you are, I shall forgive you. Just as Lu Tianchuang leaned in to kiss the baby's cheek, the little one unexpectedly stretched out her tiny arm and gave Lu Tianchuang a loud slap on the face. The sound was particularly resounding. Lu Tianchuang. Suruoro, haha. 2 hours later, Xiao Yi had procured all the essentials required for their life together: bedding, a frying pan, rice, oil, and everything in between. Additionally, he purchased some fresh vegetables, tofu, Christian carp, and various meats, intending to prepare a nutritious lunch for Suruo. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun had set, marking the arrival of 8 o'clock in the evening. After storing the leftover breast milk in bags and placing them in the refrigerator, he reflected that caring for infants primarily involves a cycle of feeding and sleeping, making the task quite manageable with timely feedings and diaper changes. In the bedroom, the 3 babies lay peacefully asleep. Suruo, dressed in her pajamas, sat quietly on the bed, watching over the 3 slumbering infants. Xiao Yi softly entered the room and, upon seeing the babies in similar poses, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. The babies are all asleep, he observed. Yes. Suruo nodded and made room for Xiao Yi to join her. After settling onto the bed, he recalled that they had yet to name the baby. Thus, he inquired, Ruoruo, our little one still lacks a name. Why not bestow a name upon them? This way, we can register the baby in a few days. Sounds good, Suruo replied, lowering her gaze to the infant. In fact, I have already thought of names for the eldest and the third. Oh, Xiao Yi's curiosity was piqued. Suruo continued, for the eldest, I propose the name Xiao Mingrua, and for the third, Xiao Qinxue. Mingrua, Qinxue, Xiao Yi murmured. And he could not help but admit that the names were indeed quite melodious, perfectly suiting the 2 little princesses. He lifted the cup from the bedside table and took a sip of water, then asked, and what about the second? The second's name is rather unique, frequently appearing in various textbooks. How about we call them Xiaoming? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi choked unexpectedly, coughing violently, even causing water to escape from his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. He pounded his chest heavily, his eyes wide with astonishment. Su Ruo, noticing his distress, gently patted his back. What's wrong? Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively, while Su Ruo continued, is there something wrong with the name? I think Xiaoming sounds quite lovely. No problem, no problem. In truth, the reason for Xiao Yi's coughing fit was that his father from before his transmigration was named Xiaoming. The thought of naming his son after his former father was somewhat unsettling. However, given the situation, he had no intention of elaborating further. I merely choked on my drink. It's nothing serious. Let us not wake the babies. Su Ruo looked down at the 3 infants, who had already opened their eyes. They are awake. It took quite some time for Xiao Yi to soothe the 3 back to sleep. To avoid disturbing them again, he beckoned Su Ruo to the living room. They sat together on the couch, and Xiao Yi felt compelled to inquire about her parents. This had long been a lingering concern for him. He was perplexed as to what conflict had transpired between Su Ruo and her parents that led them to neglect visiting her even after the birth of her children. Ruo, I would like to ask about your parents, he stated directly. Su Ruo was not taken aback by his inquiry. She could discern that Xiao Yi genuinely desired to create a stable life with her while caring for the babies. It was entirely reasonable for him to harbor questions given that her parents had not visited in the past few days. She sighed, it's quite simple. When my parents discovered I was pregnant, they insisted that I terminate the pregnancy. At that time, I was aware that the child was yours. Yet I concealed this from my parents, intending to raise the 3 babies by myself. Eventually, I had a fierce argument with my father, which escalated to the point of severing our father-daughter relationship. My father is a criminal investigator, and he even threatened. At this moment, Su Ruo suddenly turned to Xiao Yi, locking her gaze upon him, her voice trembling. He even threatened that if he were to discover whose child I was carrying, he would have him imprisoned. Chapter 8. After the breakup, how did Xiao Yi become someone else's driver? Upon hearing Su Ruo's words, a faint smile flickered across Xiao Yi's lips. At this moment, he felt an urge to inquire whether drunken escapades could be deemed consensual. If caught, would he face imprisonment? Just then, the system's voice shattered the brief silence. Host, you have successfully named the baby. Reward, stretch mark removal cream. Simply apply the stretch mark removal cream to your wife's abdomen, and the marks will vanish within 7 days, restoring her to her former self. Additionally, your wife's uterus and other organs will also be rejuvenated, enabling you to consummate your union after the 7 days. Xiao Yi was taken aback. This system even dictated the timing of their intimate moments? As the system's voice faded, Su Ruo spoke up beside him. Rest assured, Xiao Yi, I want to tell my father. Her eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. As a cherished daughter, it had been a long time since she last spoke to her father. She had no desire to sever ties with him. Even if they concealed this matter indefinitely, her father would eventually find out. That's all right. Xiao Yi turned to her and said, in a few days, once the babies are stable, let us pay him a visit. It's not wise to keep this hidden forever. I will find a way to persuade him. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Ruo's lips curled into a smile as she nodded emphatically. Xiao Yi gathered his thoughts. Ruo, you needn't work anymore. I will take care of you both. Recently, I've made some profits from stock trading, so supporting you and the baby poses no issue. Detection of host deception. Host has been granted 1 million as childcare funds. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, and his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pulling out his phone, he saw that the 1 million had been credited. Incredible. The system was truly impressive. In response to Xiao Yi's words, Su Ruo merely nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he was driving an Alfa Romeo today, so he ought not to be exaggerating. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the bedroom, where the 3 babies were still peacefully asleep. Xiao Yi suggested, Ruo, you should rest for a while. When the babies wake, I will warm up the breast milk from the fridge. Tonight, you should have a good rest. Su Ruo agreed without hesitation. Given the 3 babies, they required feeding almost every hour, resulting in a particularly restless night for her. Had it been solely her responsibility, she would have struggled to manage. Xiao Yi retrieved the stretch mark removal cream provided by the system. I acquired this cream from an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I've heard it works wonders. Allow me to apply it for you. Surprised, Su Ruo hadn't anticipated such thorough preparation from Xiao Yi. They would eventually marry, especially now that they had welcomed their child, so she felt no need to be distant. She surrendered to his gentle application on her abdomen. It was slightly ticklish yet pleasantly warm. As she gazed at Xiao Yi's face, she realized he was rather handsome. The following day, Having spent a sleepless night tending to the baby, Xiao Yi was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a voice from the system broke the silence. The host has contributed a night of care for the baby. You are rewarded with a beauty score of 5. Bringing your current beauty score to 99, just slightly below the reader's average. A monetary reward is one thing, but an increase in beauty score? He hastened to the bathroom and was taken aback by his reflection in the mirror. His features appeared more defined, his complexion more vibrant. Even the likes of Peng Yuyan and Wu Yinzu would seem less impressive beside him. To avoid disturbing Rua's rest, he had moved to the guest room for the night. At that moment, the sounds of sizzling from the kitchen reached his ears. After finishing his grooming, Xiao Yi stepped outside and peered through the glass door of the kitchen, where he saw Rua cooking. A warmth spread through his heart. She was preparing a meal for him. However, given that she was still recovering and the kitchen was filled with smoke, it would be best for her to refrain from cooking. Rua, why are you making breakfast? He inquired. Hearing his voice, Rua turned and smiled. I just thought you took care of the baby all night, so I wanted to make you breakfast. Let me handle it, Xiao Yi said, taking the spatula from her hand. The kitchen smoke is heavy, and you're still in recovery. I said I would take care of you and the baby. Remember, you mustn't cook without permission next time. It would break my heart to see you overexerting yourself. Furthermore, inhaling too much smoke could affect your breast milk, which endangers both you and the baby. Upon hearing this, Rua's affection for Xiao Yi grew immensely. She pondered why such a caring and devoted man had been discarded by Rua. Lowering her head in a feigned contrition, she replied, All right, I was wrong. Xiao Yi gently ruffled her hair. It's fine. You should rest now. I'll take care of the cooking. Just promise me not to do this again. By the way, after breakfast, I need to return to school. My internship is starting soon, and I have to take care of some paperwork for my entrepreneurial project and retrieve some belongings from the school. Okay, Rua nodded gently. I will stay home and look after the baby until you return. Thank you, Rua. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. At that moment, Rua couldn't help but kiss Xiao Yi on the cheek before sweetly exiting the kitchen. He was momentarily stunned. During his relationship with Rua, the most intimate gesture they shared was holding hands. Once, when they attempted to kiss, Rua had looked at him with disdain and even pulled away. After breakfast, Xiao Yi drove to Kyoto University. It was the weekend, and many students were out and about early in the day. Upon seeing an Alfa Romeo, the students erupted in astonishment, not at the vehicle itself, but rather at its license plate. Oh my, is that not the principal's car? Why do you say that? It's merely an ordinary Alfa vehicle. Look at the license plate, Cheong 88888. Only someone of the principal's stature could possess such a plate, right? Indeed, it seems so. Two onlookers remarked, but at that moment, Xiao Yi's car was halted by the gatekeeper. What on earth, could it not be the principal's car after all? Yet it's still being stopped? Xiao Yi reluctantly exited the vehicle, only to coincidentally bump into the insufferable Rua. At that moment, Rua was entwined with a plump fellow surnamed Wang, clad in a short skirt, nearly revealing too much. Particularly striking. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, she widened her eyes and then burst into laughter. Alas, after the breakup, how did Xiao Yi end up as someone else's chauffeur? Chapter 9. Being a driver is better than being a bus. Oh my, who is this? ISNT at Xiao Yi? After 2 days apart. How did you become a driver? Rua's words dripped with mockery as she glanced at the Alpha behind Xiao Yi, certainly not believing it belonged to him. Just a couple of days prior, he couldn't afford a mere 14. How could he possibly own an Alpha now? Following the customary plotline of a light novel, Rua should have continued to flaunt her companion and mock him further, thus setting the stage for Xiao Yi's eventual comeuppance. Xiao Yi, however, did not grant her the opportunity to continue her taunts, softly smiling. Being a driver is far superior to being a bus. Anyone with money can board. With that, he disregarded Rua, presented his student ID, and the gatekeeper opened the entrance for him. He then drove into the campus of Kyoto University. Rua felt a surge of frustration, clenching her fists. What does he mean by being a bus? She pitifully turned to her companion, saying, Brother, could you teach my ex-boyfriend a lesson? He is truly insufferable. The plump fellow beside her smirked slightly, thinking, he is not wrong. Isn't it just a bus? Eager to provide Rua with a few more moments of joy, he agreed. All right, taking down a little brat is nothing but a breeze. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi arrived at the teaching building, heading straight for the office of Lu Tianxuang. Lu Tianxuang was not surprised by his visit. It was already late June, and the third-year classes had concluded. In a few days, numerous companies would come for recruitment, and students needed to secure internships or start their own ventures by mid-July. With 3 children to care for and Su-ro to look after, how could Xiao Yi possibly seek employment? Instructor, could you please assist me in processing some entrepreneurial paperwork? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianchuang nodded slightly, glancing at her computer while asking, So, how are the 3 little ones? Is Ruoro at home watching them? Yes. Xiao Yi replied with a slight nod, but Lu Tianchuang continued. Actually, you don't need to come to school specifically. I can bring the paperwork to you when I watch Ruoro. Are you comfortable leaving Ruoro alone at home to care for 3 babies? Not a problem. So please expedite the process for me, so I can return and keep Ruoro company. Xiao Yi smiled, recognizing that Lu Tianchuang and Su-ro were indeed great friends. Both concerned about Su-ro. Upon learning that she was home alone, Lu Tianchuang noticeably quickened her pace. She remarked, to embark on entrepreneurship. You must secure the business license by the end of July, and by the end of June next year, you need to submit the company's financial statements, along with employee contracts, social security records, and other essential documents. You must find a way to resolve these matters. All right, rest assured, instructor. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Lu Tianchuang glanced at him, recalling the golden baby stroller and the luxury alpha car he had prepared for the baby, and felt confident that Xiao Yi could manage it all. You just need to sign here. Also, make sure to take good care of Ruorio, all right? She is my wife. After all, after signing, Xiao Yi did not linger and promptly exited the office. Just as he left, the system's voice chimed in. Host, congratulations on activating the entrepreneurship option. You can achieve sustainable income through franchise stores while caring for your baby and wife. Please make a choice. Option 1, franchise Little Deer Coffee, requiring an investment of 400,000, with an estimated daily net profit of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Option 2, franchise River Drift Hot Pot, requiring an investment of 3 million, with an estimated daily net profit of 5,000 to 8,000 yuan. Option 3, let Ruoro take care of me, with rewards including a complete Honor of King's Skin account, a comfortable massage chair, a 4090 graphics card, and 10 yuan in cash. Xiao Yi's lips twitched. It seemed he could only select the first option for his entrepreneurial venture. The second option exceeded his investment capacity. And as for the third option, an Honor of King's account, a massage chair, a graphics card, who had the leisure to play games with a wife and 3 babies depending on him. I choose one, he silently affirmed. Selection successful. A representative from Little Deer Coffee will contact you shortly. We hope the host finds a suitable location and prepares for the store opening, including renovations and staffing. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xiao Yi parked his car beneath the dormitory building. Upon entering dorm room 448, he found his 3 roommates relaxed, engaged in gaming at their computers, as classes had concluded and many companies were recruiting in the coming days. Chunhao was furiously typing on the keyboard. Damn it, healer. Heal me. What the heck? Lao Yang, can you even play? He abruptly turned his head and locked eyes with Xiao Yi. Oh wow. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, Chunhao exclaimed, Igu, where have you been for the past few days? Why haven't you come back? Could it be that you and Lu Ruowei? He grinned mischievously and mimicked a piston motion. Xiao Yi maintained a serene demeanor. I've ended the relationship. It's nothing significant. From today onward, I shall be moving out. You all should refrain from incessantly playing games and focus on work. What is going on? Chunhao rose, scrutinizing Xiao Yi from head to toe. So, you've broken up. And now you're moving? Are you feeling depressed and contemplating taking sleeping pills to end it all? Don't be absurd. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. You've become a father. Go take care of your child. What? Is there some gossip? In an instant, the other 2 roommates in the dormitory grabbed a watermelon, munching away while listening attentively. Are you really a father now? I can't believe it. Chunhao was the first to express his skepticism. Xiao Yi did not hide the truth. Do you remember, 10 months ago, when we went to Helen's for drinks? The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Xiao Yi continued. Do you recall that a girl joined our table for a drinking game? They nodded again, albeit they were all quite inebriated at the time and had failed to discern who the girl was. Surely you remember that I didn't return to the dorm that night. At this, Chunhao exclaimed in shock. You and that girl from the drinking game. Did you two, get together? And she gave birth to your child? Indeed. Triplets. The 3 were taken aback. Triplets? Where are you living now? I've rented a place outside. When the little ones reach their 1-month milestone, don't forget to contribute to the celebration. I must take my leave now. Xiao Yi hastily packed his belongings and departed the dormitory, leaving his 3 roommates in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 10. A call from the mother-in-law several minutes later. Xiao Yi returned home. At that moment, Su Ruo was cradling their second child, gently patting his bottom as she paced back and forth in the living room. She was baffled by how quickly her body had recuperated, feeling almost as if she had never been pregnant, especially considering that she hadn't felt this way just yesterday. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, Su Ruo immediately approached him with the baby, a relaxed smile gracing her face. "You're back. Have you completed the paperwork for your entrepreneurial venture?" "Of course, your good friend. The instructor wouldn't dare to neglect the matter given our connection. Rest assured, Ruo. I will have ample time to care for you and the baby." She nodded slightly, feeling a sense of happiness from being cared for. Xiao Yi took the baby, Xiaoming, into his arms, his heart swelling with affection as he gazed at the cherubic face of the infant. He inquired, "Where are the eldest and youngest?" "They're asleep. I've noticed that our second child has more energy, while the eldest and youngest preferred to sleep. I suppose I was the same way as a child. Perhaps the eldest and second take after you." Just as she finished speaking, Su Ruo's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out to check, her expression subtly shifting. "Xiao Yi, I need to take this call." "All right." Su Ruo opened the balcony door and placed her phone to her ear. "Mom," she called out, and Xiao Yi, observing her silhouette, distinctly heard that word. Is it a call from my mother-in-law?" Xiao Yi pondered, dismissing the thought as he would eventually take their baby to visit her parents. And it would not be long before that occurred. At that moment, his own phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, he answered the call, and a woman's voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. May I inquire if you are considering joining the Xiaolu Coffee franchise?" "Yes, that's correct. Allow me to provide you with the pricing and company requirements. The shop area must not be less than 30 square meters, with a deposit of 50,000. Renovation costs are calculated based on the area. For an 80 square meter shop, approximately 180,000 is needed for renovations, along with 190,000 for equipment and initial materials, excluding rent. The total investment would be around 4 to 5 million. After concluding the call, Xiao Yi had acquired the necessary information regarding the store opening rules. In the coming days, he planned to care for the baby while also taking time to scout for a suitable location, as a coffee shop ideally needed to be situated near office buildings, malls, or schools. "Xiao Yi, who was on the phone?" Su Ruo returned after her call, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yi turned to gaze at her handsome face and replied, "I'm considering opening a coffee shop." The caller was a franchise representative. "A coffee shop?" Su Ruo nodded slightly, acknowledging that opening such a business could indeed be lucrative, contingent on the location. "Which brand?" "Xiaolu. Xiaolu is a good choice. The brand influences foot traffic, and Xiaolu has been performing remarkably well in China, especially with their 9 yuan coconut latte, which has become a bestseller." However, Xiao Yi was not inclined to discuss franchise matters further. Instead, he inquired, "What did Mom want when she called?" "Oh," her cheeks flushed slightly. "Is it already Mom to you?" She asked if the baby is about to be born. Xiao Yi was taken aback. The baby had already arrived, and she was unaware. Su Ruo sensed Xiao Yi's unusual reaction. "Actually, Mom has been in touch with me regularly, always checking on me. The reason she hasn't visited recently is due to Dad being rather domineering, so you've had to endure a lot, Ruo." Unable to resist, Xiao Yi gently caressed her face. "I'm fine. After all, you're here with me. By the way, Mom mentioned she would come to see me tomorrow without Dad knowing. I just gave her the address." Xiao Yi nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will prepare a wonderful meal for her tomorrow and ensure she feels warmly welcomed." Su Ruo's face radiated happiness. Just then, a sudden cry emerged from the baby carriage in the bedroom. "Wow!" Xiao Yi and Su Ruo hurried into the bedroom, and after picking up their baby, Xiaomeng, Su Ruo lifted her shirt, ready to nurse. De Bao showed no inclination to eat, leaving Su Ruo utterly perplexed. "Sigh, Xiao Yi, why isn't Xiao Ruo nursing?" she inquired. "Let me take a look." Xiao Yi promptly directed his gaze towards De Bao's cherubic face, noting her evident resistance to feeding, which culminated in a fit of wails. It seemed unlikely that she was hungry. "Ruo, when was the last time De Bao had her diaper changed?" "It should be about 3 hours ago," came the reply. Suspecting the diaper was the issue, Xiao Yi swiftly replaced it, and, as anticipated, De Bao ceased her cries once the fresh diaper was fitted. Su Ruo was astonished, pondering why the simple act of changing the diaper brought about such a transformation. Following this, Xiao Yi also changed the diapers of Air Bao, Xiao Ming, and San Bao, Xiao Qinxue. With Da Bao in one arm and San Bao in the other, Xiao Yi cradled them tenderly, while Su Ro held Air Bao. The weather outside was splendid, with a pleasant temperature. Su Ro opened the window, inhaling the fresh air, and turned to Xiao Yi. Darling, the weather is lovely today. How about we take the babies out for a stroll? Xiao Yi was taken aback by her suggestion. It had only been a few days since the birth, and Su Ruoruo appeared to have recovered remarkably. Traditionally, one should refrain from excessive movement during the postpartum period, yet she seemed anything but weak, even expressing a desire to venture outside. Was it the effect of the stretch mark removal cream? Ruoruo, do you think your body can handle it? He asked. Su Ruoruo, slightly bemused, felt invigorated after waking that morning, which motivated her to cook. She nodded. I feel fine. The room feels a bit stifling. Let's place the babies in their stroller and take a stroll. Sounds good, given their suburban location with ample greenery. Taking the babies out for some fresh air seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Xiao Yi prepared the stroller, along with bottles, wipes, and other baby essentials, and they made their way downstairs. Chapter 11. Lu Ruowei's dreams were built on sand. Moments later, Xiao Yi wheeled Da Bao, Su Mengruo, Air Bao, Xiao Ming, and San Bao, Xiao Qinxue, down to the ground level. The infants lay peacefully in the stroller, curiously observing the world around them, their eyes wide with wonder. The temperature was a comfortable 24 degrees, the sun gentle, and the air refreshingly crisp. However, Xiao Yi had no intention of lingering outdoors for too long, as he wished to protect their delicate skin from the sun's rays. Regardless of the temperature, exposure to ultraviolet light could lead to tanning, especially for such tender infants. Look, there's a pond nearby. Shall we go explore? Su Ruoruo suggested. Xiao Yi readily agreed, and pushed the stroller in that direction. A few minutes later, they arrived at the pond, where, due to the weekend, many parents were present, tending to their children. A group of children, around 5 or 6 years old, were joyfully chasing and playfully wrestling with one another, while a few younger ones delighted in blowing bubbles, thoroughly enjoying their time. Oh, could they be triplets? At that moment, a woman with a mole on her nose approached, first surveying the 3 little ones before shifting her gaze to Xiao Yi and Su Ruoruo. Indeed, Auntie. They are triplets, she replied. My goodness, you are so young yet already have children. Oh, how adorable they are. The woman particularly favored the second child, then turned her attention to the pram. You must be new to the neighborhood. I haven't seen you around before. And this pram, crafted from solid gold, is quite impressive. Your 3 little ones are undoubtedly the most fashionable in it. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo was taken aback. A pram made of solid gold? Could that truly be the case? She quickly glanced at Xiao Yi, who chuckled awkwardly. Auntie, please, it's not made of solid gold. You young man, quite modest. Aren't you? My family has been in the gold business for generations. I can smell the scent of gold from 10 meters away. So, no need for modesty. Your child will surely enjoy a life of luxury with a father like you. Well then, continue to take care of the little ones. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, the woman departed with her child. Su Ruoruo, still in shock, could hardly comprehend Xiao Yi's circumstances. He owned a luxurious car, and now even the pram was rumored to be made of gold. If it were indeed solid gold, how much would that pram be worth? Her confusion about Xiao Yi deepened. Did he perhaps have a hidden identity? While Xiao Yi and Su Ruoruo basked in the sun, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Host, the system has found a suitable store for you. Please proceed to sign the lease contract within 2 hours. Store address, number 76, Jiangxiao Road. Within a 3-kilometer radius. There are 10 office buildings, Yida Plaza, Women's Street, a commercial street, as well as Kyoto Normal University and Kyoto Music Academy. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Xiao had not anticipated assistance in finding a store. Nevertheless, this was beneficial. High foot traffic in such an area meant he could start earning income sooner. At that moment, Su Ruoruo's phone rang, and upon seeing it was Lu Tianchuang, she answered on speakerphone. Ruoruo, are you not home? I've been knocking for quite a while. Why didn't you open the door? Ah, Tianchuang, have you arrived? What have you been up to? I'm just out with Xiao Yi, roaming around the neighborhood. Hang tight, we'll be back shortly. After ending the call, Su Ruoruo took Xiao Yi's hand. My best friend has arrived. Let us hurry back. Xiao Yi nodded. Sure, but I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. How about I take you upstairs first? And then I'll quickly handle this issue. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo, displaying her understanding, gently shook her head. You go on with your matters. I am perfectly capable of ascending the stairs by myself. Rest assured, I have acquired considerable experience over these past few days and can care for the baby quite well. Even if I were to falter, there is always the reliable Lu Tianchuang to assist. At the mention of this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, amused by the idea of Lu Tianchuang being regarded as a mere tool. All right then, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Yi swiftly departed, while Su Ruora leisurely pushed the baby upstairs. After parking his vehicle on Jiangxiao Road, Xiao Yi made his way to the address provided by the system. Soon, he found himself in front of a shop with a sign indicating the transfer of a fried chicken business. Glancing up, he noted that adjacent to it was a coffee shop, a self-operated brand rather than a franchise. However, as he approached the coffee shop's entrance, Xiao Yi's expression froze. Damn it, why is Lu Ruowei everywhere? Indeed, there stood Lu Ruowei, linking her arm with a portly gentleman, her face beaming with delight as she carried 2 cups of coffee. Wang Gu, you are truly youthful and accomplished. Not only do you raise pigs at home, but you have also opened a coffee shop. What is the daily revenue of this establishment? In response, Wang Daolong tightened his embrace around Lu Ruowei's slender waist, his tone brimming with arrogance. Not much, really. The daily net profit is merely 2,000 yuan. Wow, that's quite substantial. Wang Daolong waved his hand dismissively. What is so impressive about that? My family raises over 4,000 pigs. If we value each pig at 4,000 yuan, that totals 16 million. Goodness, Wang Gu, you are incredible. Lu Ruowei's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth, her longing to accompany him to a hotel palpable. After all, she understood what men desired. With her beauty, figure, and prowess, she wielded the perfect tools to captivate them. Impressive, indeed. If you wish for this CAF, I could easily gift it to you, allowing you to be the proprietress. At this juncture, Wang Daohua scratched his nose, aware that he was merely boasting. In reality, his family only raised a few hundred pigs. The current cost of pig farming was high, yielding a profit of merely over 1,000 yuan per pig. As for the coffee shop, it was a partnership venture, and he was merely a figurehead. Regarding the Porsche 718, it was a salvaged vehicle from an accident 6 or 7 years prior. He had merely replaced some exterior parts and made slight modifications to make it appear new. He crafted an image of a small tycoon solely to attract the attention of faux socialite university students. Moreover, being embraced by these beautiful women, who affectionately called him brother or even daddy, provided him immense satisfaction. The adulation from others significantly fed his vanity. As for the notion of gifting the coffee shop to Lu Ruowei, that was merely an empty promise, designed to ensure her compliance. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruowei wrapped her arms around Wang Daolong's neck and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Wang Gu, you have been exceedingly kind to me. Let us hasten to the hotel, for I am rather eager. At that moment, Lu Ruowei turned her head and was astonished to find Xiao Yi gazing at her. Chapter 12. Successfully acquiring the shop. Lu Ruowei and shocked Xiao Yi? Upon seeing him, Lu Ruowei rolled her eyes, pondering how this fellow could be so persistently haunting her, appearing wherever she went. Such ill fortune. Xiao Yi paid her no mind and strode past, while Lu Ruowei, as expected, took the initiative to stir the pot. Oh, what a coincidence! Xiao Yi, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Fortunately, I ended things with you. Look at Wang Gu. He is actually going to gift me this CAF. And you? You can't even afford a mobile phone. I truly wonder how I was so blind as to be with you. Oh, then congratulations. Xiao Yi replied in a dispassionate tone, casting a sidelong glance at the CAF before sneering dismissively. Once his own little dear CAF was up and running, it was likely that this establishment would soon close its doors. He held no fear of competition from the neighboring shop, for a CAF's success hinges upon its brand and reputation. Little Dear CAF had been established for many years, recognized as a reputable brand across Huaxia, and it was more affordable than Starbucks, making it accessible to many young patrons, particularly in a city like Kyoto. One must ponder, if 2 CAFs offered coffee at comparable prices, would one opt for a renowned brand or a personal label? Surely, the majority would lean towards the former. Unlike the ostentatious characters found in certain novels, Xiao Yi merely smiled subtly before entering the neighboring shop. At the entrance, he called out, "Excuse me, is this shop available for rent?" His voice rang out clearly, audible even to Lu Ruowei and Wang Daolong outside. Lu Ruowei let out a laugh and turned to Wang Daolong, saying, "Did I hear that correctly? Xiao Yi actually wants to rent the neighboring shop? With his pitiful appearance, can he even afford it? Who knows?" Wang Daolong had little interest in Xiao Yi. His sole desire at present was to indulge in a few more encounters with Lu Ruowei before heartlessly discarding her. Inside the shop, upon hearing the inquiry, a slender man in a white coat approached. With a particularly prominent and angular face, he immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Xiao Yi. "You wish to rent the shop?" "Indeed," Xiao Yi nodded. The location was indeed advantageous, and as it was recommended by the system, he wished to expedite matters and secure the lease swiftly so he could return home to care for his baby. Given Lu Tianshuang's unpredictable nature, he feared she might conjure some mischief at home. The angular-faced man extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Lu Quan." "Xiao Yi," he replied succinctly, before continuing. "Just state the rental price. If it is reasonable, I can sign the contract immediately." Lu Quan, witnessing Xiao Yi's prompt agreement, stated succinctly, "The total area is 95 square meters, with a monthly rent of 130,000. For a year, I can offer it to you for 1.5 million. But there is a transfer fee of 150,000 for the shop." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's heart sank. The rent was indeed reasonable. He had previously researched online and found that most shops in this area charged over 200,000 per month. After all, Kyoto is the capital of Huaxia, boasting a prime location and a significant foot traffic. At that moment, Lu Ruowei unexpectedly appeared, her expression reminiscent of one who had just tasted something unpleasant, and she began to ridicule him. "Xiao Yi, can you afford 1.5 million? What would a mere driver like you want to do here? Why not quietly drive your car instead?" She then turned to Wang Daolong, suggesting, "My brother Wang, this shop is right next to yours. Why not rent it, and we can do business together?" Wang Daolong shot her a glance of disdain. Had she lost her mind to speak so foolishly? However, in an effort to maintain his image, he cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem, I am currently planning to open my second store in Ginza, and our current shop is sufficiently spacious, so I am not considering this one at the moment." "Oh wow, Brother Wang, that's impressive. You're opening a second store." Lu Ruowei exclaimed, her tone suddenly sweet. "I truly wish to be a boss lady. I'm about to start my internship, and I want to pursue entrepreneurship. How about letting me be the boss lady of your new shop?" "Sure, but it will take about a month to set up the store." "I'll take you there then," Wang Daolong replied amiably. "Love you, darling." Lu Ruowei's tone shifted again as she planted a kiss on Wang Daolong's cheek. This kiss filled Wang Daolong with delight, though he mused that after a month, he would likely tire of her and move on. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi felt utterly speechless. Currently, his savings amounted to only around 1 million. Renting the shop for half a year would require approximately 750,000, plus the 150,000 transfer fee, totaling 900,000. It seemed feasible to secure the shop, as opportunities like this were indeed rare. He then inquired, "May I ask if the rent can be paid for 6 months in advance?" "Of course," Lu Quan replied, ignoring Lu Ruowei and Wang Daolong. He nodded, however. "The transfer fee must be paid in one lump sum. By the way, I am not the landlord. I am also a tenant here." The shop ultimately closed due to poor management. Xiao Yi nodded. Despite the advantageous location, poor product selection could still lead to failure. Lu Quan continued, "This shop has half a year's rent remaining on the lease, which was initially signed for 3 years, with 2.5 years left. As long as you pay me 6 months' rent and the 150,000 transfer fee, I will transfer the contract to you." "That is acceptable," Xiao Yi responded, taking out his phone to make an interbank transfer of 900,000 to Lu Quan. "Received," Lu Quan said with a smile, shaking Xiao Yi's hand. "Mr. Xiao, may our collaboration be fruitful." Indeed, upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ruowei was taken aback. How could this be possible? Just 2 days ago, he had hesitated to purchase even a modest item for her, yet now he was willing to spend 900,000 on renting a shop? Could it be that he had been pretending all along, hiding the fact that he was actually a wealthy heir? No, that didn't align with the time they had spent together. He had even delivered takeout, which hardly resembled the demeanor of a privileged scion. "Please follow me to sign the contract," he instructed. As Xiao Yi entered the inner room, a sense of regret began to wash over Lu Ruowei. However, she quickly rationalized her thoughts. Perhaps Xiao Yi was merely a driver, assisting his employer in securing the rental. Yes, that must be it. It was definitely the case. She linked her arm with Wang Daohu's and said, "Darling, this Xiao Yi is simply renting on behalf of his boss. Let us go." Wang Daohu said little in response. He had no quarrel with Xiao Yi, and it was of no concern to him whose name was on the lease, as long as it did not impede his business. Soon, the two departed. Suddenly, Lu Ruwei recalled something and coyly remarked, "By the way, darling, you mentioned helping me teach Xiao Yi a lesson. When shall we do that?" Chapter 13. Lu Tianshuang. I have been ambushed by Dabao. Do not look while eating. Rest assured, it will be soon. After mentally cursing Lu Ruwei, Wang Dalong drove his Porsche away with her. A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Quan escorted Xiao Yi out. The contract had been transferred to Xiao Yi, who now possessed 900,000, providing him with the necessary capital to embark on a new venture. "Mr. Xiao, I have handed you all the keys. And you have noted the landlord's phone number, correct?" "Yes," Xiao Yi nodded slightly. "If I need anything, I will contact him. I must take my leave now." For Xiao Yi, the foremost priority was to return home swiftly and check on the babies. Lu Quan had no intention of detaining him. "Very well, drive safely. How did you arrive? Do you need a ride?" he inquired, producing a Volkswagen car key. Xiao Yi shook his head. "I drove here, it's parked nearby. I can manage on my own." 20 minutes later, Xiao Yi returned home. Contrary to his expectations, he found Su Ruo and Lu Tianshuang seated on the sofa, casually chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds. 3 baby strollers were positioned beside them, with all 3 infants peacefully sleeping within. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, Su Ruo immediately rose. Having noted that he had been gone for less than an hour, one could not help but commend his efficiency. Of course, that might also be attributed to the babies and her presence. "Darling, you're back so soon. What have you been up to?" Su Ruo exclaimed, opening her arms and moving towards him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Lu Tianshuang, witnessing this tender exchange, was left utterly bewildered. It's only been a day. How has Xiao Yi managed to cultivate such a rapport with Su Ruo? Are we already calling each other dear? Xiao Yi removed his coat and hung it on the hook by the entrance, gently pinching Su Ruo's delicate face. "I mentioned opening a small deer CAF, and a friend recommended a location to me. I went to check it out and casually signed the contract." "What? You signed the contract so quickly? Did you not even consider asking for my opinion?" "Yes." Xiao Yi pulled the folded contract from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruo. "It's located on Jiangxiao Road. I believe the location is quite satisfactory, though there are still a few issues to address." "What issues?" Su Ruo examined the contract while inquiring further. At the same time, Lu Tianshuang curiously leaned in, resembling an inquisitive child. "I just paid 900,000 for 6 months' rent, but I still need a bit more for the store budget." "How much more do you need?" Su Ruo tucked the contract away. Being a local from Kyoto, she was well acquainted with the rental prices in the area. Xiao Yi had rented a 95 square meter shop for 130,000 a month, which was quite reasonable. Moreover, it was common for shops to charge a transfer fee nowadays. Noticing Lu Tianshuang still present, Xiao Yi glanced at her. "What are you looking at me for?" "I'm telling you, I have no money to lend you." "Frost, I have no intention of borrowing money from you." Su Ruo rolled her eyes, finding Lu Tianshuang rather stingy. She focused her attention back on Xiao Yi. "That's good. I still have some savings you can use. I still need 200,000. I happen to have that amount. I'll transfer it to you tonight." Su Ruo had developed complete trust in Xiao Yi. Furthermore, when Lu Tianshuang first arrived, they had speculated about a baby stroller, ultimately concluding it was made of pure gold. She was utterly astonished, finding Xiao Yi increasingly incomprehensible. What a level of extravagance to craft a stroller entirely out of pure gold. And to make 3 of them at that. Upon hearing Su Ruo's remarks, Xiao Yi remained unfazed. "All right then, since the store will be profitable soon after opening, I'll contact the franchisor and have their regional manager come for a store evaluation." Su Ruo nodded emphatically. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Yi had an air of a domineering CEO. At that moment, the baby in the stroller, Dabao, suddenly began to cry. The 3 of them instinctively moved towards the stroller, their gazes fixed on Dabao. Unfortunately, with a loud thud, their heads collided. The little one in the stroller, Xiao Ruo, witnessed the scene and burst into laughter. Hee. She opened her tiny mouth, squinting her eyes, and stretched out her chubby little hands, laughing joyfully. Yet, just 3 seconds later, she began to cry again. Wow. The 3 of them stared at each other in bewilderment. Little Mengru, alternating between tears and laughter. What on earth was happening? Xiao Yi, seasoned in such matters, quickly deduced the reason behind Mengru's tears. Judging by the signs, it seemed she had made a mess. "Let's take a look," he urged. Indeed, Su Ruo had already learned that when a baby cried, it was either due to a dirty diaper or hunger. She hurriedly picked up the eldest, while Xiao Yi placed a soft cushion on the sofa and gently set her down upon it. Upon unfastening the diaper, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Little Mengru's bottom was indeed coated in a foul mess. Moreover, at that moment, she was particularly restless, wriggling about. Su Ruoro, noticing this, reassured her, "Mengru, hold still. Be careful not to get your mess on Lu Tianshuang." Lu Tianshuang, who was watching from the side, wore a perplexed expression. Just then, little Ruo suddenly patted her bottom with her tiny arm. With a loud smack, something yellow shot forth, landing squarely on Lu Tianshuang's face. Lu Tianshuang's expression mirrored that of the third emoji on your phone. She gently wiped the foreign substance off her face and brought it to her nose for a whiff. Almost immediately, she retched, "Oh my goodness, Ruo, your mischievous antics have splattered mess all over my face. I must wash up." Lu Tianshuang felt a deep sense of frustration. First, she had been splashed by the second child, and now she was assaulted by the eldest's filth. She glanced at the third baby in the stroller, thinking it wise to keep her distance to avoid further attacks. Xiao Yi and Su Ruoruo, witnessing Lu Tianshuang's dismay, couldn't help but burst into laughter. As parents, they were far less affected than Lu Tianshuang. However, it was indeed time for the eldest to have a bath. Xiao Yi stated, "Ruo, keep an eye on the second and third babies while I take the eldest to the master bathroom for a good wash. She will be fragrant afterward." "All right, go ahead," Su Ruoruo replied, unable to suppress a giggle at the thought of Lu Tianshuang's predicament. Chapter 14. Mother-in-Law. Little did I expect to learn a lesson from Xiao Yi. The following day, early in the morning, Xiao Yi first called the coffee shop to arrange for the area manager to conduct a store evaluation, then hurried off to the nearest supermarket. After all, his mother-in-law was coming over soon, and he wanted to ensure she received a warm welcome. Although she hadn't visited Sururo and the three babies recently for her own reasons, it was essential to make a good impression. In the supermarket, Xiao Yi purchased an abundance of vegetables, as well as crayfish, hairy crabs, and some seafood, along with a fresh river fish. Upon returning home, Sururo was left utterly astonished. Upon witnessing Xiao Yi's considerable purchases, she glanced at the time and could not help but exclaim, "Darling, it is only a little past 8. We still have nearly 4 hours until lunch at noon. Must we start cooking now?" Xiao Yi tied an apron around his waist and replied with a cheerful smile, "Well, it is our mother's first visit to meet the baby and to see me, so it is only fitting that we leave a good impression." Xiao Yi's sentiment left Su Ruruo with no room for rebuttal. Indeed, whenever guests are welcomed into one's home, a warm reception fosters a sense of importance. Moreover, Xiao Yi's culinary skills are exceptional, surely. After tasting his dishes and seeing the 3 adorable babies, along with such a responsible host, her mother would be quite taken with him. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruruo could not help but smile. "Then prepare well. Do you need any help?" "Not at all. Just rest and keep the baby company," he replied. "All right," she agreed. Soon, Xiao Yi busied himself in the kitchen while Su Ruo refrained from entering. Feeling she would only be of little assistance and might even incur Xiao Yi's ire for the smoke affecting her health, time flew by, and around 11:30, there was a knock at the door. As she was feeding the second baby, Su Ruoruo hurriedly cradled Xiao Ming and made her way to the entrance, opening the door. Standing there was a woman in her 40s, clad in an old-fashioned floral dress. She bore a resemblance to Su Ruoruo, and although her attire was simple, she exuded an undeniable grace, her complexion remarkably well-maintained. This was Su Ruo's mother, Qin Xueping. "Mother," Su Ruo called out, and upon seeing her daughter after several months, Qin Xueping felt a surge of emotion. As she observed Su Ruo's good health, her anxiety eased, though a tinge of guilt lingered within her for not knowing about her grandchild's arrival. "How long has it been since the baby was born?" she asked, her gaze instinctively drawn to the infant in Su Ruo's arms. "It has been 3 days. Auntie, you have arrived," came Xiao Yi's voice from behind Su Ruo. Upon hearing him, Qin Xueping turned her attention to Xiao Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Su Ruo had informed her over the phone that the house was arranged by the baby's father, who had been caring for both her and the child. "So, you are the child's father?" "Yes," Xiao Yi affirmed without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Auntie, please come in and have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly, and you must try my cooking today." Seeing the apron still tied around Xiao Yi's waist, Qin Xueping felt a sense of surprise. After all, it was rare to find young men who knew their way around the kitchen in this era. After ushering Qin Xueping inside, Xiao Yi poured her a glass of water before returning to his culinary endeavors. She focused her gaze on the precious child cradled in Su Ruoruo's arms. "Ruoruo, may I ask, which child is this?" During our hurried phone conversation yesterday, I hardly had the chance to inquire about how many boys and how many girls there are. Su Ruo patiently replied, Mother, this is the second child, named Xiao Ming, and he is a boy. Come with me. The eldest and the third are peacefully slumbering on the bed in the bedroom. The other two are girls. The eldest is named Xiao Mingrua, and the third is Xiao Qinxue. Mingrua, Qinxue, Qin Shueping murmured as she made her way to the bedroom. Upon seeing the well-behaved eldest and third children resting on the bed, her heart swelled with joy. 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. What a delightful balance. Especially for the second child, who was fortunate to have both an elder sister and a younger sister. How blissful. Qin Shueping found it difficult to divert her gaze from the 2 little ones, and upon seeing them, she was instantly reminded of Su Ruo's childhood when she too adored sleeping. It was as if she were gazing at a younger version of Su Ruo. Ruo, I can't help but notice that the eldest and the third bear a resemblance to you when you were little. Indeed, I feel the same way, Su Ruo chuckled. I recall that in my childhood, I loved sleeping so much that I would doze off almost immediately after a feeding. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Seeing the eldest and the third, Qin Shueping felt as if she were witnessing the past incarnation of Su Ruo, which filled her heart with even greater warmth. Ruo, may I hold the second child? Not wishing to disturb the sleeping eldest and third, she turned her attention to the child in Ruo's arms. Mother, you are already a grandmother. All 3 children are your grandchildren. Is there any need to ask if you may hold him? With great care. She handed the second child to Qin Shueping. The moment Qin Shueping received him, the little one suddenly burst into loud cries. Oh no, she thought. As the commotion awakened the sleeping eldest and third, and soon all 3 children were wailing in unison. The entire bedroom was filled with the sound of infants crying. Qin Shueping was taken aback. Logically, such a young child should not be so sensitive. How could he start crying the moment he was handed over? She gently patted the second child's back, saying, Please don't cry, little one. I am your grandmother. Why do you cry when you come to my arms? Be a good boy. Yet no matter how she comforted him, the second child continued to wail. Having finished preparing the last dish, Xiao Yi heard the commotion and removed his apron before swiftly making his way to the bedroom. Upon seeing the second child crying heartily, he chuckled and said, Mother, allow me to handle this. Huh? Su Ruo responded, bewildered. Both were taken aback by his sudden address of mother. Is it so soon? However, Xiao Yi seemed unfazed, as if it were the most natural thing. After taking the second child in his arms and adjusting his position, the little one immediately ceased his crying. See, he has stopped crying, he remarked. Qin Shueping was utterly perplexed. Why was he wailing so loudly when I held him, yet he quieted down in your arms? Mother, it's simply that your holding technique was incorrect. Just moments ago, your arm inadvertently brushed against the baby's leg. Given his tender age, it is not yet appropriate to let him rest on your arm. It is best to support his bottom and cradle him in your embrace for maximum comfort. As he spoke, Xiao Yi demonstrated the technique. Qin Shueping, upon witnessing this, nodded slightly, surprised to find herself learning a lesson from Xiao Yi today. Chapter 15. Forcing the father-in-law to kneel and sing Conquer Come. Mother, give it a try using the method I mentioned. Xiao Yi said as he once again passed the second baby to Qin Shueping. She did not decline. Instead, she followed his guidance and cradled the little one. Indeed, as she held him, his cries ceased. Looking at the well-behaved baby, she smiled brightly, exclaiming, I never imagined that it was grandmother who caused you discomfort. Please accept my apologies. With that, she planted a gentle kiss on the baby's cheek. Observing this tender scene, both Su Ruo and Xiao Yi smiled. At the very least, Qin Shueping was exhibiting wonderful behavior in the presence of the 3 children. Given the strict atmosphere at home, Su Ruo had been concerned that her mother would not accept Xiao Yi upon her arrival. The fact that she had not objected when Xiao Yi had called her mother indicated that she had already begun to accept him in her heart. Meanwhile, the baby in Qin Shueping's arms felt the warmth of his grandmother's embrace and began to smile as well. At that moment, Su Ruo was holding the eldest baby, whose bright, curious eyes were fixed on his grandmother, soon breaking into a smile of his own. The third baby, however, lay peacefully asleep on the bed. Xiao Yi then announced, Mother, Ruo, I have prepared the meal, let us dine. You may place the baby on the bed. The 3 babies were generally well-behaved, and Xiao Yi enjoyed playing nursery rhymes nearby while they ate. The little ones were remarkably obedient, neither crying nor fussing. After settling the babies down, Xiao Yi, Su Ruo, and Qin Shueping gathered around the dining table. The feast prepared by Xiao Yi was particularly sumptuous, featuring sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, stir-fried bullfrog, tomato and scrambled eggs, spicy crayfish, and baked fish. In his previous life, he had often cooked, honing his skills to a level that surpassed even that of a Michelin 3-star chef. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Xiao Yi felt confident that his culinary talents would easily win over his mother-in-law. Upon seeing the array of dishes on the table, Qin Shueping was somewhat incredulous. It was rare for men to take to the kitchen, and she was pleasantly surprised that Xiao Yi could prepare such visually appealing dishes. The enticing aromas wafting from the food made her mouth water, and she suspected it would taste equally delightful. "How fragrant!" Qin Shueping exclaimed, unable to suppress her excitement as her stomach rumbled in response to the delectable scents. Hearing this, Su Ruo quickly praised Xiao Yi. "Mother, lately, it has been Xiao Yi cooking for me, and his culinary skills are exceptional. You must try this kung pao chicken." Xiao Yi added, "Mother, do sample this baked fish." The two of them, one on each side, simultaneously offered Qin Shueping some food. She first took the fish offered by Xiao Yi, and after a delicate chew, her eyes immediately lit up with delight. "Indeed, the dish is delectable. Ruorio, I often frequent the restaurant Bandiano for their grilled fish, which I find quite commendable. However, I must admit that Xiao Yi's grilled fish surpasses even that of Bandiano." Qin Shueping couldn't help but cast a glance at Xiao Yi. No wonder her daughter appeared to be in high spirits upon entering. It seems Xiao Yi has been taking good care of her. With such impressive culinary skills, he must possess a profound understanding of nutritional balance. After hearing her mother's praise, Su Ruo offered her another piece of fish. "Mom, if you enjoy it, please indulge a little more." Xiao Yi interjected, "Mom, if you like it, I can cook for you every day. This fish is merely an appetizer. I can prepare hundreds of dishes for you over time." Upon hearing this, Qin Shueping chuckled. "Every day? Don't you have to work?" At that moment, she realized she had yet to inquire about Xiao Yi's profession. With such remarkable cooking skills, could he perhaps be a chef? With this thought, Qin Shueping voiced her curiosity. "Xiao Yi, what do you do for a living?" Xiao Yi replied earnestly, "Mom, I just began my internship at university. Yesterday, I rented a shop on Jiangxiao Road, and I plan to open a CAF there. This morning, the area manager of Xiaolu Coffee completed the store evaluation, and if all goes well, renovations will commence in the coming days." Qin Shueping was taken aback. Just starting his internship means Xiao Yi is only 22 years old. Su Ruo is already 25, and it seems she has found a younger partner by 3 years. Having a younger brother-in-law is rather pleasant, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older than her partner brings fortune to the family. Qin Shueping regarded Xiao Yi with newfound respect. Being a native of Kyoto, she was well aware of the exorbitant rents on Jiangxiao Road. To secure a shop at such a young age for entrepreneurial endeavors suggests that Xiao Yi must have a substantial background. However, the specifics of his background were of little concern to her. What mattered was that he could care for her 3 grandchildren and his wife. At that moment, Qin Shueping had already accepted Xiao Yi in her heart. One might say his looks, while not surpassing those of her readership, are still commendable, and he is indeed handsome. Skilled in the kitchen, youthful, and capable of thriving in business, who wouldn't he be enamored? At this juncture, Qin Shueping set down her chopsticks, gathered her thoughts, and spoke. "Ruo, Xiao Yi is quite remarkable, and I wholeheartedly support your relationship. Xiao Yi," she directed her gaze towards him, "in a few days, when you have some time, please visit your father-in-law with Ruoruo and the babies." "Really, Mom?" Su Ruoruo exclaimed, her excitement palpable, for she had been dreaming of her father. Her mother's words indicated that Xiao Yi had passed her assessment, and the next step would be to face her father. "Of course," Qin Shueping replied. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, you must prepare yourself diligently. Ruoro's father is a criminal police officer, enduring considerable work-related stress and having sustained gunshot wounds. At times, his temper may not be the most amiable. Should you encounter him in a state of anger, I hope you can show understanding." "Rest assured, Mother," Xiao Yi replied with a heavy nod, "I will certainly prepare well." Hooray! Beside them, Su Ruo was bursting with joy, envisioning how her father would react upon meeting the 3 adorable babies. How exciting! Just then, an unexpected voice from the system startled Xiao Yi. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You are about to meet your father-in-law. Please make a choice. Option 1. Your father-in-law enjoys crickets. Visit a flea market to purchase one as a gift, and you will be rewarded with a 400 square meter duplex apartment in Kyoto. Option 2. As a criminal police officer, your father-in-law surely has an interest in fraud syndicates. Capture a fraudster from Myanmar to present to him, and you will receive a chance to have your kidney harvested. Option 3. A gift? I perceive you as the gift. Give nothing and demand he kneels and sings conquer, and you will be rewarded with a silver bracelet and a week-long stay in a detention center, meals included. Upon seeing these 3 options, Xiao Yi was utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? Chapter 16. Is there to be bloodshed at home? Go to Myanmar? Have my father-in-law kneel and sing conquer? A chance for kidney harvesting? A silver bracelet? A week-long stay in a detention center with meals included? Xiao Yi shook his head, finding the choices rather absurd. Regaining his composure, Su Ro was still fervently serving dishes to Qin Shueping. Mother, please eat more. Here. Try this tomato and scrambled egg dish. Let me peel a crayfish for you. Ha ha. Wonderful. Qin Shueping was in exceptionally high spirits. Her thoughts entirely consumed by the 3 babies. At that moment, a sudden cry from the master bedroom pierced the air. Wow. Xiao Yi instinctively stood up. Mother, Ro. You continue eating. I will check on the baby. He hurried to the bedroom, where the 3rd baby was wailing. Little Qin Shue was crying with her mouth wide open. Her face flushed from tears. What is it, little one? He quickly picked up the 3rd baby, assessing the diaper beneath her to uncover the reason for her distress. Oh, it seems she has made a mess. After retrieving baby wipes, Xiao Yi placed her on a changing mat and unfastened her diaper. Goodness, what a mess. Xiao Yi, undeterred by the situation, expertly cleaned her and replaced the diaper with a fresh one. Just then, Su Ro entered, asking, What's wrong, Xiao Yi? Why is the 3rd baby crying? She made a mess. It's nothing. I've already taken care of it. He tossed the soiled diaper into the trash and cradled the baby. I will take the 3rd baby downstairs to dispose of this. You may continue your meal. All right. Sounds good. Su Ruo nodded, accepting the invitation to continue dining with Qin Shueping. After Xiao Yi returned from disposing of the trash, he entrusted Su Ruo and Qin Shueping with the care of the baby, while he casually ate a little. Qin Shueping stayed until 4 in the afternoon before bidding farewell. Xiao Yi, Ruo, you both should find time to visit your father. He has been coming home at 8 o'clock every day lately. Please make arrangements soon. All right. After seeing Qin Shueping off, Su Ruo excitedly embraced Xiao Yi's neck. Darling, did you hear? Mom wants us to visit Dad. I heard. Xiao Yi grasped Su Ruo's hand and replied with a smile, Don't worry. I will certainly prepare well and resolve any misunderstandings between us. Xiao Yi then inquired, But before we go, I would like to know if your father has any particular interests or hobbies. It would help me prepare a suitable gift, after all. Well, as Su Ruo contemplated, she recalled that her father rarely drank alcohol or smoked. Besides enjoying golf, he also had a penchant for cricket fighting. Cricket fighting, also known as cricket dueling, is indeed a hobby. Due to the strong territorial instincts of crickets, a fierce battle can ensue when 2 crickets are in the same vicinity. However, this requires human intervention, such as using small wooden sticks to provoke them. Su Ruo hesitantly remarked, My dad doesn't have many interests. He seldom drinks or smokes. When he has time, he enjoys playing a round of golf with friends and occasionally engages in cricket fighting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi nodded. It seemed the system was correct, but why did it insist on suggesting a visit to the flea market to buy crickets? Flea markets typically sell second-hand goods or antiques. Could it be that someone would sell crickets there? Observing Xiao Yi's expression, Su Ruo chuckled. Honestly, you can just buy something simple. We can take the baby over early and prepare a nice meal. Once Dad tastes your cooking, he will surely see you in a new light. All right. In the following days, Xiao Yi diligently stayed home to wash clothes, cook meals, and care for the baby. Meanwhile, the Little Deer CAF on Jiangxiao Road successfully passed inspection and began renovations. He had already prepared staff and appointed a manager, who would lead 4 employees to the Little Deer CAF's branch for training. This way, the CAF could open promptly upon completion of the renovations. Naturally, the most anxious during this period was Wang Daohu. The Little Deer CAF had established itself in Huaxia for several years, securing a substantial market share. If a Little Deer CAF were to open next door, it would undoubtedly siphon off a significant portion of his business. During the renovation, signs announcing the impending opening of the Little Deer CAF would be posted, causing Wang Dao considerable distress. He even contemplated kicking Lu Ruowei in frustration. However, he remained unaware that the shop owner was Xiao Yi. If he were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause him greater distress. 10 days had elapsed since the birth of the baby. Tomorrow afternoon would mark the occasion of meeting his father-in-law. Xiao Yi had prepared 2 golf clubs worth 10,000 each for his father-in-law, along with an assortment of health supplements. This afternoon, he also intended to meander through the flea market. Concerned that Su Ruo might not adequately care for the baby, he informed Lu Tianshuang, summoning her to assist. Ruo, I have some matters to attend to and shall return by evening. Please take care of the baby with the instructor. All right. Xiao Yi drove to the largest flea market in Kyoto and soon entered an alley. At this moment, numerous stalls lined both sides of the alley, selling a variety of goods. There were items priced at 99 for a pair, discarded electronic products, various jade pendants and ceramics, and even several individuals wearing sunglasses, offering fortune-telling services. After only a few steps, a fortune teller called out to him, "Young man, your celestial palace is quite full, let me tell you. Great fortune is on the horizon. Do not speak nonsense. This young man is destined for misfortune. With my skills, I can surely avert it. You're talking nonsense. This young man is fine, but bloodshed is looming over his family. Come here, and I shall draw a talisman to ensure your family's safety." The 3 charlatans, desperate to earn a few coins, displayed their utmost efforts. Naturally, Xiao Yi was not foolish enough to believe such nonsense. He didn't even glance at them, continuing straight ahead. At that moment, an old man in a Taoist robe suddenly approached and grasped his thigh. "Young man, I have been hungry for several days. Just buy a talisman from me, and it will ensure your lifelong safety. I'll only charge you the price of 2 buns." Xiao Yi was taken aback. It was quite absurd that this fortune teller would resort to such lengths for money. Could this truly be profitable? He shrugged. "In fact, I am also here to set up a fortune-telling stall. We are colleagues. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The old man immediately released his grip and returned to his original spot, cursing under his breath. As another person approached, he quickly called out, "Sir, there may be bloodshed in your household soon. Come here, and I will draw a talisman to ensure your family's safety." Chapter 17. The Jar for Crickets. Could it truly be an antique? Upon entering the flea market, Xiao Yi began to leisurely wander through its aisles. This was a bustling marketplace, teeming with vendors selling antiquities, and many enthusiasts sought hidden treasures here. Since the flea market was not particularly large, he circled it 3 times without encountering anyone selling crickets. How peculiar. Xiao Yi muttered to himself, pondering whether to leave when, suddenly, the sound of chirping crickets caught his attention. Listening intently, he turned in the direction of the sound and quickly pinpointed its source. Before him lay a stall adorned with an array of ancient artifacts, where the proprietor was engrossed in the delicate handling of a cricket jar. Without hesitation, he approached. At that moment, the vendor, with a toothpick perched between his lips, was intently observing the cricket within, occasionally giving it a gentle shake. Noticing the potential customer, he promptly set down the jar and exclaimed, "Ah, young man. Take a look and see if anything piques your interest. All of these are treasures. Perhaps today you might stumble upon a gem." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi cast a bewildered glance at the assortment of copper and porcelain items on display. The sudden voice of the system echoed in his mind, urging, "Host, it is imperative that you acquire the cricket and its jar from the vendor. This will aid in alleviating the tension between you and your father-in-law." Taken aback by the unexpected directive, Xiao Yi quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the cricket. "Good sir," he began, "I find myself rather uninterested in the antiques you offer. Yet I must confess a fondness for your cricket." "My cricket?" The vendor's demeanor shifted as he withdrew his hand. "Young brother, my interests lie solely in selling antiques and engaging in cricket fights. This cricket is my prized possession, and I cannot part with it. Please, do not dismiss me so hastily," Xiao Yi interjected, waving his hand. "I too have a passion for cricket fighting, and upon hearing the song of your cricket, I felt its exceptional quality. Why not propose a price? If it is reasonable, I shall take it." The vendor chuckled, "You are a curious one. Others come to admire my antiques, yet you are enamored with my cricket. This cricket is somewhat renowned locally, having triumphed in numerous competitions. If you are sincere, how does 2,000 yuan sound?" Upon hearing the price, Xiao Yi did not find it excessive, but he perceived a hint of inflation in the offered amount. Without hesitation, he replied, "That sounds fair, but it would be rather inconvenient for me to carry the cricket alone. Perhaps you could simply gift me the jar as well?" "What? That simply cannot be." The vendor shook his head vigorously. He had acquired the cricket jar from another seller a year prior, who claimed it was a relic from the Shu Han period, once belonging to Emperor Lushan, used for keeping crickets. The vendor, skeptical of the claim, had negotiated and ultimately purchased it for 2,000 yuan. Although it lacked true antiquity, its craftsmanship was commendable, and he had initially bought it out of affection for crickets. Intending to use it as a container, Xiao Yi flashed a grin and proposed, "How about this? You provide a combined price for both the cricket and the jar. And if it is agreeable, I shall take them." At this juncture, the vendor began to test Xiao Yi's resolve. "This jar is indeed from the Shuhan period, belonging to Emperor Lushan. It appears you share a unique connection with this cricket and jar today. I shall sell them to you for 1 million yuan. Upon hearing this, a twitch of disbelief crossed Xiao Yi's lips. A jar from the Shuhan period, belonging to Emperor Lushan? Enough of that nonsense. It was produced just last week. The jar that your neighbor, Old Wang, uses for his crickets is far more appealing." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and remarked, "Boss, I genuinely intend to purchase, yet your willingness to sell seems lacking." The proprietor, upon hearing this, suggested, "How about you propose a price, young man? Host, recommend 10,000. You will surely profit after your purchase." The system offered Xiao Yi a suggestion, and being one proposed by the system, he was inclined to accept it. "How about this cricket and the jar for a total of 10,000? If that is agreeable, I shall take it." "Absolutely not." The boss's reaction was immediate. Though visibly affected, he resolutely uttered those two words. "Then it seems this cricket and jar are not meant for me." Xiao Yi feigned indifference and turned to leave, aware that the proprietor would not easily relinquish this sale. Sure enough, after just a couple of steps, he was called back. Wait. Xiao Yi turned around, and the vendor, pretending to be reluctant, conceded, "All right, 10,000 it is. I can see a connection between you, my cricket, and this jar. Will it be WeChat or Alipay?" "I'll pay, please." Xiao Yi could not suppress a smile, thinking how well the act was performed. After transferring the 10,000 yuan, the shopkeeper reluctantly handed over the jar, lamenting, "Cricket, take good care of yourself after leaving me. How will I survive without you? What a performer." Xiao Yi muttered under his breath as he departed. Observing Xiao Yi leave, the stall owner erupted into maniacal laughter. It was indeed a bizarre day. Having sold a cricket in a shabby jar for 10,000. What a profitable venture. Meanwhile, back in his car, Xiao Yi examined the jar. It appeared to be a blend of bronze and iron, inscribed with characters in the double-groove seal script, suggesting it might possess some age. Most notably, the rust on the jar indicated a clear process of retrocrystallization, which necessitates the passage of time to occur. Could he truly have stumbled upon a rare find today? Xiao Yi shook his head, dismissing the notion. The odds of uncovering a treasure at a flea market were slimmer than winning a 5 million lottery. Peering into the jar, he noticed not only the cricket, but also some weeds and mealworms, leading him to forego the idea of purchasing food for the cricket. Without further contemplation, he soon drove towards his residence. 20 minutes later, he returned home with the cricket and a few packs of diapers. The three little ones, growing steadily, were increasingly lively and less inclined to nap. Upon entering, he found them sprawled on the sofa, playing with Su Ruoruo and Lu Qinchuang. As Xiao Yi walked in, Su Ruoruo stood up, greeting him. "Darling, you're back." "Yes, I am." He placed the diapers momentarily at the entrance and leaned down to plant a kiss on Su Ruo's forehead. With a smile, Su Ruo inquired, "What did you just go out to buy?" Xiao Yi replied, "Crickets." Chapter 18. Visiting the father-in-law for the first time. Su Ruo gazed at Xiao Yi in surprise. "You just went out to buy crickets?" "Indeed." He displayed the jar he held. "Did I not mention that we should cater to his preferences?" "Naturally. I had to buy something that Dad likes." "All right." Although Su Ruo was not particularly knowledgeable about crickets, she knew her father favored fighting crickets. She wondered if the cricket Xiao Yi purchased would suffice. Nevertheless, recognizing his good intentions, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Subsequently, Xiao Yi spent some time playing with the little ones before personally heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Due to his culinary skills, Lu Tianchuang often enjoyed coming over to watch the babies and savor a meal before departing. After dining, Lu Tianchuang, respecting their intimate moment, discreetly excused herself. The following day, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi was ready to embark on their outing with Su Ruo. He organized their belongings, changed the little ones' diapers, and placed them one by one into the stroller. Su Ruo emerged from the bedroom after applying lipstick, gently pressing her lips together. "Darling, have you prepared everything?" "Today." Su Ruo looked particularly exquisite in a white dress paired with Valentino heels. She had styled her hair and applied makeup, resembling a celestial beauty, hardly reminiscent of a mother of three. Seeing Su Ruo so elegantly adorned, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Rest assured, everything is packed. Dad's golf clubs, crickets, your health supplements, and the bracelet for Grandpa are all ready. That is splendid. Sururo nodded in satisfaction. Ever since moving in together, Xiao Yi had meticulously organized everything at home, alleviating her of any worries. How fortunate she was to have such a husband. It felt as if her ancestors were smiling down upon her. Xiao Yi, carrying the items, approached the stroller. Ruo, you can push the stroller. It's about time we set off. Soon, Xiao Yi drove them to the underground parking lot, placed the babies in the back seat, and headed towards his in-laws' residence. After over 40 minutes, the car arrived at the Kaling community in Kyoto. This was an old neighborhood with 6-story low-rise buildings and no elevators. Fortunately, Suruo's family resided on the first floor. Despite the antiquity of the buildings, the property prices soared to a hefty 100,000 per square meter. Xiao Yi had heard that Suruo's home was a spacious 150 square meters, meaning the value of her family's house alone was about 15 million. Before long, guided by Suruo, they pushed the stroller to her home's entrance. The door was ajar, as Qin Shueping had anticipated their arrival. Suruo pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out, "Mom, I'm here." "Oh, Ruro has arrived," exclaimed Qin Shueping, who emerged wearing an apron. Upon seeing them and the 3 little ones, a smile graced her face. "Xiao Yi, Ruro, please take a seat. I will pour you some water." "No need." Suruo quickly shook her head. "I can handle that. By the way, Mom, where is Grandpa?" "Your grandfather has gone to the antique shop again. I've already told him that he will come for dinner tonight. Your father will probably be home by 8. Since it's still early, you two should take some time to rest." With that, Qin Shueping turned her attention to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, we have strawberries, durians, bananas, and dragon fruit at home. Is there any fruit you would like?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi shook his head. "No need, Mom. I can get what I want myself." "That is fine. After all, we are family now," Qin Shueping replied, refraining from further insistence. Xiao Yi surveyed Suruo's home. Although the neighborhood was somewhat dilapidated, the interior was exquisitely decorated with mahogany furniture, and the walls were adorned with numerous calligraphies and paintings, exuding a rich cultural atmosphere. Suruo had mentioned that her grandfather lived with her parents and owned an antique shop in the capital, where he enjoyed collecting various antiques. Qin Shueping began to interact with the babies, leaning over the stroller to watch them with her usual affection. "Bao, Xiaoming, you must call me Grandma. How come you still can't talk? When you can, you must remember to call me Grandma, okay? And you, Dabao and Sanbao, you should call me Grandma first as well." Time passed until 4:30 in the afternoon, and Xiao Yi was happily chatting with Qin Shueping. She took turns holding the 3 babies, first embracing the eldest, then the second, and finally the youngest. Noticing the time, Xiao Yi stood up and suggested, "Mom, it's about time. Since this is my first visit, I must let Dad and Grandpa taste my cooking. What would you like to eat? I can prepare dinner." "What? No. Qin Shueping quickly stood up to stop him. "Today, you are the guest. How can I have you cook?" "Mom, just spend a little more time with the children. You know my cooking skills, and besides, we are family now. There is no need for such formalities." He turned to Suruo. "Ruo, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Grilled fish." Suruo replied without hesitation. Xiao Yi nodded. "All right. I'll go to the supermarket to buy a fresh river fish and then cook a few of your favorite dishes. Does that sound good?" "Sure. Then I'll go buy the fish. Ruo, please take care of the babies." Xiao Yi stepped outside. After hearing the door close, Qin Shueping rolled her eyes and said, "Ruo, how can you be so thoughtless? Today, Xiao Yi is the guest. How could you let him cook?" Suruo chuckled and retorted, "Doesn't Mom want to eat the dishes Xiao Yi prepares?" Qin Shueping was taken aback, surprised that her daughter could see through her thoughts so thoroughly. Upon returning from shopping, Xiao Yi busied himself in the kitchen. However, Qin Shueping could not bear to let him toil alone, so she lent a helping hand. By 7:30 in the evening, 10 exquisite dishes were elegantly arranged on the dining table. Tonight, Xiao Yi prepared an array of sophisticated culinary delights, including mu tang fish, Thai-style lemon chicken, black bean sauce pomfret with oil wheat vegetables, black char siu, stir-fried beef ho fun, and foie gras with assorted mushrooms. These dishes, though costly and complex to prepare, were a small price to pay for the opportunity to impress his father-in-law. The air in the living room was permeated with the tantalizing aroma of the meal. Suruoryo, drawn by the delightful scents, cradled her second child and made her way to the dining area. Upon seeing the spread laid out before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Why had she never encountered such dishes at home? Could it be that Xiao Yi had concealed his true culinary prowess? At that moment, a sound came from the entrance. Su Ruoruo felt a jolt of anticipation. Her father must have returned. Chapter 19. Su Yunha. My greatest pleasure is observing young ladies as Su Ruoruo approached the door. It swung open to reveal an elderly gentleman clad in golden silk embroidered with a dragon motif. He sported a goatee and wore reading glasses, appearing to be in his 60s. Despite his age, his complexion was rosy and his demeanor vibrant. Behind him stood a burly middle-aged man in police uniform, with dark skin and a piercing gaze, notably adorned with a silver bracelet at his waist. This must be Su Ruoruo's grandfather and father. Upon noticing the silver bracelet on her father's waist, Xiao Yi felt a twitch in his right eyelid, just as Qin Shueping had indicated. Su Ruoruo's father bore an intimidating presence, exuding an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Seeing her father and grandfather returned, Su Ruo approached with a smile, holding her child, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Dad, Grandpa, you're back. Oh my, let me see who has returned." Her grandfather, Su Yunha, exclaimed with surprise upon spotting Su Ruo and the child in her arms. How could he not be surprised? This was his great-grandson, and it was indeed a trend to favor grandchildren, especially those from 2 generations apart. Grandfather quickly engaged in conversation with Su Ruo, while her father exhibited a starkly different demeanor, bypassing them without uttering a word and seating himself on the sofa. Observing this scene, Su Ruoruo's mood noticeably soured. Yet she managed to conceal her feelings in front of others. Su Yunha curiously examined the child in Su Ruo's arms and inquired, "Ruo, is this the first, second, or third?" Su Ruo replied, "Grandpa, this is the second, named Xiao Ming, a boy." She then gestured towards the stroller containing the eldest and youngest. The other 2 are girls. The eldest is named Xiao Mengruo, and the youngest is Xiao Qinxue. Ah, splendid. Aha. Grandfather chuckled. Then, Ruoruo, may I hold the child? Of course, Grandpa. Su Ruoruo did not refuse, however. Having learned from her previous experience when her mother held the second child incorrectly, she decided to impart her knowledge of how to properly cradle a baby to her grandfather. Su Yunha listened with patience. Before long, he was cradling the second child, who appeared particularly well-behaved, gazing curiously at Su Yunha with her sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had shifted his attention to Su Ruoruo's father, Su Lingjun. He produced a cricket that he had purchased at the flea market the previous day and approached Su Lingjun. "Uncle, I heard from Ruoruo that you have a fondness for crickets, so I bought you a fighting cricket at the market yesterday, hoping you would like it." Upon hearing this, Su Lingjun's expression remained notably calm. He did not deign to look directly at Xiao Yi, but instead took a sip of tea from the table. His tone somewhat frosty. "Just put it down." Su Lingjun's impression of Xiao Yi was far from favorable. He had not bothered to care for Su Ruo during her lengthy pregnancy, only appearing after the child was born. Such neglect for an extended period seemed exceedingly irresponsible. Faced with Su Lingjun's cold demeanor, Xiao Yi found himself at a loss. This was not what he had anticipated. He sensed that Su Lingjun was attempting to assert his authority. Clearly, winning over his future father-in-law would not be a simple task. At that moment, Su Ruo's mother, Qin Shui, hurried over. Aware of Su Lingjun's temperament, she surmised that he would not be inclined to treat Xiao Yi kindly. Thus, she proactively suggested, "Old Su, Dad, today Xiao Yi has prepared over 10 dishes for you. Why don't you wash your hands and get ready for dinner?" Upon hearing this, Su Yunha reluctantly set the baby down. "All right, let me sample my granddaughter's husband-esque culinary skills, haha." Just then, Su Lingjun's phone rang unexpectedly. He took out his phone, answered it, and held it to his ear. "Hello. Yes, Director. I will be right there." "All right." After hanging up, he quickly made his way to the door, donning the police uniform that hung on the coat rack. "I will skip dinner for now. You all can eat first. There's an emergency meeting at the station that I must attend. I may not return tonight, so don't wait for me." With that, he cast a furtive glance towards the baby in the stroller before exiting. Qin Shui smiled wryly and approached Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, your uncle is usually like this. He often has to leave for meetings. It's not his intention to be dismissive. He truly is dedicated to his work." "I understand. Let us go eat," he replied. All right. Soon, everyone was seated at the dining table, and Su Yunha was astonished to see a table laden with dishes. Qin Shui had just mentioned that these were prepared by Xiao Yi, and it was rare to find a young person who could cook. Su Ruoruo smiled and said, "Grandpa, you must try the dishes made by Xiao Yi. They are absolutely delicious." "Very well, I shall taste them." Su Yunha did not hold back, picking up his chopsticks and sampling a dish, followed by a cascade of enthusiastic praise. He then inquired, Xiao Yi, right? I heard from Rua that you opened a CAF nearby recently? Yes, it's over on Jiangxia Road, came the reply. Ah, splendid. Su Yunha regarded Xiao Yi with admiration. The young man was handsome, skilled in culinary arts, and had a thriving career, truly a suitable match for Rua. Do you drink? He asked. I generally abstain from smoking and drinking, Xiao Yi responded. That's perfectly fine, Su Yunha remarked, as he typically enjoyed smoking, drinking, and admiring beautiful women. After all, what mattered was his own happiness. As long as he felt joyful, dopamine would be released, and appreciating lovely women was the best way to maintain good health. He believed that merely spending an additional 10 minutes a day appreciating beauty could significantly improve cardiovascular health. As for those doctors who advised moderation in drinking and smoking, he dismissed their counsel. He vividly recalled a doctor who had urged him to reduce his smoking and drinking. That very doctor had passed away a year prior. He had intended to share a drink with Xiao Yi, but since Xiao Yi did not indulge, he refrained from insisting. Grandfather, if you wish to drink, I can keep you company, Xiao Yi offered, displaying keen insight. Given the old man's inquiry, it was evident he had a purpose. Hearing this, Su Yunha chuckled. All right, splendid. I shall fetch my cherished liquor right away. His spirits lifted. He stood up, only to suddenly grimace in pain, clutching his waist and swiftly returning to his chair, a look of distress upon his face. Grandfather, what is the matter? Su Rua exclaimed, rushing to her grandfather's side, concern etched on her features. Su Yunha, one hand on his waist and the other waving dismissively, reassured her. It's nothing, just my old ailment. My lower back occasionally aches, a cervical spine issue. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow and said, Rua, why not let me take a look? Chapter 20. A cricket jar worth billions? Su Rua's face lit up with curiosity. You can assess cervical issues? I lived with an elderly Chinese medicine doctor for a while during my childhood. So I picked up a few things, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. In his past life, he indeed had spent time with an elderly Chinese physician, learning some massage and acupuncture techniques. He approached Su Yunha, helping him to the sofa. Grandfather, just lie down on the sofa. Is the primary area of pain in your lower back? Su Yunha nodded slightly. Sometimes my shoulder aches as well. All right, let me locate the spots. If it hurts, just let me know. Okay, Su Yunha agreed, trusting Xiao Yi without hesitation, and laid down on the sofa. Su Rua held the second child, while Qin Shueping cradled the first and third children, becoming mere spectators. Xiao Yi began to methodically search for the painful areas, applying pressure with each slight movement. Does this hurt? No. How about this? No. And this? Ah. Ouch, that hurts. Xiao Yi, loosen up. That's excruciating. Su Yunha gritted his teeth in agony. Observing this, Xiao Yi promptly eased his grip and continued searching for the source of the pain. Grandfather, how about here? This does not hurt. Su Roro and Qin Shueping widened their eyes. Indeed, Xiao Yi resembled a skilled masseur, displaying an impressive technique. After a few minutes, Xiao Yi gently remarked, Grandfather, your condition is not merely a common cervical spine issue. I will commence the massage now, but it may be slightly painful at first. Please endure it. And soon it will become quite soothing. Go ahead, was the reply. Su Yunha's admiration for Xiao Yi grew. Not only could he cook at such a young age, but he also had entrepreneurial prowess. Who would have thought he possessed the art of massage as well? Xiao Yi's fingers began to knead Su Yunha's shoulders and lower back, eliciting a series of groans from him. Wow, take it easy, Xiao Yi. Oh, that feels good. A bit faster, please. Ah, so comfortable. Su Ruo observed curiously. Isn't grandfather's reaction rather exaggerated? Could it truly be that pleasurable? I must insist on having Xiao Yi massage me when we return. At the same time, Xiao Yi felt somewhat speechless. Grandfather, I am merely giving you a massage. Must you vocalize it so? It could easily be misconstrued, leading to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, he reflected that since the baby had been born nearly half a month ago, Su Ruo's body should be on the mend. The system indicated that after 7 days, one could resume certain activities. Now, after 2 weeks, could it be time? He chuckled inwardly, thinking it was time to return home and perhaps coax Su Ruo into a massage as well. With these thoughts, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement and continued his ministrations. After half an hour, his hands began to ache, yet Su Yunha's expression radiated sheer bliss. Pause for a moment, Xiao Yi. Su Yunha shifted his position, a smile gracing his face. Please continue. Very well. Xiao Yi resumed the massage. At that moment, as Su Yunha adjusted himself, his gaze fell upon a cricket jar on the table. Noticing it, he furrowed his brow, sensing there was something peculiar about the jar. Wasn't the seal script prevalent during the spring and autumn and warring states periods? Furthermore, considering its material, it appeared to be brass, a substance over 2 millennia old. And yet it was preserved remarkably well. Consequently, Su Yunha inquired, Ruoruo, where did this jar come from? The jar? Su Ruo glanced at the jar on the coffee table and replied, Oh, grandfather, this jar was a gift from Xiao Yi to Dad. It's meant for keeping crickets. Upon hearing this, Su Yunha waved his hand dismissively, rising to his feet as he picked up the jar, scrutinizing it intently. Xiao Yi, where did you acquire this jar? From a flea market north of Kyoto, came the response. Hearing this, Su Yunha swiftly entered his bedroom and retrieved a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. This directly piqued Xiao Yi's curiosity, for it was known that Su Ruo's grandfather owned an antique shop. His keen interest raised the possibility of this being a treasure. Su Ruo, equally intrigued, joined Xiao Yi in observing Su Yunha. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Ruo asked, Grandfather, you have been examining it for quite some time. Could this possibly be an antique? In response, Su Yunha did not address her inquiry directly. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward Xiao Yi and inquired, Xiao Yi, how much did you pay for this jar? 10,000, he replied. What? Su Yunha exclaimed, taken aback. He pressed on. Do you have any knowledge of antiques? Xiao Yi opened his mouth, about to confess his ignorance, when suddenly the system's voice interrupted him. Option 1. Claim to be well-versed in antiques and assert that the foolish owner was merely trying to deceive you, rewarded with the golden eye skill. Option 2. Admit to knowing nothing and inquire if this is a treasure, rewarded with $10 and a pack of baby diapers. Stunned by the system's voice, Xiao Yi was momentarily bewildered. Golden eye? Was this akin to the golden eye in those exhilarating novels? Without hesitation, he declared, I know a bit. I sensed that the owner was not knowledgeable and was trying to con me. Upon hearing this, Su Yunha was elated. Xiao Yi, do you realize the fortune you have stumbled upon? Su Ruo interjected, Grandfather, is this cricket jar truly valuable? Valuable? It is worth far more than that. Su Yunha continued to scrutinize the jar. This is likely a bronze artifact from the spring and autumn period, manufactured in the state of Yu. Upon close inspection, it appears to be genuine. Moreover, there should be none like it in the world. Su Ruoro's heart raced. The spring and autumn period was over 2,000 years ago. So, could this bronze artifact be worth a significant sum? Su Yunha nodded. If authentic, it could be valued in the tens of millions. Given its unique condition, it might even reach over 100 million. At this revelation, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He recalled the flea market owner mentioning that this bronze piece was supposedly used by Emperor Lu Shan of the Han Dynasty for crickets. Could it truly be genuine? Grandfather, what if this bronze jar was indeed used by Emperor Lu Shan for crickets? What? Su Yunha gasped. Then it could indeed be worth over 100 million. Chapter 21. Yunha, what manner of person is your granddaughter's husband? Over 100 million? Su Ruo found it hard to believe that Xiao Yi could casually purchase a jar for crickets worth such an astronomical sum. Wait, did he not just claim to be knowledgeable about antiques? How could Xiao Yi know so much? Su Ruo was perplexed, realizing her understanding of Xiao Yi was still too superficial. Su Yunha continued, however, this jar needs to be appraised by a friend of mine. Xiao Yi, may I take it for appraisal tomorrow? Given the immense value of this item, he needed to seek Xiao Yi's consent. Xiao Yi had not given the matter much thought at all. He decisively responded, Grandfather, this is a gift for Uncle. He enjoys crickets. And since you have a fondness for jars, this jar shall belong to you. Ha ha. Very well. I shall take it for appraisal tomorrow, if it proves to be genuine. Xiao Yi interrupted, if it is indeed authentic, you may simply keep it in your collection. Ha ha. Su Yunha cast a glance at Xiao Yi. Sensing that a person so young could possess such insight was certainly not ordinary. Should it turn out to be a true treasure, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with it. The bronze artifacts of the Yu Kingdom could easily serve as the prized possession of his establishment. Grandfather, let us continue our meal. You should refrain from drinking, for further consumption may exacerbate your cervical spondylosis. Su Yunha was taken aback. Is there a correlation between this and alcohol? Xiao Yi nodded. It was then that Su Yunha realized, following Xiao Yi's recent massage, his waist and shoulders no longer ached. In fact, they felt incredibly comfortable. He had previously sought the assistance of others, even renowned masseurs, but none had achieved such a remarkable effect. He might even believe that Xiao Yi was the reincarnation of Hua Tua. The group returned to the dining table, and Xiao Yi continued, "Grandfather, your cervical spine requires frequent massage, ideally 2 to 3 times a week. In due time, I shall come by, and after approximately 6 months, you will be healed." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo and Qin Shueping felt a warmth in their hearts. It must be said, Xiao Yi truly was considerate. "All right, I shall not be polite then. Grandfather, this is what I ought to do." After finishing their meal, Xiao Yi heard the voice of the system in his mind. "Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Golden Eye in a property in Kyoto. The host may open the system to view the rewards." At that moment, Xiao Yi could not suppress his excitement. Property in Kyoto was notoriously expensive, and he would no longer need to rent a place to live. Furthermore, the Golden Eye would undoubtedly assist him in his future endeavors. After sitting for a while, the infant in the stroller suddenly burst into tears. Su Ruo, upon noticing, first checked the baby's diaper and then lifted her top to nurse the baby. After ensuring all 3 infants were adequately fed, it was already past 9:30 in the evening. Noticing the time, Xiao Yi stood up from the sofa. "Well, grandfather, mother, it is getting late. Ruo, and I should be heading back." "Huh? Aren't you going to stay a bit longer?" Qin Shueping expressed that she had not yet had enough time with the children, and it seemed too early to leave. Xiao Yi smiled. "It is quite late. We need to give the baby a bath, and I must rise early tomorrow to visit the shop. Staying longer would delay your rest." "Very well, then." Soon, with Qin Shueping and Su Yunhe seeing them off, Xiao Yi, Su Ruo, and the 3 infants made their way to the parking lot. "Mother, grandfather, you need not see us off. We will return in a few days." Su Yunhe waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Yi, drive carefully on the road. You've got my number, so feel free to call me if anything comes up." "All right, we'll take our leave now. Goodbye." Once in the car, Xiao Yi secured the baby comfortably before fastening Su Ruo's seatbelt. At that moment, he noticed a gloomy expression on her face. "What's wrong, Ruo? Why do you look so downcast?" Hearing this, Su Ruo sighed. "I didn't expect Dad to have that kind of attitude today. It makes me a bit upset." "Oh, it's not a big deal," Xiao Yi reassured her nonchalantly. "You know how Dad is. You're his little darling, and he must be upset for not being there for you during your pregnancy. Don't worry, it will get better. Besides, Grandpa seems to quite like me. I believe he will intercede on Dad's behalf. Let's hope so. Don't dwell on it, Ruo. We're heading home now." The following morning at 8 o'clock, in Seili-tun, Kyoto, within a shop named Yunha Antique Store, Su Yunha and a friend were examining the patterns on a bronze vessel through magnifying glasses, both wearing white gloves. "Old Su. This truly looks like a bronze artifact from the spring and autumn or Warring States period. Where did you acquire it? Did it cost you millions?" asked Lin Daoqi, a friend of Su Yunha for over 40 years and a fellow antique enthusiast. Su Yunha took a sip of tea from the table, smiling as he replied, "This was a gift from my granddaughter's husband." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Daoqi was filled with envy, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. It's infuriating. He also has a granddaughter who is married, yet her husband is a good-for-nothing, living off his company's money for 2 years without a child, and has already squandered over 3 million. Lin Daoqi pondered for a moment before realizing something was amiss. "Wait a minute, your granddaughter isn't even married. When did you get a grandson-in-law? Isn't it possible to have a child before marriage? Let me tell you, I even have a great-grandson now. Furthermore, I expect they will tie the knot in the next couple of months." At this, Lin Daoqi's teeth nearly crumbled again. Damn it. Gifting him an artifact from the early autumn and Warring States period is one thing, but to think he already has a great-grandson? Su Yunha adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Are you certain this is genuinely from the spring and autumn or Warring States period?" "Absolutely. It should be a relic from the Yu state. Legend has it that the artifacts of the Yu state eventually fell into the hands of Lu Shan, who used such bronze vessels to raise crickets. However, that's merely a legend. Still, given its condition, it conservatively must be valued at this amount." As he spoke, Lin Daoqi gestured a 6 million? Su Yunha questioned skeptically. No. The latter waved his hand dismissively. "This condition is truly one of a kind in the world. It's worth at least 100 million. Lin Daoqi's teeth crunched in disbelief. Indeed, Su Yunha is right. An artifact of this quality would attract bids of 100 million at an auction. At this moment, Lin Daoqi was exceedingly curious about the identity of Su Yunha's grandson-in-law, who had managed to acquire such precious artifacts and even presented them to him. He inquired, "Yunha, who exactly is your grandson-in-law?" Chapter 22. Goodness, a reward for the skill of time suspension? What a remarkable individual, Su Yunha murmured. My grandson-in-law is a student of my granddaughter. Lin Daoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. A student could procure bronze artifacts from the spring and autumn period? It seemed rather improbable. He couldn't shake the feeling that his granddaughter's husband possessed some noteworthy connections. Lin Daoqi grinned. Brother Yunha, could you possibly introduce me? There's an antique auction coming up in a few days, and I wish to ascertain this young man's true worth. Upon hearing this, Su Yunha smiled slightly. Huh? I was just thinking the same. I will bring him along to the auction, and you will have the opportunity to meet him. All right, ha. Meanwhile, over at Xiao Yi's place, he exclaimed, wow, the golden eyes are indeed as legendary as rumored. They can even see through clothing. At that moment, Xiao Yi was loitering on the street, his gaze somewhat lecherously fixed on a young lady passing by. Ever since acquiring the golden eyes yesterday, he had gained the ability to see through everything. For instance, he could discern the people behind buildings, the colors within stones, or even the undergarments worn by passers-by. He could activate or deactivate this ability at will, akin to possessing X-ray vision. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that upon viewing antiques, their colors would intensify to a deep crimson, indicating their age. The deeper the hue, the more ancient the item. Xiao Yi was entirely tempted to delve into the world of antiquities. Today, his purpose was to purchase some diapers while also checking on the progress of the store's renovation. A newborn typically requires around 6 to 10 diapers a day, meaning 3 babies would need 20 to 30 daily. Thus, he needed to buy a substantial amount to keep at home, as daily trips to the supermarket were impractical. The renovation of the store was currently halfway complete, and it would take about another 2 weeks before opening. After purchasing the diapers, Xiao Yi ambled about, humming a tune. Today, Lu Tianshuang had gone to his home to keep Su Ruoruo company, so he was in no rush to return. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in an urban village, surrounded by low, dilapidated houses, where an elderly man was selling watermelons nearby. Numerous elderly folk sat on stone stools by the roadside, chatting and laughing, clearly enjoying their retirement years. At that moment, a large black rat suddenly darted past him at lightning speed. Stop right there, shouted a police officer in uniform, who swiftly followed the rat, almost brushing past Xiao Yi's face. Startled, he dropped the diapers he was holding. Goodness, what a lunatic, he exclaimed, glancing into the alleyway, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the figure as it disappeared. As Xiao Yi was about to pick up the discarded diaper from the ground, the system suddenly emerged. Host, your father-in-law is currently in grave danger. Please make a choice. Option 1. Chase after the large black rat from earlier and apprehend the suspect alongside your father-in-law. This option carries a degree of risk and offers no reward. Option 2. I'm cowardly. I want to pursue. I'll pick up the diaper and head home immediately, with the reward of enjoying a meal with my father-in-law. A meal? Xiao Yi smirked, tossed aside the diaper, and sprinted toward the alley he had just seen. He recalled the individual he had encountered moments ago, who now revealed himself to be his father-in-law. That large black rat was evidently the suspect. His speed was commendable. Having maintained physical fitness in his past life, combined with his current robust physique, pursuing a criminal was certainly within his capabilities. However, it was morning, and the alley was bustling with pedestrians and vendors, impeding his pace. After running approximately 200 meters, Xiao Yi noticed a heap of strawberries strewn across the ground, where an elderly woman was weeping profusely. My strawberries, my strawberries. Spotting a handsome young man rushing towards her, the woman seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. Young man, a person wearing a duckbill cap just knocked my strawberries over. Could you please help me pick them up? Xiao Yi promptly halted and inquired. Glancing at the fork in the road, Ma-am, which way did that person go? To the east. Thank you. With that, Xiao Yi took a step forward, inadvertently crushing a strawberry beneath his foot, and then bolted away like a cannonball. The elderly woman was left in disarray, lamenting, my strawberries. Hello, 110? Someone stepped on my strawberries. Following the woman's directions, Xiao Yi ventured eastward. Just as before, he encountered trampled cabbages, fallen watermelons, and toppled stalls. Undoubtedly the handiwork of his father-in-law and the suspect. He continued to search based on the traces left behind, but soon realized he had lost track of the suspect. How could the criminal have escaped so swiftly? The alley was particularly crowded, yet numerous tricycles were parked nearby. He was left to wander aimlessly. After 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly heard voices from a nearby alley. He quietly approached, leaning against the corner to eavesdrop on the conversation. Captain Su, we've known each other for over a decade, haven't we? You killed my brother, and I vowed to avenge him. Who would have thought we were so fated to meet again? Truly, it's a remarkable twist of fate. Today, fate has decreed your demise. In the alley, the Ding family's gang was brandishing a dark, menacing handgun aimed at Su Linjin, who lay on the ground, panting heavily, with injuries visible on his forehead and arms. The spare gun that had been in Su's pocket now rested in the hands of the Deng gang. Su Linjin exhibited no fear. The Deng family army had long been a major suspect sought by the criminal police for over a decade. The previous night's meeting had revolved around the resurgence of the Deng family in Kyoto. He had already claimed numerous lives. After a night of surveillance, they had successfully pinpointed his location. However, this cunning individual had betrayed his own comrades to save his own skin and had escaped alone. Reluctantly, he and his officers were compelled to split up. Su Linjin scoffed, "Humph, spare me your ramblings. Do you think that if you kill me, there will be no police left in Huaxia? If I cannot apprehend you, others will." His officers had sacrificed their lives for the nation, and he would be deemed a hero henceforth. Thus, Su Linjin feared not death. Yet, the only knot in his heart lay in not embracing his 3 children and failing to forgive his daughter. Simultaneously, upon hearing the words of the Deng family army, Xiao Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. He cautiously peered out, only to discover that the suspect had his back turned to him. Taking a deep breath, he realized that the man held a gun. Any misstep could result in Su Ro having to mourn for both her father and her husband in a few days. Therefore, he had to ensure absolute certainty. Xiao Yi pondered whether to sneak up or to strike swiftly. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Option 1, shout thief, and then perform a dance to Chicken You Too Beautiful, allowing his father-in-law to ambush him, achieving the accomplishment of singing, dancing, and earning a reward of God-level basketball skills. Option 2, quickly and stealthily poke him in the rear, and upon the thief turning around, smile and say, "I bet your gun is unloaded," earning a reward of time stop skill. Time stop. Upon use, time in the vicinity will freeze for 30 seconds. While you remain unaffected, 1 hour. Chapter 23, Xiao Yi, I bet your gun is unloaded. Upon seeing these 2 options, Xiao Yi was utterly bewildered. Were these choices truly so absurd? In truth, he harbored a desire to simply strike the criminal with a brick and knock him unconscious. Nevertheless, for the sake of the reward, Xiao Yi resolved to adhere to the system's guidance. However, he pondered, what had happened to my dear pigeon? Why are you acting this way? Option 1 was clearly unrealistic, especially since he wasn't sporting a middle part and wearing suspenders to play basketball. So Xiao Yi shifted his focus to option 2. Time stop was indeed a valuable asset. Not only could it be utilized now, but later, when playing poker with Ro, he could pause time to deliver a stunning blow. With little time for contemplation, Xiao Yi cautiously extended his head for a glance, then approached the Deng family army with utmost speed, pressing his palms together and extending his index finger to mimic the action of poking someone in the rear. Su Linjin faced him directly, thus he could see Xiao Yi. The moment he laid eyes on him, his mind buzzed with disbelief. How could he be here? And what was Xiao Yi planning? In the next instant, the Deng family army sensed a presence behind him. Before he could turn around, Xiao Yi thrust forcefully, aiming for his rear. Subsequently, Deng Zhejun instinctively tightened his legs, his body involuntarily jerking slightly, maintaining an inwardly turned stance. Suffering from anal fissures and hemorrhoids, he found the sensation utterly overwhelming. He gasped, one hand pressed against his rear, gritting his teeth as he turned his head away. Upon seeing the amused Xiao Yi, Deng Zhejun let out a twisted laugh, for in his eyes, Xiao Yi had already met his demise. Confusion clouded his thoughts. How could someone dare to intrude upon his moment of vulnerability? Who are you? Seeking death. This is my father-in-law. Huh? Deng Zhejun glanced at the fallen Su Linjin. Father-in-law? Ha ha ha. So Su Linjin's son-in-law is a fool. How amusing. Deng Zhejun raised his gun, aiming it at Xiao Yi. To him, the act of killing one more person was no different from killing one less. Behind him loomed a formidable criminal organization. As long as he could escape to another location, he would find protection from higher-ups. This was the reason he had remained unscathed after taking the lives of several individuals. To his delight, today he could enjoy a 2-for-1 deal. Ha ha. Xiao Yi, don't stay here, flee. Ha ha ha. Do you think he can escape faster than a bullet? Just then, Xiao Yi flashed a grin. I bet your gun is empty. Deng Zhejun? Su Linjin? At that moment, Su Linjin increasingly sensed that Xiao Yi was not in his right mind. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill, time stop. This skill will automatically activate before Deng Zhejun fires. guaranteeing the host's safety with 100% certainty. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yi smirked. Truly impressive, this external aid. Haha. Deng Jiejun erupted into raucous laughter. He turned sideways to glance at Su Linjin, mockingly stating, Su Linjin, have you heard? What a foolish son-in-law you've found. He.s. betting that my gun is unloaded. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. His laughter was sharp, reminiscent of a lunatic, appearing distinctly unhinged. Meanwhile, Su Linjin felt a wave of despair wash over him. What on earth was Xiao Yi doing? Even Xiao Yi felt a pang of discomfort. What kind of plot had this dog system orchestrated? How would he face his father-in-law in the future? Su Linjin pressed a hand against his wound. Xiao Yi, you must leave, go find the police. And ensure he does not escape. He staggered to his feet, summoning his last reserves of strength to protect Xiao Yi. Though Xiao Yi was a rather incompetent husband, he was also a father of 3, and Su Linjin did not wish for his children to grow up without a father, despite his apparent mental instability. As Su Linjin managed to stand, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement. Noticing Su Linjin's resolve, Deng Jiejun lost interest in prolonging the encounter. He is a treacherous villain. A despicable man, for Su Linjin had slain his closest brother. Consequently, he devised a plan to eliminate them, and at an opportune moment. He intended to do away with Su Linjin's wife and daughter as well. However, prior to executing his plan, he found himself in a dire state of mental instability due to prolonged evasion and substance abuse. Let them perish, he thought. The forces of the Deng family first targeted Xiao Yi, who was merely a meter away, alarmingly close. With a deranged grin upon his face, Xiao Yi, upon witnessing this, felt an ominous dread. Xiao Yi lunged towards him. In the next instant, a deafening silence enveloped his surroundings, halting everything but himself. Deng's maniacal smile persisted, while his father-in-law moved to engage him. Given that only 30 seconds remained, Xiao Yi acted swiftly, seizing the firearm from Deng's grasp. Changing his angle, he aimed at Deng's leg, yet no gunshot echoed, perhaps due to the time freeze. Xiao Yi distinctly observed a bullet emerge from the gun's chamber. But upon contact with the air, it froze mid-flight. He then detached the magazine, pulled the trigger to confirm the absence of bullets, and returned the firearm to Deng. Finally, he resumed his position, awaiting the passage of 30 seconds. In truth, this interval was ample for him to neutralize Deng, yet with the father-in-law present, he refrained from any excessive actions. The 30 seconds swiftly elapsed. At this moment, neither Deng nor Su Linjin comprehended the events that had transpired, as Xiao Yi's 30 seconds felt like mere instants to them. The bullet Xiao Yi had fired struck Deng squarely in the thigh, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. Deng felt a sudden warmth in his leg, followed by an overwhelming pain. Ah! He screamed, collapsing to the ground. However, having previously sustained gunshot wounds, he did not lose his composure. Instinctively, he raised his weapon and fired at Xiao Yi. Click, click. But where were the bullets? Xiao Yi grinned widely and kicked the handgun from Deng's grasp. I told you there were no bullets in your gun, yet you refused to believe me. Deng was perplexed. Su Linjin was equally bewildered. Were they haunted? He had clearly aimed at Xiao Yi, so why had he been the one shot? Did bullets possess the ability to curve? And now, the magazine had vanished? Yet, there had been a magazine in the gun moments ago. Su Linjin was utterly confounded. Before each mission, he always ensured to load his firearm. Yet now, the magazine had inexplicably disappeared. Moreover, Deng had been shot. Chapter 24. Father-in-law, we are all family. Yet you still refer to me as uncle? Xiao Yi gazed calmly at Deng. Crimson blood trickled down his calf as Xiao Yi kicked the handgun from his grasp and subsequently retrieved it. After inserting the magazine into the firearm, he directly offered the weapon to Su Linjin, who wore a perplexed expression. Staring at Xiao Yi in astonishment, he exclaimed, How did this magazine end up in your possession? I had just removed it. His eyes widened in disbelief. When did you take it out? Xiao Yi casually touched his nose and replied, When I was, well, during a rather intimate moment. Did Xiao Yi indeed perform the action of unloading the magazine at that time? He hadn't paid much attention. To preempt any speculation, Xiao Yi continued softly. During my military training in university, we had a module on disassembling firearms, and I often frequent the shooting range, where I enjoy dismantling or assembling guns. This explanation rendered Su Linjin speechless. The wound on the leg of the man, Deng Jiejun, must have resulted from a ricochet, as he was now growing weaker from excessive blood loss. Su Linjin sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Yi had saved his life today. At that moment, Deng Jiejun still lying on the ground, grimaced. I say, brothers, I'm about to bleed out here. Could someone please help me? Fearful of death, he found it exasperating that the two were engrossed in conversation. Xiao Yi pressed his foot onto Deng Jiejun's wound, taunting, weren't you just boasting? Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Deng Jiejun groaned in agony. No, I'm bleeding from my backside too. I have hemorrhoids and a fissure. Please take me to the hospital. I don't want to die. Indeed. Blood loss could lead to unconsciousness or even demise. At this point, Deng Jiejun, with 2 bleeding wounds, was becoming somewhat delirious. Su Linjin, who had been indifferent towards him before, now harbored a changed attitude, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. After handcuffing Deng Jiejun with a silver bracelet, Su Linjin slowly spoke. Xiao Yi, may I borrow your phone? I lost mine while pursuing him. Taken aback, Xiao Yi quickly produced his phone, saying, Uncle, we are family now. What's the harm in borrowing a phone? Family? You still call me uncle? Dad. Xiao Yi chuckled, and Su Linjin joined in the laughter. While Deng Jiejun lay on the ground, utterly speechless. Hello, Lao Zhang, this is Su Linjin. Deng Jiejun has been captured. I'm at No. 2 Road in the urban village. Please hurry and send reinforcements. As he spoke, Su Linjin returned the phone to Xiao Yi, who was particularly concerned due to the numerous wounds on him. Dad, are your injuries serious? The latter waved his hand dismissively. Just some superficial wounds. Nothing significant. That's good. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of sirens filled the air, and soon, a multitude of uniformed police officers arrived at the scene. Upon spotting Su Linjin, they hurried over. Captain Su, are you all right? A bespectacled police officer approached, appearing to be of a similar age to Su Linjin. Yet it was evident from his tone that he was subordinate to him. Su Linjin gently shook his head. I'm fine. Take him away for now. Understood. The officer signaled to his colleagues, swiftly escorting Deng Jiejun to the police vehicle. Several officers remained at the scene, where the bloodstains could serve as evidence. Su Linjin led Xiao Yi to his side, while the bespectacled officer curiously scrutinized Xiao Yi. Captain Su, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my son-in-law, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, meet the deputy captain of the Xingtong police station in Silitan, Zhang Song. Hello, Captain Zhang. Xiao Yi offered a professional smile, shaking Zhang Song's hand. Zhang Song, taken aback, exclaimed, well, I didn't expect you to be the captain's son-in-law. Quite impressive indeed. You're quite handsome. But how did you end up here? Su Linjin sighed. Without my son-in-law, I might have been in a dire situation today. What happened? Police officers rarely jest, and Zhang Song's expression shifted upon hearing Su Linjin's words. He saved my life. Su Linjin recounted the events in detail, causing Zhang Song's expression to change once more. I didn't realize you subdued the assailant. Well done, young man. I must inform you. Deng Jiejun is linked to numerous homicides and is a pivotal figure among drug traffickers. You've rendered a tremendous service to Kyoto. Zhang Song couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, his gaze filled with admiration. Xiao Yi remained unfazed. It's merely my duty. My father is a police officer. And is it not the obligation of every citizen to assist in apprehending wrongdoers? By the way, Xiao Yi, what brings you here today? Su Linjin inquired. I ran out of diapers, so I came to buy some for the baby and thought I'd debrowse a bit. That's when I ran into you, Dad. Su Linjin was taken aback, surprised that such an occurrence could lead to their meeting. Could this be the serendipity of fate? Truly, it is as the saying goes, the intricacies of fate are beyond comprehension. And where are the diapers you bought? Su Linjin continued to question. I lost them. No worries. We shall purchase them again later. Tonight, I'll accompany you home to look after the child. Zhang Song, bewildered, interjected diapers? A child? To this point, he still couldn't comprehend the situation, as it was his belief that Su Linjin's daughter was not yet married. How could there be a child? Captain, are you keeping something from me? Su Linjin cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, it's true that my son-in-law and my daughter are unmarried and had triplets. Zhang Song was left astonished, completely unprepared for such news. He chuckled. So, Captain, may I join you in visiting the children today? Certainly. Amidst the conversation of the 3 individuals, a police officer hurriedly approached, stating, Captain, the scene has been handled. However, there is a civil dispute that requires attention. Excuse me? Furrowed Su Lin's brow. What civil dispute? An elderly woman recently reported that a young man, described as having a rather unappealing appearance, had trampled her strawberries and demanded that we review the surveillance footage to apprehend him. Has the footage been checked? Yes. And who is it? The officer pointed toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. Su Lin. Zhongsong. Chapter 25. What project could Xiao Yi possibly earn 80 million from? Is it me? At this moment, Xiao Yi recalled that during his pursuit of Su Lin, he had indeed stepped on a few strawberries. The boxes containing those strawberries were carelessly left on the ground. He never imagined the old lady would actually call the police. Furthermore, the comment on his appearance being unappealing was quite absurd. At this juncture, Xiao Yi resolved to take responsibility. Dad. It was me who accidentally stepped on them while chasing after you. Su Lin nodded, recognizing that while pursuing the Deng family, he too had inadvertently knocked over a basket of strawberries, leading to Xiao Yi's misstep. Due to his position as captain, the young officer hesitated to address the matter directly. He suggested, "How about this? You compensate the elderly lady with 500 yuan and inform her that the culprit has been apprehended. I will transfer the amount to you immediately via WeChat." Understood, Captain. This incident was merely a minor episode. The situation had mostly been resolved, with the bloodstains on the ground thoroughly washed away. Su Lin's gaze shifted back to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, you need to accompany me to the police station to provide a statement. Once we finalize the matters at the station, we can return home to see the baby." Of course. Observing Su Lin's cheerful demeanor brought comfort to Xiao Yi. Before long, Xiao Yi found himself in a police car, en route to the Silly Ton criminal police team. During the ride, Su Lin engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about Xiao Yi's current employment. He suggested that if Xiao Yi were not working, he could consider a position at the criminal police team, though not as a formal officer, but rather as an auxiliary officer. Xiao Yi expressed little interest in such a role. Police work was demanding, and he needed to care for Su Rura and the baby, not to mention the relatively low salary. Su Lin was merely making conversation. Regardless of the position, police work carried inherent risks, and he could not allow his son-in-law to engage in such perilous duties. The Silly Ton criminal police team was not far from their location, yet the traffic in the capital was congested, resulting in a 20-minute journey. Due to Deng Jiajun's gunshot wounds, he was promptly transported to the hospital for treatment. Su Lin then guided Xiao Yi into a conference room, preparing a cup of tea for him, which he placed on the table. "Xiao Yi, take a moment to hydrate and rest. Shortly, someone will come to take your statement. Simply recount everything that transpired today." Understood. Xiao Yi nodded. Su Linjin sustained some superficial injuries that required attention, prompting his departure from the scene. A few minutes later, two young police officers, a man and a woman, entered the room. They appeared to be in their 20s, particularly the female officer, who exuded a refreshing and captivating beauty reminiscent of the heroines portrayed in television dramas. Their demeanor was surprisingly amiable rather than stern. "May I inquire if you are Xiao Yi?" she politely asked. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, responding affirmatively. "Yes, that is me." He scrutinized the female officer, pondering whether police officers had adopted such courteous manners in their interactions. "Our captain informed us that you were present at the crime scene today, and we need to take your statement. You will be required to answer some questions." "Of course." "No problem," he nodded in agreement. After receiving Xiao Yi's consent, the two officers settled across from him. The male officer produced a recording device, while the female officer beside him opened a laptop, preparing to document the proceedings. Xiao Yi swallowed nervously. The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to an interrogation, the only distinction being the absence of silver bracelets. The male officer leaned his elbow on the conference table, inquiring, "What were you doing at 8 o'clock this morning?" "I was asleep at home." "Then why did you come to this urban village this morning?" "I came to buy diapers for my child and planned to take a stroll afterwards." The female officer appeared taken aback. "You have a child?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 22. "And how old is your child?" Do I really have to say?" An awkward silence enveloped the room. The male officer shot a disapproving glance at his female counterpart, clearly exasperated. The female officer, resembling a chastised child, lowered her head. The male officer's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "How old is your child?" Xiao Yi responded, "What?" "Please, indulge her curiosity," the male officer urged. The female officer flashed a sweet smile in response. Xiao Yi realized the nature of their relationship. It seemed rather serious indeed. After a lengthy 40 minutes, Xiao Yi finally completed his statement. Su Linjin was in the hall on a phone call, mindful that this was a workplace, thus refraining from speaking. A few minutes later, he approached Xiao Yi and gently patted his shoulder. "Have you finished your statement?" "Yes. Since there seems to be no further business here today, let us hasten back to see the baby." Su Linjin's eagerness to see the child was palpable. He had yearned to hold all three children the previous night, but had restrained himself. with the conflict between him and Xiao Yi resolved. He was eager to reunite with the baby at the earliest opportunity. Is everything all right? Xiao Yi asked, a slight frown gracing his brow. The case has been successfully resolved. And you played a significant role in that. The Deng family is currently receiving treatment at the hospital and will not be discharged anytime soon. Consequently, we must wait until he recovers sufficiently before questioning him. For the time being, you can enjoy a bit of respite. That's good to hear. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. This means I can spend some time with the baby. After a brief tidying up, Xiao Yi and Su Lingjun departed from the criminal police team. Xiao Yi, where are you currently residing with Ruo Ruo? If it's somewhat distant, I can assist you in finding a place. No need for that, Dad, Xiao Yi replied, shaking his head. The system has provided me with a 400 square meter duplex suite. I plan to move in soon. Really? Su Lingjun expressed his confusion. Xiao Yi continued, I recently purchased a property in the Kyoto No. 1 courtyard, intending it to be our future marital home. Oh, so you bought a house. Wait, what? Kyoto No. 1 courtyard? Upon hearing this, Su Lingjun was momentarily taken aback, as the local rate was over 200,000 per square meter. Buying a house there at 23? Where did you acquire such funds? This amount was earned from completing a project, just enough to purchase a property. Su Lingjun couldn't help but grin. He never anticipated Xiao Yi was so accomplished at such a young age. At 23, most are just recent graduates, and you've already bought a house in Kyoto No. 1 courtyard? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Lingjun inquired about the size of the house. Approximately 400 square meters. 400 square meters? Indeed. Su Lingjun wiped the sweat from his forehead. At 200,000 per square meter, that totals 80 million. What project could Xiao Yi have completed to earn 80 million? Chapter 26. Dear, how did you manage to elicit such a significant transformation in my father? Observing Su Lingjun's astonished expression, Xiao Yi chuckled. No need to be surprised, Dad. I will ensure that you, Ruo, and Mom enjoy a good life, and I will honor you well. Ha ha ha, I shall remember that. If Ruo ever suffers any grievances, I shall be at your service. His words were evidently a jest, yet the more Su Lingjun looked at Xiao Yi, the more he appreciated him. Although he was not lacking in wealth, who wouldn't he favor a son-in-law who was both affluent and handsome? However, that was not the crux. Xiao Yi had saved his life today, earning his respect. In truth, he valued character above all else, regarding other attributes as mere advantages. Subsequently, Xiao Yi and Su Lingjun visited a nearby supermarket to purchase some diapers. Afterward, Xiao Yi led him to an Alfa Romeo. Is this your car? Su Lingjun was astounded upon seeing the vehicle. What a high-end model for a 23-year-old. Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, I've converted the back seat into a crib. This car has ample space, perfect for the baby. Dad, you can sit in the passenger seat. Only Ruo has sat there. Ha ha ha, all right. Xiao Yi promptly opened the passenger door, surprising Su Lingjun with his obvious attentiveness. It was clear he often opened doors for Ruo. Once inside, Xiao Yi drove towards his residence. Approximately half an hour later, the car parked in the underground garage, and the two ascended to the apartment with their purchases from the supermarket. After Xiao Yi unlocked the door with his fingerprint, he heard the sound of the door opening, and Su Ruo hurriedly embraced him. My dear, you're back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips. Lu Tianshuang, holding Sanbao, was taken aback. This was a recurring scene. Every time it was the same. What a dog, Su Ruo. Now that you have a husband, you're shamelessly flaunting your affection. You're back. You're back. Xiao Yi softly ruffled her hair. At that moment, Su Ruo instinctively pulled back, suddenly noticing Su Lingjun standing behind Xiao Yi. She was startled, her expression one of shock as she stammered. Dad, what are you doing here? I came to see my grandson, my daughter, Su Lingjun replied with a beaming smile as he stepped inside. Witnessing the dramatic shift in Su Lingjun's demeanor, Su Ruo looked at Xiao Yi in bewilderment. It was clear that Xiao Yi was the reason for her father's visit, and thus it must be related to him. Lu Tianshuang, still cradling the baby, was equally perplexed. She knew that Su Ruo had a strained relationship with her father. In fact, just earlier that day, she had inquired about their relationship. Yet now, the situation seemed completely different. Hello, uncle. Lu Tianshuang quickly greeted him. Su Lingjun nodded slightly and, in a gentle voice, asked, Which baby are you holding? Uncle, this is Sanbao. What is his name? Xiaoming. What a lovely name. Su Lingjun exclaimed, unable to resist glancing at the other two babies, Dabao and Airbao, who were nestled in the rocking chair. His fondness for Airbao grew tremendously as he effortlessly lifted Xiaoming into his arms. Su Ruo approached with a smile, explaining, Dad, this is Airbao. Xiaoming, be careful when you hold him. He has a tendency to tug hair and can bite hard while drinking milk. Thankfully, he doesn't have teeth yet, or I would be in agony. Not a problem at all, Su Linjin replied, completely disregarding Su Ruo's caution. He found Airbao irresistibly adorable, even feeling compelled to plant a kiss on the baby's smooth little face. Previously, he hadn't observed Airbao closely, but now he couldn't help but notice how the baby resembled both Ruo and Xiao Yi, especially those large, captivating eyes, identical to Ruo's as a child. Surely, he would grow into quite the handsome young man. Suddenly, Airbao opened his mouth and smiled, melting Su Linjin's heart. Ruo, look, Airbao is smiling. How adorable. Su Ruo couldn't help but gaze at the baby. It's because he saw his grandpa. He is happy. As laughter filled the air, Su Linjin leaned in closer to Airbao, who began to squirm restlessly in his arms. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed throughout the living room. Xiao Yi and Lu Tianchuang swiftly turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Indeed, Airbao had just slapped Su Linjin. The bewilderment on Su Linjin's face was palpable. Could a mere infant, barely a fortnight old, possess such strength? It truly stung. Su Ruo couldn't help but interject, Dad, I warned you not to get so close to Airbao. See, you've been struck. Airbao is no longer docile. He seemed prone to hitting others at whim. Ha ha ha, Su Linjin chuckled. Striking is quite commendable. Look at Airbao, only a few days old, yet already so strong. Surely, he will grow to possess great strength in the future. Xiao Yi, what do you think about enrolling Airbao in martial arts? Perhaps kickboxing or taekwondo? Sounds good. Xiao Yi replied, expressing no dissent. In his previous life, his father had encouraged him to learn martial arts. So it was only reasonable for him to wish the same for his son, if only to protect his sisters. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Linjin was overjoyed, lost for words. Just then, Airbao, nestled in his arms, inexplicably let out a wail. Su Linjin was momentarily taken aback. He gently patted Airbao's bottom. Oh dear, Xiaoming. What is the matter? You were just smiling. Why are you crying now? Could it be that you wish to hit your grandfather again? Upon hearing this, Airbao seemed to comprehend and instantly ceased his crying, fixating his gaze intently on Su Linjin, extending his tiny arms. A sudden unease gripped Su Linjin. He had a premonition that Airbao might grow to relish bullying others. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had already entered the kitchen. Lunchtime was approaching, and it was time to eat. The previous night, his father-in-law had missed dinner, so Xiaoming intended to showcase his culinary skills once more. Upon seeing Su Ruo's father arriving, Lu Tianchuang had no inclination to stay for a meal. Cradling Sanbao, she approached Su Ruo, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to visit you later. As she spoke, she handed Sanbao to Su Ruo. Instinctively, Su Ruo accepted the baby. You're not staying for lunch? No, I have matters to attend to. Goodbye for now. All right, goodbye. MHM. In no time, Lu Tianchuang had exited through the door. Su Ruo turned her attention to her father. Dad, please take good care of the 3 babies. I'll go lend a hand in the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Su Ruo poked Xiao Yi with her finger. Darling, how did you manage to effect such a significant change in my father? Chapter 27. Discussing the matter of marriage with Ruo. Upon hearing Su Ruo's inquiry, Xiao Yi was not surprised. Her father's abrupt change in demeanor warranted questioning. Thus, as he continued chopping vegetables, he replied, Today, while I was out purchasing diapers for the baby, I happened to encounter Dad and, as a matter of course, apprehended a miscreant. You apprehended a miscreant without any forethought? Su Ruo frowned. Is that how it unfolded? Indeed. Su Ruo quickly assessed Xiao Yi, confirming that he bore no injuries. With a radiant smile, she embraced him from behind and said, Do you realize my greatest concern was regarding my father? I never anticipated that you would encounter him today and assist him. Could it possibly be fate? Perhaps it is. At that moment, Su Ruo felt elated. She had been plagued by recurring nightmares lately, envisioning that her father would never forgive her. Last night, her father's demeanor had robbed her of a restful night's sleep. To her surprise, Xiao Yi had resolved the matter by the following day. As she felt the warmth of Xiao Yi's body, she discovered that he seemed capable of managing everything with remarkable efficiency. Being held from behind made Xiao Yi somewhat uncomfortable and delayed his cooking, so he remarked, All right, aren't you hot clinging to me like this? Lu Tianchuang has already left, so go accompany Dad. We need to prepare for dinner soon. Okay. In high spirits, she bounced out of the kitchen. Xiao Yi glanced through the kitchen's sliding door and couldn't help but smile. Outside, Su Linjin was still holding the second baby, despite having received several playful slaps from the little one. Upon seeing Su Ruo emerge, Su Linjin scrutinized her. Weren't you supposed to help in the kitchen? You've barely been gone 2 minutes. Hee hee, Dad. I was just worried you wouldn't manage the 3 little ones well. You are just lazy, Su Linjin said, seeing right through her. He then turned his attention to Xiao Yi, who was indeed quite adept at cooking. It was a pity he hadn't had the chance to enjoy the feast from the previous day. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao Yi had set 4 dishes on the dining table. With only the 3 of them, he hadn't prepared an excessive amount. Observing Su Linjin cradling a baby in each arm, Xiao Yi chuckled and called out, Dad, whoa, dinner is ready. Coming. After placing the baby on the bed, the two washed their hands and took their seats at the dining table. Su Linjin gazed at the delicious dishes, inhaling their enticing aromas. Roro, quickly try the meal prepared by Xiao Yi. It would be a shame not to have tasted it yesterday. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised, she urged, placing the utensils beside him. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then I shall give it a try, Su Linjin said as he picked up a piece of abalone. This delicacy was quite nourishing, one he often enjoyed. Upon tasting it, he was taken aback by the extraordinary flavor. Due to his unique position, he frequently attended lavish banquets and indulged in high-end cuisine. However, when compared to the dishes served at restaurants, Xiao Yi's culinary creations were in a league of their own. This flavor is simply exquisite. Xiao Yi, have you previously worked as a chef? Su Linjin exclaimed after sampling several dishes, his mouth full of praise. Xiao Yi's culinary skills are truly exceptional. As Su Ruo remarked, once one samples his cooking, any other meals may seem utterly bland in comparison. Xiao Yi scratched his head and humbly responded, not really. Perhaps I possess a natural talent for cooking. Su Linjin gazed at Xiao Yi, finding him increasingly agreeable. Observing that a baby had already arrived while the two had yet to formalize their union, a bold thought suddenly struck Su Linjin. He gathered his thoughts and began. Xiao Yi, considering the stability of your relationship with Ruo and the arrival of your child, I wanted to discuss your wedding plans. Today, upon returning to the precinct, my colleagues inquired about when you and Su Ruo would tie the knot. You've even prepared a marital home. So I believe it's time to consider your wedding. Su Ruo was taken aback. A marital home is already prepared? She was puzzled by her father's words. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, upon hearing this, felt assured. With a child already in the picture, and Su Ruo's character beyond reproach, along with his newfound system and a charming CF, their future seemed secure. It was indeed reasonable to arrange for a wedding sooner rather than later, as waiting until the child grew older might complicate matters. Xiao Yi murmured. So, Dad, if I were to marry Ruo, what would be the bride price? Currently, his cash reserves were rather meager, amounting to only a few $100,000. The house in Kyoto No. 1 was a sprawling 400 square meters. Such funds wouldn't even suffice for furnishings. Bride price? Su Linjin chuckled. I truly do not care about such matters. As long as you treat Ruo well and honor your parents, that is sufficient. Here in Kyoto, the customary bride price is not substantial. How does 666 yuan sound? It's quite auspicious. 6,000? Xiao Yi was somewhat astonished. Such a bride price was indeed remarkably low. In his previous life, the bride price had been a staggering 10 million. Yes, 6,000 is quite common here in Kyoto. Your parents must be aware of this. You can invite them over so we can discuss the wedding together. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi lowered his gaze slightly. Having traversed this new world for over 6 months, he genuinely missed his parents, wife, and child. I do not have parents, he whispered softly. What? Su Linjin was taken aback. No parents? How is it possible that at just 23 years of age, you acquired a 400 square meter home and an alpha car, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million? This seems rather implausible. Noticing Xiao Yi's somber mood, Su Linjin quickly reassured him, My child, do not fret. You have me. Ruo's mother, and I will be your parents. As for the wedding, let us discuss it further when you have the time. My intention is to expedite the arrangements as much as possible. Yes, of course, Dad, Xiao Yi nodded affirmatively. Su Ruo, observing Xiao Yi's troubled demeanor, felt a wave of sympathy for him. At this moment, Xiao Yi managed to force a smile. Dad, you see, my house over there still lacks furniture. Apart from the bed, could you please arrange for a complete set of furniture and appliances? Once everything is ready, I will marry Ruo. Hearing this, Su Linjin chuckled. What were a few pieces of furniture and appliances in the grand scheme of things? He said, in addition to the furniture and appliances, our family will also provide a dowry of 2 million. Although I am a criminal police officer with a modest salary, we have some savings. Not to mention that Ruo Rua's grandfather owns an antique shop. If you are fond of antiques, feel free to take a look there. Choose whatever you like. Chapter 28. Did Xiao Yi just gift him a cricket jar worth over 100 million? Xiao Yi chuckled. Sure, I happen to be quite interested in antiques. Please, Dad. Take me to see them when you have time. No problem. Come, let's eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was particularly joyful. However, not long after finishing his meal, Su Lingjin received an urgent call from the bureau, requiring his immediate attention. Such is the life of a criminal police officer. One must always be on standby. After Su Lingjin left, Su Ruo Rua took the initiative to help clear the dishes, placing them into the dishwasher. As the machine whirred to life, she couldn't help but direct her gaze towards Xiao Yi and asked, Darling, have you already purchased a house in Kyoto? Why didn't you inform me about such an important matter? I wanted to surprise you. He replied as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whispered, Rest assured, the house in Kyoto is in the best location. After all, I intend to provide you and our baby with nothing but the best. The best location? Su Ruo Rua questioned, her curiosity piqued. Which community? Kyoto number 1 courtyard. Like Su Lingjin, Su Ruo Rua was equally astonished. That's incredible, she exclaimed. Kyoto no. 1 courtyard costs 20,000 per square meter. Where did he get that kind of money? Just recently. He borrowed 200,000 from me due to insufficient funds for opening the Little Deer CAF. Observing the bewilderment on Su Ruo Rua's face, Xiao Yi chuckled. Are you wondering where the money came from? Actually, I recently took on a project and made a profit. Once the funds arrived, I used them to buy the house outright. Su Ruo Rua was taken aback. What kind of project was so substantial that you could buy a house outright? Xiao Yi continued, After all, one cannot marry you without a home, right? With that, he kissed her forehead tenderly. Speaking of which, he had yet to visit the house provided by the system, and he was genuinely eager to see it. Rua Rua, the weather is lovely today. How about I drive you and the kids out for a stroll, and then we can visit the new house? Yes, that sounds great, Su Ruo Rua thought to herself, eager to discover what kind of house Xiao Yi had purchased. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Silly Ton criminal police team, Su Lingjin hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the hall. My hometown resides within this small village. I am a native of this place. The village is modest in size, surrounded by mountains and forests. He boarded a police vehicle, heading towards his home, feeling elated. Not only had he apprehended a pivotal figure in a significant drug trafficking case, but he had also gleaned crucial information from other gangs. Most importantly, he had unexpectedly acquired an outstanding son-in-law in Xiao Yi, which was quite delightful. At that moment, he recalled that Xiao Yi had brought him a cricket yesterday. His duties as a police officer often left him overwhelmed with stress, and unlike his father, who had a penchant for antiques, he had developed a rather niche hobby, cricket fighting. On weekends, when he had time off, he would gather a few friends to engage in cricket matches or play a round of golf. Regrettably, he had been rather cold towards Xiao Yi yesterday, even neglecting to properly acknowledge the cricket he had gifted him. Feeling remorseful, he hurried home to check on it. 20 minutes later, Su Lingjin opened the door. His gaze immediately fell upon the spot where Xiao Yi had placed the cricket jar. Naturally, it was no longer there. Where could it have gone? It was a carefully chosen gift from Xiao Yi, and losing it would genuinely sadden him. Oddly enough, Xiao Yi had set the jar right there just yesterday. As he searched for the jar, his father, Su Yunhe, emerged from the bedroom. Noticing Su Lingjin's anxious demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire, What is the matter, son? What are you looking for? And why are you home so early today? Su Lingjin glanced around and asked, Dad, have you seen the cricket that Xiao Yi gave me yesterday? Su Yunhe was taken aback. In recent days, he had never heard Su Lingjin mention Xiao Yi, so it was peculiar that he was suddenly seeking the cricket gifted by him. Aren't you usually indifferent towards him? Why the sudden interest in the cricket? Su Lingjin replied, Dad, I misjudged him. Xiao Yi is not as I initially thought. He is a good kid. He even helped me apprehend a criminal today. I visited the baby at noon. Don't worry, Dad, I won't intrude on his time with Ruo Rua. Upon hearing this, Su Yunhe's lips curled into a smile. He had been contemplating how to persuade his son to accept Xiao Yi, but it appeared that Xiao Yi had resolved the matter himself. He truly was remarkable. Despite the cold treatment from Su Lingjin yesterday, Xiao Yi remained unfazed, showcasing a maturity beyond his years. Observing Su Lingjin's anxiousness, Su Yunhe chuckled. All right, stop searching. The jar is here with me. Saying this, he entered the bedroom and retrieved the cricket jar. Su Linjin hurried over, eager to take it from him. Hey, be careful with that jar. It's quite valuable, Su Yunho admonished, emphasizing its worth as a significant investment. Father, it's just a copper jar for crickets. If it's broken, I'll buy you another. It's not like it's an antique. Don't say that. It truly is an antique. Upon hearing this, Su Lin was taken aback. Is it really an antique? His father held antiques in high regard, and he would not easily deceive, especially regarding such matters. Today, he had someone authenticate it, and it was confirmed to be an antique from the Shang dynasty, dating back over 2,000 years. Su Lin was left bewildered. Given that Su Yunha operated an antique shop, he had some knowledge of the prices of such items. Antiques from the spring and autumn and warring states periods, especially in such pristine condition, must be worth tens of millions, right? Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? From the Shang dynasty, over 2,000 years old. It must be worth at least tens of millions. I'm not wrong. Su Yunha shook his head. I've been in the antique business for so many years. When have I ever been mistaken? This is indeed from the Shang dynasty, and I've already had it appraised today. Can you guess how much they valued it at? How much? Su Yunha raised a finger. Su Lin, skeptical, guessed, 10 million? No, 110 million. 110 million? At that moment, Su Lin doubted his own hearing. Xiao Yi gifted him a cricket jar worth 110 million? Chapter 29. Su Lin was bewildered. This cricket had such formidable fighting power? He was already astonished that Xiao Yi bought a house in Kyoto's number 1 district today. He never expected that a cricket jar casually gifted by Xiao Yi would be worth more than an entire house. What kind of background does he have? At that moment, both Su Lin and Su Yunha were left to speculate, unaware that Xiao Yi had no idea the jar was so valuable. Although Su Lin had little interest in the jar, he curiously examined it a few times before asking, Dad, where are the crickets that were in the jar? They're in your cricket box. I put them in there. Su Lin had a special box for raising crickets, which housed 5 of his battle crickets, his champions in combat. In that environment, they wouldn't fight, as they were already accustomed to it, and there were different territories for the crickets. All right. Su Lin walked over. When he opened the box, he was utterly shocked. All 5 crickets were dead, with some even missing their heads. The cause of this grim scene was the very cricket gifted to him by Xiao Yi. Gazing at this remarkably powerful cricket, Su Lin was astonished. It was normal for Xiao Yi to know how to cook and care for people, and it made sense that he could start a business and earn money. But to be knowledgeable about antiques was reasonable too. Most astonishing of all, he even understood crickets. The cricket he gifted had such remarkable combat prowess. At 6:30 in the evening, with the sky still bright, Xiao Yi returned to the underground parking lot after showing Su Ro around the new house. In the underground parking lot of Kyoto number 1 courtyard, an endless array of luxury cars was parked, including Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach, Lamborghini, and Ferrari. At that moment, Su Ruoro's mouth had fallen agape, not because of the opulence surrounding her, but due to the house Xiao Yi had just shown her. The expansive 400-square-meter residence left her utterly speechless. Such a property in Kyoto could easily surpass 100 million. What exactly does Xiao Yi do? Does his income truly exceed 100 million? If so, why does he still run a small CAF named Little Deer? Su Ruoro found herself perplexed and had asked him numerous times, only to receive the same elusive reply, it's a secret, which was becoming quite exasperating. Xiao Yi, however, remained nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired. Well, we've toured the house. Do you find the provided decor to your taste? I suppose it's acceptable, Su Ruoro replied, her mind a blank canvas. To be honest, she had few demands regarding the house's decoration. Her curiosity lay solely in uncovering Xiao Yi's true occupation. All right. I estimate that the furniture and appliances will cost around 1 million. Make sure your father is prepared for that. In the current market, even moderately good furniture and appliances would easily reach that figure. For a 400-square-meter house, a budget of 1 million for furnishings was not exorbitant. Fine, Su Ruoro acquiesced. After all, it is quite customary for the bride's family to cover the cost of furniture and appliances for the wedding. Upon her agreement, Xiao Yi chuckled softly, Ruo, since you gave birth, I haven't gifted you anything. How about we go shopping? There was a luxury shopping center in Kyoto, renowned for its high-end goods, featuring brands like Chanel, Bulgari, and Balenciaga. Xiao Yi intended to take her there. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo did not refuse. It had been ages since she purchased any clothing, and she needed to buy some not only for herself, but also for the 3 little ones, as baby supplies were still on her list. All right, get in, my little princess, Xiao Yi said, opening the car door for her. At this, Su Ruoruo felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. At her age, being called a little princess felt somewhat juvenile. She sighed. After all, she was already 26. Edging closer to 30. Observing her slight sigh, Xiao Yi remarked, "No matter the age, you will always be my princess, forever 18, understand? All right, you may drive now." "I will not. Come here and give me a kiss." Su Ruoruo glanced at the three little ones in the back seat and then back at Xiao Yi. How could he still behave like an immature child, asking for kisses? However, as his future wife, how could she deny such a request? She leaned over, embracing Xiao Yi, and they shared a passionate kiss inside the car. 10 minutes later, their lips slowly parted, still connected by a thin strand. Suddenly, Su Ruoruo's cheeks flushed. Her expression one of contentment, primarily due to Xiao Yi's lingering hand. Beside her, Xiao Yi also wore a satisfied look. However, since they began cohabiting, they had yet to engage in intimate relations. Although the system indicated that they could, he preferred to wait until after marriage. Details could be elaborated later, perhaps in a narrative of 100,000 words. The wedding was fast approaching, after all. Without further contemplation, he drove away from the underground parking lot and headed towards the Gueha shopping center. Upon arriving upstairs and witnessing the plethora of luxury boutiques, Su Ruoruo felt a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be a casual shopping trip? Why were they at the Gueha shopping center? This was a place frequented by the affluent, where one could easily spend over 100,000. Xiao Yi rubbed his nose and remarked, "I am uncertain about your interest in handbags and cosmetics, but if you fancy them, I shall buy them for you." Su Ruoruo glanced at the three infants in the stroller and took a deep breath. Previously, she had harbored a keen interest in various handbags. But since giving birth to 3 children, that inclination had faded. Now, she merely wished to lead a stable life with Xiao Yi. Expensive handbags no longer appealed to her. As for cosmetics, however, she was open to that. Cosmetics would be fine, she murmured, considering that once the children were older, she might resume her role as a professor, necessitating her to go out and wear makeup. "Then let us peruse the Chanel store," Xiao Yi suggested, pushing the stroller with one hand while holding Su Ruoruo's hand with the other as they entered. Upon their arrival, the sales associate was taken aback at the sight of them. Triplets in a stroller. She had never encountered triplets before. "Are these your children?" she exclaimed, astonished as she observed the couple. Both Xiao Yi and Su Ruoruo possessed striking features, particularly Xiao Yi, who was extraordinarily handsome, more so than any Korean idol she had ever admired. Su Ruoruo, too, boasted an enviable figure, showing no signs of having given birth. Xiao Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, these are our babies." "Wow, triplets?" "Indeed. I am utterly enamored." The sales associate couldn't help but admire the babies, only to realize moments later that they were there to shop. "Excuse me, may I ask what you are looking for?" "We have just received a new batch of cosmetics and several handbag styles that I believe would suit your wife perfectly. Would you like to take a look?" As the sales associate finished speaking, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Xiao Yi. "Oh, Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Is this even a place you can afford?" Xiao Yi turned to see Lu Ruowei, who was linked arm in arm with Wang Daohu, wearing a mocking expression as she scrutinized him. Wang Daohu, upon seeing Xiao Yi, clenched his fists, filled with ire towards him. Previously, Lu Ruowei had asked him to assist in dealing with Xiao Yi, yet he exhibited no inclination to do so. After all, the two bore no grievances against one another. His pursuit of Lu Ruowei was solely driven by desire. However, Xiao Yi had unexpectedly opened a quaint CAF named Little Deer next door. As it had yet to commence operations, he feared that once it opened, Xiao Yi would undoubtedly siphon away his clientele. Upon hearing Lu Ruowei's voice, Su Ruo couldn't help but turn her head. Although she was unfamiliar with Lu Ruowei, being a fellow student, recognition came swiftly. This was Xiao Yi's former girlfriend, Lu Ruowei. She was clad in a tailored suit, her legs adorned with black stockings, cascading waves framing her face, accented by striking makeup that exuded a provocative allure. "Is this Lu Ruowei?" Su Ruo whispered softly. Xiao Yi nodded impassively. In the moment he laid eyes on her, thoughts flooded his mind. Just then, Lu Ruowei's gaze fell upon Su Ruoruo, who was linked arm in arm with Xiao Yi. And she inquired, "Who is this?" Upon seeing Su Ruoruo, a flicker of familiarity sparked in her mind, yet she could not immediately place her. "What business is it of yours?" Lu Ruowei retorted, shifting her attention to the stroller, where 3 babies resided, and burst into laughter. "Oh, I see. I understand now. Xiao Yi, after I cast you aside, have you become a caretaker? It's utterly ridiculous that you're still involved with her, especially now that there are children involved." Ha! Xiao Yi, please don't claim to know me. I would be embarrassed to admit it. Just because you think you're handsome doesn't mean you can deceive anyone. Allow me to clarify, madam. Do not be misled by his alpha. He is merely a driver, an ordinary driver. Xiao Yi regarded Lu Ruowei with an impassive expression. One had to admit, this foolish woman had a knack for concocting wild fantasies. What nonsense was this? Reflecting on their past relationship, he could only lament his own blindness. Nearby, a sales assistant was taken aback, wondering what was unfolding. Lu Ruowei tightened her grip on Wang Daohu's arm and continued, Xiao Yi, spare the deception. This is beyond your means. Wang Gu is far superior. Today he is buying me a bucket bag, right, Wang Gu? She playfully pouted. Wang Daohu grinned, intending to indulge Lu Ruowei for a couple more months. After all, her allure was irresistible. Indeed, the sales assistant interjected, but we are a Chanel store. We have none. What of Chanel? Bring me your most expensive bag. I demand it. Lu Ruowei declared, her audacity shocking Wang Daohu. What? This is not what Lu Ruowei initially indicated. At first, she mentioned seeking a second-hand bag from a thrift store, which would only cost a little over 20,000. For him, that amount was not exorbitant. With some effort, he could manage it. After all, this girl was materialistic. If he painted her dreams, she would willingly accompany him for 2 months. However, this is Chanel. The most expensive bag is likely worth over 100,000, isn't it? At this moment, Lu Ruowei turned her gaze toward the sales associate, remarking, this salesperson, Xiao Yi, is merely a driver who cannot afford anything from this store. Where's the security? You should have him thrown out. The sales associate, maintaining a poker face, responded, you need not pay her any mind. Please recommend a bag for my wife. Certainly, sir. The sales associate nodded and proceeded to suggest bags for Su Ruo. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mediator and activated the rebate mode, applicable to only one item. For every item purchased, you will receive a 10-fold rebate, limited to one product, expiring in 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt a surge of astonishment. A 10-fold rebate. What a substantial sum. The bag before him was priced at 160,000, and purchasing it would yield a rebate of 1,600,000. Incredible. The system is remarkable. At that moment, the sales associate noticed Xiao Yi's gaze and immediately interjected. Sir, you have excellent taste. This bag is crafted from Italian calfskin and is the latest model. I believe it complements your wife beautifully. What do you think? Xiao Yi nodded. He too had taken an instant liking to the bag, though he was uncertain if Su Ruo would appreciate it. Ruo, what do you think? It's all right, I suppose. Can we see it in person? Of course. The sales associate retrieved the bag, and Su Ruo tried it on. It must be said, with the bag on her shoulder, Su Ruo's aura elevated significantly. It looks stunning on you. The sales associate exclaimed, surveying her from top to bottom. This bag suits you perfectly, especially with the dress you're wearing today. Really? She glanced at the price tag, momentarily taken aback upon seeing 159,999. Is this bag really 160,000? Indeed, the sales associate confirmed with a nod. Su Ruo immediately shifted her gaze to Xiao Yi, exclaiming, darling, this bag is far too expensive. I cannot accept it. It's all right. Buy it, he replied, swiftly pulling out his card and handing it to the sales associate. We will take this bag. Please wrap it up for us. Of course. The sales associate eagerly took Xiao Yi's card, swiped it, and upon entering the PIN, a receipt printed out. The system's voice soon followed. Detected host expenditure of 159,999, triggering a 10-fold rebate, totaling 1,599,990. The cash has been deposited into your bank account. His phone vibrated, and Xiao Yi knew the funds had arrived. What a thrill! Meanwhile, Lu Ruowei happened to witness the scene of Xiao Yi making the purchase with such ease. She was utterly astonished, pondering what had transpired. How could someone who was evidently impoverished, unable to afford even a modest sum, suddenly afford such an extravagant bag? He had desired that bag for a long time, but had never been able to purchase it. Thus, Lu Ruowei swiftly directed her gaze towards Wang Daohu. She maintained an alluring demeanor, knowing that men were often captivated by such charm. Darling, do you find this handbag appealing? Lu Ruowei's attention fixated on a purse worth 40,000. Upon hearing her, Wang Daohu nodded slightly. I think it looks quite nice. Since you like me, would you buy it for me? Wang Daohu remained silent. harboring the intention of dismissing Lu Ruowei. After spending considerable time playing cards with her, she had become less enticing. It was time to move on. He could employ the same tactics to attract other university students in the future. Observing Wang Daohu's demeanor, Lu Ruowei felt a surge of delight. As long as he did not outright refuse her, it indicated acquiescence. After all, he was not lacking in funds. So how could he possibly deny her a handbag worth several tens of thousands? Waiter, please wrap this bag for me. Certainly, the salesperson nodded, her spirits lifted, as selling this bag would earn her a handsome commission. At that moment, Lu Ruowei's attention was suddenly drawn to a striking red crocodile leather bag, its vibrant exterior captivating her. Wow, is this the limited edition crocodile leather bag from Chanel? I absolutely adore it. Yes, miss, the salesperson replied. This is this year's latest crocodile leather, and it is limited to only 999 pieces worldwide. Our store has received only 20 of them this year. We are currently selling them at the original price of 999, and only 2 remain in stock. Lu Ruowei swiftly turned to Wang Daohu, exclaiming, "Darling, I also love this one." Wang Daohu chuckled, "Then let us buy it." "Really? Indeed. Well, I truly love you. Please wrap this bag for me as well." "Of course." At that moment, Lu Ruowei was drawn to a dark green bag. Before she could utter a word, Wang Daohu generously declared, Buy. You like this one too, right? Let us purchase it. Is this real? Am I truly not dreaming?" Lu Ruowei's voice trembled with excitement, as this bag was priced at a staggering 200,000 RMB. It was exorbitant. The total for these bags already exceeded 300,000. She couldn't help but glance at the jovial Xiao Yi, pondering that Wang Daohu was likely trying to save face by competing in generosity. Having seen Xiao Yi purchase a bag worth over 100,000 for his girlfriend, he must have felt compelled to outdo him by acquiring these 3 bags for her. "Of course it's real, let us buy it." "All right, salesperson, please wrap this bag for me as well." "Certainly," the salesperson replied, her voice tinged with excitement, envious of the lavishness on display. Beauty indeed grants one a certain level of indulgence. Lu Ruowei, with her alluring looks and enviable figure, found herself under the patronage of a wealthy gentleman, who lavished her with exquisite handbags. How enviable! Particularly, this benefactor adorned her with such beautiful gifts. Had she not possessed such charm, she would have remained unnoticed, unwilling to engage in her current sales role. At this moment, Wang Daohu, with a jovial demeanor, inquired if there were any further desires to explore. "Nothing more." Lu Ruowei quickly replied, having already felt content with the 30,000 yuan spent on her bags. She could always indulge again in the future. Lu Ruowei began to envision her life as a socialite when a sales attendant approached, stating, "Sir, the total for these 3 bags is 349,999. How would you prefer to pay?" Lu Ruowei, feigning nonchalance, awaited Wang Daohu to settle the bill, yet he remained silent. Turning to him, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Darling, what is the matter? The attendant is waiting for you to pay. Let us hurry back to the hotel." She had plans for an enticing evening experience. However, Wang Daohu interrupted her. "Let us pause there. You're becoming too flirtatious again." He always had a penchant for making suggestive remarks before making a payment. "Now, let us clarify. These 3 bags are to your liking, correct?" "Yes," Lu Ruowei replied, still oblivious to her impending abandonment. "And these bags were carefully selected by you, yes?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "So, why should I be the one to pay?" At this, Lu Ruowei was taken aback. "What? You?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Daohu. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me shopping? You expressed your affection for me and said that buying these bags would make me your girlfriend." Wang Daohu erupted into laughter. "Do not jest. My pursuit of you was merely for the sake of intimacy. Did you truly believe you were of such worth? 4350,000. I could find countless companions. It's amusing. During our time together, you've gained a smartphone. Now, it's time to sever ties, gold digger." With that, he departed, leaving Lu Ruowei in a state of shock. She stood there, eyes wide, unable to fathom the turn of events. Just moments ago, he was prepared to purchase the expensive bags. How could it have come to this? "Wang Daohu, you scoundrel, come back." At that moment, Xiao Yi approached, having overheard the exchange. Given Lu Ruowei's earlier provocations, he felt compelled to mock her audacity. "What is this? Left behind? Perhaps your dear Wang Gu can buy you something. If funds are low, would a small loan suffice for your handbags?" Lu Ruowei shot him a fierce glare, but Xiao Yi merely grinned. "What? Do you think your connection to Wang Go elevates you to socialite status? I have never encountered anyone so shameless. Having said that, he showed no inclination to engage with Lu Ruowei, pushing the stroller and holding Su Ruo's hand as they departed from the shop. Once outside, Su Ruo did not mention Lu Ruowei again. Deep down, she had already committed herself to Xiao Yi, having realized through their brief interactions that he would not abandon her. As for Lu Ruowei, she deemed him to be acting with the frivolity of a primary school student, merely seeking attention. Noticing that Xiao Yi had no intention of leaving the Gueha shopping center, Su Ruo paused and inquired, "Darling, we've purchased the bags. Aren't we leaving?" Xiao Yi firmly grasped her hand, replying, "We've only bought bags. I haven't yet purchased clothes for you. It has been quite a while since you've indulged in shopping, hasn't it? Come, let us select a few garments." I think we could explore another place," she suggested. "Absolutely not. We must remain at Gueha." Su Ruo stared at Xiao Yi in bewilderment, wondering, "What is this? I merely wanted to save you some money, and you refuse? Is this what being extravagantly wealthy entails?" Xiao Yi did not elaborate further and resolutely led Su Ruo through the store. After all, he still had 2 opportunities for tenfold rebates that needed to be utilized within the hour. They arrived at the 2nd floor of Gueha, where a Balenciaga store happened to be situated nearby. Typically fond of sheer black stockings, Xiao Yi donned a mischievous grin, turning his gaze towards Su Ruo before asking, "Ruo, have you ever worn black stockings?" 3 question marks appeared over Su Ruo's head. She had indeed worn black stockings before, albeit infrequently. She often opted for flesh-colored ones instead. As a professor, she was required to stand for extended periods while lecturing, and prolonged standing could lead to varicose veins. Therefore, she would usually wrap her legs in tights during classes to effectively prevent such ailments. Tip: surgeons in hospitals, including male doctors, also wear them. Observing Xiao Yi's playful smile, Su Ruo found his demeanor somewhat unsettling. Nevertheless, considering he was her fiancé, she dismissed her concerns. Men often favored sheer black or white stockings, after all. She softly replied, "I have worn them, but why the sudden inquiry? Come on, let's go buy some," he urged, taking her hand and pushing the stroller directly towards the Balenciaga store, affording Su Ruo no chance to decline. At that moment, Xiao Yi exuded the charisma of a domineering CEO. 40 minutes later, they emerged from Gueha. With Xiao Yi laden with numerous bags, he had purchased a plethora of clothing for Su Ruo while successfully completing the 2 additional tenfold rebates. However, the total only amounted to several $100,000, which was not a substantial sum. The following day, at 6 in the evening, at Su Ruo's parents' home, Qin Shueping remarked, "Lao Su, since your return, you've been fiddling with that baseball bat and now are preoccupied with this cricket. Xiao Yi and Ruo are almost here. Can't you lend a hand?" She cast a disapproving glance at Su Linjin, who was sweeping the floor. Today, Su Linjin had a rare day off. Typically, he would indulge in slumber until 10 o'clock, but today he awoke at 6. His schedule was tightly packed. In the morning, he was to engage in a cricket fighting competition at Sanliton, and in the afternoon, he had plans to play golf with friends. Upon returning home, he would find himself once more with the cricket, just as dinner approached. This was unusual for him, and he pondered whether it was because both the cricket and the baseball bat were gifts from Xiao Yi. At that moment, Qin Shueping found herself perplexed. Last night during dinner, Su Linjin had incessantly praised Xiao Yi, extolling the virtues of this son-in-law. Just the day before, he had held a rather dismissive view of him. How could his attitude shift so dramatically in just one day? She was at a loss. However, she was aware that Xiao Yi had gifted Su Yunhe a priceless copper jar. Could that be the reason for his sudden admiration? "Enough. Go prepare your meal and don't mind me," Su Linjin said, continuing to gaze at the cricket in the jar, growing increasingly fond of it. Why was that? Because today, during the cricket match, this particular cricket had delivered an extraordinary performance, achieving a stunning 5 consecutive victories. Indeed, it was not long before this cricket had dispatched all competitors, exhibiting such speed that it was nearly instantaneous, even defeating a cricket valued at 10,000 yuan. Today, this cricket had earned him notable acclaim. Moreover, during the afternoon golf game, the golf club gifted by Xiao Yi proved exceptionally responsive and easy to wield. Su Linjin mused that perhaps his fate had aligned to meet Xiao Yi, allowing Ruo to marry such an admirable son-in-law. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he resumed his cricket battles. Observing Su Linjin's demeanor, Qin Shueping sighed, relinquishing her expectations of him and returned to her sweeping. Half an hour later, "Dad, Mom, we're here." Su Ruo announced as she opened the door, laden with numerous items. Upon hearing the voices of his daughter and son-in-law, Su Linjin abandoned the cricket fight and hurried to greet them. Noticing the considerable bundles Su Ruo carried, he took the items from her hands. "Dear daughter, you needn't have brought anything. Your mother has already prepared dinner. Come in, come in." "Oh dear, all three little ones are awake." He could not help but glance at the infant in the stroller. Upon seeing Su Linjin, the second grandchild beamed and reached out his tiny hand. This sudden reminder of the little one's earlier antics made Su Linjin pause, but he thought, after all, he was his own grandson, and a hug was certainly warranted. Thus, he scooped up the eldest and the youngest grandchildren. "Xiao Yi is here. You and Ruo should wash your hands quickly. Dinner is ready." Upon entering the living room, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Feeling famished, Su Ruo promptly urged Xiao Yi to wash his hands before they took their seats at the dining table. At that moment, she realized her grandfather was absent and inquired, "Hey, Mom and Dad, where is Grandpa?" "He left early this morning," mentioning something about preparing for an antique auction. His shop recently acquired a few antiques, which are likely to be auctioned off. "Oh, I see." Su Ruo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Her grandfather had always had a penchant for antiques. Whenever he acquired valuable pieces, he would auction them off. Nonetheless, this was quite beneficial, as he earned a decent sum each year. Of course, with profit comes loss, but since it brought him joy, they refrained from voicing any objections. "Ruo, have you fed the baby yet?" called Su Linjin from a distance. Su Ruo nodded in response. "Dad, I fed the baby before coming here. You can simply bring them in their stroller for dinner." "All right." After placing the two older children in the stroller, Su Linjin washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. He then picked up his chopsticks and eagerly began serving Xiao Yi with dishes. "Here, Xiao Yi, try this dish. It's your mother's specialty. And this one too, give it a taste." Su Linjin's speed was astonishing. Within half a minute, Xiao Yi's bowl was brimming with food. This left Su Ruo quite astonished. As the apple of her father's eye, she was surprised he didn't serve her any food. "Oh dear, where's the love?" However, witnessing such a scene brought her joy. "Thank you, Dad." Su Linjin's sudden enthusiasm left Xiao Yi momentarily bewildered, and he could only express his gratitude before indulging in the food. Su Linjin watched him with a smile. "So, son-in-law, how does your mother's cooking compare?" "Far superior to mine." "Not at all." Su Linjin waved his hand dismissively. "Your mother's cooking is incomparable to yours." Qin Shueping interjected, "Excuse me, am I invisible?" Su Ruo chuckled, "Haha, I also feel that my dear's cooking is better than Mom's." Qin Shueping was left speechless. "Are you two really being polite?" Chapter 32, Discussing Marriage with In-Laws, 5,000 words. Xiao Yi chuckled at the exchange. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly opened. The three of them turned to see none other than Su Yunhe entering. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Haha, Xiao Yi, Ruorio. You two have arrived. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I had no idea you were coming." Su Ruorio stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa, weren't you busy with your own matters? Dinner has just begun. Please go wash your hands and join us." "All right." Seeing Xiao Yi brightened Su Yunhe's mood even further, and he contemplated sharing a cherished bottle of wine. However, recalling that Xiao Yi had advised against drinking, he decided against it. Speaking of which, he would need Xiao Yi to give him a massage later. Since the last time Xiao Yi provided him with a massage, his lumbar spine has felt particularly comfortable. This young fellow certainly harbors profound depths, undoubtedly not an ordinary person. After washing his hands, Su Yunhe took a seat at the dining table. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Su Linjin was the first to speak. "Now that our family is all present, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you all." The others remained silent, patiently awaiting Su Linjin's words. He did not hesitate. "It concerns the wedding of Ruo and Xiao Yi. Yesterday, he had briefly conversed with Xiao Yi about it. And since everyone was here today, he thought it prudent to deliberate together." Upon hearing his words, Su Yunhe and Qin Shueping were not particularly surprised. Given that the child had already been born and the couple shared such affection, it would be unreasonable to deny the inevitability of marriage. Better to formalize the union while the child is still young, thus alleviating future complications. Su Yunhe nodded slightly. With the baby already here, it is indeed time to marry. Aware that Xiao Yi was without parents, Su Yunhe and Qin Shueping refrained from further inquiries. Su Linjin continued, "Shall I find an auspicious date to arrange your marriage?" "That sounds splendid," Xiao Yi readily agreed. He cast a furtive glance at Su Ruo, whose cheeks were flushed with a hint of shyness. "My dear wife, do you have any thoughts on this?" Qin Shueping replied with a gentle smile. What thoughts could I have? I wholeheartedly support the union of these two children. It is you who seemed perplexed at first. Laughter ensued as Su Lingjin produced a list. Xiao Yi, I have already ordered the furniture and appliances for your place. Please take a look and see if they suit your needs. If not, we can make adjustments. Xiao Yi was taken aback. So soon? Last night. I reviewed the layout of your home and selected furnishings and appliances that appeal to young people. Rest assured, my aesthetic sense remains quite contemporary, he reassured. As Xiao Yi opened the list, he beheld the prices of various appliances. The items included Jiagana 400 combination refrigerator, 101, 600, 98-inch ultra-large screen. Super plasma television, 110, 999. Grease central air conditioning, 3 to 10, 149, 999. Integrated cooking stove, 29, 999. American imported speed by Kuhn washer dryer combo, 69, 980. Upon seeing these prices, Xiao Yi experienced a moment of heart-stopping shock. Good heavens, my father-in-law has truly gone all out. 10,000 for a refrigerator, 11,000 for a television, and nearly 70,000 for a washing machine? What level of luxury is this? Such exquisite items. As he continued to peruse, he discovered additional small appliances, sofas, coffee tables, and other furnishings, culminating in a total cost exceeding $1 million. Most importantly, there are actually 5 gaming consoles and a computer equipped with a quad 4090 graphics card. My father-in-law understands the younger generation. Xiao Yi smirked as Su Lingjin cheerfully inquired. So, son-in-law, do you like what your father-in-law has prepared for you? Yes. I like it, Xiao Yi replied. That's wonderful. Su Lingjin's gaze then shifted to Su Ruorio. Ruorio, you and Xiao Yi can go get your marriage certificate soon. And perhaps look at wedding dresses as well. As for the wedding venue, how about we book the Amon at the Summer Palace? Ah? Su Ruorio exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing her face. The Amon at the Summer Palace is an exceptionally high-end hotel in Kyoto, located in the city center, making it exceedingly expensive. The cost for the wedding hall alone is 990,000 yuan, and the price for a single table of food ranges from 6 to 7,000 yuan. It is undeniably extravagant. Dad, isn't this hotel a bit too luxurious? We really don't need to choose something so expensive. Oh, that's simply one to do. Su Lingjin replied, looking at his beloved daughter. Ruorio, you will only marry once in your lifetime, so I feel it is necessary to make it a grand affair. Besides, don't you girls cherish the sense of ceremony? You must have seen pictures of the Amon at the Summer Palace online. The decorations are truly stunning. As her beautiful eyes assessed Su Lingjin, Su Ruo realized that her father had already begun planning for her. All right then, she acquiesced. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now you both hasten to decide on a date, so I can contact the hotel. Sure, Su Ruo glanced at Xiao Yi, while Qin Shueping added, whoa, don't forget to select a good maid of honor. Xiao Yi, do you have a best man on your side? Rest assured I do. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of his 3 roommates. However, since a best man typically requires 4 individuals, he could easily find another classmate from Peking University. Very well. Just prepare accordingly, Su Lingjin encouraged. They continued their meal, and shortly after, Su Yunha suddenly recalled the antique auction taking place the next day, as well as Lin Daoqi's desire to meet him. Xiao Yi, Su Yunha asked, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Xiao Yi looked at Su Yunha. I have nothing scheduled. I'm just at home taking care of Ro and the baby. Grandfather, is there something you need? Indeed. Tomorrow marks the annual antique auction in Kyoto, and I would like to take you to see it. Absolutely, Xiao Yi responded without hesitation. Ever since acquiring the golden eye, he had been preoccupied with enchanting young ladies and had yet to attend to more serious matters. Participating in such an auction was an opportunity he could not pass up. He might even find some hidden gems for Su Yunha to profit from. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then you shall stay here tonight. The auction begins promptly at 2 in the afternoon. I have a friend who wishes to meet you, and I will treat you both to lunch tomorrow. All right, Xiao Yi mused, curious about who would want to meet him. At this moment, he was perplexed and chose not to ponder further. The others were engaged in cheerful banter while dining. After the meal, Su Yunha instinctively reclined on the sofa. Xiao Yi immediately grasped his intention and began to massage him. Later that evening, after a refreshing shower, Xiao Yi retired to Su Ruo's bedroom. As for the baby, in order to ensure that Xiao Yi and Su Ruo had an undisturbed night's rest, Su Lingjin and Qin Shueping took on the responsibility of caregiving. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Su Yunha began to urge, Xiao Yi, are you ready? I'm coming. I'm coming. Xiao Yi emerged wearing a white shirt that belonged to Su Linjin. Upon seeing him in the shirt, Su Yunhe was momentarily taken aback. It must be said that this lad looked quite dashing in the white attire, undeniably handsome. Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry? Who exactly are we going to meet? A dear friend of mine, renowned in the world of antiques. Xiao Yi squinted, contemplating. By now, he was aware that the cricket jar he had purchased was of considerable value, likely worth several million. Once given, a gift is like water poured out. He had no desire to reclaim it, especially since it was intended for his grandfather. Could he still face returning home if he did? Su Yunhe's old friend suddenly wished to meet him, presumably to inquire about the origin of this treasure. Are you all packed? If so, let us depart. All right. Today, Su Linjin was off work and would be staying home with Su Ruo to care for the baby. Wife, Dad, I'm heading out with grandfather now. Be careful on the road. Su Linjin, cradling the eldest and youngest grandchildren, wore a beaming smile. Meanwhile, the second child was tugging at Su Ruo's hair, flailing his arms with delight. Xiaoming, do not pull mommy's hair. If you do it again, I will spank you. Upon hearing this, the second child immediately released his grip and opened his arms, seeking to be held by Su Linjin. Seeing this, Su Linjin quickly stepped back, saying, I want to hold you. The second child wailed in response. Xiao Yi looked on, bewildered. Had the baby really comprehended their words at less than 20 days old? A moment later, Xiao Yi and Su Linjin arrived at the parking lot. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's car, Su Yunhe chuckled. This car is quite nice and essential for business. It's for the baby. Grandfather, please take the front seat. This vehicle was a four-seater, as the back had been converted into a crib for the baby, leaving Su Linjin no choice but to sit in the front. Can't the back seat accommodate anyone? Xiao Yi opened the electric door, revealing the transformed crib in the back. He smirked. It was commendable how he had thoughtfully dismantled 2 aviation seats to create 3 baby cribs. All right, the front and back seats are essentially the same. Once Su Yunhe settled into the car, Xiao Yi fastened his seatbelt and inquired, Grandfather, where are we headed? To the Sunset Red Wine House. Understood. The Sunset Red Wine House is a business hotel situated in Kyoto, favored by elderly businessmen for their meetings. Due to Kyoto's notorious traffic, it took a full 40 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the hotel, Su Yunhe received a phone call and then cheerfully remarked to Xiao Yi, Lin Daoqi, my longtime friend, has already arrived. He is in room 888 on the 8th floor. You may go ahead. I need to purchase a few items. Xiao Yi inquired, Grandfather, what are you buying? I can go buy it. No need. Just head upstairs, Su Yunhe replied. Oh, all right. Since his grandfather insisted. Xiao Yi did not press the matter further. Upon entering the wine house, a female waiter dressed in a suit approached him and promptly escorted Xiao Yi to the 8th floor. Sir, room 888 is right here. Thank you. Xiao Yi replied with a slight nod and then knocked on the door of the private room. An elderly gentleman, adorned in a silk top and sporting reading glasses along with a goatee, opened the door. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback before politely greeting, Hello, I am Su Yunhe's grandson-in-law. You must be the friend my grandfather spoke of? You are Xiao Yi? Lin Daoqi was surprised, not expecting Xiao Yi to be so handsome. In today's society, appearances hold significant weight, just as Liu Bei hesitated to employ Pang Tong upon first meeting him due to his looks. Yes, that's me. Hello. Lin Daoqi quickly extended his hand for a handshake with Xiao Yi. I am Lin Daoqi, a fellow enthusiast of antiques, just like your grandfather. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Xiao Yi bowed slightly as he spoke. Oh, no need to be so formal. I am very familiar with your grandfather. His grandson is like my own. Henceforth, you shall be my treasured grandchild as well. Xiao Yi was unsure of Lin Daoqi's intentions. Come, please take a seat. I haven't ordered yet. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Once seated, Xiao Yi began to survey the surroundings and soon noticed a nearby table displaying several antiques, 2 of which were identical. Activating his golden eye, he discerned that one of the antiques radiated a vibrant red hue, while the other appeared dull and lifeless. This indicated that one was genuine and the other a counterfeit. A slight smile crept onto Xiao Yi's lips. It seemed his purpose was to test him. Surely, his grandfather had shown him that cricket jar. After briefly perusing the menu, Xiao Yi noted that the establishment boasted a commendable standard, with prices relatively reasonable. To honor Lin Daoqi, he casually ordered 2 dishes, suggesting that his grandfather could choose the rest. Lin Daoqi did not decline. The two engaged in light conversation for about 5 or 6 minutes until Su Yunhe entered, holding a bottle of Jinmao. Old friend Lin. Oh, Su. you have finally arrived. Lin Daoqi exclaimed, standing to welcome him. Su Yunhe promptly took a seat beside Xiao Yi. How is it going? How was your conversation with my grandson-in-law? Very well. Very well, Lin Daoqi replied. I truly envy you for having such a handsome and considerate grandson-in-law. By the way, Xiao Yi, you previously gifted your grandfather a copper jar? Correct? Where did you acquire that jar? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi was taken aback. Was he trying to extract information? The truth was, he had purchased it casually and was unaware of its considerable value. If the vendor of the cricket knew, he would surely be in tears. Xiao Yi replied honestly. I simply bought it on a whim, and I never expected to stumble upon such a treasure. It was merely good fortune. It seems you possess a profound understanding of antiques, Xiao Yi. I have two similar antiques here, not from the same source, but both are claimed to be from the early Qing dynasty. I wonder if you could help me ascertain their authenticity? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi realized that Lin Daoqi was testing his expertise. Su Yunhe also looked at him with curiosity, as he too was eager to see if Xiao Yi could discern the truth. Xiao Yi smiled broadly, actually. I noticed the two antiques on the table as soon as I entered. There's no need to examine them further. The one on the left is genuine, while the one on the right is a high-quality replica. Moreover, I suspect you are intentionally testing my abilities. At this, both Lin Daoqi and Su Yunhe were momentarily dumbfounded. Xiao Yi's assertions were entirely accurate regarding both the authenticity of the antiques and Lin Daoqi's intentions. They had not anticipated that his insights could be so readily comprehended. How did you achieve this? Xiao Yi shrugged. It is quite simple. I can determine the era of an antique merely by its appearance. If I am not mistaken, this should be porcelain from the late Ming to early Qing period? Indeed, precisely. Lin Daoqi nodded vigorously. Xiao Yi continued. This is likely a Ming dynasty Wanli blue and white floral pattern box. Correct. I did not expect you to know this. I merely have a slight understanding. Xiao Yi replied with a faint smile. As for the other antiques on the table, they are mostly replicas and hold little value. Though some may be of a certain age, worth perhaps several tens of thousands. You could discern all of this. Lin Daoqi was aware that those antiques were indeed fakes. He intended to sell them at the auction. He had not anticipated that their value would be so effortlessly revealed by Xiao Yi, who had hardly even glanced at them. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Xiao Yi's claim of having only a slight understanding was undoubtedly a modest understatement. His true identity must be that of an antique master. At this realization, both Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi gasped in astonishment, especially Su Yunhe. He had initially thought Xiao Yi possessed only a modicum of skill and had fortuitously acquired the copper jar. It became evident to him that Xiao Yi was, in fact, an expert. Lin Daoqi could not contain his curiosity any longer. May I inquire, esteemed young friend, who is your master? Xiao Yi was taken aback, with two question marks appearing above his head. Master? I do not have a master. No master? Lin Daoqi exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly possible? Your discerning eye suggests that you must have been exposed to antiques from a young age. If you lacked a mentor, where did you acquire such skills? I learned from a television program called A Shot of Certainty, which you may not be aware of, Xiao Yi replied. Su Yonghe and Lin Daoqi exchanged glances, both skeptical of Xiao Yi's claim. If one could indeed acquire such expertise merely from television, then every person in the world would be an appraiser of treasures. Since he was unwilling to elaborate further, they chose not to press the matter. Su Yonghe felt a rush of satisfaction. After all, Xiao Yi was akin to family. With Xiao Yi's assistance, he was certain to excel in the realm of antiques. This thought brought a smile to his face. Simultaneously, Lin Daoqi shared similar sentiments. His confidence allowed him to seek Xiao Yi's help whenever needed. Regrettably, Xiao Yi was involved with Su Ruo. Had it not been for her, he would have insisted that his unambitious grandson-in-law divorce his granddaughter and marry Xiao Yi instead. Chapter 33. A job offer of 300,000. In the following moments, Lin Daoqi lavished Xiao Yi with praise, uttering every flattering word imaginable in a bid to curry favor. He even raised several toasts in Xiao Yi's honor. But since Xiao Yi had driven and intended to attend a shareholders' auction shortly, he abstained from drinking. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 1 o'clock. Lin Daoqi generously ordered a multitude of dishes, though the three of them did not consume much. The auction was set to commence at 2, and they needed to arrive early. At this moment, Lin Daoqi picked up a Ming Dynasty Wanli blue and white floral and bird-patterned seal box, grinning as he approached Xiao Yi. My dear grandson, as this is our first meeting, I am delighted to know you, and so I present you with this seal box as a token of my affection. Xiao Yi was taken aback by this gesture, particularly because the seal box was of considerable value, likely worth several million. It was quite unusual to simply give away such an expensive antique. No, I cannot accept this, Grandpa. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. But this item is far too precious. Just then, Xiao Yi cleared his throat twice and interjected, Old Lin, this is far too extravagant. You should keep it. If you insist on gifting it, Xiao Yi and my granddaughter Ruoruo are to be wed soon, and you may consider this a contribution to their wedding gift. Xiao Yi's words were rather clever, effectively implying acceptance of the gift. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoqi's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Very well. I shall present it as a wedding gift then. Xiao Yi chuckled indeed. Ha. He had an undeniable fondness for the Ming Dynasty Wanli blue and white floral and bird-patterned seal box. This exquisite porcelain is becoming increasingly rare, reaching a state where it possesses value, yet lacks a market. To possess such an item would allow Su Yunhe to awaken with a smile in his dreams. The trio departed from the restaurant and, after half an hour, arrived at the venue of the antique auction. The auction took place in a hotel lobby, adorned with numerous chairs. Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi walked side by side, while Xiao Yi followed closely behind. Upon reaching the 14th floor of the hotel, Su Yunhe produced 3 entrance tickets from his pocket and handed them to the doorman stationed at the entrance. Upon recognizing Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi, the doorman promptly bowed, exclaiming, Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, welcome. Su Yunhe nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi felt a sense of admiration for his grandfather. Realizing he was no ordinary person, without further thought, he quickly followed suit. The hotel lobby was extravagantly decorated, boasting a ceiling height of several meters, adorned with an array of crystal chandeliers. The walls showcased numerous renowned paintings, and the floor was crafted from large slabs of marble. Every corner of the lobby emanated an air of distinction. Concurrently, a multitude of middle-aged individuals had gathered within, some clad in suits, others in silk shirts, alongside a Taoist priest dressed in a robe, carrying a peachwood sword. Apart from the priest, the remaining attendees exuded affluence. Ah, old Su, you have finally arrived. Why are you so late today? A man, seemingly of the same age as Su Yunhe, approached him for conversation. Ha, did you skip lunch? He continued. By the way, let me introduce you to my grandson-in-law, Xiao Yi. Goodness, you have a grandson-in-law already? The elderly gentleman scrutinized Xiao Yi with curiosity. Su Yunhe smiled. He is about to get married. I shall call upon you then. Excellent. Ha. The elderly man soon departed, and Su Yunhe turned to Xiao Yi, saying, It is rather noisy outside. We have a room here. Would you like to join us for some tea while we await the auction to commence? No need, Grandpa. You two go ahead, Xiao Yi replied, glancing around. The lobby also featured vendors selling stones and various antiques, and he intended to explore. Very well, wander around. If you find something you fancy, just mention my name to reserve it, and I will settle the payment when we leave, Su Yunhe instructed. All right, Xiao Yi responded. With that, Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi entered with cheerful expressions, while Xiao Yi curiously began his exploration. Having never encountered such an environment before, he was filled with wonder. Arriving at a stone gambling area, he observed neatly arranged stones of varying sizes, each marked with different prices ranging from 10,000 to 200,000. Utilizing his golden eye, he glanced at the stones, discovering none bore any green. They were all ordinary stones. Some stones were marked with the words top quality and a 90 rate of greenness. Isn't this just a way to exploit others? Shaking his head, he was about to leave when suddenly someone called his name. Xiao Yi? Upon hearing his name, Xiao Yi was startled, aside from his classmates from Kyoto University. He seemed to have no friends. Turning around, he saw a bespectacled young man with slicked back hair approaching, who appeared to be of similar age. Xiao Yi was taken aback, as he did not recognize him. Who are you? You don't even recognize me? It's me, Chu-Chi. Chu-Chi. Xiao Yi looked bewildered, but at that moment, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Chu-Chi, his high school classmate, came from a wealthy family, often flaunting his affluence while lacking any real skills. He used to bully classmates, including Xiao Yi. With these recollections, Xiao Yi's expression remained unchanged. Oh, I remember now. You were my high school classmate. Haha. I didn't expect you to recall. Chu-Chi scrutinized Xiao Yi, noting his white shirt and black trousers, easily deducing he was a newly hired security guard at the hotel. After all, today marked Kyoto's largest antique auction, making the presence of temporary security personnel quite normal. Chu-Chi looked down on him, saying, I remember you got into Kyoto University, right? Aren't you interning this year? Yes, Xiao Yi nodded. I'm in my senior year interning. Oh, not bad. Working as a security guard at this hotel pays significantly more than those 996 jobs outside. You've got quite an eye. Xiao Yi smiled, too indifferent to explain. What was the point of clarifying things to someone so condescending? And you, what brings you here today? Of course, I'm here for the antique auction, Chu Chi proudly stated. Today is my grandfather's 80th birthday, and he has a fondness for antiques, so I'm here to buy some to gift him. As for me, I'm now in human resources, helping people find jobs abroad, with an annual salary exceeding 200,000. By the way, I have collaborations in northern Myanmar, Singapore, and Cambodia. Here, take my number. If you need a job, you can contact me anytime. Considering we're old classmates, I can offer you a salary of 300,000 per year, with a 3-day work week and comprehensive benefits. How does that sound? Chapter 34. Are you certain this is the 8 steeds? Are you one of the 8 steeds? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi smirked. What a joke. Did he still need a job? Moreover, were the positions in northern Myanmar, Singapore, and Cambodia legitimate? Surely. They wouldn't involve human trafficking for scams, would they? Noticing Xiao Yi's unusual expression, Chu Chi quickly reassured him. Don't worry. These are all legitimate jobs. The northern Myanmar area is in the Golden Triangle, and 90 of the people there are from our homeland, speaking Chinese and using renminbi. I don't plan to pursue this for now, but I'll reach out if necessary. All right, let's exchange numbers. The two exchanged contact information, after which Chu Chi hurriedly departed. Observing his retreating figure, Xiao Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this job lacked seriousness. Time flew by swiftly, and in 20 minutes, the auction was set to commence. Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi emerged from the lounge, locating Xiao Yi and guiding him to a seat in the 3rd row of the auction hall. The seating arrangements here were less formal, devoid of the elaborate distinctions often depicted in certain light novels where entry tickets of gold and silver dictated placement. Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi settled on either side of Xiao Yi, with Su Yunhe speaking first. Xiao Yi, should you find any antiques that captivate you, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as they fall within my budget, I shall acquire them all. Very well, Xiao Yi nodded, refraining from inquiring about the extent of that budget. At that moment, Lin Daoqi chimed in. My dear grandson, you must possess considerable knowledge of antiques. If you come across anything suitable, do let me know. Rest assured, grandfather, if I find something appropriate, I will certainly inform you. Xiao Yi did not decline. After all, Lin Daoqi and Su Yunhe had been friends for many years, and extending a helping hand could only foster goodwill. Soon, a young lady clad in a professional suit, complemented by black stockings and a high ponytail, graced the stage of the auction. Holding a microphone, she greeted the over 100 attendees with a radiant smile. Welcome, antique enthusiasts of Kyoto, to this auction. The authorized antiques are guaranteed by Huaxia People's Insurance, assuring their authenticity. Please bid with confidence. A round of applause erupted from the audience. Moments later, 2 young men adorned with white gloves placed the first antique upon the display podium. It was a piece of porcelain encased in a glass cover, originating from the Ming Dynasty, provided by the renowned antique collector Chen Fiki. The starting bid was set at 5 million, with increments not to fall below 100,000. It was noted that while this was an authorized antique, its condition was not guaranteed. On the large screen behind the stage, detailed images of the porcelain were displayed, prompting murmurs among the crowd below. Utilizing his golden eye, Xiao Yi examined the piece. Indeed, it was a porcelain artifact from the Ming Dynasty, yet its condition was abysmal. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, but inside the vase lay countless cracks, rendering it in a state of disrepair. There were even chips at the base of the vase. While its age was authentic, its value certainly did not merit 5 million. At that moment, both Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi seemed eager to bid. Had the condition been favorable, this porcelain would likely be valued at 7 to 8 million. However, the quality was far from assured. Xiao Yi, what do you think of this porcelain? Su Yunhe inquired, casting his gaze upon the artifact. Xiao Yi shook his head. It is not worth this price. You may forego this porcelain. Su Yunhe was taken aback. Had Xiao Yi encouraged him to purchase it, he would have undoubtedly raised the bid without hesitation. This porcelain was, after all, an exceedingly rare treasure in contemporary times. He never expected Xiao Yi to advise against the purchase. Observing Xiao Yi's expression, Su Yunhe chose to remain silent. Similarly, Lin Daoqi on the other side shared this sentiment. The others, entirely oblivious to the quality of the porcelain, had already begun to raise their bids. 5, 1 million 5, 3 million, 6 million, 7, 5 million. Ultimately, this piece of porcelain was claimed by a rather unsuspecting bidder for 7, 5 million. The next item, an unauthorized antique, was the true original of Su Beihong's 8 horses. With a starting bid of 100,000 and a minimum increment of 20,000. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Is this truly the 8 horses? Are we certain that the creatures depicted are horses? They appear more akin to donkeys. Laughter erupted as everyone beheld the painting. And even the host felt a wave of embarrassment. She could not fathom how such a rendition could exist in the solemn atmosphere of an auction. Moreover, to begin with a price of 100,000, one might as well ask her son to create something similar. It was remarkable that anyone would even consider purchasing it for 10, let alone 100,000. What on earth is this? The 8 horses. Are we sure it's not the 8 donkeys? Indeed, how could this even be presented at an auction? It's utterly ludicrous. Someone take it down. Do not waste our time. Take it away, take it away. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Xiao Yi curiously examined the painting. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his golden eyes revealed that the painting was entirely red. Yet, this was evidently not the 8 horses. Xiao Yi was equally perplexed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Grandfather, I quite like this painting. Could you please help me acquire it? What? Su Yunhe gasped in astonishment. Lin Daoqi was equally taken aback. Xiao Yi, are you certain you wish to purchase this painting? Yes. Very well. Though Su Yunhe was unsure of Xiao Yi's reasoning, he acquiesced to his request. He raised his bidding paddle. I'll take it for 100,000. What? Upon hearing his words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. This was absurd. Su Yunhe was well known in the antique circles of Kyoto. How could he be so foolish as to spend 100,000 on a painting that even a 3-year-old could have created? Excellent. The host promptly brought her gavel down. Congratulations, Mr. Su Yunhe. On winning the bid for Su Beihong's 8 horses, laughter erupted once more. Grandfather, could you bring the painting over for me to examine quietly? Of course. Su Yunhe, holding a respected position here, had no issue retrieving the painting before settling the payment. As the man in a suit handed over the painting, it was modest in size, approximately 1 meter in length and 50 centimeters in width, currently framed. Weighing it in his hands, it felt particularly substantial. When viewed through his golden eyes, it remained red. Could there be something extraordinary concealed within it? Chapter 35. Adding at least 200,000, and you're directly adding 5 million? What do you think, Xiao Yi? This painting, Su Yunhe assessed it, feeling that in a few years, his great-grandson Xiao Ming would be able to produce something similar in kindergarten. This painting is undoubtedly a treasure. However, Xiao Yi had already noticed that the true treasure lay not in the painting itself, but in what was hidden behind it. What treasure? Lin Daoqi couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Yi maintained his composure. You'll find out when it's opened. As he spoke, he turned the frame over and began to unscrew the bolts securing it. The onlookers surrounding them gazed intently at Xiao Yi, eager to discover what lay within the painting. Those in the front row turned their heads with curiosity, and once the frame was opened, it was indeed revealed that inside lay a piece of red fabric, adorned with golden threads, resembling silk. Moreover, it was quite thick and layered. With his golden eye, Xiao Yi instantly recognized it as a kasaya, and certainly not an ordinary one. Upon seeing the silk, Su Yunhe's eyes widened. Aware of Xiao Yi's extensive knowledge, he inquired, Xiao Yi, what is this? This is a kasaya, Xiao Yi stated directly, removing it from the frame. Upon seeing the kasaya, Su Yunhe's eyes grew even wider. Such items were commonly seen in the world, but why was there one within the painting? He gently caressed the fabric, having never encountered something like it, but discerning its considerable value through the hue of the golden eye. At that moment, a sudden laugh echoed from a distance. The crowd turned in unison. An elderly man, clad simply, with graying hair and sporting a goatee, approached. Xiao Yi did not recognize him. However, upon seeing this man, both Su Yunhe and Lin Daoqi's expressions shifted. Many others present also exhibited subtle changes in demeanor. Xiao Yi whispered, Grandfather, who is this? This is Su Yimin, the president of our Kyoto Antique Association. Today's auction is hosted by him. Understanding dawned on Xiao Yi as he nodded. Su Yimin then ascended the stage, and the host instinctively handed him the microphone. With a gentle smile, Su Yimin glanced at Xiao Yi before addressing the audience. Hello everyone. I shall not elaborate on my introduction, for I believe you all know me. In fact, the earlier 8 horses was painted by my great-grandson, Su Beihong, which is why it is said to be an authentic piece. Xiao Yi? Su Yunha? The crowd? Goodness. Upon hearing this revelation, not a single person in attendance was not astounded. Is this true? Your great-grandson is named Su Beihong? My great-grandson is only 3 years old, and his paintings are indeed somewhat childish, transforming horses into donkeys. Ha 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 ha. At this point, some had already begun to flatter him. President, please refrain from belittling your great-grandson. My son is already 10 years old, and he cannot paint as well as your great-grandson did at merely 3. Indeed, to possess such artistic talent at the tender age of 3 surely heralds the emergence of the next Su Beihong. Absolutely, absolutely. On the stage, Su Yi rolled his eyes and then directed his gaze toward Xiao Yi. Regarding that kasaya, I initially sought to see if anyone had the fortune to acquire it. And I must admit I was surprised to find that someone truly did. He continued. This kasaya was purchased by me a decade ago for $5 million from the United States, when the auctioneer announced that I could only keep it for 10 years, after which it must be passed on in a special manner. I devised this method. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was filled with regret. Su Yi's discerning I was undoubtedly reliable, and this kasaya was certainly a treasure. If it was valued at $5 million 10 years ago, what could its worth be today? Surely several tens of millions. How fortunate is Su Yunha? Xiao Yi could not help but smile upon hearing this. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Su Yi then stated, as for the painting my grandson created, the 8 steeds, I hope you will cherish it. Regarding the kasaya, it is up to you how to handle it. You may choose to sell it or keep it. Recently, I had it appraised, and the expert indicated that its value has at least multiplied tenfold since its original price, though this is merely a reference. Ultimately, this kasaya is not an ordinary item, and I cannot divulge its origins. If you are interested, you may seek out the clues yourself. Upon discovering the lineage, its value may rise even further. With that, Chen Yimin departed. Xiao Yi gazed at the kasaya in his hands. If it had indeed multiplied tenfold, it was worth 50 million. Remarkable. Having spent 100,000 on an item valued at 50 million was an incredible bargain. Su Yunha was utterly astounded, feeling as though he were in a dream. Xiao Yi had merely purchased an ordinary painting, created by the great-grandson of the president, which contained this kasaya worth 50 million. For a moment, Su Yunha was at a loss for words. Simultaneously, those around him exchanged wide-eyed glances, filled with envy. 50 million. 50 million. Though they were all quite wealthy, how often could one earn 50 million in mere minutes? Meanwhile, individuals in the crowd began to express their eagerness to purchase the kasaya on the spot. Mr. Su, do you remember me? I am the grandson of your daughter's classmate, the nephew of my second uncle's sister-in-law. I have been a devotee of Buddhism since childhood, and I feel a connection to this kasaya. How about selling it to me for 40 million? I will offer 45 million. Did you not hear the president say? This kasaya is valued at a minimum of 50 million. I will bid 51 million. Sell it to me. The president's esteemed reputation instilled confidence in them, prompting several individuals to express their desire to acquire the kasaya. However, Su Yunha was completely uninterested in managing the situation, nor did he wish to. The exquisite painting, 8 steeds, was proposed for purchase by Xiao Yi, and thus the cassock within undoubtedly belonged to him. How Xiao Yi chose to address the matter was entirely his prerogative. Xiao Yi, this cassock is yours. Should you wish to sell it, I can assist in organizing an auction. The price will surely exceed 60 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi shook his head in response. Grandfather, let us keep this cassock. I recall Ruo mentioning that you are a believer in Buddhism. Perhaps this cassock truly belonged to a great master and could bless our family. Well, that is agreeable. Su Yunha chuckled and nodded, for he indeed held faith in Buddhism, though he was uncertain about the efficacy of such blessings. After all, there are no ghosts in this world. As for Xiao Yi, he gave it little further thought. The onlookers, noticing Su Yunha's disinterest in parting with the item, fell silent. Simultaneously, several individuals, unable to attain what they desired, cast disdainful glances in his direction, harboring many unkind remarks in their hearts. Before long, the auction resumed, presenting a series of highly valuable antiques. Lin Daoqi, witnessing Su Yunha effortlessly earn 50 million, felt a pang of urgency. Why was his grandson Xiao Yi so lackluster? For several consecutive antiques, Xiao Yi had prevented him from bidding. Finally, the 8th antique was brought forth. Yet, it was an object entirely encased in mud. From the exterior, it was impossible to discern its true form, and the dirt and stone fragments appeared quite aged and particularly antiquated. Utilizing his golden eye, Xiao Yi discerned that it was a type of wine vessel, known as a jing, which was popular among the Han people from the late Shang to early Western Zhou dynasties. These vessels typically featured an oval or square body with either a ring or 4 feet. Some were crafted in the shape of animals, with the head and back serving as a lid, the body as the belly, and the 4 legs as feet. The one before him was fashioned in the likeness of a pig. Great, now even mud can be auctioned? Murmured someone from the crowd, prompting a wave of skepticism. The host interjected. This piece of earth was unearthed last year and, following professional scanning, is suspected to be a bronze artifact with a history of over 1,000 years. The starting bid is 5 million, with bidding increments of no less than 200,000. Please proceed. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings, an air of uncertainty prevailing. My dear grandson, is this even worth bidding on? Lin Daoqi couldn't help but inquire. He had hoped to make a significant purchase today. Yet the auction was nearing its conclusion, and he had not acquired a single item. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's intervention, he would undoubtedly have claimed several antiques by now. Xiao Yi whispered, this one is acceptable, as long as the price does not exceed 30 million. You may bid with confidence. However, I cannot guarantee, judging by its shape, that it is likely a treasure. Lin Daoqi felt a deep sense of discontent. It is not that he does not trust Xiao Yi's words, but rather he is unaware of what lies within this object, with a starting price of 5 million. What if it contains nothing? Surely one cannot justify spending such a sum on a mere pile of mud. 5,500,000. At this moment, someone has already begun to bid. Adhering to his principle of assisting others to the fullest, Xiao Yi gently remarked, Grandfather Lin, if you place your trust in me, I can help you bid. Based on my years of experience, I have a strong feeling that it contains a ceremonial vessel. A vessel? Lin Daoqi furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Yi nodded affirmatively. Very well then. Lin Daoqi resolved to take the plunge, if losses were to be incurred. It was better to risk it here than allow that extravagant son-in-law to squander it. All right. At this, Xiao Yi raised his bidding paddle, 10 million. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's declaration, those around him were left bewildered. Goodness, is he raising the bid so aggressively? A minimum increase of 200,000. And he jumps a staggering 4,500,000? And he has no idea what it contains. In the back row, Chu Qi was nearly in stitches at the sight. He did not comprehend why Xiao Yi had appeared here. But the fact that he was willing to increase the bid by 4,500,000 for a pile of mud suggested a lack of intelligence. Lin Daoqi felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, thinking, Xiao Yi, please do not put me in a difficult position. Are you really raising the bid so fiercely? Chapter 36. Su Yuna, do not set your sights on my son-in-law. Lin Daoqi's heart was bleeding. A confident smile graced Xiao Yi's lips. He had just used his golden eye to look deeper into the object, and it was indeed a ceremonial vessel of exceptionally fine quality, with a history exceeding 1,000 years. If he could assist Lin Daoqi in securing this item, he would owe him a significant favor, which could prove useful should he ever find himself in need of assistance. This was also one of Xiao Yi's motivations for helping him. 10 million, young sir. Are you certain? The host, unaware of the relationship between Xiao Yi and Lin Daoqi, expressed concern about Xiao Yi's ability to afford such a sum. This is my grandson. What? Do you doubt my capacity to pay? Lin Daoqi asserted. No, no. The host quickly shook her head. 10 million once. 10 million twice. Seeing no further bids, 10 million thrice sold. The host brought her gavel down upon the table. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for acquiring a mysterious antique for 10 million. Congratulations. Now, let us proceed to the final antique of today's auction, a mysterious compass. A compass? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The host provided no further explanation. Starting price, 200 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Surely, no one present could afford such an amount. The auction concluded swiftly. Yet, following this, there would still be a segment for free trading. After deducting the 10 million, that so-called pile of mud was duly delivered into Lin Daoqi's hands. He weighed the clay block, feeling its substantial weight. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Unsure if the contents within were truly worth 10 million. The auction site was equipped with high-pressure water jets. By simply reducing the pressure, one could disperse the mud without damaging the antique inside. At that moment, a throng of onlookers surrounded Lin Daoqi, all curious about what lay within this clay that had fetched such a staggering price. Old Lin, you might be losing out on that 10 million. Hurry up and see what's inside. Indeed, what if there's a piece of imperial green jade in there? At this size, Even imperial green jade would hardly be worth 10 million. That's true, ha ha ha. Looks like you're in for a loss, old Lin. The crowd's taunts were rife with sarcasm, and Lin Daoqi's expression darkened in response. These onlookers, with their sharp tongues, seemed to relish the prospect of his potential misfortune. Such is human nature. They reveled in his potential loss, while envy and bitterness would surely arise if others succeeded. Xiao Yi chimed in, Grandpa Lin, just do it. Relax and trust my judgment. I won't steer you wrong. All right then. The crowd soon gathered around a high-pressure water jet, and Xiao Yi confidently instructed, set the pressure to the lowest setting and gently wash away the mud. The operator of the water jet nodded, placing the clay block into a container before cautiously commencing the wash. A multitude of eager eyes were fixed upon the jet, and gradually, as the mud was washed away, the ancient bronze patterns of the vessel began to emerge. This could be promising. Upon seeing the bronze patterns, Lin Daoqi's heart raced. It appeared Xiao Yi had indeed spoken truthfully. This was a genuine treasure. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. As the mud continued to be washed away, more of the vessel became visible. Su Yunhe could not help but pat Xiao Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming, Xiao Yi, I am truly astonished. How did you discern this was a vessel amidst all that mud? Could it be that you possess X-ray vision? Well, Xiao Yi shrugged, Grandpa. I won't pretend any longer. I do have X-ray vision, hee hee. Stop boasting. Su Yunhe chuckled, gazing at the vessel, clearly skeptical of Xiao Yi's claim. If such X-ray vision existed, he would willingly stand on his head while washing his hair, even inverting himself to relieve himself. One must admit, Xiao Yi continually challenged his perceptions. He had not anticipated that the boy could be so astute. With Xiao Yi's assistance, he could even envision establishing the largest antique collection store in Kyoto. Su Yunhe, a man of ambition and dreams, despite his age, always aspired to open a grand antique shop. He even regarded the bronze vessel for crickets that Xiao Yi had given him as the prized possession of his shop. The crowd gazed intently at the vessel, and after approximately 2.5 minutes, its full splendor came into view. The craftsman wielding the high-pressure water gun appeared to possess some understanding of this artifact. After drying it off, he gently remarked, Congratulations, sir. This is a late Shang Dynasty GNGFY vessel of considerable value. Judging by its condition, it should be worth no less than 30 million. Is this truly the case? Lin Daoqi exclaimed, his arm trembling as he accepted the GNGFY vessel. He was astounded, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the faces of those around him contorted as if they had consumed bitter melon. How could this possibly be a GNGFY vessel? Is luck truly this abundant? Especially those who had just mocked Lin Daoqi hastily departed the scene. Xiao Yi. Lin Daoqi suddenly turned to fix his gaze upon Xiao Yi, who, upon hearing the words, revealed a faint smile. Congratulations, Grandpa Lin. It seems I was not mistaken after all. It is indeed a vessel. What? An elderly man, overhearing Xiao Yi's statement, could not help but inquire, Young man, did you encourage Mr. Lin to make this purchase? Xiao Yi nodded yes. He did not conceal the truth, and, with an air of mastery, continued, I sensed from the very beginning that this was no ordinary object. One must consider, would there be anything trivial at an auction of this magnitude? Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to comprehend. Indeed, only extraordinary items would grace an auction of such scale. Throughout past auctions, there had been items of uncertain authenticity, yet invariably, they were revealed to be treasures of immense worth. Xiao Yi's remarks had awakened those nearby, prompting an elderly gentleman to clasp his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, young friend. My name is Xing Daorong, a member of the Xing family from the capital. I hope to have your forbearance in the antique circle in the future. Ha ha. I am not involved in such circles. Xiao Yi shook his head and introduced. This is my grandfather, Su Yunhe. Should anyone have inquiries, they may approach my grandfather. Questions regarding antiques can also be directed to me, within my understanding. I will certainly provide some guidance. Furthermore, regarding the appraisal of treasures, one may consult me. I, Xiao Yi, have yet to err in this domain. Xiao Yi spoke with remarkable confidence. After all, he possessed the golden eye, which afforded him the audacity to make such bold claims. The antique world is notoriously chaotic. Yet with a grandfather involved in this realm, Xiao Yi could cultivate connections and reputation, seizing opportunities that might unexpectedly benefit his grandfather in the future. Haha. Your grandfather's name is indeed well known to me. Rest assured, we shall have ample opportunities to meet in the future. Excellent. Xiao Yi responded with a respectful gesture, and soon, the crowd dispersed. Lin Daoqi remained particularly astonished, his arms still quivering. He was somewhat familiar with the GNGFY vessel, as an identical one resided in a national-level museum. If he wishes to part with this item in his hand, it should not pose a significant issue. Naturally, the price will undoubtedly exceed 30 million. It is entirely plausible that it could fetch 40 or even 50 million. My dear grandson, I truly find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude for today's events. Observing Lin Daoqi's exhilaration, Xiao Yi generously remarked, "No need for thanks. Simply present me with this exquisite ceremonial vessel, and I shall offer you 10 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoqi's heart quivered. If Xiao Yi was insistent on such terms, it appeared he had little room for refusal. Noticing Lin Daoqi's expression, Xiao Yi chuckled heartily. "Ha, Grandpa Lin, I was merely jesting. I do not lack for 10 million. Moreover, there is no need for formalities. As your junior, it is an honor to know someone of your stature, especially as you have been a dear friend to my grandfather for decades." In response to his words, Lin Daoqi could not help but regard Xiao Yi with renewed admiration. This young man possessed high emotional intelligence and eloquence. He would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. If only he were not married. How splendid it would be to have him as a grandson-in-law. Alas, how enviable for Su Yunhe. Su Yunhe, however, did not take this lightly. The sum of 20 million was indeed considerable, yet the aftermath of this affair would undoubtedly strengthen his relationship with Lin Daoqi. Furthermore, perhaps their family's enterprise could lend assistance in the future. In any case, this was an unmitigated benefit. Grandpa Lin, please keep this ceremonial vessel safe. How you choose to handle it is beyond my concern. Xiao Yi glanced at the time. It was nearing 4 in the afternoon. He wondered if Rua and his father-in-law were taking good care of the baby. He felt a strong desire to return home and check on them. Rest assured, I have already contacted the bodyguard. You need not worry. Indeed, Xiao Yi replied, turning to Su Yunhe, Grandpa, we seem to have no further business here. Perhaps we should return home. I wonder if father is managing well with the baby. Ha, quite right. The auction had concluded, and lingering any longer served no purpose. It was indeed time to check on the baby. Su Yunhe said, Old Lin, Xiao Yi and I have a few matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. Ah, are you leaving so soon? Let us dine together tonight. I would like my granddaughter to make your acquaintance, Xiao Yi. Su Yunhe responded with disbelief. What? Introduce your granddaughter to Xiao Yi? They're already on the verge of marriage with children in tow, and you still harbor intentions? No. Su Yunhe seized Xiao Yi and departed, utterly unlike a man in his 70s. Next time, you may treat me to a meal, but do not pursue my grandson-in-law. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening here? Chapter 37. Setting the date for the wedding. Upon leaving the hotel, Su Yunhe grumbled. I'm truly infuriated. Lin Daoqi's granddaughter is already married, and still, he attempts to introduce you. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed forth. Option 1. Inquired about the beauty of Grandpa Lin Daoqi's granddaughter. Rewarded with baby formula, nutritional value comparable to breast milk. Elevating the intelligence of the baby to 90. Option 2. Claimed to be a good wife, desiring to be a bandit, wanting both Ro and Lin Daoqi's granddaughter. Rewarded with a resounding slap and the title of bandit. Xiao Yi was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of these choices. He smiled faintly and quietly asked, Grandpa, is Lin Daoqi's granddaughter beautiful? What did you say? Su Yunhe suddenly turned, her eyes filled with a fierce glare. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, his words had provoked her ire. Grandpa, I was just joking. You little rascal, have you grown overly bold? How could Lin Daoqi's granddaughter possibly compare to Ro's beauty? Congratulations to the host for successfully digging his own grave, earning 3 cans of baby formula. Baby formula. After consuming 1 can, the baby's intelligence will increase by 90, rendering them extraordinarily astute, thereby influencing their learning to walk, talk, use utensils, and memorize. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy. It seemed his 3 babies would all have the opportunity to excel at prestigious schools in Beijing. After more than half an hour, Xiao Yi and Su Yunhe returned home. Upon opening the door, Su Ruo sprang up, exclaiming, Darling, you're back. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, she seemed to have spotted a savior, hastily handing over their second child to him, as if evading a plague. In the next moment, the second child unhesitatingly slapped Xiao Yi across the face. Smack. Goodness, you little rascal, your strength has certainly increased. Perhaps understanding his father's words, the second child suddenly burst into laughter, delighting in the moment, and seemed eager to deliver another slap. Has this little one become addicted to hitting? Xiao Yi mused, rubbing his slightly stinging cheek. It appeared that during his absence, the second child had caused quite a ruckus for Su Ruo. As for Su Linjin, he had not held the second child for even a minute. Ruo, this is the baby formula my friend previously gave me. I left it in the car. After handing the formula to Su Ruo, Su Linjin emerged from the inner room. Noticing Xiao Yi and Su Yuna's return, he remarked, "Oh, Xiao Yi, you're back." "Yes, I am. What about the eldest and the third? I just put them to sleep." "So, how was the auction today? Did you gain anything?" Xiao Yi smiled without replying. His gaze fixated on the cassock in Su Yuna's hands. However, Su Linjin did not notice the cassock. Instead, his attention was drawn to Su Beihong's painting, 8 Steeds. Su Yunha, astonished, exclaimed, "No way, Xiao Yi, you can't be telling me that this painting of 8 Steeds was purchased at the auction?" "Indeed. How much did it cost?" 100,000. Upon hearing this, both Su Linjin and Su Ruoruo were visibly taken aback. At this moment, Su Yunha interjected, stating that this painting was indeed created by Su Beihong and is certainly worthy of collection. Furthermore, he remarked that the value of this robe is a staggering 50 million. "So, how much did this robe sell for?" Xiao Yi inquired, to which he replied, "It came with the painting." Both Su Ruoruo and Su Linjin were left bewildered. Is this how auctions operate? Xiao Yi offered no further explanation, while Su Yunha excitedly recounted the events of the auction. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi approached the bedroom, where the 3 little ones were gathered together. The eldest, Xiao Menruo, and the youngest, Xiao Qinxue, were soundly asleep, their long, curled eyelashes resting on their fair skin, which radiated a gentle, milky fragrance. Observing the 2 charming children, Xiao Yi mused about which fortunate young men would win their hearts in the future. His gaze then shifted to the second child, Xiaoming. Noticing the way he stretched out his hand, seemingly ready to throw a tantrum, Xiao Yi took a deep breath, wondering which unfortunate girl would end up marrying him. "Hubby, are you watching the babies?" Su Ruo suddenly entered the room. At her words, Xiao Yi nodded softly, "MHM. Is Dad still chatting with Grandpa outside?" "Yes." Su Ruo settled beside Xiao Yi, gazing at the peacefully sleeping elder and younger ones with a smile of contentment. Xiao Yi then asked, "Do you think our baby will call out Daddy or Mommy first?" Su Ruo shook her head. "I'm not sure. I feel like it will be Daddy first. Then I think it will be Mommy," he countered. "By the way, Ruoruo, what is 71 equal to?" 8, she replied. "How much?" 8. Su Ruo was momentarily stunned. "Xiao Yi, how dare you trick me? You're my wife. How can I not tease you?" Xiao Yi grinned mischievously. "But, cough, let us get married first." Previously, Xiao Yi would never have dared to play such tricks on Su Ruo, considering she had once been his counselor. But now, he felt it was entirely justified. "Humph," Su Ruo huffed, and it was the first time Xiao Yi noticed her displaying any irritation. He quickly leaned in to kiss her, saying, "All right, Ruo, I'm just joking. It's getting late. Shall we head back?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Linjin cheerfully walked into the room. "Xiao Yi, I just checked the time. How about you and Ruo get married at the end of this month?" "The end of the month?" Xiao Yi pondered. It was currently July, making the end of the month July 31st, meaning only 10 days remained. "Dad, is the furniture arriving soon?" "Yes," Su Linjin nodded. "I just inquired. And the furniture should arrive within 2 days. So, do you feel anxious about the wedding?" "Not at all." Xiao Yi shook his head, directing his gaze towards Su Ruo. "What do you think, Ruorio?" "I'm perfectly fine with it." Indeed, Su Ruo is rather eager about the prospect of her married life with Xiao Yi. Numerous posts online suggest that a man's demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation post-marriage, yet she firmly believes that Xiao Yi is not one to conform to such stereotypes. Since Su Ruo has expressed her agreement, Xiao Yi had little else to say. He nodded in affirmation. "All right, Dad. Let us set it for the end of this month. I will contact the groomsmen to prepare accordingly." Upon receiving this news, Su Linjin beamed with joy. "Then I shall call the hotel right away." Chapter 38. "By the way, Xiao Gu, who is your bride?" Su Linjin exclaimed, rushing out in excitement. Su Ruo cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yi, and noticing the gleam in his eyes, he smiled. "Ruo, why are you dawdling? Quickly inform your family and friends." "Oh." Su Ruo nodded earnestly, realizing that ever since she gave birth, her mind seemed to operate a beat slower. Could it be true that one becomes a fool for 3 years after pregnancy? Or perhaps Xiao Yi's attentive care had dulled her wits. She retrieved her phone and dialed Lu Tianshuang. Once on speakerphone, Su Ruo placed the device on the bed, lifted her top, and began nursing her second child. At that moment, Lu Tianshuang answered the call. Hello, Ruo, my dearest friend. What brings you to seek this fairy? Xiao Yi interjected. Oh, instructor. I did not expect you to be so self-absorbed, displaying such a scene of vanity. Fairy? Lu Tianshuang on the other end was momentarily bewildered. Su Ruo shot Xiao Yi an exasperated glance. What was with his playful demeanor today? Shuang, disregard Xiao Yi's nonsense. I'm calling to inform you that at the end of this month, specifically on July 31st, I will marry Xiao Yi. You previously mentioned that if I married first, you would be my bridesmaid. So will you come? Without hesitation, Lu Tianshuang replied. What are you saying, dear Ruo? Of course. I must attend such a grand occasion. However, I must inquire if there will be handsome groomsmen. Lu Tianshuang, being the same age as Su Ruo, had already tied the knot, while Su Ruo still found herself without a boyfriend, which seemed rather incongruous. When the question of attractive groomsmen arose, Su Ruo glanced at Xiao Yi, who nodded affirmatively. With a smile, Su Ruo assured her, of course, there will be, so rest easy, Shuang. Ha. Splendid. Truly, you are my wonderful best friend. Su Ruo replied, wait for my call. In a few days, we shall go choose the bridesmaid dresses. All right. Soon after, Su Ruo ended the call. She then inquired, darling, if I remember correctly, you mentioned your groomsman would be your roommate, right? Indeed, Xiao Yi confirmed. Su Ruo was certainly familiar with Xiao Yi's three close friends, who were notorious for their lewdness and were not particularly appealing in appearance. They were the type to make trouble every night. Are they handsome? Well, they are passable, Xiao Yi replied. Uffed. Su Ruo let out a chuckle, envisioning the scene where Lu Tianshuang, impeccably dressed and awaiting her handsome male attendant, is suddenly confronted by three of her students. How would she react? I can only imagine that upon witnessing such a spectacle, Lu Tianshuang would harbor a grudge against you for quite some time. Indeed, it is rather amusing. Without further ado, Xiao Yi located his dormitory group and tagged all three of his close friends before initiating a voice call on WeChat. Chen Hao was the first to join the conversation. Dude, Xiaoge, you've been MIA for so long. I thought you had vanished. What made you suddenly decide to call? He inquired. Did you end up getting scammed in northern Myanmar? Just so you know, I don't have the funds to bail you out. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. Get lost. Can't you wish for my well-being just once? I was simply thinking of you, brother. So where are you interning these days? Don't even mention it. Chen Hao sighed deeply. Today was just brutal. I couldn't land a single job in computing, so I reluctantly took a position at a renovation company, and now I'm stuck doing telemarketing. Hearing this, Xiao Yi's face soured. He couldn't believe that his former classmate had ended up in sales, especially in such a distasteful line of work, where developers sold the contact information of new homeowners to renovation companies, who would then harass them with calls. It was common to be cursed at in such a job. How did you end up in this line of work? Xiao Yi asked. There's no choice. The competition is fierce. I heard you've started a business, right? Any chance you might take me along? That could be arranged. Xiao Yi did not decline. Chen Hao had been a good friend throughout their university years, and now that he was capable, helping him out seemed feasible. Just then, the other two roommates, Guiyang and Yang Baoquan, joined the call. Wow, a rare appearance. What are you up to these days, Xiaoge? Guiyang asked. Yeah, Yang Baoquan added. Since you mentioned having triplets last time, it's as if you vanished off the face of the earth. One might think you fell victim to a scam in northern Myanmar. Shut up. Do I look that foolish? Even if things were tough, I wouldn't end up in northern Myanmar. With all three close friends gathered, Xiao Yi wasted no time. At the end of this month, a momentous occasion awaits your Xiaoge. Make sure to request leave in advance and come serve as my groomsman. What? Chen Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoge, you're getting married? Indeed. I even have children now. Wouldn't it be strange not to get married? Chen Hao pondered for a moment. You're not joking, are you? Do you really have kids? Are they with you? Yes, they are. Show me a video. Sensing Chen Hao's disbelief, Xiao Yi promptly activated the video call. Since Su Ruo was nursing the second child, Xiao Yi refrained from filming them. Instead, he focused the camera on the eldest and the youngest. Upon seeing the two babies on the screen, the three friends erupted in excitement. They had never believed Xiao Yi when he claimed to be a father. Who would have thought it was true? Whoa, I can't believe it. How old are the kids now? Almost 20 days. Wow. Guiyang, this baby is so adorable. Is she a girl? Yes, in the video. The eldest and the youngest are both girls, while the second is a boy. Since her mother is holding her, I won't take any pictures. Yang Baoquan, wow. You're really living the dream with 2 daughters. Xiao Gu, may I propose a matter for your consideration? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. What is it? I have fallen head over heels for your daughter at first sight. I am willing to wait 18 years for her, so that you may become my father. What do you think? Xiao Yi? Su Ruorio? Chen Hao? Guoyang? Goodness. Yang Baoquan is truly outrageous with his words. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. Come here. I'll show you what happens if you keep talking like that. Just kidding, just kidding. Your baby is indeed adorable. Xiao Yi took it lightly, fully aware that Yang Baoquan was joking, and continued. I've relayed your message when the time comes. Arrange a time for you to be my best man. By the way, the weekend is just 2 days away. You should have some time, right? We can meet up. And I would appreciate your help, plus we can check out some suits together. Sounds good. Chen Hao readily agreed and then inquired. By the way, Xiao Gu, who is your sister-in-law? Chapter 39, Love Lessons. How many girlfriends have you had? Who is the sister-in-law? Xiao Yi glanced at Su Ruo, who was cradling the baby. He guessed that revealing she was their professor would certainly cause a stir among the 3 young men. He asked, would you like to know who she is? Chen Hao, of course. That night, I couldn't recall who I was drinking with. Also, is your sister-in-law beautiful? Yang Baoquan, look at how stunning my future fiancée is. How could Xiao Ji's wife be unattractive? Hurry up and tell us. I'm dying of curiosity. I want to tell you. Xiao Yi chuckled. Every matter requires an air of mystery. Let us meet in a couple of days, and you'll find out then. I'll be in touch. All right. I'm hanging up now. Xiao Yi exited the voice chat, and at that moment, Su Ruo fixed her gaze on him, puzzled. Darling, why didn't you tell your roommates that their sister-in-law is me? Su Ruo was somewhat concerned about this. Did it imply a loss of face to disclose it? Or was there an underlying reason? Women tend to overthink, and Su Ruo was no exception. At that moment, Xiao Yi discerned her feelings. She was evidently a bit upset. You know my 3 roommates well. If they find out, they will surely make a fuss. In truth, I am curious to see their expressions when they finally meet you. Oh, I see. Su Ruo was not entirely satisfied with Xiao Yi's reasoning and pressed on. May I ask you something? Aside from that materialistic girl Lu Ruowei, how many girlfriends have you had before? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Why do all women ask men this question? This is truly a matter of life and death. Primarily, he is so handsome, proficient in cooking and caring for others. If he claims to have only dated Lu Ruowei, Su Ruo likely wouldn't believe him, would she? Thus, Xiao Yi lightly cleared his throat and countered. How many do you think I've dated? Su Ruo did not anticipate Xiao Yi would turn the question back on her, and she tentatively ventured. 3? Regardless. She found it hard to believe that Xiao Yi had only been with Lu Ruowei. His talents were far too abundant. One could only wonder who had cultivated such skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi shook his head. Incorrect. 4? Not correct. Could it possibly be 5? Still incorrect. Surely it can't be 6? Su Ruo's expression gradually morphed into one of distress. She had not realized Xiao Yi had such a history. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, his tone taking on a more serious note. Are you interested in a mere number, or do you wish to delve into my past? Over the past few days, Xiao Yi had indeed spoken little of his history, preoccupied with caring for the baby. His words left Su Ruo momentarily speechless. Was he truly that skilled? Had he taken control of the situation? Wasn't it I who posed the question? Before Su Ruo could respond, Xiao Yi wore an expression of understanding, or perhaps, you are attempting to gauge my reliability through this inquiry? Su Ruo felt a pang of frustration. In truth, she had no such intentions, merely seeking a bit of gossip. At that moment, Xiao Yi continued, I feel that revealing a meaningless number holds no significance at all. The word nostalgia does not exist in my dictionary. I can only express gratitude for those who have shared moments with me in the past. Of course, you should also extend your gratitude to them. Su Ruo stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Why should I thank them? Observing her perplexed expression, Xiao Yi took her hand. Because those girls helped to shape the perfect version of me. We need not endure quarrels to find common ground. Nor must you sacrifice your youth to raise a boy. Before you stands a man who can cook, do laundry, care for the baby, earn a living, and provide you with happiness. Shouldn't you be grateful to them? You need not concern yourself with how many I've dated. I have already chosen you. You are the woman I wish to protect for a lifetime, and what connection do they have to that? After hearing Xiao Yi's reasoning, Su Ruo realized she could not possibly win this argument. Xiao Yi's eloquence was formidable. What was intended as a trap for him had ensnared her instead. Moreover, Xiao Yi's logic was indeed sound. With a child involved, how could he possibly maintain ties with others? If he dared to stray, His father's silver bracelet would swiftly bind him. Seeing that Su Ruruo was swayed by his words, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile. This question was indeed easy to answer, as long as one took a stand. When questioned by a girl about such matters, one should refrain from providing an overly honest answer regarding the number of times. Such candidness not only fails to enhance the relationship, but may also lead to misunderstandings. After all, speaking too frequently about such topics could render you unreliable, while saying too little might make her perceive you as lacking in worth. All right, Ruo, it's getting late. We should head back, said Su Linjin. Su Ruo obediently nodded and placed the babies into the stroller before the two exited the room. Upon their emergence, Su Linjin cheerfully remarked, Xiao Yi, Ruo, I've already reserved the hotel for July 31st. You can reach out to your classmates and friends to join us. Okay, Dad. Su Ruo and Xiao Yi exchanged glances. With just over 10 days until their wedding, it seemed they would be preoccupied with preparations. There was much to do before the wedding: obtaining their marriage certificate, selecting wedding attire, capturing bridal photos, and fitting garments. Though 10 days may not seem short, it would indeed be busy. Dad, Grandpa, it's getting late. We should take our leave, said Su Ruo. All right, drive safely, replied Su Linjin, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his voice. Now, as a couple in name, they had their own lives to lead, and he could not interfere. Accompanied by Su Linjin and Su Yunhe, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo boarded their vehicle and headed towards their rented home. On the road, Su Ruo gazed ahead, suddenly recalling something. By the way, my dear, are we supposed to obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow? Yes, Xiao Yi nodded. Su Ruo smacked her thigh, her expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I forgot to bring the household registration book. Why don't you turn around and I'll retrieve it? It seems we can't obtain the certificate without it. Observing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Yi chuckled and shook his head. I knew you'd forget. Don't worry. Your father gave me the household book last night. Su Ruo was taken aback. Her father must be quite eager for her to marry. With a smile, Xiao Yi continued, tomorrow we'll get the certificate, and the day after, we can tidy up the new house. That sounds good, Su Ruo agreed. Given the spacious home, she hoped her parents and grandfather could come to stay, provided it was soundproof. She sensed that Xiao Yi would hardly be idle after their wedding. The CAF would open, and as a man, he likely wouldn't take on the role of a full-time caregiver. Having her parents around would certainly assist her in caring for the babies. Although she had learned much during this time, managing 3 infants alone was still quite demanding. She couldn't keep relying on the ever-helpful Lu Tianxuan. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Ruo worried that Xiao Yi might not agree, considering that her parents' presence could intrude upon their newlywed life. However, she could not suppress her inner doubts any longer. My dear, after we get married, I would like my parents to come and stay with us for a while. Sure, Xiao Yi replied instinctively while driving. Su Ruo was taken aback by his immediate response, incredulously asking, You agreed so quickly without any hesitation? What is there to consider? Xiao Yi understood Su Ruo's thoughts. Living together would simply facilitate caring for the baby. Although he had acquired a system, he had no intention of becoming a full-time father. He could manage both his entrepreneurial endeavors and look after the baby along with Ruo. You can take charge of this matter. Find a way to persuade my parents. Once they come, they can help us with the baby, laundry, and cooking. Wouldn't that be delightful? Su Ruo rolled her eyes, realizing that it seemed her parents were to be mere tools in this arrangement. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi's reasoning held merit. Having her parents around would indeed alleviate much of the household burden. She turned her head slightly to gaze at the serious expression on Xiao Yi's face as he drove. Already eagerly anticipating their married life after moving to a new home with her parents and grandfather. The following morning, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo donned crisp white shirts. After she finished her makeup, the couple headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Ruo's mother had already arrived in advance and would temporarily care for the 3 babies. In the car, Su Ruo felt a surge of nervousness, her mind blank. The imminent marriage, coupled with her lack of experience, made her apprehensive about possibly embarrassing herself during the ceremony. What is wrong, my dear? Xiao Yi asked, one hand on the steering wheel and the other tightly clasping hers. Su Ruo shook her head slightly, gazing out at the scenery through the windshield. It's nothing. I just feel like I'm in a dream. I imagined getting married one day, but I never thought it would happen so soon. That's because we are fated, Xiao Yi replied with a calm smile. Just think. A university student who hasn't even graduated yet marrying his professor. Doesn't that sound like a fairy tale? Su Ruo could only nod in agreement, surprised that her husband was once her student. It truly was a fantastical notion. Primarily, Xiao Yi had performed exceptionally well in school, yet she had never considered him in that light. As they conversed, Xiao Yi drove them to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was just opening for the day, and since he had made a prior appointment, they could enter directly. Their white shirts bore small embroidered symbols of double happiness. And due to their striking good looks, perhaps even more so than the average reader, upon entering, the staff inside were utterly astonished. Wow, this couple is stunning, especially that young man. His looks are off the charts. Forget about the likes of Wu Yanzu and Peng Yuyan. They pale in comparison. Yes, keep it down. He is coming this way. The two gossiping staff quickly silenced themselves, adopting professional smiles as they approached. Hello, are you two here to register your marriage? Yes, they replied. Xiao Yi promptly presented the household registration books of the two individuals. Upon receiving them, the staff member felt a pang of heartbreak. Oh, why is it not me marrying this charming young man? It is truly disheartening. I envy her husband so much. However, this couple is indeed a match made in heaven. Exceptionally well suited for one another. After reviewing their information, the staff member smiled and inquired, you will need 3 frontal, bareheaded, 2-inch photos of the couple. May I ask if you are prepared? Suruo glanced at Xiao Yi, realizing that they had come in quite a rush today and had not taken any photos. Darling, we haven't taken the pictures, she said. Xiao Yi chuckled. My dear wife, your excitement seems to have muddled your mind. Did I not mention we would take the photos at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Otherwise, why would I have you wear a white shirt? Oh, right, Suruoro exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she recalled Xiao Yi's words from earlier. Xiao Yi smiled and said, hello, we would like to take our pictures here. Certainly, please follow me. The staff member quickly led Xiao Yi and Suruo to a designated photo area. The service was free of charge, which was remarkably considerate. Following the photographer's guidance, they stood in front of a red backdrop. All right, look at the camera. Gentlemen, lean a little closer to the lady. A bit more, please. Ladies, could you move a touch closer to the gentleman? Gentlemen, lift your chin. Ladies, do the same. Hearing the photographer's instructions, they couldn't help but smile. With Suruo showing a hint of shyness, the photographer continued, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. This is the camaraderie of the proletariat revolution. With friends across the seas as close as neighbors. Excellent. Click. With the sound of the camera shutter, their portrait was captured. All right, it looks beautiful. The photographer remarked as he reviewed the images of Xiao Yi and Suruo, noting their striking features and flawless complexions. Even the most delicate pores were imperceptible. Without the need for retouching, they appeared remarkably perfect. Come, take a look at your photos. Xiao Yi took Suruoro's hand and approached the photographer. Upon seeing the images, both were immensely pleased. Suruo couldn't help but exclaim, Master, your photography skills are exceptional. The pictures are simply stunning. Flattered by her compliment, the photographer humbly shook his head. No, it is merely your high beauty that shines through. Please wait a moment. I will print the photos for you right away. Chapter 41. At the moment Suruo appeared, her roommate was left astounded. In just a minute, the photographer printed the photos. Upon receiving the photograph, Suruo felt an immense sense of joy. The Civil Affairs Bureau had become remarkably accommodating. The photography service was complimentary, and the quality of the images was exceptionally high. Grateful, she expressed her appreciation to the photographer, exclaiming, Thank you. Your skills are truly remarkable. You're welcome, he chuckled. Just proceed to complete the marriage application form. May you both enjoy a harmonious union, bound by love for eternity, he added with warm wishes. Thank you, they replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yi took Suruo's hand and led her to the front desk, where they began to fill out their marriage application. Finally, after signing their names and affixing their fingerprints in the last section, the staff printed their marriage certificate. With great care, they placed the photograph on the document and pressed it with an official seal. The marriage certificate, priced at 9 yuan, symbolized everlasting love. Once everything was settled, the staff presented them with their household registration book and marriage certificate. Please keep your household registration book and marriage certificate safe. Congratulations on your union. Wishing you a lasting bond, a century of harmony, and the blessing of children soon. Thank you, but we already have a child, Suruo replied. At this moment, both Xiao Yi and Suruo exchanged glances, while the staff appeared utterly bewildered. Why? Because Suruo looked astonishingly youthful, despite being in her mid-20s. Her well-maintained appearance resembled that of a girl just entering her 20s. It was impossible to discern that they had a child. Goodness! How does she maintain such a youthful glow? I'm so envious. After obtaining their certificate, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo did not linger. Once in the car, Xiao Yi mysteriously instructed, "Darling, please wait in the passenger seat for a moment while I fetch something." "All right," Su Ruo replied, admiring the marriage certificate in her hands, which she found increasingly beautiful. The previous day, after returning from an antique auction, Xiao Yi had secretly purchased a bouquet of flowers to present to Su Ruo following their marriage registration. After all, what girl wouldn't desire a sense of ceremony? Opening the car door, Xiao Yi revealed the flowers hidden behind him, exclaiming, "Tada! My dear, today we register our marriage, so these are for you." Wow! Su Ruo's eyes sparkled upon seeing the bouquet. The 99 roses exuded a captivating fragrance, prompting her to bring them close to her nose. Inhaling deeply, so fragrant. "There's an even sweeter scent," Xiao Yi teased. Su Ruo, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by sweeter?" In that moment, Xiao Yi leaned in and kissed her. Indeed, the sweetest scent was that of their lips meeting. Moreover, his hands began to wander. Su Ruo was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yi's sudden advance. Yet she quickly melted into the kiss. After a few minutes, they gradually parted. Xiao Yi's gaze then shifted to the baby crib in the back seat, contemplating that once their child grew older, the 3 baby carriages would surely be dismantled. The rear space of the Alpha is quite spacious. Such ample room must be utilized wisely in the future. I definitely need to try it out with Ruo later. Hee. The next day, ding dong, ding dong. "Hello. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." "Dear, someone is ringing the doorbell outside, and your phone on the table is also ringing." At this moment, Ruo was nursing their first child, Suming Ruo, while Xiao Yi was changing the second baby's diaper, planning to tidy up some items and deliver a few things to the new house. He intended to move in before the wedding for convenience. "All right, I understand, my wife." After changing the diaper, Xiao Yi carried their second child, Xiao Ming, into the living room, where the screen of his phone displayed Chun Hao's name scrolling across it. It turned out his good friend had come over. Today, the furniture for the new house was arriving, so he had enlisted the help of his 3 good friends. Not connecting the call, he ended it and opened the door. Before him stood Chen Hao, Gui Yang, and Yang Baoquan. Upon seeing the baby Xiao Yi was holding, Yang Baoquan immediately dashed from behind Chen Hao, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, it's really a baby. Is this my future daughter-in-law?" Because the 3 babies bore a striking resemblance, Yang Baoquan failed to recognize that this was the second child, Xiao Ming. Before Xiao Yi could utter a word, Yang Baoquan leaned in to get a closer look at the baby and gently stroked his tender face. The next moment, a sharp sound echoed. It was undoubtedly the second child delivering a resounding slap to Yang Baoquan. "Xiao Yi, what a fellow. Do you hit everyone you see?" Chen Hao and Gui Yang stared at the baby in bewilderment, their heads filled with question marks. They were curious about how such a small baby could deliver such forceful impact. Simultaneously, Yang Baoquan was utterly perplexed, rubbing his stinging cheek. "What just happened?" "Xiao Ge, this." He looked at the grinning second child, utterly astonished. "What do you mean? My second baby heard you plotting against his sister and slapped you. What is wrong with that?" "Isn't this my future daughter-in-law? This is the second child, a boy." Yang Baoquan's expression darkened as he struggled to comprehend how a baby, not yet a month old, could possess such extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, Chun Hao inquired, "Xiao Ge, you live here, right? By the way, you mentioned you needed our help with the move, correct?" "Yes." Xiao Yi glanced around. "Come in quickly and have a seat." Hiki. Once in the living room, Chun Hao, Gui Yang, and Yang Baoquan settled onto the sofa, curiously surveying the room. It must be said, Xiao Yi's living situation was quite pleasant. Given the exorbitant housing prices in Kyoto, renting such a fine place likely costs several thousand yuan each month. Why would he want to move? At this moment, Chen Hao, puzzled, inquired, "Xiao Ge, isn't your house quite nice? Why are you moving?" "I am about to marry your sister-in-law. Surely we can't be renting a place for the wedding?" It made sense, and Chen Hao nodded slightly. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Yi had yet to reveal who their sister-in-law was. 2 days ago, during a mysterious phone call, he had said nothing, and now, upon their visit, was he truly going to keep her identity concealed? "By the way, Xiao Ge, where is she? Let her come out so we can meet her," he urged. Yang Baoquan added, Yes, I also wish to meet my future wife." Hearing this, Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. "Your sister-in-law is inside nursing the baby. She will be out shortly." As soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, Su Ruo emerged, cradling the baby. The trio was momentarily stunned at the sight of her. Chapter 42. Could it be that Xiao Yi is being supported by Su Ruo? What on earth is happening? Chen Hao Guiyang and Yang Bao all turned their astonished gazes towards Xiao Yi. Upon witnessing their expressions, Xiao Yi was not surprised. He had anticipated this reaction. He chuckled. What are you still frozen for? Hurry up and greet your sister-in-law. At this point, the three had regained their composure. It dawned on them that Xiao Yi's wife was, in fact, their professor. This was utterly absurd. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no turning back. Chen Hao forced a smile and was the first to speak. Hello, sister-in-law. Guiyang hesitated. Should I address you as professor or sister-in-law? Yang Baoquan chimed in. I might as well call you mom. Xiao Yi was utterly bewildered. Was he really being called mom? At this, Su Ruo's expression darkened. Yang Baoquan. Do you believe I won't change your grades to 0 for your major course and make you redo it all? Wait, professor, I was wrong. Yang Baoquan hastily replied. Goodness. I'm already in my senior year. Are you seriously suggesting I go back and retake classes? That's too harsh. Seeing Yang Baoquan's reaction, Su Ruo rolled her eyes. If you keep having designs on my daughter, you really won't graduate, understand? I was wrong, professor, he quickly amended. Su Ruo then handed the baby to Xiao Yi, leaving him to hold one baby in each arm. Turning her attention to the three roommates, she asked, what fruit would you like? I'll wash some for you. Without hesitation, Chen Hao declared, sister-in-law, I want watermelon. Professor, I would like strawberries. Mom, I want. Yang Baoquan quickly covered his mouth. Su Ruo rolled her eyes, but said nothing further. Instead, she turned to the kitchen to retrieve some fruit and began washing it under the tap. At that moment, Chen Hao whispered, Xiao Gu, could it be that the professor we were drinking with that day is actually our professor? Indeed. Xiao Yi nodded gently and said, brother, doesn't this feel incredibly surreal? Amazing. Guiyang couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, it's truly astonishing. I never even dared to dream about this before, Xiao Gu. This is beyond anything. All right, keep your voice down, Xiao Yi replied. Meanwhile, Yang Baoquan's gaze remained fixed on Bao Xiaomingruo. He observed her dazed smile, which exuded a certain innocence. The main reason was that Bao was simply adorable, her large, curious eyes fixated on him. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Baoquan remarked, hee. Xiao Gu, this must be Bao, right? The one I saw in the video the other day? Yes, that's correct. May I hold her? He inquired. At this, Xiao Yi paused, feeling that Yang Baoquan might not be entirely trustworthy. Noticing Xiao Yi's hesitation, Yang Baoquan quickly added, oh come on, Xiao Gu. I'm just joking. How could I possibly wait until your daughter turns 18? By then, I'd just be an old man. Please, just let me hold her. I beg you. This playful man was pouting, and seeing his expression, Xiao Yi ultimately decided to relent. Fine, but be careful while holding her. If you bump her and hurt her, I won't let you off easily. Got it. Yang Baoquan swiftly took Bao Xiaomingruo into his arms, being exceptionally cautious as the baby was incredibly small. If anything were to happen, he certainly could not afford the consequences. Such a good baby, Yang Baoquan said, gazing at the little one in Xiao Yi's arms. He then looked up and asked, by the way, Xiao Gu, what is her name? Her name is Xiaomingruo, the second one is Xiao Ming, and the third is Xiao Qinxue. Oh, those names are quite lovely. Yang Baoquan continued to gaze at the little Mingruo, gently rocking her in his arms, when suddenly, the second baby burst into laughter. Wow, look at her. She's smiling. Her eyes squinted with delight as her tiny mouth curved into a joyful grin. The sight of such happiness nearly melted Yang Baoquan's heart. Xiao Gu, your daughter is smiling. Do you think she's fallen for me at first sight? I feel like I have to wait for her for 18 years. Do you believe I could make it so you wouldn't live to see 18 years? During their conversation, Su Ruo approached with a plate of fruit and softly said, gentlemen, have some fruit. After placing the fruit platter on the coffee table, she continued, darling, I haven't fed the second baby yet. You chat with your roommates for a bit while I take the baby in to feed her. All right. Su Ruo cradled the baby and returned to the bedroom, while Yang Baoquan handed Bao back to Xiao Yi. Lacking experience, he couldn't hold the baby for too long. Once Su Ruo entered the bedroom, the three roommates felt completely at ease. Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Gu, you're incredible. A professor. You managed to win her over like this. I'm almost envious. All right. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. You three will catch up soon enough. By the way, are you all in relationships now? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals fell instantly. Dating? What a futile endeavor. Without even a girlfriend. Are we to court a Sao? Observing their faces, Xiao Yi chuckled softly. It will happen. It's merely a matter of fate. Xiao seized a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and inquired, "By the way, Xiao, you mentioned packing up. When will you begin?" "We shall commence once you have finished your meal." "All right." Guiyang continued to probe. "So, Xiao, have you purchased a property in Kyoto? Which community is it in?" "You shall find out shortly." "Why the air of mystery?" 3 hours later, Xiao Yi and his 3 roommates arrived at Kyoto #1 community via a logistics vehicle. As the car halted at the entrance, Shunhao rubbed his eyes, gazing at the opulent gate of the community in astonishment. "No way, Xiao, are you serious? Did you really buy a house in this community?" Xiao Yi nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed." Guiyang and Yang Baochuan's mouths fell agape. "No wonder you were so enigmatic. Turns out you purchased a residence in Kyoto #1 community. The properties here must be at least 200,000 per square meter. Moreover, the smallest unit seems to be 140 square meters. At 200,000 per square meter, for a total of 140 square meters, that amounts to 28 million. Shenhao could hardly believe his ears. They had all graduated together, so why could Xiao Yi afford a property worth 28 million? This was utterly absurd. Was it possible that Su Ruorua was a wealthy heiress, and Xiao Yi was her kept man? Indeed, it must be so. Seeing the 3 lost in thought, Xiao Yi remarked, "All right, no need for astonishment. From now on, you shall enjoy the finer things in life alongside me." "Really? Is this genuine?" Shenhao, seemingly forgetting his previous demeanor, recalled that Xiao Yi had previously mentioned wanting him to join him. "Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you?" Chapter 43. Just how wealthy is Su Ruoruo's family? Long live Xiao. What about us? Guiyang and Yang Baoquan chimed in eagerly. Xiao Yi first turned his gaze towards Guiyang. "You are fine. As for Yang Baoquan, I must deliberate further." "What have I done?" Yang Baoquan protested, aware that Xiao Yi's comment stemmed from an earlier remark about waiting for his daughter to turn 18. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. "You know full well, so there's no need to ask. Now, let me inform the security at the gate to grant us entry, and we shall proceed to move our belongings upstairs." Today, Xiao Yi was merely transferring some clothing, bedding, and essential items. With 4 of them working together, their efficiency was remarkably high. After stating their purpose to the gatekeeper, the logistics vehicle was permitted to enter. Xiao Yi and his 3 companions chose not to board the vehicle. Instead, they explored the splendid environment of the community, all 3 of them utterly astonished. "Wow, the surroundings here are absolutely magnificent. It truly lives up to the name of Kyoto #1 community." "Indeed, Xiao, I too yearn to live as a kept man. Is the sensation of being pampered not utterly delightful?" Enough of that. In the midst of their banter, they descended to the ground floor. There, they spotted a delivery van parked outside, undoubtedly bearing household appliances for him. "This is it." Shunhao gazed up at the building, which was the most well-lit in the entire complex and stood only 10 stories tall. "Xiao, do you not feel that this building resembles a grand flat?" "It is indeed. How many square meters does it encompass?" Together, the upper and lower levels amount to approximately 400 square meters, complete with a spacious rooftop terrace. "What on earth?" Shenhao, Guiyang, and Yang Baoquan were astonished. Xiao Yi continuously expanded their horizons. "For 100 square meters, does that not imply a price of 80 million? How wealthy must Su Ruo's family be? Let us depart, my friends. By the way, Ruo's father is upstairs. Some furniture and appliances have been delivered today. When you see him, simply greet him as uncle." Very well. They moved their belongings into the elevator. As the doors opened, Xiao Yi spotted Su Linjin directing the workers in transporting furniture into the house. "Father," Xiao Yi called out. Perhaps out of habit, the 3 roommates echoed, "Hey." Upon hearing him, after all, in college, such unique father-son dynamics were not uncommon. They had certainly taken advantage of him, and casually calling someone dad was perfectly normal. Hearing this, Su Linjin turned his head, glanced at Xiao Yi, and then focused on his roommates. Xiao Yi felt quite exasperated. "Really, I call him dad and you respond with hey?" Shunhao and the others felt particularly awkward and quickly said, "Hello, uncle, we are Xiao Yi's roommates." The hey was thoughtless, indeed thoughtless. "Oh, so you are Xiao Yi's roommates? Greetings, greetings." Su Linjin was not perturbed by such trivialities, especially since he had just contemplated sending them to the police station for daring to take advantage of his precious son-in-law. However, upon learning of their association with Xiao Yi, he dismissed that thought. Xiao Yi paid little attention to the 3 hangers-on and inquired of Su Linjin, "Father, how is the furniture delivery progressing? The television, refrigerator, and washing machine have all arrived. The sofa should be here by afternoon." "Rest assured, I've taken the day off. You can attend to your matters as needed. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, father. Ah, what a statement. What efforts? Recently, Su Linjin had taken a half-month leave, intending to return to work after Ruo and Xiao Yi's wedding. He had contemplated resigning altogether, but at his age, still relatively young, and serving as a captain in the criminal police with years of experience, leaving was not a simple matter. Xiao Yi and his 3 roommates unloaded the items from the elevator and proceeded to carry them into the house. At this moment, various household appliances such as televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines had already been placed in the living room, albeit still in their packaging. Upon seeing these appliances, Chen Hao smirked and quipped, "Xiao Ge, with such lavish appliances, have you perhaps been sponsored?" To which Xiao Yi retorted, "If I were being sponsored, I'd send you flying out of Kyoto with a single slap." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. The vastness of the space made the living room feel particularly empty. "Come on, take your time. Move the sofa against the accent wall." "Yes, that's right." Outside, the sound of several workers carrying boxes echoed as they entered. It appeared that the sofa and coffee table had arrived. After giving his 3 roommates a brief tour of the house, Xiao Yi departed with them. There was still much to accomplish today, and since it was a rare occasion for them to gather, he intended to take them to see the groomsmen's suits. Although it was the height of summer, the trio insisted on wearing suits, eager to be the most dapper at the wedding. Naturally, Xiao Yi was more than willing to oblige. After treating them to a meal, he took his 3 friends to several bridal shops, where they procured the groomsmen's suits and ceremonial robes. Given his circumstances, renting was unnecessary. Purchasing new attire was more hygienic and would serve as a cherished keepsake after the wedding. Along the way, Xiao Yi glanced at some wedding dresses. But uncertain of Su Ruo's preferences, he merely snapped a few pictures. Once their errands concluded, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After bidding farewell, Xiao Yi returned home. At that moment, Su Ruo's mother, Qin Xueping, and Ruoruo were attending to the 3 babies. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, Su Ruoruo hurried over, her face beaming with excitement. "Darling, are you done with your tasks?" "Yes," Xiao Yi replied, gently ruffling Su Ruo's hair. "I've arranged everything for the groomsmen. The suits and ceremonial robes have all been purchased." "Oh, wonderful," Su Ruo nodded, inquiring, "Are there 3 groomsmen?" "Silly Ruo, there are 4, Xiao Yi clarified, having also contacted another groomsman, a close junior from university, who unfortunately could not make it today but would attend the wedding. "Have you selected your bridesmaids?" "Yes," Su Ruo responded. "Besides Lu Tianshuang, I have 3 university classmates. They are all unmarried and happen to be in Kyoto, so they can come." "That is excellent," Xiao Yi said, pulling out his phone. "By the way, I took some photos of wedding dresses today. Let me know which ones you like." Chapter 44. Acquire one of every style of jewelry from the shop. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo scrutinized the screen of Xiao Yi's phone. As she viewed the array of wedding dresses, she found herself momentarily dazzled. Given the significance of this life event, she wished to select her wedding gown with care. However, after perusing the images, she felt as though many of the dresses appeared quite similar. As she continued to scroll, a sense of aesthetic fatigue began to wash over her. Noticing Su Ruo's indecision as she flipped through the photos, Xiao Yi understood that she was currently struggling to make a choice. He promptly retrieved his phone. "Ruo, let us visit tomorrow to take a look, and also scout for locations to capture photographs. These matters need to be arranged expeditiously." In Su Ruo's eyes danced a myriad of pink bubbles, her heart brimming with anticipation for the day of her wedding to Xiao Yi. The following day, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo rose early. The furniture and appliances for their new home had arrived the previous day, prompting Su Ruo's parents to come over to assist in caring for the baby. Today, Xiao Yi was to take Su Ruo to select her wedding gown. After preparing, Su Ruo linked her arm with Xiao Yi's and cheerfully waved goodbye to her parents. "Dad, Mom, we're heading out now. Please take good care of the baby at home." "Rest assured," Su Linjin replied, patting his chest with conviction. "I will certainly look after Mengran and Qinxue." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo countered, "What about the second baby? Isn't the second baby with your mother?" Qin Shueping chimed in with a chuckle. Witnessing this exchange, both Xiao Yi and Su Ruo burst into laughter. Oh dear, the second baby has truly become a pariah in the eyes of the grandparents. Xiao Yi felt it necessary to correct the second baby's propensity for mischief. It was concerning that even the grandfather hesitated to hold him. They had previously informed their parents to prepare formula for the baby every 2 hours. After confirming this arrangement, they took the elevator down to the basement and then boarded the Alpha car, heading towards a nearby bridal shop. Xiao Yi's objective for the day was clear: to select the wedding gown, while Su Ruo could discuss the bridesmaid attire with others. As they traveled, Xiao Yi suddenly recalled that they had yet to purchase the traditional 3 gold items and the engagement ring required for the wedding. Ruo, I have made online appointments with several bridal shops, but since we have some time before our appointments, shall we first procure the 3 gold items? The 3 gold items? Su Ruo nodded, acknowledging that according to traditional customs, the wedding indeed necessitated these items. Typically, they would have been prepared during the engagement. But due to the early arrival of the baby, they had not formally set a date for the wedding. However, it was essential to have these items. It was a matter of respecting the bride and upholding ancestral traditions. Yes, let us first explore the 3 gold items. Very well. Xiao Yi smiled gently as he directed the car towards a nearby Lao Fenghuang gold shop. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of the Lao Fenghuang shop. Renowned for its reliability, Lao Fenghuang offered high-purity gold without impurities. As Su Ruo entwined her arm with Xiao Yi's and entered the shop, an attendant hurriedly approached them. Hello, welcome to Lao Fenghuang Gold. How may I assist you? Lu Ruowei, noticing the sweet demeanor of Xiao Yi and Su Ruo, could not help but lower her gaze. Her voice softened considerably. Xiao Yi shrugged, preparing to marry Su Ruo, and found himself with little inclination to engage with Lu Ruowei. However, with numerous colleagues present in the shop, he wished to spare her any embarrassment and politely replied, My wife and I are about to wed. We are here to purchase 3 pieces of gold. Yet, I see you have sought employment. She lowered her gaze. Ever since being abandoned by Wang Daohu, she had turned over a new leaf, determined to find a stable job. With her striking beauty, she was fortunate enough to be employed by the esteemed Lao Phoenix Gold. Xiao Yi said little more. Taking Su Ruo's hand, he entered the store, seeking assistance from another sales associate regarding the gold pieces. Lu Ruowei, fully aware that Xiao Yi would not seek her guidance, remained at the entrance, silently observing his figure. Now, she comprehended that Xiao Yi had once held deep affections for her, even sacrificing much in his devotion. Regrettably, she had severed their relationship over a mere mobile phone. A grave misjudgment on her part. Yet, what purpose does regret serve? She alone was to blame for losing someone who cherished her so dearly. Some opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was engaged in examining gold bracelets, earrings, and necklaces with Su Ruo. Good day, sir. Our store currently offers over 20 styles of women's necklaces. Given your wife's beauty, I believe this sunflower love design would suit her splendidly. The sales associate produced a delicate gold necklace adorned with 2 modest sunflowers, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Its weight was also quite manageable, approximately 20 grams. With the gold price at 545, this necklace would retail for around 11,000. Su Ruo scrutinized the necklace, prompting Xiao Yi to inquire, What do you think? My dear, do you like this style? It's quite nice, but I already possess a similar one. Observing this, the sales associate continued, We have numerous styles available. Feel free to choose. She gestured towards the display, and Xiao Yi, after a brief glance, decisively stated, Very well, please bring me one of every style of women's necklaces. Bracelets and earrings. Su Ruo? Sales associate? What? One of every women's necklace, bracelet, and earring? This is beyond extravagant. She could hardly believe her ears. Sir, are you certain? This will be quite costly, likely exceeding 1 million. Do I seem as though I cannot afford it? Certainly not. The sales associate promptly arranged 2 seats for Xiao Yi and Su Ruo, while the store manager of Lao Phoenix personally came to attend to them. Please, wait a moment. We need to check our inventory. Would you like something to drink? Anything is fine. At that moment, the manager called out to Lu Ruowei, who was still standing in a daze at the entrance. Xiao Wei, hurry and assist your colleagues. What are you standing there for? Oh, understood, manager. After Lu Ruowei departed, the manager served them a cup of coffee before leaving the premises. Su Ruo furrowed her brow and softly remarked, My dear, I feel it may be unnecessary to purchase every style. Isn't that a tad extravagant? Extravagant? Not at all, Xiao Yi countered, shaking his head. Gold is inherently an investment, and you can adorn yourself with a different piece of jewelry each day. Isn't that delightful? Chapter 45, The husband earns, the wife spends. Daily allowances for floral arrangements indeed, it is pleasant, yet I still perceive it as somewhat pricey. Pricey? Your husband is more than capable of earning. A mere 2 million is nothing. Isn't it the duty of a husband to earn for his wife's indulgence? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, A smile broke across Su Ruo's face. He was undeniably correct. The husband earns, the wife spends, daily allowances for floral arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Ruowei was busy counting gold jewelry with her colleagues. A new batch of ornaments had recently arrived, though they had not yet been displayed. They had just heard the manager announce the urgency of getting them on display. After all, Xiao Yi had insisted on acquiring one of each style for women, and she would not miss the opportunity to profit. At that moment, Lu Ruowei was unaware of the unfolding events. Sister Lu, what is going on? Why are these items suddenly being put on display? You wouldn't believe it. The handsome and beautiful newcomers just stated they wanted one of every necklace, earring, and bracelet in our store. Such extravagance. My bonus this month might just exceed 50 or 60,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruowei's heart sank. She nearly felt tears welling in her eyes. Had she not broken up with Xiao Yi, would these treasures not have been hers? Had he been testing her all along? Approximately half an hour later, the inventory was neatly arranged. Over 30 gold necklaces, more than 50 gold bracelets, and over 100 pairs of earrings. The total weight amounted to 2,275 grams, which, truth be told, was not excessively heavy. As the women's jewelry is typically small and exquisite, it is also relatively light. The salesperson approached Xiao Yi. Sir, your jewelry has been completely packaged. These are all the styles of necklaces, bracelets, and earrings in our store, totaling 2,275 grams. The manager has set the price at 500 yuan per gram, which amounts to 137,500 yuan. Please proceed with the payment. Xiao Yi nonchalantly retrieved a black card from his pocket. After completing the transaction and entering the password, he transferred over 100 million yuan. Sir, please take your card and your gold. Thank you. As he accepted the card and gold, Xiao Yi wrapped his arm around Su Ruo's shoulders. Thank you, and we wish you prosperous business. We must be on our way. Certainly, sir. Take care. The salesperson, with a look of envy, thought, ah, wealthy, handsome, and youthful, this is the Prince Charming of my dreams. Alas, my own husband is a worthless gambler, and compared to this charming young man, he is merely nothing. I am seriously contemplating divorce. The salesperson enthusiastically escorted Lu Ruowei, and it was only after they had departed in the car that she dared to withdraw her gaze. As she prepared to return to the store, she suddenly noticed Lu Ruowei still watching Xiao Yi leave. Oh, wait, what are you looking at? Are you envious? You, being so young and beautiful, surely can find a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. If he were single, he might even take a liking to you. At this point, Lu Ruowei unexpectedly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Her colleague was taken aback and hurriedly approached to console her. What is wrong, Wei Wei? Why are you crying? Would you like me to introduce you to a handsome young man? Don't cry. He works as a security guard and is 25 years old. He has already avoided 30 years of common mistakes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi accompanied Su Ruo to the bridal shop they had previously booked. Nowadays, wedding dresses are reasonably priced, though this is largely due to the competitive nature of various industries in this era. After trying on a few gowns, Su Ruo quickly selected one, and Xiao Yi, with a generous gesture, purchased it on the spot. Although a wedding dress is something a woman may only wear once in her lifetime, never to be donned again after the ceremony, Xiao Yi felt that it was a testament to their love. Even if it remained unworn years later, it would evoke memories of the vows they had exchanged, to hold your hand and grow old together. Xiao Yi also chose a simple black suit that he liked and took a few photographs with Su Ruo. Images are in production and will be revealed in the next chapter. As for the wedding photos, they plan to have them taken the day after tomorrow, ensuring they would be ready before the wedding. Tomorrow, Xiao Yi intended to have Su Ruo bring her bridesmaids to choose their dresses and for makeup trials. Though the tasks were few, they were particularly intricate. Naturally, Su Ruo did not decline. After completing the day's tasks, both Xiao Yi and Su Ruo were thoroughly exhausted. At 5:30 in the afternoon, they finally returned home. Xiao Yi, Ruo, you're back. Upon their arrival, Su Ruo sat on the sofa and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Noticing that Qin Shueping and Su Lingjun were not holding the babies, she inquired, Dad, Mom, where are the babies? They just finished their milk and have fallen asleep. How about you? Have you prepared the wedding dress and suit? Yes, Su Ruo nodded. They're in the car. We didn't bring them in. That is fine, as long as you're ready. Su Lingjun approached with his phone in hand. Xiao Yi, how about we book the banquet at 5,888 yuan per table? He had already made reservations at the hotel since the wedding was approaching, and the banquet needed to be arranged. The 5,888 yuan per table option was considered quite high-end at the hotel. Including drinks and other expenses, it was indeed not inexpensive. Dad, you can decide on that, Xiao Yi replied. The sumptuous feast, priced at 888 yuan per table, includes 2 bottles of Maotai for each table, complemented by soft cigarettes. Perfect. As fortune would have it, I have a friend employed at the Maotai company. I shall place the order immediately. By the way, Xiao Yi, how many guests do you expect? Not many. 5 tables should suffice. Excellent. He is a time traveler, yet he maintains a close bond with some high school classmates. Xiao Yi feels it necessary to invite these individuals, despite the fact that some have not been in touch for quite some time. Subsequently, Xiao Yi began composing invitations alongside Su Ruoruo, a professor at Kyoto University, while he himself is a student there. Their handwriting, particularly the standard semi-cursive script, is exceptionally beautiful. Su Linjin recited names from his phone, as Su Ruo and Xiao Yi diligently wrote. The next name is Su Kuan. The following is Wu Fan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi took 2.5 seconds to inscribe the characters for Su Kuan onto the invitation. Haha. Su Linjin nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Xiao Yi's elegant script, exclaiming, "Son-in-law, your handwriting is truly exquisite, even surpassing that of my daughter. Ruoruo, you should learn from Xiao Yi, do you understand?" Su Ruoruo pouted, feeling that her own writing was far superior. Why does her father continually praise Xiao Yi? Chapter 46. Xiao Yi and Su Ruo are married, accompanied by wedding photos. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was July 31st, the day of Xiao Yi and Su Ruo's wedding. In the days leading up to the event, they busily prepared, capturing beautiful wedding photos, notifying relatives and friends, arranging the transportation, purchasing the engagement ring, and decorating their marital abode, every detail meticulously planned. Early that morning, groomsmen gathered at Xiao Yi's residence. With nearly all the friends and family he invited present, even prospective employees from the Little Deer CAF, upon hearing of their boss's wedding, joined in the festivities, adding much liveliness to the large household. As for the little ones, today they were not the focus, having been entrusted to Su Ruo's parents for care. According to local customs, Xiao Yi needed to go early to fetch Su Ruo, followed by the ceremony, photographs, and then to the hotel. In the bedroom, Xiao Yi donned a red robe, while the wedding photographer briefed him on the proceedings. "When we head out, just tell them we are going to fetch the bride," he instructed. Understood, understood. Chun Hao replied with a cheeky grin, secretly more eager about the bridesmaids. Being a groomsman at a wedding is primarily an opportunity to meet the bridesmaids, especially since Xiao Yi mentioned they are exceptionally beautiful, which is thrilling to contemplate. As Xiao Yi marries, they will embrace the bridesmaids, delightful indeed. Not only is Chun Hao excited, but Gui Yong and Yang Baoquan share in the anticipation, even declaring that they intend to ride back with the bridesmaids. Soon, the photography commenced. The photographer called out, "Everyone, what are we doing today?" "Fetching the bride." "Fetching the bridesmaids." Chun Hao suddenly made a remark that instantly amused Xiao Yi. Goodness, without hesitation, he took on the role of a bridesmaid. What a predicament. The photographer, evidently taken aback by a groomsman's audacity, suggested, "Shall we do it again?" "No need," Xiao shook his head. "This will suffice. I anticipate that when my wife and I watch the video later, this amusing fellow will surely bring us laughter." Haha, all right. Since the groom had no objections, the photographer naturally could not counter. Thus, leading the way, Xiao Yi, clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers, descended the stairs accompanied by 4 groomsmen. Downstairs, the ceremonial stage had been meticulously prepared, attracting a multitude of onlookers, both elderly and curious. A Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited as the lead vehicle for the wedding, followed by 5 Bentley Mulsanne cars. After Chun Hao arrived, he opened the door of the lead car, and Xiao Yi gracefully took his seat. The distance from Kyoto Yuan to Su Ruo's residence was not far. Adhering to the tradition of avoiding a return route during weddings, they took a longer path, which would take approximately 40 minutes to reach Su Ruo's home. Once inside the car, Xiao Yi retrieved his phone and sent a message to Su Ruo. "Wife, we are on our way to pick you up. We should arrive in about 40 minutes. Su Ruo quickly replied, "Received. May I ask how many red envelopes you have prepared?" "Enough to spare, haha." Meanwhile, at Su Ruo's home, in the main bedroom, she donned a resplendent red gown, a fan delicately held in her hand, sitting poised at the center of the bed. The flowing fabric of her dress spread around her like blooming petals. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, shimmering glitter accentuating her soft eyeshadow, and her complexion appeared flawlessly natural. Lu Tianchuang could not help but admire her breathtaking beauty upon seeing her. "Ruoro, You look absolutely stunning today. The bridesmaid, Yang Jing, chimed in indeed. This red gown is a perfect choice, accentuating your figure beautifully. I absolutely adore it. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly marry you without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, as they had been showering her with compliments since early morning. Another bridesmaid echoed, isn't it true? I'm genuinely happy for Xiao Yi. He is lucky to marry such a beautiful Ruo. You all mentioned that the groom is handsome. Surely the groomsmen must be equally impressive? Lu Tianchuang teased, hee. Ruo didn't you say the groomsmen are exceedingly handsome? I am eagerly anticipating their arrival. Ruo. How much longer until they arrive? Observing the bridesmaids' ecstatic expressions, Su Ruo softly replied, very soon, they will be here in about 40 minutes. Well, if the groomsmen turn out to be exceptionally handsome, I might consider bringing one home. After all, who doesn't he love a charming younger brother? While Su Ruo and her bridesmaids shared laughter in the main bedroom, the living room was bustling with numerous relatives of Su Lingjun. At this moment, he was extremely busy, juggling between holding a child and entertaining guests. Oh, how adorable this little one is. A relative of Su Lingjun approached him, and upon hearing the introduction, Su Lingjun chuckled. This is my second child, named Xiaoming. What an adorable little one. May I hold him? Upon this, Su Lingjun brightened. Of course. But you must be cautious. Rest assured, I shall cradle the baby securely. He shall not tumble. The caution I refer to is not about that kind of care. What do you mean? As the relative took the second child from Su Lingjun's arms, the little one, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply. This marked the 8th person the little one had struck today. Witnessing this, Su Lingjun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat twice. Ahem. What I meant was to be a bit more careful. 40 minutes later, the car halted beneath Su Ruo's residence. Upon disembarking, Xiao Yi, holding a bouquet of flowers, strode confidently towards the entrance, only to discover that the door was obstructed. From within, the voice of a primary school student rang out, Big brother. If you wish to greet my sister, you must provide a red envelope. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Do primary school students today truly understand the necessity of red envelopes? After preparing a few and handing them over, he dismissed the young student. Next came the main entrance. Xiao Yi knocked on the door, and from inside, he heard the voice of the instructor, Lu Tianchuang. Who is it? It is I, Ruo's husband. Oh, it's Xiao Yi, the handsome gentleman. Have you prepared a red envelope? Without one, I shan't open the door. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi flashed a cheeky grin and replied softly, while I lack a red envelope, I possess something you are certain to find intriguing. This piqued Lu Tianchuang's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, what is it? A strikingly handsome best man. There was a noticeable pause from Lu Tianchuang behind the door as she questioned, is he truly handsome? Unbeknownst to her, the best man was her own student, so Xiao Yi continued to embellish. Absolutely. Even the likes of Ping Yuyan and Wu Yanzu pale in comparison. The only ones who may rival him are perhaps the readers of Tomato. Such words stirred a flutter of excitement within Lu Tianchuang, who, being single, desired to find a partner, especially since Ruo was now married. Xiao Yi urged, now, quickly open the door, which is more important, a handsome boyfriend or a mere handful of red envelopes? Undoubtedly, a boyfriend. Still not opening the door? Come and see your future boyfriend. At that moment, with a click, the door swung open. Chen Hao grasped the handle and pulled forcefully, causing Lu Tianchuang, who had not yet released her grip, to be yanked outside. With a thud, she fell into Chen Hao's embrace. As she looked up, today marks Xiao Ming's 23rd birthday, a celebration of his 3rd year spent with Tomato. Sincere gratitude to all for your unwavering support. May you continue to stand by Xiao Ming in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 47. Whose high heels are hidden on the thigh? At this moment, the air suddenly fell into a profound silence. Chen Hao stared blankly at Lu Tianchuang, his mind racing with a myriad of confounding thoughts. What on earth is happening here? Instinctively, he pushed Lu Tianchuang away, his eyes wide as saucers, and exclaimed, Instructor, what are you doing here? Lu Tianchuang retorted, that question should be posed by me to you. She then turned her gaze towards Xiao Yi and inquired, is this the dashing best man you spoke of? Chen Hao interjected, what? Am I not handsome? Handsome, handsome, handsome. Lu Tianchuang felt a twinge of frustration. Had she fallen victim to a scheme devised by Su Ruo and Xiao Yi? Earlier, when she had asked Su Ruo who the best man was, Su Ruo had remained tight-lipped, though she should have suspected it would be her roommate, Xiao Yi. How infuriating. However, Apart from Chun Hao, Wei Yang, and Yang Baoquan, there was another best man who appeared quite dashing. She was now quite curious about his identity. Surely he couldn't be a student from her school, could he? Perhaps there was an opportunity to get acquainted. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile crept upon Lu Tianxuang's lips. By the time she regained her composure, Xiao Yi and the four best men had already rushed inside. In the living room, there were numerous relatives of Su Linjin. The house was brimming with people. And as soon as he entered, countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Holding the second child in his arms, Su Linjin exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yi. Signaling, Ruo is waiting for you in the room. Go on. Got it. Xiao Yi, flower in hand, knocked on the door of Su Ruo's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. From within, the voice of a bridesmaid emerged. Who is it? Who else could it be but Ruo's handsome husband? In the room, Yang Jing remarked, Ah, so it's the groom Xiao Yi who has arrived. Did Shuang receive a considerable number of red envelopes just now? Do you still have any left? If not, you'd better not think about taking Ruo home today. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi chuckled heartily. Lu Tianxuang wanted a red envelope. What nonsense. With just a few words, she had been coaxed into opening the door. Rest assured, there will be plenty of red envelopes, but I must pose a question to you. Indeed, Xiao Yi intended to seize this opportunity. He had previously discussed with Su Ruo that each bridesmaid would be accompanied by a remarkably handsome best man. If they could avoid giving out red envelopes, he would prefer to save that money for baby formula instead. Su Ruo readily agreed. Yang Jing inquired, what is the question? Do you want a red envelope or a handsome man? Yang Jing's confusion was palpable. A handsome man? How handsome? Indeed, as one grows older, it becomes increasingly easy to swoon, especially when witnessing a close friend's wedding while remaining single oneself. He must be extraordinarily handsome. Even the likes of Peng Yuyan and Wu Yanzu would pale in comparison to my Huang Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming was the younger student Xiao Yi was mentoring, and he was indeed quite handsome. A bit of self-admiration here. All right then, I shall open the door for you. Click. The door was slightly ajar, and upon noticing this, Chun Hao wasted no time and boldly pushed it open. Startled, Yang Jing stepped back several paces. Xiao Yi stumbled into the bedroom, and, upon seeing Su Ruo, was momentarily entranced. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Though she usually wore makeup, she had never appeared so exquisitely adorned. Her beauty was akin to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, leaving Xiao Yi in a state of astonishment for a brief moment. Simultaneously, Su Ruo felt a tinge of shyness upon seeing Xiao Yi, who had transformed into a dashing gentleman. The room was quickly filling with numerous guests, making the already compact space feel even more crowded. Yang Jing, moments before, made her way toward the most handsome groomsman, Huang Xiaoming. In this bustling environment, the two found themselves in close proximity. As for Lu Tianxuang, she had not managed to squeeze in, while the other two bridesmaids, already in relationships but not yet married, showed little interest in the groomsmen and began engaging with Xiao Yi in the traditional games for the groom's arrival. These games were often rather awkward, such as having a groomsman suck on a transparent plastic sheet and then pass it to another groomsman using only their mouths, or using a mouth expander to blow out candles. Another game involved drawing and guessing. Failure to guess correctly resulted in the participant removing a shoe and stepping on a bed of nails. Most of the games were the responsibility of the groomsman, allowing Xiao Yi to narrowly evade a predicament. After the games concluded, it was time to find the high heels. I found them. Within a minute of searching, Huang Xiaoming produced a high heel that had been hidden on Yang Jing's thigh. This action did not go unnoticed by many. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. To hide a shoe on one's thigh was quite ingenious. With a mischievous grin, Huang Xiaoming handed the high heel to Xiao Yi, saying, Here you go, senior. Your sister-in-law's shoe. Xiao Yi, bewildered, accepted it, noticing the lingering warmth from the shoe. In fact, the prior crowding had led Huang Xiaoming to feel something unusual against his leg, prompting him to reach beneath her skirt to retrieve the shoe. Chenhao, Guoyang, and Yang Baoquan looked on with envy. A few minutes later, Yang Baoquan discovered the matching shoe hidden beneath a pillow. With both heels in hand, Xiao Yi turned his attention to Su Ruo, his gaze filled with affection. Ruo, come with me. She replied, nodding excitedly. She then extended her long leg, revealing her delicate foot for Xiao Yi to assist her in putting on the high heel. Unable to resist the urge, Xiao Yi leaned forward to kiss her petite foot before slipping the shoe onto her. Su Ruo was taken aback. While there were customs in various places that involved kissing the feet, such practices were not found in Kyoto. Why had Xiao Yi kissed her foot? The moment was met with applause from both the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Dressed in their finest shoes, Xiao Yi grasped Su Ruo's delicate hand and said, "My dear wife, shall we return home?" Yes, of course," Su Ruo replied, her smile radiating genuine joy from the depths of her heart. Chapter 48. Entering the Bridal Chamber. It is imperative to enter the bridal chamber. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi lifted her into a princess carry, eliciting a chorus of awed murmurs from those around them. Chen Hao, casting a playful glance at Xiao Yi's hand placement, teased, "Ige, where exactly is your hand? Get away, this is my wife, Where my hand rests is of no concern to you." Just as he exited the living room while cradling Su Ruo, he found his path obstructed by Su Linjin. "Xiao Yi, come, we must take a few pictures together." "All right," he acquiesced. In the living room, 2 chairs had been arranged, occupied by Su Linjin and Qin Xueping, who held a baby in their arms. Xiao Yi and Su Ruo stood behind them for the photograph. After capturing memories with their relatives, Xiao Yi once again lifted Su Ruo into his arms and made their way to the car. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo arrived at the prestigious Kyoto No. 1 courtyard, with most of Su Ruo's relatives trailing closely behind. The ceremony within the community had a peculiar tradition, commencing precisely at 8:18. As it was not yet time, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo found themselves awkwardly waiting in place, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence, a reflection of local wedding customs. Su Linjin and Qin Xueping stood on either side of the red carpet, observing them while engaging in cheerful conversation with the gathered crowd. With a red veil adorning her head and holding Xiao Yi's hand, Su Ruo was oblivious to the happenings outside due to her obstructed view. She inquired, "Darling, when do we begin today's ceremony?" "I am unsure," he replied. The arrangements for the ceremony were organized by Su Linjin, and given the differences between past and present weddings, he lacked experience in this matter. At that moment, the officiant, clad in a gray suit and sporting a slick hairstyle, ascended the stage, embodying the essence of a distinguished gentleman. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the ceremony of Mr. Xiao Yi and Ms. Su Ruo. I am your host, Xiao." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Is that name for real? The officiant, possessing a thick skin, remained unfazed by their murmurs. As time pressed on, he declared, "Now that the auspicious hour has arrived, let us extend our warmest applause to welcome our bride and groom." The entrance ritual involved stepping over a fire basin, symbolizing a future filled with prosperity. Upon reaching the ceremonial platform, Shi Jinxiang remarked, "Look at how joyfully the bride and groom are smiling." "Groom, how does it feel to wed such a beautiful bride today?" Xiao Yi could only respond with an awkward smile, "I am particularly excited." "And the bride?" I am equally thrilled." As excitement filled the air, Su Ruo playfully suggested, "Shall we share a kiss? It wouldn't be too much, would it?" Xiao Yi, taken aback, could hardly fathom that Shi Jinxiang would encourage such a display in front of an audience of over 100. Noticing the hesitation from the two, Shi Jinxiang eagerly initiated the atmosphere. "Everyone, would you like to witness the newlyweds share a kiss?" The crowd of onlookers enthusiastically chimed in, "Yes, yes, a kiss, a kiss." Chen Hao teased, "Xiao Ge, how about you go for it?" To which Guiyang added, "Exactly. If you don't, I might just step in." Su Linjin, overhearing, shot a fierce glare at Guiyang. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xiao Yi, responding to the uproar, decisively leaned in to kiss Su Ruo's delicate lips. Naturally, in such a public setting, it was a brief peck, but the night promised more intimacy. After the fleeting kiss, the ceremony progressed with rituals, bowing to heaven and earth, addressing elders, and distributing sweets. Once the formalities were complete, Shi Jinxiang presented the microphone to Xiao Yi, inquiring, "So, groom, what shall we do next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi boisterously declared, "To the bridal chamber, of course." Laughter erupted among the guests, amused by his eagerness. Even Su Ruo couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter. However, the bridal chamber would wait until later. For now, they needed to change outfits before heading to the hotel. Soon, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo ascended the stairs, followed by numerous relatives. The bridesmaids escorted Su Ruo into the bedroom, while Xiao Yi remained in the living room to greet guests. A stranger approached him, extending a hand. Confused, Xiao Yi wondered who this man was. After they shook hands, the stranger introduced himself. "I am the nephew of your bride's father's uncle." Xiao Yi was bewildered by the complexity of this family connection. With a forced smile, he replied, "Hello, brother." "Calling you brother is fine, huh? Congratulations on the wedding." As he was unfamiliar with many of Su Ruo's relatives, the sudden influx of strangers was quite awkward. Thankfully, the uncomfortable moment was short-lived. By 10 o'clock, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo were en route to the Amon at Summer Palace, with numerous relatives of Su Linjin and Su Yuna present. Many had not made the journey to Modu Yuan. Upon arriving at the Amon, Xiao Yi, Su Ruo, Su Linjin, and Qin Shueping stood in the hotel lobby to welcome guests. Soon, a familiar face approached, Lin Daoqi. Accompanying her was a young woman in a cheongsam. Undoubtedly Lin Daoqi's granddaughter. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, he let out a long sigh, lamenting the unfortunate reality that he was unable to introduce his granddaughter to him. What a pity it is indeed. Lin Bo, you have arrived, Su Linjin greeted with enthusiasm. After spotting him, Lin Daoqi nodded in satisfaction. Of course I would attend my daughter's wedding. I may not be eloquent, but I wish for Ruo and Xiao Yi a lifetime of happiness, a joyful new beginning, and perhaps even a set of triplets. Ha. Thank you, Lin Bo, but let us not go that far with the triplets. Suan was not well acquainted with Lin Daoqi, so he did not linger for long. Before departing, he inquired, where's the place for the monetary gift? On the second floor. Just head up and you will see. All right. Lin Daoqi, accompanied by his granddaughter, ascended to the second floor, where they soon located the designated area for gifts. Inan, please take out the check, he requested. Yes, Grandpa. The girl named Inan promptly retrieved a cash check from her bag. Given the substantial amount of the gift, carrying cash was rather inconvenient. Thus they opted for a check instead. May I ask who you are? How much are you contributing? The accountant, unfamiliar with Lin Daoqi, listened as he slowly introduced himself. I am Lin Daoqi, Lin from Double Wood, Dao from the Way, and Qi from Miraculous. I am offering 15 million. 15 what? 15 million. The accountant's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Goodness. Chapter 49 Su Ruo exclaimed. Dad, are you really parting with me so easily? Indeed, it is 15 million. Lin Daoqi calmly handed over the cash check. The accountant, upon seeing the figure written on the check, could scarcely believe his eyes. 15 million, such an astronomical sum he had never witnessed in his lifetime. To offer such a lavish sum for a wedding, what an extravagance. What relation did he have with Xiao Yi? After writing down the necessary details, the accountant promptly sought out Su Linjin to deliver the check. Since the check bore no password, it could be exchanged at a bank without conditions, making it a rather hot potato. Losing it would incur great responsibility. Time flew by, and before long, it was noon. At that moment, on the second floor of the Amon Hotel, a lavishly adorned hall was nearly filled with 60 tables of guests. They marveled at the opulent decoration of the venue. A red carpet graced the central platform, surrounded by crystal embellishments and fresh flowers, while various luxurious chandeliers hung from the ceiling, every detail tailored to Su Ruo's preferences. A large screen above the stage showcased a series of wedding photos of Xiao Yi and Su Ruo. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic, punctuated by children's cries, the sounds of a mobile game commencing its attack, and snippets of dialogue from action films. Moments later, the wedding host, Shi Jinxiang, clad in a pristine white suit, stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing the crowd, he unfailingly adorned his face with a professional smile. Esteemed guests, dear friends and family, good afternoon. I am Shi Jinxiang, the host of this wedding. A pair of beloved souls is about to embark on the sacred journey of matrimony, and I am truly honored to witness the wedding of Mr. Xiao Yi and Miss Su Ruo alongside all of you, sharing in this moment of happiness and romance. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the groom. As Shi Jinxiang's words resonated, the sudden strains of a familiar entrance theme filled the air, leaving Xiao Yi momentarily bewildered. Who on earth chose this? He mused incredulously. Nevertheless, he strode forward, clad in a tailored black suit, waving to the assembled guests as he made his way to the center of the stage. At that moment, Xiao Yi appeared exceptionally handsome, his striking features complemented by the suit, which accentuated both his physique and poise. Many distant relatives in the audience had yet to see him in person, and upon catching sight of him, they were left dumbfounded. Goodness, Xiao Yi is truly handsome, even more so than in the wedding photos. No wonder he is worthy of Ruo. He certainly matches her. Did you know they already have children? 3 little ones, and they are about to celebrate their first month. We'll have the pleasure of dining together soon. What? Does that mean I'll have to contribute again? Indeed. The audience was unanimous in their admiration for Xiao Yi's appearance. As Shi Jinxiang prompted, tell me, do you find our groom handsome today? In unison, the crowd exclaimed, handsome. Would you like to meet the even more beautiful bride? Yes. As his words faded, the lights in the grand hall dimmed abruptly, and two spotlights illuminated the enormous European-style doors opposite the stage. Gradually, the doors creaked open, releasing a cascade of white mist that billowed forth. Moments later, Su Revo, elegantly adorned in a white wedding gown and linking arms with her father, stepped into the sight of the audience. She exuded an aura of nobility and grace as they glided towards the crimson carpet. Shi Jinxiang gently leaned towards Xiao Yi, whispering, "Groom, please step forward to welcome your bride." Heeding the prompt, he advanced without hesitation. Upon reaching the center of the red carpet, the customary proceedings awaited, with the father of the bride expected to share an emotional moment before reluctantly entrusting Su Ruoruo to him. Xiao Yi intended to assure Su Lingjun of his unwavering commitment to care for Su Ruoruo for all eternity, sparing her from any hardship. However, what Xiao Yi did not anticipate was that as he approached, Su Lingjun unreservedly placed Su Ruoruo's hand into his, beaming with delight. "My good son-in-law, I entrust Ruoruo to you. Go ahead." Su Ruoruo stood there, bewildered, gazing at her father in disbelief. In the weddings she had witnessed before, her father would typically be in tears as he handed her over to her husband. Why did he so readily hand her over to her father without a moment's hesitation? Smiling so joyfully. On stage, Shi Jinxiang, oblivious to the unfolding events, inquired, "Dear father of the bride, do you have anything you wish to say to your daughter and son-in-law?" No, I won't disturb their wedding any longer. Please, carry on," he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped off the stage. A row of perplexed expressions appeared above Shi Jinxiang's head, mirrored by the audience. It was unexpected to find Su Lingjun such a candid individual. Xiao Yi chuckled helplessly, contemplating that perhaps this was simply the nature of his father-in-law. Moreover, they planned to move in together after marriage, thereby becoming one family. He knelt on one knee and extended the bouquet in his hands. Naturally, Su Revo had no reason to decline. She accepted the flowers, linking her arm with Xiao Yi's as they proceeded towards the stage. The subsequent proceedings unfolded in a similar manner, exchanging rings, toasting with cups of wine, delivering speeches, and finally tossing the bouquet. The ceremony culminated in a change of attire for toasting and mingling with relatives. They remained occupied until 2:30 in the afternoon, at which point the wedding reached a successful conclusion. Most guests had already departed, and Xiao Yi and Su Ruo, having prepared since the previous evening, were utterly exhausted. Particularly Xiao Yi, who had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, soon found himself sprawled on the hotel sofa, drifting into slumber. Su Ruo covered him with a red blanket, concerned he might catch a chill. When Xiao Yi finally awoke, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and he found himself not in the hotel, but in his own home. Su Ruo entered, carrying a box, and upon noticing his awakening, hurried to pour him a glass of water. "Darling, you're awake." Xiao Yi murmured, rubbing his heavy head. "Ruoruo, how long have I been asleep?" She glanced at the clock. 6 hours. It's now 9 o'clock. Ah, Xiao Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging he might have overindulged today. "What's in that box?" "It's the wedding gifts," Su Ruo replied with a cheerful smile. "All the money we received today is inside. Come, my dear, let us count how much we've collected." With that, she spilled the box filled with red bills onto the surface. Chapter 50. Su Ruo, I don't want to move. Xiao Yi, I will. Upon seeing the heap of money, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile, while Su Ruo gleefully leaped into the pile of cash. Lying amidst the money felt extraordinarily delightful. Huh? Why are there some white pieces of paper mixed in? Su Ruoruo suddenly exclaimed. Picking up one of the white sheets, she discovered it was a cash check. Surprised, she focused on the check and began counting the zeros behind it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 1 million. With a swift motion, she lifted her head and directed her gaze at Xiao Yi. Darling, look. This is a cash check for 1 million. To her surprise, someone had indeed given such a generous gift. Who could it be? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi gently caressed Su Ruoruo's forehead and teased, "Silly wife. They say a pregnancy can make one foolish for 3 years. Could it be that you have truly been foolish for that long? Don't we have a ledger from our wedding? Why not take a look?" "Oh, right." Su Ruo scratched her head, beaming with a naive smile. As it was their wedding night, her spirits soared, lending her an air of childlike innocence. "Darling, I don't want to move right now. How about I just wait until later?" Before Su Ruoruo could finish her sentence, Xiao Yi interrupted her with a mischievous grin, raising an eyebrow at her. At first, Su Ruo was momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping his implication. "What do you mean by you move?" In truth, She had intended to suggest that she did not wish to move at all and wanted him to fetch the ledger from the living room to see who had contributed such a large sum. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Although Xiao Yi had been with her for nearly a month, they had yet to engage in intimacy. That night, under the influence of alcohol, their first encounter had been quite overwhelming. It was often said that the bond between a man and a woman was particularly exquisite, yet she was still unaware of its full essence. Nevertheless, she did recall that it had been somewhat painful. With a grin, Xiao Yi said, "Wife, I promise to be gentle." He leaned in, intending to embrace her. But Su Ruo playfully kicked him in the chest. "What are you in such a hurry for?" She rolled her eyes. "Let us count the gift money first." Xiao Yi clutched his chest dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm done for. You might just kick the life out of me. You'll have to perform CPR." Su Ruo hadn't kicked him hard. He was merely pretending. Seeing him smile, she rolled her eyes again, decisively kissed him, and sweetly said, "Darling, could you please fetch the ledger from the drawer of the coffee table in the living room?" "All right, but just so you know, I will be the one to move later." With that remark, Xiao Yi leaped from the bed and dashed out. Su Ruo pouted and rolled her eyes once more. A moment later, Xiao Yi returned with the ledger, removed his shoes, and joined Su Ruo amidst the scattered bills. She opened the ledger and began to peruse it. The first entries were from Xiao Yi's roommates, Chen Hao, Wei Yang, Yang Baoquan, and Huang Xiaoming, each contributing 2,000 yuan. This surprised Su Ruo. After all, Xiao Yi's roommates were all interns, particularly Chen Hao, who worked as a telemarketer and earned merely 2,500 yuan a month if he had no sales. For him to give 2,000 yuan as a wedding gift was indeed a significant sacrifice. These roommates were quite commendable and worthy of friendship. Following their contributions, the bridesmaids had also given 2,000 yuan each. As for other friends and relatives, those with closer ties had contributed between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. The distant relationships contributed sums of 600 or 800. There were also some who offered 200, and even one with just 20. Astonished, Xiao Yi was counting the money on the bed when Su Ruo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yi looked up, inquiring, "What is it, my dear?" Su Ruo's voice trembled as she said, "He contributed 15 million. Good heavens." Xiao Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. Lin Daoqi had actually given 15 million? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The previous item, the Gongfu Yi Hong, was worth at least 30 million. At an auction, it could fetch anywhere between 50 to 60 million. Thus, a contribution of 15 million was rather ordinary. This also illustrated Lin Daoqi's generosity. Su Yuna had mentioned that Lin Daoqi not only provided a monetary gift but also presented numerous priceless antiques. It was evident how significant he was in Lin Daoqi's eyes. Xiao Yi felt an obligation to assist him in the future. Perhaps Grandpa has a good relationship with Lin Daoqi. I've heard that Lin Daoqi's family possesses considerable assets. Antiques are merely his hobby, Su Ruo mused. She nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Yet the amount of 15 million was undeniably extravagant. Subsequently, Su Ruo and Xiao Yi briefly reviewed the contributions made by others. There were 5 affluent individuals, Lin Daoqi with 15 million, a person saved by Su Linjin who contributed 1 million, and 2 others who each donated 20,000. Strangely, there was a check for 5 million with a blank name, issued by an obscure bank, leaving no trace of identity in the records. Both Xiao Yi and Su Ruo were perplexed, speculating that it might be from someone reluctant to reveal their name, considering Su Linjin had saved numerous families. Ultimately, Xiao Yi calculated the total wedding gifts, amounting to 21.65 million, a substantial sum indeed. He slipped the 15 million check into his pocket and declared, "My dear, I shall keep this 15 million, and the rest is yours." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo shook her head. "For me? I don't want it. You keep the money. I wouldn't have much use for such a large sum." "Then let us give it to Dad. I will use this 15 million to start a business," she suggested. Very well, Su Ruo did not hesitate. Many of these gifts were sums once given by her father. With this money, she hoped to relieve her father from work, as the life of a criminal police officer was perilous, often requiring collaboration with special police and other law enforcement. Now that they were expecting a baby, she desired a healthy family and planned to have her father retire. After tidying up, Xiao Yi hurried to the bathroom to take a shower, while Su Ruo retrieved a new pair of black stockings from the wardrobe. It is often said that men are enamored with certain things. I wonder if Xiao Yi shares this interest. Not only does she wear black stockings, but she has also added an accessory. The leg ring, known as the Phoenix ring, enhances attack speed. Just as she adorned herself with the black stockings and slipped on the leg ring, Xiao Yi emerged from the bathroom. Su Ruo was utterly bewildered. Had Xiao Yi truly spent merely 3 minutes washing up? Soon, she would inform everyone to enter the skirt, allowing them to offer small, complimentary gifts and generate affection. Which is significant for the author. Xiaoming is grateful. Chapter 51. Su Ruoro exclaimed, "Darling, you have no idea how to cherish a delicate flower. How did you wash up so quickly?" Su Ruo was taken aback. Typically, Xiao Yi would take at least 10 to 20 minutes in the shower. Yet today it seemed she had finished in just 2.5 minutes. Simultaneously, upon noticing the subtle glimpse of black stockings and the Phoenix ring on Su Ruo's legs, Xiao Yi smiled broadly. He slowly approached her and said, "My dear, I believe you should know. What are you going to do?" She asked. "Nothing much, just a sweet kiss." Xiao Yi lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her neck and leaning in for a kiss. His hands soon wandered. After approximately 30 minutes, Xiao Yi began to express himself. The following morning, Xiao Yi rose early. The previous night, both he and Su Ruo had engaged in quite an exhausting exercise, depleting their energy. So he intended to prepare a nutritious breakfast for her. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming. Due to their nighttime activities, the little ones were temporarily under the care of Su Linjin and his companions, creating an optimal environment for Xiao Yi. However, the 3 babies, missing their parents, began to cry early in the morning. Upon opening the door, he found the 3 babies neatly lying in their golden baby carriages. "Dad, you're here." Upon seeing Su Linjin, Xiao Yi quickly ushered him into the house. Observing the spacious living room adorned with celebratory decorations, Su Linjin's gaze fell upon the babies. "I must say, since last night, the 3 have been crying incessantly, not sleeping soundly at all. You've worked hard, Dad." "Hard? Not at all." He glanced around the living room. "Is Ruo not up yet?" "Well, she was quite tired yesterday, so she hasn't risen." "Oh." Su Linjin was curious whether it was the wedding that had drained her or the previous night's activities. Newlyweds, after all, are quite typical in this regard. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted into Su Linjin's nostrils. He sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that delightful scent?" "Dad, it's the Christian carp soup I prepared for Ruo. You haven't had breakfast yet, so why not join me? I'll go wake her." At this, Su Linjin hesitated but soon dismissed his reluctance, recognizing that the two had already married and celebrated, and considering Xiao Yi's culinary skills, which are rare and exquisite, he acquiesced. "All right, you go ahead. I will serve the soup for you." "Okay." The 3 little ones were soundly asleep, and their awakening was unpredictable, prompting Xiao Yi to hasten his meal. Upon pushing open the door to the master bedroom, he found Su Ruo nestled on her side, peacefully slumbering. The serenity of her sleep was enchanting, and as he admired her delicate features and the fan-like lashes framing her eyes, he felt reluctant to rouse her. Gently, he tapped her shoulder. Ruo, it's time to wake up for breakfast." Ruo. After several calls, Su Ruo finally blinked awake, her eyes still heavy with slumber. Upon realizing it was Xiao Yi, she rubbed her eyes and inquired, "Darling, what time is it?" "It's nearly 8. Dad has already brought the babies back. You should hurry up and get ready for breakfast." "All right." As Su Ruo sat up, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen. It was not her menstrual period, and even if it were, the pain was not typically this acute. It must be a consequence of Xiao Yi's exuberance the previous night. How thoughtless of him. After changing her clothes, Su Ruo stood up, but as she did, a sharp pain shot through her thigh, prompting an involuntary gasp. "Ah!" Xiao Yi, who was nearby, quickly caught her arm. "What's wrong, my dear?" Once she steadied herself, Su Ruo rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" "It's because you were too vigorous last night. It hurts terribly." Xiao Yi winced slightly, recalling that Su Ruo had seemed quite delighted the previous evening. Did such pleasures come with side effects? Yielding to the circumstances, he offered an apology. "I'm sorry. My dear, I promise to be gentler tonight." "Tonight?" Their gazes locked just as Su Linjun suddenly knocked on the door from outside, calling, "You're not still in bed, are you? I've already ladled out the fish soup. Don't let it cool." "Dad, I'm up." "Good. Then hurry and wash up. We're about to eat." "Okay." Su Ruo refrained from further conversation with Xiao Yi as she attempted to take a step, but the pain in her thigh persisted, affecting her gait. After washing up, she tried to conceal her discomfort from her father. Once in the dining room, she sat down, sipped the fish soup, and asked, "Dad, have you given any thought to the job situation we discussed? When can you resign?" At this, Su Linjun's expression reflected a hint of helplessness. He was reluctant to resign, and even if he did, his character would not allow him to care for the children in a stable manner. With 3 little ones to look after and Qin Shueping having already quit her job to help Su Ruoruo, if he were to resign as well, there would be no income to support the household. It might take some time. There are many tasks at the station right now. Recently, our city has seen several disturbing murder cases, and I have a meeting at the bureau shortly. All right, Su Ruoruo sighed, aware that she could not persuade her father to change his mind. At this moment, Su Linjun shifted the topic and asked, "Son-in-law, what are your plans moving forward?" "Oh, indeed," Xiao Yi nodded. "Since Ruo and I are now married, I intend to channel my energy into entrepreneurship. The Little Deer CAF, which I renovated prior to our wedding, has yet to open due to the wedding festivities. Last night, I reached out to the staff, and I plan to check in on the CAF shortly. We should be able to commence operations today." "Very good," Su Linjun replied without further elaboration. He had faith in Xiao Yi's entrepreneurial mindset. Furthermore, the CAF's revenue was promising, several thousand a day, amounting to tens of thousands monthly, which would cover the cost for the baby's kindergarten tuition. With Ruo now married, his greatest concern had been alleviated, allowing him to look forward to retirement. Suddenly, Su Linjun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression grew serious. After answering, he immediately stated, "Yes, Director, I will be there shortly." Chapter 52, The Inauguration Ceremony. Little Deer CAF opened. Su Linjun quickly ended the call, his demeanor tinged with regret. "Ruoruo, son-in-law, the director just called me for a meeting. I apologize for not being able to join you for dinner. I must leave now." Given that Su Linjun had often done this in the past, Su Ruo had no choice but to accept it. She sighed in resignation. "All right, Dad. Please drive carefully and be cautious while on duty. Rest assured." With that, Su Linjun departed at the quickest pace. Holding a spoon, Su Ruo felt somewhat disheartened. Xiao Yi gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right, Ro. Don't worry. Dad has been a police officer for decades. What could possibly happen?" After the meal, Xiao Yi tidied up the dishes while Su Ruo returned to the bedroom to nurse the babies. Once he had finished cleaning, Xiao Yi entered the bedroom to find that Ruo had laid the babies down. The satisfied infants were happily playing with her. Noticing Xiao Yi's entrance, Su Ruoruo looked up and said, "Honey, weren't you planning to check on the Little Deer CAF? You needn't worry about me and the babies. You can focus on your tasks." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi shook his head. "How could I do that? The Little Deer CAF isn't more important than you and the babies. I worry that you might struggle to manage 3 children alone, especially the second one, who has a penchant for tugging hair." Hearing this warmed Su Ruo's heart. "You don't need to, dear. My mother just called. She is on her way and is taking the subway. She should arrive in about 10 minutes. Then I shall stay with you for those 10 minutes. Saying this, Xiao Yi approached the bedside, witnessing the 3 babies giggling joyfully, which brought him great comfort. Moments later, Qin Shueping rang the doorbell. When Xiao Yi opened the door, he greeted Mom and welcomed her inside. Qin Shueping walked into the living room with a cheerful smile and said, "Just now, your father called me and mentioned that you are heading to the Little Deer CAF, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of Ruo at home. You just focus on your work." "All right, Mom." Xiao Yi prepared a new pair of slippers for Qin Shueping and pointed towards the bedroom, saying, "Ruoruo is in the bedroom with the baby. You can just go in." "Okay, Xiao Yi, are you going over there?" "Yes," Xiao Yi nodded. "The store manager just called me and said that the people from headquarters have arrived. There will be a simple opening ceremony, and I need to head over there as soon as possible." "All right, you go ahead with your tasks. I'll go see my grandson." "Go ahead, Mom." After exchanging a few brief words, Xiao Yi left the community, driving a Porsche 911 towards Jiangxia Road. This car was a part of Su Ruoruo's dowry. Her father, understanding men well and knowing their fondness for sports cars, had gifted her a small sports car as part of her marriage. Xiao Yi, who had a keen interest in such vehicles, decided to drive it today since he didn't have to carry the baby. After about 20 minutes, Xiao Yi arrived at Jiangxia Road and parked the car in a nearby parking lot. Upon reaching the Little Deer CAF, he found that all the staff had arrived, dressed in their uniforms, preparing for the opening ceremony. "Boss, you finally made it." One of the college student employees rushed over to greet him. Over time, he had become quite familiar with the staff, especially since they attended his wedding the day before, fostering a close relationship. "Yes, I'm here," Xiao Yi responded, glancing around. He had been busy with wedding preparations and hadn't had the chance to visit the CAF often, The store manager had been handling the renovations. Is everything ready inside? Can we open today? Boss, everything is set. In fact, there were even passers-by wanting to come in for coffee. We were just waiting for you to cut the ribbon. Ha ha, great. Let us commence the ribbon cutting. Soon, Xiao Yi, along with all the staff and personnel from headquarters, completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, marking the official opening of his first venture, the Little Deer CAF. Mr. Xiao, congratulations. The headquarters staff shook hands with Xiao Yi. This area has an excellent location, and I believe you will achieve remarkable sales. On behalf of the Little Deer CAF headquarters, I extend my congratulations to you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate your trust. Xiao Yi felt particularly elated at this moment. Meanwhile, Wang Daolong sat outside his coffee shop with a cold expression, smoking in silence. The opening of the Little Deer CAF signified the impending closure of his own establishment. Just moments ago, he had inquired about the Little Deer CAF's grand opening event, which offered a highly popular product, the creamy latte, for just 88, with no purchase limits. How could his ordinary brand compete with that? It is undoubtedly due to Lu Ruowei, that wretched woman, who has incessantly mocked Xiao Yi, prompting him to open a store next door. At this thought, Wang Daohu felt a pang of regret. Moreover, when Lu Ruowei initially ended her relationship with Xiao Yi, he had uttered a phrase urging her not to associate with him any longer. How he regretted that. His source of income had been severed by Xiao Yi. Before long, the shop officially opened, coinciding with the peak hours of the workday. A nearby subway station was fortunate enough to be on the thoroughfare frequented by office workers. Countless white-collar employees passed by, as this location lay within the third ring of Kyoto, where rental prices soared, leading most individuals to opt for residences beyond the fifth ring. Mornings required early rises and hurried commutes via subway to work, resulting in a general lack of vitality among the populace, many of whom stifled yawns. Numerous passers-by noticed the newly inaugurated Little Deer CAF, especially with promotional activities advertised outside, prompting them to rush inside. A morning cup of coffee not only invigorates but also aids in weight loss. Soon, the CAF was bustling with patrons. After ordering their coffees, most settled into nearby seats, dozing off while they waited. Observing this, Xiao Yi inhaled deeply, realizing that the CAF's revenue exceeded his expectations significantly. Please do not crowd, prioritize safety. The throngs were so dense that Xiao Yi found himself nearly pushed outside, astonished by the CAF's success. In stark contrast, the establishment next door attracted only a handful of customers. The significance of branding was indeed paramount. However, he had sacrificed much. For instance, the raw materials for a single cheese latte cost over 6 yuan. After accounting for packaging and labor, his profit margins were almost negligible. While Xiao Yi was lost in thought, a cigarette was suddenly offered to him. Then, he heard Wang Daohu's voice. Is that you, Xiao Yi? Can we have a word? Chapter 53, Absurdity, Wang Daohu kneels him? Surprised by Wang Daohu's approach, Xiao Yi was not taken aback. Given the impressive foot traffic at his CAF, both online and offline, it was evident that his self-operated coffee shop would severely impact Wang Daohu's business. Perhaps he would crumble under such pressure and opt to close his store. What brings you here? Xiao Yi directed his gaze towards the cigarette in Wang Daohu's hand. I'm sorry, but I do not smoke. Please, share your concerns. Well, you see, your CAF has stolen my customers on its very first day of operation. How am I supposed to survive? Xiao Yi was left bewildered, a question mark hovering over his head. What did he mean by stealing his customers? Did the patrons bear Wang Daohu's name? The sentiment was disconcerting. He bristled at the notion. What do you mean your customers? If your shop fails to attract clientele, must you then shift the blame onto me? Is that even rational? Xiao Yi harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Daohu. Relying on his meager wealth, he exhibited a pretentious demeanor, and after having his way with Lu Ruowei, he callously discarded her. Such a character could hardly possess commendable morals. An indignant feeling surged within Wang Daohu. I recognize your resentment towards me, but is it truly necessary for you to sever my means of livelihood? Xiao Yi found himself bewildered. What grievance could I possibly have against you? Is it simply because I have one Lu Ruowei from you? Your decision to open a shop right next to mine must be a deliberate act of provocation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt somewhat speechless. It seemed entirely reasonable for Wang Daohu to think that way. His establishment of a small deer CAF in this vicinity was evidently intended to position him as a competitor. Were he in Wang Daohu's shoes, he might entertain similar thoughts. Dismissing the matter from his mind, Xiao Yi coldly inquired, What exactly do you intend to achieve with these words? At that moment, Wang Daohu unexpectedly knelt before him with a resounding thud. This left Xiao Yi utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Xiao, my dear brother, I truly possess little wealth. That Porsche 718 was purchased secondhand. My entire family relies on this CAF for sustenance. I beseech you for a financial contribution to help me open a breakfast shop, he lamented. Clasping Xiao Yi's leg and weeping profusely, Wang Daohu was beset by hardship. For some inexplicable reason, an outbreak of swine fever had recently swept through Holyshit, decimating his family's pigs. Due to regulations, he had to resort to selling the infected meat through unconventional channels at a devastatingly low price. Consequently, his parents had been hospitalized. And with the opening of Xiao Yi's CAF, he found himself devoid of any income. The location was prime, and he could not bear to transfer the lease to another. Knowing Xiao Yi was financially stable, he found himself kneeling in desperation. This unexpected display left Xiao Yi at a loss. Though Wang Daohu wept heartily, Xiao Yi was not a person of boundless compassion. His instincts warned him against associating with such a character whose integrity was severely lacking. Nonetheless, he refrained from using harsh language. I cannot assist you financially. Please rise. In response, Wang Daohu clutched even tighter, pleading, No, I won't get up unless you help me. My parents are in the hospital. I implore you. Observing Wang Daohu's pitiful state, Xiao Yi forcefully extracted his leg. Devoid of any semblance of pity, a man should not kneel so easily. Instead of submitting, seek an alternative path. With that, Xiao Yi turned to leave. Suddenly, he feared Wang Daohu might act irrationally, but then considered that he might be overthinking the matter. He proceeded directly into the CAF. Many patrons surrounded him, and Wang Daohu, not wishing to further embarrass himself, cursed Xiao Yi several times inwardly before retreating to the CAF. Inside, the staff were diligently preparing coffee for customers, and Xiao Yi realized they were somewhat understaffed, given the peak hours. It seems we need to hire a few more people. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the CAF had no customers left and was preparing to close. Since it was the first day of business, the manager was currently reconciling accounts. Throughout the day, over 2,000 cups of coffee had been sold, yielding an income exceeding 30,000 yuan. This figure was quite commendable, yet due to the limited number of staff, they had been exceptionally busy all day, with even the empty coffee cups left on the tables unattended. The intense workload had left them quite fatigued. In the evening, Xiao Yi returned to lend a hand and was seated, video chatting with Su Ruo. At that moment, the manager, Wang Wenjing, approached quietly and said softly, Boss, today's sales data has been finalized. Oh, how much? Xiao Yi inquired, intrigued, as the customer influx had far exceeded his expectations. A total of 2,023 cups were sold, generating an income of 32,199 yuan. Is it really that much? Xiao Yi was taken aback by the figure. The daily rent for the CAF was approximately 4,200 yuan, and with 5 employees, the daily wage expenses amounted to 900 yuan. The gross profit margin for the goods was 60, which meant deducting around 13,000 yuan. Utilities and miscellaneous expenses accounted for an additional 200 yuan. Thus, calculating 4,200, 900, 13,000, 200, 18, 300. By subtracting this from the total revenue, it indicated that the net profit for the day was around 14,000 yuan. Xiao Yi was particularly pleased with this revenue, deeming it quite substantial. Of course, this calculation might not be entirely precise, but it was close enough. After mentally tallying the revenue, Xiao Yi remarked, Well, it's impressive that our CAF has achieved such sales on its opening day, thanks to all of you. Wang Jia, please gather everyone. Certainly. Soon. Wang Wenjing called over the other 4 employees. They stood neatly, all young women with a demure appearance, aside from the manager. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Oh, everyone, there's no need to be so serious, just relax. I won't be as strict with you as other businesses. Primarily, you all have performed exceptionally today, and I appreciate your hard work. Boss, this is what we ought to do. The headquarters of Xiao Lu Coffee taught us to be the most capable warriors for the boss. Ha ha, indeed. Xiao Yi nodded with a grin and continued. It was my oversight. I feel 5 employees might be a bit cramped, so I will hire 2 more tomorrow. Furthermore, considering everyone's effort today, each of you will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan this month. Upon hearing this, the 5 employees were taken aback. Oh my goodness. Their salaries were merely 5,000 1,000 yuan, and with the additional 1,000 yuan bonus, their wages would rise to 6,000 yuan. How delightful. At that moment, another employee remarked, "Boss, it's actually feasible not to hire anyone. You could just distribute bonuses daily." Haha. Chapter 54. Xiao Yi. Is someone targeting me? Are you suggesting a daily bonus of 1,000 yuan for you all? I find that quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the young employees sparkled with excitement. As it was still summer vacation, among the 4 ordinary employees, 2 were part-time university students. They hailed from out of town, working during the day and returning to their schools to rest at night, diligently earning their keep. Goodness, if I were to give you 1,000 a day for 5 employees, I would be financially ruined. Actually, boss, even 100 a day would suffice. Uffed. Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals were indeed dazzled by the prospect of money. However, this reaction was understandable, as most university students faced considerable expenses while studying, with purchases such as cosmetics and dresses demanding substantial funds, especially in a capital city like Kyoto. Alright, health is the foundation of our endeavors. Without good health, no amount of money will be of use. Tomorrow, let us prepare to welcome the new employees. Now, everyone is dismissed. Understood. Soon, everyone dispersed, and shortly thereafter, Xiaolu Coffee closed for the day. Xiao Yi drove back home. Upon entering, he noticed the living room lights still aglow, where Su Ruoruo, Qin Shueping, and Su Linjun each cradled a baby. To Xiao Yi's surprise, Su Linjun was holding the second child. "Dad, how dare you hold the second one? Isn't he known for being a handful?" Xiao Yi approached with a smile. Hearing this, Su Linjun turned his head. "You're back." I was puzzled too. The second child has been unusually well-behaved these past 2 days, not causing any trouble. Just as he finished speaking, the second child playfully slapped Su Linjun across the face, leaving a red mark. Clearly, he was playfully teasing his grandfather. Nearby, Su Ruoruo chuckled and then asked, "So, dear, how did business go at Xiaolu Coffee today? What were the earnings like?" It was decent. Currently, he possessed nearly 20 million, qualifying him as a modestly wealthy individual. Nonetheless, he still valued the over 10,000 in earnings. He would not forget the days of hardship. Even with newfound wealth, he would not squander it, but rather invest it wisely. Today's net profit was approximately 140,000, but the shop was particularly busy. I've also recruited 2 people online and distributed a bonus of 1,000 yuan to each staff member. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo nodded. The 140,000 net profit indeed exceeded her expectations. She could earn such an amount in half a month at Kyoto University. With this money, the family's savings could remain untouched. At that moment, Xiao Yi recalled Su Linjun's hasty departure that morning and inquired, "Dad, is there any task from the criminal police team?" "Why do you ask that?" Su Ruo, "Dad, Xiao Yi is concerned about you. I too am curious, so please do share. There's really nothing much to discuss. Just a few grotesque murder cases that our police are currently investigating. However, we suspect that the perpetrator has already left Kyoto." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo felt a weight lift from her heart, for several years ago, Su Linjun had nearly lost his life due to a similar grotesque murder incident. Furthermore, there was another case involving a batch of diseased pigs entering the market, resulting in several customers who purchased pork from the Northern District Market suffering from food poisoning, with some even receiving critical condition notices. What? Upon hearing this, Su Ruo's pupils constricted, and she quickly turned to her mother, Qin Shueping. "Mom, the pork you bought today isn't from the Northern District Market, is it?" "Impossible." Qin Shueping shook her head and continued. "I purchased it from the Jinhua supermarket below our community, where the meat undergoes rigorous inspection. You need not worry." Suddenly, Su Linjun interjected. "Just because it's from Jinhua supermarket doesn't guarantee it's good meat. I advise you against eating it. The swine flu in Kyoto has been quite severe, and numerous diseased pigs have entered the market. What if something were to happen? Especially with children at home, this meat should not be consumed." Hearing this, Qin Shueping shot Su Linjun an annoyed glance. "If you don't want to eat it, then don't. Why are you so anxious?" Su Linjun's temperament was one that Qin Shueping had long grown accustomed to, so she refrained from further comment. Qin Shueping then turned her gaze to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, have you eaten yet?" Not yet." Qin Shueping was taken aback. "You haven't eaten? It's so late. Why don't I prepare something for you downstairs?" "Downstairs?" Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, but then realized that his mother-in-law likely meant to cook him some noodles. He chided himself for his overly innocent thoughts. Without hesitation, He nodded. All right, I appreciate it, Mom. It's no trouble at all. Come here, Sambao. Let me hold you while I cook the noodles, said Qin Shueping, passing Sambao to him. Feeling the embrace of his father, Sambao Xiao Qin Shue immediately broke into a smile, gazing up at him and even reaching out to touch his face. In truth, Xiao Yi was somewhat apprehensive about Sambao and Xiamingxiu suddenly launching an attack on him. However, it seemed unlikely, after all. How could a little girl be as violent as her Bao? In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shueping had prepared the noodles. After the meal, Xiao Yi took the babies into the room. Today, Qin Shueping and Su Lingjin decided to stay over, and Xiao Yi was unsure of the soundproofing in the house. So he refrained from any intimate activities with Su Ruorio. The next morning, Xiao Yi stretched lazily. Just as he had not yet finished brushing his teeth, his phone, placed on the sink, began to ring. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Xiao Yi frowned, wondering who would be calling him at this hour. Upon glancing at his mobile phone, Xiao Yi noticed the name Wang Wenjing scrolling across the screen. Wang Wenjing, the manager of Little Deer CAF, was calling him early in the morning. What could be the reason? After answering the call, he heard her somewhat anxious voice. It's bad news, boss. I've just arrived at the CAF, and for some reason, the water supply has been cut off. Cut off? Xiao Yi was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. The establishment had its own water meter and valve. How could there be a water outage? Did someone turn off the main valve before leaving yesterday? Why don't you check? Boss, I've already checked the water valve in the room. It is indeed turned off, but even after opening it, there is still no water. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi maintained a calm demeanor. It's all right. We still have some water in the storage tank, don't we? Not much, she replied. Then hold on. I'll pack my things and head over right away. Don't worry. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yi muttered to himself, is someone trying to sabotage me? Who was that on the phone? Su Ruo suddenly approached, rubbing her eyes, looking as though she had just awakened. It was the manager of Little Deer CAF. She needed me to go over for some arrangements, Xiao Yi explained. Really? Su Ruo exclaimed in surprise. Is the manager already there? It's only 6:50. Have coffee shops become so competitive that they open before 7 o'clock? Is it really that early for them to be open? Su Ruo recalled that Xiao Yi had mentioned the CAF's opening time was 8 o'clock a.m., which coincided with the peak hours for office workers. Only then did Xiao Yi realize the time. Indeed, it's still early, and someone is already at Little Deer CAF? Is Wang Wenjing really that dedicated? A sense of unease washed over him. Logically, the role of a CAF manager seemed to lack prospects. The salary he offered Wang Wenjing was 6,000 yuan, just 1,000 more than that of a regular employee. For a daily wage of 200 yuan, it was indeed modest in Kyoto. Only a university student might consider it substantial. Wang Wenjing, now 26, was even a few months older than Su Ruorio. Such dedication was admirable. He shook his head. The working hours begin at 8 o'clock a.m. I truly don't understand why she would arrive so early. It's impressive. Well, you should head over quickly, Su Ruo said kindly. If there's an urgent matter, don't keep them waiting too long. And remember, a good employee like that is hard to come by. Treat her well. Don't worry, I will. At this hour, Su Lingjin and Qin Shueping had yet to rise. Wife, I'm heading over now. Please ask Mom to prepare breakfast. And don't forget to take care of the little ones. Rest assured, you can attend to your own affairs. The baby has reached a month old. I am not without hands or feet, and am quite capable of preparing meals. When the little ones are hungry, they will cry, but I assure you, I can manage. Even if I cannot, I have my mother to assist me. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yi felt that Su Ruo's reasoning held merit. She was no longer a mere 3-year-old. Indeed, he had been overly concerned. In his former self, he might not have been so affected. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Xiao Yi departed in his car, heading towards the Little Deer CAF on Jiangxiao Road. Half an hour later, he parked and walked directly toward the CAF. At that moment, Wang Wenjing was waiting at the entrance, her expression revealing a hint of anxiety. As soon as she spotted Xiao Yi approaching, she hurriedly jogged over. Boss, you finally made it. What is the matter? Have you found the cause of the water stoppage? I have, Wang Wenjing replied, her face not looking too good. I just contacted the property management and discovered that our water meter has been vandalized. Inside it is a controller, and once the meter is damaged, it automatically cuts off the water supply. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. He hadn't wronged anyone, yet the water meter had been smashed. Is there any surveillance footage? Have you checked the cameras? Wang Wenjing shook her head. The property manager just checked, but unfortunately, the cameras happened to be malfunctioning. Malfunctioning? At this point, Xiao Yi's mind was already racing. He was no fool. The one most affected by the opening of Little Deer CAF was undoubtedly the perpetrator of the vandalism. It had to be Wang Daohu. However, without sufficient evidence to confront him, he would certainly deny any wrongdoing. The immediate priority was to repair the water meter and restore operations in the CAF. They could wait for him to commit another act before catching him in the act. Did the property management say when they would replace the water meter? Xiao Yi inquired. Yes, they said it could be replaced before noon. In truth, the property management had also requested a fee of 1,000 yuan for the repair. But Wang Wenjing refrained from mentioning it, recalling that Xiao Yi had sent them a bonus of the same amount the previous night. Before noon? That will suffice. Yet, Wang Wenjing suddenly lowered her head. But at 8 o'clock, there will be many customers in the store. With the water meter broken, our revenue for today will be significantly diminished. Let it be diminished, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Money can always be earned. I will arrange for someone to deliver several barrels of purified water shortly, with the arrival of 2 new employees. Your task will be to train them in beverage preparation within the morning. Is that acceptable? At this, Wang Wenjing certainly would not refuse. She nodded emphatically and saluted Xiao Yi. Boss, I guarantee the task will be completed. Very well. Xiao Yi walked alongside Wang Wenjing into the Little Deer CAF and asked, By the way, why did you arrive so early today? Did I not mention that your shift starts at 8? Wang Wenjing paused momentarily and said, Boss, I am merely preparing the ice and organizing the supplies so that I can serve the coffee more efficiently when the customers arrive. Upon hearing Wang Wenjing's words, Xiao Yi felt as if she were an innocent young girl. However, he vaguely recalled that she was indeed unmarried, with a modest education, and belonged to the type that could endure hardships. It was truly rare to encounter such a responsible manager. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wang. Oh, boss. This is what I ought to do. Upon entering the CAF, Wang Wenjing first poured him a glass of water, then began to mop the floor and clean the windows, executing her tasks with remarkable orderliness. Xiao Yi had already concluded that she was an employee worthy of cultivation. Sister Wang, you continue with your work. I will step outside for a bit. All right, boss. Wang Wenjing continued her diligent tasks while Xiao Yi stepped outside and stretched. He cast a sidelong glance at the neighboring CAF. Wang Daohu was not inside. Only 2 employees were present. It was likely that this fellow, having engaged in such unscrupulous deeds, would not be around. At that moment, the street began to fill with pedestrians. Noticing the Little Deer CAF was open, many entered. Inside, Wang Wenjing helplessly addressed the customers. I apologize, dear patrons. The shop will not be open for business this morning. Please come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the customers reluctantly departed. Some bypassed Xiao Yi's neighboring shop, while others ventured directly inside. Meanwhile, in the adjacent CAF, Wang Daohu was watching the surveillance footage. Seeing numerous patrons exit the Little Deer CAF and enter his own, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi, you're still too inexperienced to challenge me. What good is wealth if you lack my connections? Ha ha. Chapter 56. Boss, I know who damaged our water meter. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the 2 new employees Xiao Yi had recruited online the previous day had arrived. 1 male and 1 female. Both were 4th-year college students and the same age as Xiao Yi. However, the male had a beard and appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of maturity. The manager had already informed everyone that the water meter had been damaged. Although the staff was infuriated, they felt helpless. They understood that someone was intentionally causing trouble. But without evidence, there was little they could do. Xiao Yi also visited the property management to inquire about the situation. The staff there mentioned that there had indeed been acts of vandalism, seemingly stemming from competitive tensions with other businesses. However, what puzzled Xiao Yi was why the surveillance cameras were not functioning. Even if they were broken, they should have been repaired promptly. Throughout the morning, the shop's employees were training the 2 new arrivals. Given that young people learn quickly, the morning was ample time for them to become adept in the CAF's beverage offerings. After finishing lunch, Xiao Yi bought several barrels of purified water from outside, and the shop gradually began its operations. However, the property management failed to uphold their promise. The water meter, which was supposed to be repaired by noon, was only fixed at 4 in the afternoon. The water flow remained particularly weak, and due to the delay in water supply, the shop's revenue for the day was significantly diminished. In contrast, the neighboring Wang Daohu managed to restore his sales to nearly normal levels. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Wenjing, who had a habit of keeping daily accounts, approached after finishing the tally. Boss, Today our shop only sold over 120 cups, which is a far cry from yesterday. It's all right, Xiao Yi replied with a faint smile. It's just one day. We can afford this dip in sales. Besides, we welcome 2 new employees today, so consider it a training day for them. Tomorrow we will resume normal operations. Okay then, Xiao Yi addressed everyone. All right, everyone, you may treat today as a rest day. We will resume normal business tomorrow, so you can clock out and rest well to prepare for the day ahead. Upon hearing this, the employees changed their clothes and left one by one. Goodbye, boss. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Xiao Yi waved cheerfully as they departed, leaving only Wang Wenjing behind. As the store manager, she did not rush to leave. Instead, she placed the cups needed for the next day on the shelves and filled the ice machine with purified water, preparing for any potential water outage. She also filled the water barrels. Seeing her struggle with the barrels, Xiao Yi couldn't help but step forward to assist her. Sister Wang, you really don't need to work so hard. There won't be a water outage tomorrow. Preparing the barrels is unnecessary. Wang Wenjing brushed aside her bangs and smiled gently. Better to be safe than sorry. Having this water will help us cope if there is another outage tomorrow. It could also boost your sales, after all. You have to support us employees and shouldn't incur losses. Thank you, Sister Wang. Let me help you, Xiao Yi offered. All right, with the 2 of us, we'll finish faster. The 2 of them efficiently worked together, pouring water into the storage tank, and after more than 20 minutes, they finally completed the task. Wang Wenjing's clothes were drenched in sweat, her hair plastered to her forehead, making her appear somewhat disheveled. Seeing her in such a state, Xiao Yi felt a pang of compassion. Sister Wang, you've truly worked hard today. Boss, this is what I should do. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Xiao Yi quickly shook his head. No, Sister Wang, you can clock out. By the way, you don't need to come in so early tomorrow. We've already prepared everything needed. Make sure to get a good night's rest. Okay, she replied without protest and soon departed. Once the place was empty, Xiao Yi shook his head slightly and also left. 2 hours later, the area around Jiangxia Road has become rather desolate. Even in Kyoto, which has grown quiet. Naturally, the roads are still bustling with cars speeding by. At midnight, at the Little Deer CAF, an electric scooter wobbled to a stop. Suddenly, the CAF's rolling shutter was raised, followed by a person skillfully opening the glass door and turning on the lights within. After entering, Wang Wenjing proceeded to the back room to open the water valve, then returned to the front desk. Confirming that there was still water, she prepared to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Daohu was walking alongside a man named Lu Fuguwei. They had just finished dining at a street-side eatery. Brother Lu, I owe you a great deal today. Without your assistance, my shop could not have achieved nearly 3,000 in revenue. Wang Daohu pulled a red envelope from his pocket. Upon receiving it, Lu Fuguwei nodded in satisfaction, taking a drag from his cigarette. Rest assured, that Little Deer CAF won't encroach upon your business. I oversee the surveillance. We'll take care of a few matters later. We can simply claim that the fuse for the water meter is faulty. Tomorrow, they'll have to fork out 1,000 for repairs, and if I stall a bit longer, you'll earn another day's profit. Moreover, I've already contacted a travel agency that will pass by here, and I'll help you attract more business. Upon hearing this, Wang Daohu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, thank you so much, Brother Lu. It's nothing. Just a small matter. After all, I am the property manager here. Don't worry, I've got your back on Jiangxia Road. With a light heart, Wang Daohu felt quite pleased. Indeed, it was he who had meddled the previous night. Now, under the protection of the property management, it would be difficult for anyone to trace the mischief back to him. Moreover, the police typically wouldn't concern themselves with such matters. What if the water meter was of poor quality? Even if Xiao Yi reported it, he had no fear. Soon, Wang Daohu and Lu Fuguwei made their way towards the passage leading to the water meter box. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the door to the passage. However, to their surprise, a beggar lay sleeping beside the door. What on earth? Why is there someone lying here? Wang Daohu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Yet, the motion sensor light in the passage had long been broken, and the external light was insufficient, so they could not clearly see who it was. Lu Fuguwei appeared unfazed. It's just a beggar. The homeless often sleep here. At least it offers some shelter from the rain. Don't mind him. Let us finish our business and then head to the club. As he spoke, Wang Daohu's gaze was filled with greed. Without a second thought, he opened the door and stepped inside. Once they entered, Wang Wenjing slowly stood up. She glanced at the ajar door and, without hesitation, dialed Xiao Yi's number. Boss, I know who has sabotaged our water meter. Chapter 57. Wang Daohu engaged in a fierce altercation with Sister Wang. What? Upon receiving a call from Wang Wenjing, Xiao Yi abruptly sat up in bed. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was midnight. Sister Wang, what is the situation? How do you know this? Where are you right now? Xiao Yi was utterly astonished by the news. It was indeed late at night. And could it be that Sister Wang had not yet left? Boss, you wretched woman, what are you doing? Whom are you calling? Slap. Suddenly, Wang Daohu's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Xiao Yi thought to himself that this was not good and hastily grabbed a pair of pants to put on. Su Ruo was awakened by Xiao Yi's movements and sleepily inquired, "What happened, darling? Who is calling you at this late hour?" "It's nothing. I have to step out for a moment. You just go back to sleep." "All right." Su Ruo did not ponder further, perhaps still dazed from sleep, and complied, lying back down to continue her slumber. After dressing, Xiao Yi, with his tousled hair, exited the bedroom. As he opened the front door, he was taken aback to find Su Lingjun standing at the threshold, looking weary, with a set of keys in hand, seemingly ready to enter. He had rushed out so hastily that he nearly collided with Su Lingjun. "Dad." Xiao Yi was bewildered, and Su Lingjun looked equally perplexed. "What are you doing out so late, young man? Just as you returned. Come on, let us go. I'll help you boost your performance." With that, Xiao Yi seized Su Lingjun's hand and led him towards the elevator. "Wait, where are you taking me?" "To Little Deer Cafe. Son-in-law, I was just about to head to bed. I don't want coffee." "What are you trying to do? Keep me from sleeping." "I'll explain on the way." Xiao Yi ushered his father-in-law into the elevator, and upon reaching the underground parking lot, they drove off in a Porsche 911 towards Jiangxia Road's Little Deer Cafe. During the journey, Xiao Yi briefly updated Su Lingjun about the situation at Little Deer Cafe and mentioned Wang Daohu and Wang Wenjing, as well as the call he had just received from Wang Wenjing. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's account, Su Lingjun replied, "So that is what happened. Wang Daohu's interference with your business has already transgressed commercial law, and he has repeatedly disrupted your operations. You could take legal action against him. Under commercial law, if there is evidence proving he has affected your business, you can seek compensation. As for his violent behavior, that is utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, with my presence, he will not escape unscathed." Hearing Su Lingjun's words, Xiao Yi smiled faintly. This was precisely why he had brought his father-in-law along. After all, his father-in-law was the captain of the criminal police squad. Just his presence would likely intimidate Wang Daohu into submission. "You insolent woman, I have truly given you face. Now, tell me, who did you just call?" In the previous corridor, Wang Daohu glared menacingly at the crumpled form of Wang Wenjing lying on the ground. Upon entering, he suddenly recalled that his identification card was still at the CAF, so he instructed Lu Fugue to go and sabotage Xiao Yi's water meter while he retrieved his ID. However, to his astonishment, a figure appeared at the entrance, an employee from Little Deer CAF, engaged in a phone call. With no one around, he felt emboldened to unleash his aggression. His inherently volatile nature led him to disregard the consequences as he directed his fury towards a young woman. He held a disdainful view of those who worked for others, considering them the lowest echelon of society. In his eyes, inflicting harm was trivial. A mere monetary compensation could resolve any issues, or perhaps a few backdoor dealings could suffice. Lu Fugue boasted of his connections to the police department. At that moment, Wang Wenjing's mind was a blank slate. She had just received a harsh slap from Wang Daohu, rendering her right ear completely deaf. A woman could hardly contend with a man, leaving her helplessly collapsed on the ground, shedding silent tears. Noticing Wang Wenjing's continued silence, Wang Daohu's expression grew more menacing as he glared at her. "Speak. Did you notify Xiao Yi? Let me tell you, even if you did, it won't matter. Do you know who governs this area? I dictate who operates here, and those I disallow will inevitably fall. Did you hear what I said? Respond to me." Wang Daohu pressed his foot down on Wang Wenjing's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. Stop it." At that moment, Xiao Yi and Su Lingjun arrived, the latter brandishing a service weapon. As a captain of the criminal police, he was authorized to carry his firearm at all times. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Daohu abruptly looked up. "Who is there?" In the dim light, he could only discern two shadows at the entrance, unable to identify them. "I am your nemesis." Xiao Yi's voice resonated within the room. Wang Daohu could not help but chuckle at the remark. "I thought it was someone formidable. This wretched woman actually called you." "Huh. Xiao Yi, let me make this clear. I am not someone you can provoke. If you're wise, you'll shut this place down and keep your mouth shut." Xiao Yi interrupted him sharply. Upon seeing Sister Wang lying on the floor, he clenched his fists and delivered a powerful punch to Wang Daohu's nose. Why? Wang Daohu attempted to retort, but Xiao Yi seized the opportunity, delivering a knee strike that incapacitated him. A scream of agony echoed through the room as Xiao Yi swiftly assisted Sister Wang to her feet, while Su Lingjun produced a pair of silver handcuffs and secured them around Wang Daohu's wrists. It was only outside that Wang Daohu realized Xiao Yi had brought a police officer along. Sister Wang, are you all right? Sister Wang's nose was bleeding profusely, and she appeared somewhat disoriented, yet her gaze remained fixed on the doorway. Her voice trembled as she spoke. There's still someone inside his accomplice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi directed his attention to the interior of the corridor. Father, please wait here. I will handle the situation inside. Su Lingjun spoke little more. He had witnessed Xiao Yi's prowess and had no doubt he could easily manage a rogue. Meanwhile, Wang Daohu was taken aback, ignoring the broken egg at his feet. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did Xiao Yi just refer to this police officer as father? Goodness! A chill ran down his spine. Surely this officer held no significant position. Did he? If he did, Wang's predicament would be dire. At that moment, Xiao Yi had already made his way toward the water meter room. The corridor was particularly dim, nearly obscuring visibility entirely. However, having been there once before, Xiao Yi swiftly entered the water meter room. Inside, Lu Fugui was busy adjusting the water meter at Xiao Yi's shop, illuminated by his phone's light. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he said, Brother Wang, don't rush. I'll have it fixed in no time, hehe. Chapter 58. Is this the realm of the living or the dead? Brother Wang? Who is your Brother Wang? With a smile, Xiao Yi entered, and the tone of Lu Fugui's voice startled him. As the property manager of this street, he should have been familiar with Xiao Yi, having seen him frequently during inspections of the paperwork in the shop. In fact, he had encountered him just that very day. A bead of sweat trickled down Lu Fugui's forehead. Could it be that Xiao Yi had discovered his mischief? Or perhaps Xiao Yi simply hadn't noticed Wang Daolong's presence when he arrived, and it was all a mere coincidence? Lu Fugui's mind raced as he forced a smile, saying, Oh, it's you, Xiao Yi. I heard someone damaged your water meter last night, so I came to check if anything else happened. Really? Xiao Yi feigned surprise. Did you find anything? The water meter appears intact. You can head back now. Rest assured, with us managing the property, such incidents will not recur. Casting a sidelong glance at the water meter, Xiao Yi casually remarked, But I just checked in the shop, and there's no water? What? Lu Fugui, equally feigning surprise, responded, That shouldn't be the case. Let me take another look. He began to scrutinize the water meter at Xiao Yi's shop. Oh dear. There indeed seems to be an issue. The water meters on our side are powered. It must be a blown fuse. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Wasn't this meter just replaced today? The quality seems rather poor. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lu Fugui replied, It's unfortunate, but the materials used in current projects are generally subpar. No worries. You can head back without concern. I assure you I can fix it. To ensure you can operate normally tomorrow, I would be willing to work through the night if necessary. Thank you so much, Lu Gu, Xiao Yi replied. Serving every property owner is our duty. Just return home. I guarantee you will have water for tomorrow. Observing Lu Fugui's fervent assurances, Xiao Yi couldn't help but shrug. If he were unaware of Lu Fugui's collusion with Wang Daohu, he would almost feel compelled to bestow upon him a banner of commendation for his dedication. Enough, stop pretending. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. Outside, I have already apprehended Wang Fugui. You are in cahoots with him, aren't you? What are you saying? Xiao Yi was bewildered. Lu Fugui, now in his 40s, could hardly be a match for Xiao Yi. He could only feign ignorance. Come, let us step outside and see for ourselves. He seized Lu Fugui by the collar and dragged him out. With Xiao Yi's formidable strength, Lu Fugui dared not resist, and soon they were outside. Wang Daohua was still writhing on the ground, clutching himself, while an ambulance approached in the distance. Wang Wenjing, severely injured, had promptly called for help. Do you have anything else to say? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Fugui understood that denying everything would suffice, and he immediately exclaimed, No, I don't know him. What is happening? I truly know nothing. Ignorance or not, you must come back with me. Su Lingjun produced a pair of silver handcuffs and swiftly secured them around Lu Fugui's wrists. Wait, officer, why are you handcuffing me? I haven't done anything. I really don't know him. Su Lingjun shot Lu Fugui a disdainful glance, then turned to interrogate the two of them separately. Due to the severity of Wang Daohua's injury, he had no inclination to engage with Lu Fugui further. Soon, Medical personnel carried Wang Wenjing on a stretcher into the ambulance. Lying on the ground, Wang Daohua gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, I'm injured too. Help me." "Enough, stop yelling. An ambulance is on the way," Su Linjin said, unable to suppress a glance at Xiao Yi, acknowledging his ruthlessness. Directly targeting the opponent's vulnerability, it was likely he wouldn't be able to use his lower body again. This thought made Su Linjin draw a sharp breath. Fortunately, he was present. Xiao Yi was merely acting in self-defense. "Dad, I leave Wang Daohua and Lu Fugui in your hands. Wang Jia is seriously injured. I will accompany the ambulance to check on her condition." "All right, go ahead." Wang Wenjing, after all, was his employee, and given the day's events, Xiao Yi would undoubtedly ensure her well-being. Soon, he accompanied the doctors and nurses into the ambulance. Inside, Wang Wenjing lay with her eyes closed. Whether asleep or unconscious was uncertain. Observing her frail figure, Xiao Yi let out a long sigh. At 1:10 a.m., Wang Wenjing was successfully admitted to the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto, followed by a series of examinations. Xiao Yi directly prepaid 10,000 yuan for her medical expenses, remaining busy until 4 in the morning when she was finally transferred to a hospital room. Holding her examination results, he entered the consultation room, where the doctor furrowed her brow upon reviewing the findings. "Has she been assaulted?" Xiao Yi silently nodded. "The right eardrum is perforated. There is a fracture in the right rib cage, and the left arm bears a crack. Moreover, there are several external injuries on the body, which are rather severe." Upon hearing this, the doctor nodded and inquired, "If an injury assessment is to be conducted, based on your experience, what level of disability do you estimate it to be?" The doctor replied, "I can only provide you with a vague range, as there may be subsequent complications, such as concussions and other latent ailments. If we consider only the current extent of the injuries, it is estimated to be a secondary light injury." "All right, thank you, doctor." Xiao Yi nodded slightly. While the doctor waved his hand, "No need to thank me. After the morning rounds at 8, we will formulate a treatment plan. If the assailant is to be pursued legally, an injury assessment can be conducted at that time." Xiao Yi sighed and, after retrieving some medication from the window, returned to the ward. He gazed at Wang Wenjing, who lay on the hospital bed, his expression complex. He could not comprehend why Sister Wang was so dedicated, still lingering late in hopes of encountering an opportunity, and indeed, she had stumbled upon one. Remembering Wang Daohu, Xiao Yi clenched his fist tightly. Just then, Wang Wenjing's hand suddenly moved, and gradually, she opened her eyes. As her vision slowly cleared, and she recognized Xiao Yi caring for her, a hint of panic crossed her face. She attempted to move her body, but Xiao Yi quickly urged, "Sister Wang, please don't move." "Boss." Wang Wenjing glanced around. "Is this the realm of the living or the dead?" Xiao Yi, bewildered, responded, "Sister Wang, what are you saying? We are currently in the hospital. Rest assured, you are safe now. However, please refrain from moving. Your injuries are quite severe, and we must actively cooperate with the treatment." "No, I don't want to." Sister Wang suddenly shook her head vigorously. "I have no money. I cannot afford treatment." Chapter 59. Performing minimally invasive surgery on Wang Daohu. "Boss, I'm fine. I don't want to be hospitalized. I want to go home. Please, let me leave. Please." Observing Sister Wang's distress, Xiao Yi quickly reassured her. "Sister Wang, treatment is free. You won't have to spend a dime." Seeing her so anxious left him perplexed. In just 2 days, her performance had been exemplary. She was exceptionally capable and had shown great dedication to the shop. Could it be that her competence stemmed from some underlying difficulties? Contemplating this, Xiao Yi felt his suspicions were indeed valid. Looking at Wang Wenjing's pitiful expression, Xiao Yi continued to soothe her. "Sister Wang, you know my father is the captain of the criminal police team. Rest assured, I will ensure that the matter concerning Wang Daohu is addressed. Do you feel any discomfort?" "No, boss, I'm fine." Of course, this statement was one she forced herself to utter, for at that moment, she could no longer hear out of her right ear. She experienced varying degrees of pain in her chest and arm. Thinking of the child still in the hospital, she could not help but speak. "Boss." Sister Wang appeared burdened with concerns, and Xiao Yi inquired, "What is it? If you have something to say, please do." As I observed her indecisiveness, my boss, Xiao Yi, wore a perplexed expression. What on earth was happening? How long until I can be discharged? I inquired, "My chest hurts terribly. Could it be fractured?" "Indeed, it is fractured. However, fret not. I shall take care of the medical expenses, and your salary will continue as usual. Compensation for lost wages will also be provided by Wang Daohu later. You need only focus on your recovery, he assured me. No, that's not possible. Wang Jie firmly shook her head and softly said, Boss, I must confess, I've deceived you. Excuse me? Xiao Yi's attention immediately shifted to her. At that moment, Wang Jie appeared like a child who had erred, her head bowed. The truth is, I was married. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Her resume had stated she was unmarried during the interview. Considering she was already 26, marriage seemed quite normal. Then why not call your husband? It's late. Just inform him of the situation. My husband passed away 5 years ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's expression turned incredulous. Wang Jie continued. He was a long-haul truck driver and tragically lost his life in an accident. We have a child together, who is now 5 years old. Boss, I implore you, help me. When our child was 3, he was diagnosed with leukemia, and I am at my wit's end. He is still in the hospital, and if he cannot see me, he will cry. Wang Jie's heartfelt plea utterly shattered Xiao Yi's understanding of the world. What? Diagnosed with leukemia at 3? Tears streamed down Wang Jie's cheeks as she continued. My husband died when someone rear-ended him, and we received less than $1 million in compensation. However, in the 2 years since our child fell ill, our savings have nearly been depleted. I am uncertain of what to do next. My child is so young, and I cannot bear to let him suffer. He is my son, boss. I lack the means, the education, and can only turn to you. Could you please save my son? I would gladly serve you in the next life. Wang Jie abandoned her dignity, beseeching Xiao Yi. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in her heart. Xiao Yi was but an ordinary person. How much could he contribute to help her son? Moreover, would this interfere with his life? As she wept inconsolably, Xiao Yi was about to speak when suddenly, a voice from the system resonated. The system shall treat every benevolent soul kindly. Please assist your employee, and all expenses incurred will be reimbursed. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile. Even without the system, he would have offered help. To him, spending a little money to save a family was more than worthwhile. Rest assured, Wang Jie. I will find a way. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Wang Jie continued to express her gratitude, oblivious to her own injuries. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt as though a heavy stone was lodged in his chest. He reassured, Sister Wang, which hospital is your son in? He.S. at the 13th floor. Room 23 of Changhong Hospital in Kyoto. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded. I will arrange for him to be brought over for treatment. Boss, I don't want my child to see me in this state. He is very understanding. Even though I work 2 jobs, he never cries or complains. The other patients in the ward help take care of him. If you could occasionally check on him, I would be content. Also, tell Bebe that mommy is at work. He will understand. Rest assured, no problem. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Please rest for now. Through this incident, Xiao Yi had come to understand Sister Wang's relentless dedication to her work. It was all for her child. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. Sister Wang soon closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Yi then exited the ward and took out his phone to call his father. Soon, Su Linjin answered. Dad, how are things on your end? Su Linjin replied. Wang Daohu has been admitted to the hospital, and my colleagues are attending to him. Lu Fuguwei has also been apprehended, and we will conduct an interrogation after dawn. Son, how is your employee's condition? 2 fractures and a perforated eardrum. She just woke up and is able to communicate without issues. She seems quite alert. We should conduct an injury assessment tomorrow. It was all caused by Wang Daohu, and he will be liable for compensation. All right. Su Linjin's voice on the phone sounded noticeably weary. I won't disturb you further, Dad. Please rest. I estimate I won't be back today. I'll sleep at the hospital for a while. Okay, call me if anything comes up. Understood. Meanwhile, in the operating room of the 3rd People's Hospital of Kyoto, Wang Daohu lay on the surgical table, crying out, What are you going to do? I'm fine. The doctor prepared the anesthetic, stating, Your 2 precious jewels are shattered and must be removed promptly. Rest assured, the procedure is quite simple and will be over soon. No. Please, don't. Wang Daohu struggled desperately, fearing that without his testicles, he would never have children again. He might not even be able to stand afterward. I'm fine. Please don't. The doctor ignored his pleas and swiftly inserted the needle. The operating room echoed with Wang Daohu's agonized screams. Chapter 60. Wang Daohu confesses. Half an hour later, Wang Daohu's 2 testicles lay on a metal tray on the surgical table. The surgeon sighed, realizing that as the source of sperm, Wang Daohu would likely be forever estranged from fatherhood. However, he had also heard that Wang Daohu was a suspect in a crime. Such a person deserves this fate. The surgeon addressed his subordinate, instructing, Once you have sutured the incision, ensure it is properly bandaged. He must be transported to the police station for interrogation. And we must guarantee that the wound remains free from infection by tomorrow. And what about the day after? The following morning, at 8 o'clock. In the police precinct of Shirley-Tun, Kyoto, Su Linjin and his colleagues escorted Lu Fuguei into the interrogation room. After securing Lu Fuguei to the chair, Su Linjin and Zhang Song took their seats opposite him. Given the case's connection to Su Linjin's son-in-law, both he and Zhang Song personally conducted the interrogation. The camera to the side had begun recording, and Su Linjin placed his hands on the table, gazing at Lu Fuguei, and spoke calmly. I advise you not to play games with me. Answer my questions truthfully. Officer, I have been cooperative with your inquiries. Please ask, and I will respond honestly. Lu Fuguei replied. With a cold tone, Su Linjin pressed, What is your relationship with Wang Daohu? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fuguei responded. He owns a CAF on Jiangxiao Road, right next to Xiao Lu CAF. I work in property management, and we naturally have contact, so we became friends. And what were you doing with Wang Daohu so late last night? We went out for barbecue, Lu Fuguei explained. He mentioned that some troublemakers had damaged the water meter at Xiao Yi's shop. We were merely being good Samaritans, checking to prevent further incidents. At this, Su Linjin couldn't suppress a smirk. How noble of you, he thought, clearly doubting Lu Fuguei's sincerity. Then why did Wang Daohu engage in violence? I have no knowledge of that. Lu Fuguei shook his head emphatically. Officer, I am a model citizen, committing no wrongdoings. I have an elderly mother at home, aged 80, who relies on my care. Is there anything else? If not, please let me go. Rest assured, you will be released shortly. We will be interrogating Wang Daohu next. Actually, Officer, Lu Fuguei interjected, I have a good friend in the Chaoyin District Police, so you are, in a way, colleagues. That. Upon hearing this, Su Linjin paused, then remarked, Oh, so you are one of us. You should have said so earlier. Zhang Song, perplexed, inquired, What is going on? Seeing Su Linjin's demeanor, Lu Fuguei felt emboldened. He is Yang Wu from the 3rd Bureau. You must know him, right? Ha ha. Of course we know him. What is your relationship? Su Linjin pressed. He is my uncle's son. We are quite close, ha ha ha. I'll treat you both to drinks sometime. Absolutely, absolutely, Zhang Song chuckled, realizing Su Linjin's intent to entrap Lu Fuguei. To his surprise, Lu Fuguei quickly divulged Yang Wu's name. It was clear that Su Linjin could not protect him during an official investigation, especially with the camera recording everything. Lu Fuguei wore a constant smile. Since we are all on the same side, officer, could you kindly help me remove this silver bracelet? It's pinching my wrist painfully. At that moment, Su Linjin took out his phone, searched for a moment, and then dialed a number. Hello, I'm the captain of the Shirley-Tun criminal police team. Officer Yang from your bureau is suspected of harboring criminals. Please conduct an investigation. I expect the results within 15 days. I will send you the evidence shortly. A voice responded from the other end. Understood, Captain Su. Hearing this, Lu Fuguei felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? The captain of the criminal police? He had never anticipated that the one interrogating him would be the captain of the criminal police team. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary officer. A sense of dread loomed over Lu Fuguei. Su Linjin smiled slightly, refraining from further banter, and swiftly exited the interrogation room. Half an hour later, a police car came to a halt in front of the criminal police team's entrance. Wang Daohu, adorned with the silver bracelet, was escorted inside by 2 officers. Ouch! It hurts. My wound is still throbbing. Could you be a bit gentler? No time for chatter. Come with us, was the curt reply. Shortly thereafter, an officer knocked on Su Linjin's office door. Captain, Wang Daohu has been brought back and is now in the interrogation room. Su Linjin set down his teacup. Inform Captain Zhang. We will interrogate him together. Understood. A few minutes later, Su Linjin and Zhang Song entered another interrogation room. This room was windowless and particularly dark, illuminated only by a dim yellow tungsten bulb. The atmosphere felt rather oppressive. Wang Daohu sat in the interrogation chair, his legs trembling. The searing pain threatened to overwhelm him, and just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. With a click, Su Linjin and Zhang Song stepped inside, setting up a camera on a tripod before taking their seats. Wang Daohu, how are you feeling? Wang Daohu's arm quivered as he grunted. Xiao Yi kicked me, and it was quite severe. You should arrest him. It shouldn't be me sitting here. It should be him. His emotions were running high, and in his heart, Wang Daohu silently vowed to take Xiao Yi's life once he was free. Do you not have an inkling as to why he kicked you? Now let me ask you. Why were you at Jiangxia Road last night? The interrogation required a procedural approach. The more detailed, the better. Wang Daohu scoffed. That's my coffee shop. I have a water meter there. Can I go check on it? Aren't you police officers a bit overreaching? You meddle in this and that but never actually apprehend anyone, right? Su Lingjin's expression remained unfazed as he continued. Then tell me. Why did you assault someone last night? The water meter at Xiao Yi's shop was damaged. I feared someone might do the same to mine. So I went to take a look. The woman appeared to be acting furtively, and I sensed she was the culprit behind the damaged water meter. This was merely self-preservation on my part. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song could not help but chuckle, remarking, She is but a girl, an employee at the Xiao Yi shop. Surely you must recognize her? I do not know her. Wang Daohu insisted vehemently. Very well. Let me ask you this. Are you aware of the severity of your assault? The extent of it is none of your concern. I shall cover her medical expenses. What do you mean? Are you going to imprison me? A perforated eardrum, moderate concussion, fractured ribs, a cracked arm, and over a dozen wounds. These are documented in the hospital records, which you may examine, Zhang Song replied, tossing Wang Wenjing's medical examination papers onto the interrogation chair. At this, a cold sweat trickled down Wang Daohu's forehead. He understood the law, knowing that if Wang Wenjing were to be classified as sustaining light injuries, and if her forgiveness were not procured, he risked facing imprisonment himself. After all, he was the one who had instigated the trouble. But do you have evidence? He retorted. Wang Daohu found himself rendered speechless by Su Lingjin's incisive questioning. He was indeed in the wrong, and now he pinned all his hopes on Lu Fugui's connections. Hoping that the man could be reliable enough to extricate him from this predicament, he would be willing to part with any sum to secure his release. Su Lingjin fixed his gaze on Wang Daohu. You must know Wang Debiao, correct? Upon hearing that name, Wang Daohu's pupils dilated. Wang Debiao was from his village, considered a close elder brother, and also a pig farmer. Recently, due to swine flu, many pigs had perished. It was he who had enlisted Wang Debiao's help in circumventing market inspections to sell pigs. Observing Wang Daohu's reaction, Su Lingjin could not suppress a smile, continuing. I have already investigated your background. Your family raises pigs, but alas, all your pigs succumbed to the swine flu this year. Subsequently, you approached Wang Debiao to sell the deceased pigs in the market. Am I correct? Wang Daohu's heart raced. He was astonished that Su Lingjin was privy to such details. I do not know him, he stammered. Unexpectedly, Su Lingjin opened a laptop and displayed a video. This footage serves as evidence of your collusion with Wang Debiao, who has already been apprehended by other police departments. To my knowledge, you sold over 200 sick pigs in the market, resulting in a recent outbreak of food poisoning among numerous residents in Kyoto, with one unfortunate individual already deceased. The hope I hear must not be a deception. Respond truthfully, and we shall show leniency. Su Lingjin's tone was laced with authority, and the scene instilled a tremor throughout Wang Daohu's body. His parents were still hospitalized. What would they think if they learned of his impending incarceration? Without further ado, Su Lingjin stated, Xiao Yi is my son. I shall ask you once more, did yesterday's water outage at his shop have any connection to you? At this moment, Wang Daohu had lost his vigor. He slowly lowered his head and confessed everything. It was I who colluded with the property management. I have a good relationship with Lu Fugui from the property management. Because Xiao Yi's little dear CAF encroached upon my business, I harbored ill intentions. I bribed Lu Fugui with 2,000 yuan. He assured me he could drive Xiao Yi away. Zhang Song, who was recording the proceedings beside Su Lingjin, inquired, Then why did you resort to violence? Wang replied, I was unaware that little dear CAF was lying in wait. Upon seeing her call Xiao Yi, I panicked, which led to my outburst. Officer, I was wrong. This is all my fault. I promise I won't act this way again. I will compensate Xiao Yi for a day's revenue. And I will also reimburse the person I assaulted. Please let me go. Don't send me to prison. I beg you. Observing Wang Daohu's pleading demeanor, Su Lingjin felt no trace of compassion. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. While investigating Wang Daohu's background, he discovered that this individual had a criminal record, having spent several months in prison 5 years prior. Do you think this is acceptable? What awaits you is the stern hand of the law. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had completed the injury assessment with Wang Wenjing. He pushed the wheelchair, assisted by a nurse, and helped Wang Wenjing onto the hospital bed. Sister Wang, please rest well. I will call my father to inquire about the progress of this matter. Wang Wenjing nodded slightly. She was unconcerned about her injuries. Her primary worry was for the child in the hospital. Although the child was obedient, he would likely cry upon awakening without seeing her. Sister Wang, take your time to heal quietly. I will visit your baby shortly and arrange for his subsequent treatment. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks, Sister Wang. It is my duty. Xiao Yi exited the ward and made his way to the end of the hospital corridor, where he dialed his father, Su Lingjun. The call connected swiftly, and Su Lingjun spoke on the other end. Hello, son-in-law. Have the results of your employee's injury assessment come out? Yes, Dad. Due to a mild concussion, the result is classified as a second-degree minor injury. A second-degree minor injury. Without Wang Wenjing's understanding, Wang Daohu would face a prison sentence of less than 3 years. Given his criminal record, the illegal sale of sick pigs, and employing unscrupulous methods to compete against the CAF, it would not be surprising if Wang Daohu received a sentence of 4 to 5 years. In any case, it would be difficult for Xiao Yi to see Wang Daohu again in the near future. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Lingjun was not surprised. He had encountered similar situations before. All right, if you have the time, please bring the documents to me, and we will proceed to sue Wang Daohu. According to Huaxia's regulations, Wang Daohu must compensate. Okay, Dad, I'll bring them to you this afternoon. By the way, did Wang Daohu and Lu Fugui confess? Wang Daohu has already confessed, and Lu Fugui is nearly in the same situation. The evidence we possess is quite substantial. However, Lu Fugui will likely be detained for just a few days since he has not committed any serious offenses and will not face sentencing. Nevertheless, his job at the property management firm is undoubtedly lost, but you need not worry, my son. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile. All right, I will bring it to you this afternoon, and then I shall await your updates. After exchanging a few more words with his father-in-law, he ended the call. Xiao Yi returned to the hospital to share the news with Wang Wenjing, who expressed her gratitude profusely. After conversing with her for a few more minutes, he departed the hospital, as he still needed to visit Sister Wang's son. Her son, Feng Beibei, was receiving treatment at the Changhong Hospital in Kyoto. Xiao Yi's purpose for visiting was straightforward, to inform him about his mother's condition, not her injury, but that she was working hard to provide him with many toys. Additionally, he aimed to understand his medical condition better and see if a suitable bone marrow donor, specifically hematopoietic stem cells, could be found. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi parked his car in the hospital's parking lot and walked towards the inpatient department. Chapter 61. Uncle takes Beibei out for a meal. Wang Wenjing had provided him with the floor number of her son's ward in advance, and following her directions, Xiao Yi arrived at room 23 on the 13th floor of the inpatient department. This was a dedicated ward for leukemia patients, housing only those afflicted with the disease. Wang Wenjing had already coordinated with Feng Beibei and the clinical staff in the ward, so entering was no issue. He carried with him some snacks, milk, and 2 toys that Wang had mentioned Beibei adored. Standing at the door, he gently knocked and asked, "Is little Feng Beibei here?" Upon hearing his voice, 2 masked children inside simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. Both wore masks, had shaved heads, and sported hospital wristbands, indicating they were likely leukemia patients. "Are you the Uncle Xiao Yi that my mom mentioned?" one child eagerly inquired. Hearing this, Xiao Yi stepped inside. "Yes, you must be Feng Beibei, right?" Beibei nodded vigorously and then asked, "Uncle, where did my mom go? Why didn't I see her when I woke up today?" Xiao Yi took out the toys he had brought. "These are the toys your mother bought for you. She has gone to earn money to buy you delicious food and toys." Wow. Beibei's eyes lit up as he spotted the toy resembling his favorite character, exclaiming, "It's the little kunkin that Beibei likes the most. It can even play basketball." Watching him with such enthusiasm tugged at Xiao Yi's heartstrings. At such a tender age, he likely had no comprehension of the severity of his illness. Beibei's body appeared somewhat swollen. Xiao Yi knew that leukemia required blood dialysis, which might explain the side effects he was witnessing. At just 5 years of age, Beibei exuded an extraordinary optimism, embodying all the vivacity characteristic of childhood. He was remarkably obedient. The room contained only 2 hospital beds, and the other patient appeared to be slightly older than Beibei, as she was clad in a petite dress, indicating she was indeed a young girl. Wang Wenjing had already communicated with this little girl's mother over the phone, explaining that she had sustained a minor injury and might be unable to visit for a while, thus requesting her assistance in looking after Beibei. They had become acquainted through a support group for patients, having known each other for over a year and frequently lent each other a helping hand, thereby fostering mutual trust. "Beibei, it's nearly noon. Are you hungry? Would you like me to take you out for lunch?" "Really, uncle?" Upon hearing this, Feng Beibei lifted his head to gaze at him. due to his illness and the fact that only his mother was caring for him. His usual meals were not particularly appealing. Of course it's true. Xiao Yi glanced at the little girl playing in the clinical area. Their relationship was not close enough for him to take her along. At this moment, Feng Beibei spoke up. Uncle, did you buy those snacks for me? Wenwen is my best friend. May I share the snacks with her? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but admire Beibei's thoughtfulness. He gently nodded, of course. You can share all of them with your good friend. How about I buy you some more afterward? Thank you, uncle. Feng Beibei immediately shared the snacks Xiao Yi had purchased. Sister Wenwen, I'm going out to eat with my uncle. You can enjoy these snacks. At this, the little girl named Wenwen fell silent. Due to her young age, and possibly because of Xiao Yi's presence, she had not uttered a word since he entered. Soon, Xiao Yi took Feng Beibei out of the ward, but he first stopped by the nurse's station to explain their purpose. Afterward, he successfully escorted Feng Beibei outside. Being quite young, Beibei needed to wear a cap when going out. Once they arrived on a street near the hospital, Xiao Yi surveyed the myriad of shops and asked Feng Beibei, what would you like to eat? Just tell your uncle, and he will take you there. I want to eat seafood. Seafood, certainly. After checking his phone, he confirmed that there was indeed a seafood buffet nearby named Holyshit. The prices were reasonable, $398 for adults and $198 for children. Great, there's a seafood buffet nearby. Come on, Beibei, let us go eat. Xiao Yi held Feng Beibei's little hand, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being called uncle, as he was a decade older than Beibei. Yet it felt odd for him to be addressed in such a manner. Reflecting on this, he realized how much older he had grown. Upon entering the buffet restaurant, Xiao Yi made the payment and allowed Feng Beibei to select his meal on the tablet provided. This buffet is not like traditional ones where patrons select ingredients in a communal area. Rather, orders are placed via tablet and dishes are freshly prepared in the kitchen. Overall, it is clean and hygienic. Typically, Wang Wenjing has never taken Feng Beibei to such a restaurant, so upon hearing that there was no cost involved, he eagerly ordered an abundance of delectable dishes. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. His mission today was merely to accompany Feng Beibei and ensure her happiness. Without further ado, a splendid array of seafood was soon presented at their table, featuring shrimp of various flavors, salmon, crab, abalone, along with squid skewers, desserts, and yogurt. It was evident that Feng Beibei possessed a fondness for snacks, which, in a way, was a positive trait, as it indicated her optimism and appetite. Beibei, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. You stay here and enjoy your food, all right? Okay, uncle, Feng Beibei nodded. Xiao Yi thought little of it. Although the restaurant might not be particularly upscale, it was certainly decent. In such an environment, safety was unlikely to be a concern. Just as Xiao Yi left, Feng Beibei suddenly fixated her gaze on a bald uncle. She had previously inquired with her mother about why he was different from other children, having shaved his head. Her mother had told her that Beibei had superpowers, and without hair, she could fully harness them. Of course, this was merely a child's tale. Yet, innocent Feng Beibei believed her mother's words wholeheartedly. She approached the bald uncle and placed her hand upon his head, asking, Uncle, do you have superpowers too? The uncle, taken aback by her inquiry, turned to face Feng Beibei and exclaimed in anger, Who are you? Which child are you? Where are your parents? Get away from me. The sudden outburst rendered the 5-year-old Feng Beibei momentarily speechless. She never anticipated being scolded. What do you mean? Do you know it's impolite to touch someone's head? And superpowers? Have you watched too many cartoons? Chapter 62. Suruo is angry. What on earth is happening? Xiao Yi, still fastening his belt, caught sight of Feng Beibei being reprimanded by someone. He swiftly intervened, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Beibei. What is going on here? He asked, gently patting Feng Beibei's shoulder to offer comfort. He turned to the bald man who said, Are you his father? How do you educate your child? She just comes over and touches my head, talking about superpowers. Is she watching too many cartoons? Do you realize how rude that is? The man's yellowing teeth and fierce demeanor would likely frighten not only a 5-year-old but even an adult. However, Xiao Yi did not respond to the bald man's accusations immediately. Instead, he addressed Feng Beibei. All right, Beibei, you go back to your meal now. Be a good girl. Upon hearing this, Feng Beibei obediently departed from the scene. At merely 5 years of age, his understanding of the world was quite limited. And having been instructed by his mother to heed Xiao Yi's words, he willingly accompanied him. In that moment, he had come to regard Xiao Yi's command as a maternal directive. Observing Feng Beibei's exit, Xiao Yi, with an expression of regret, addressed the burly man. I sincerely apologize. Dear sir, the child is quite young and lacks understanding. Lowering his voice, he continued, moreover, he is afflicted with leukemia, and his head has been shaved. His mother mentioned that those with shaved heads possess superpowers, which is why he acted as he did. I hope you can forgive him. At that instant, the bald giant unexpectedly slapped his own face and lamented, I truly am a fool. Xiao Yi, taken aback, quickly responded, No, please don't say that. It is not his fault. I should not have scolded him. I am truly sorry. Suddenly, the burly man stood up and walked directly to Feng Beibei. Gently taking his small hand in his own, with a warm smile, he said, Little friend, I hope I didn't frighten you just now. Come, feel my bald head. From now on, we will both possess superpowers. I wish you a swift recovery, and remember to listen to your doctor. Feng Beibei chuckled and gently patted the man's bald head. Just then, a server who had been observing them approached with a small cake in hand, catching even the burly man by surprise. Upon seeing the cake, Feng Beibei clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. Thank you, sister. How did you know today is Beibei's birthday? His big, innocent eyes sparkled with joy. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Is today truly Beibei's birthday? The burly man was the first to break the silence. Come. How about I sing you a birthday song? Xiao Yi chimed in, I'll start. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Beibei. Happy birthday to you. As they sang, the server prepared a small birthday hat for Feng Beibei and placed several candles atop the cake. During this time, they learned the adorable child's name was Feng Beibei. The server encouraged, Come on, Beibei, make a wish. Overwhelmed by the chorus of well wishes, Feng Beibei clasped his hands together, resting them beneath his chin, and made a wish. Soon, the crowd began to disperse. Xiao Yi cut a slice of cake for Feng Beibei. Feeling perplexed as to why Wang Wenjing had not informed him that today was Beibei's birthday. Was she perhaps concerned about him spending money? He dismissed the thought. As the child of his employee, it was only fitting to treat him to a meal and assist in alleviating his illness. Now that he possessed the means, it was his duty to perform good deeds and benefit society. Happy birthday, Beibei. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Beibei eagerly devoured the little cake, while Xiao Yi felt as if a sword had pierced his heart. Uncle? At merely 22 years of age, approaching 23, how could he be referred to as uncle? Just moments ago, she affectionately called him uncle, and now the tone had shifted. Beibei, it's fine for you to call me uncle, but must you add old to it? With a playful gesture, Beibei tugged at her lower eyelid, delighting in his reaction, and Xiao Yi chose not to elaborate further. After their meal, Xiao Yi took Beibei to the trampoline park and the supermarket, treating her to an abundance of snacks and toys, finally returning her to the hospital at 3 in the afternoon. He then inquired about Beibei's condition and settled a portion of her medical expenses before departing. Just before he left, Beibei grasped his hand, inquiring when he would next come to play with her. This child, so innocent, would forever remember even the slightest kindness shown to her. He returned to the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto and found Wang Wenjing, recounting the events of the day in their entirety, sharing some photos he had taken. Wang Wenjing expressed her gratitude profusely. Subsequently, Xiao Yi took Wang Wenjing's injury assessment report to the police station. Captain, your son-in-law has arrived, he announced. The officers mistakenly believed Xiao Yi had been brought to Su Lingjin's office, where, through the glass door, Su Lingjin made a gesture indicating to come in. Xiao Yi pushed open the door and entered, placing Wang Wenjing's report on the desk. Observing Su Lingjin, clad in uniform and sipping tea, he could not help but exclaim, Dad, your life seems rather splendid, doesn't it? Splendid, my foot. You should have seen me when I was shot, Su Lingjin retorted, rolling his eyes. I heard Ruoruo say you haven't been home all day. It's already afternoon. What have you been up to? Don't you think you should inform your wife about your whereabouts? You've been unresponsive, she even called me. Xiao Yi was taken aback by Su Lingjin's words. What on earth was going on? He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, only to find it still loading. After several seconds, a red dot appeared next to Su Ruoruo's profile, indicating 21 unread messages. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. I definitely need to replace this fruit phone. Dad. I didn't see the messages. But it's all right. I've already explained things to her, saying you were busy helping me solve a case. No need to worry. That's good, Su Lingjin replied. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. Since his marriage, his standing within the family seemed to dwindle. Although Ruo generally had a mild temperament, he could not predict how things might evolve. He truly dared not provoke her ire lightly. Su Lingjin inquired. You weren't at the hospital all day taking care of your employee, were you? Chapter 63. What's this? Has Daba started calling daddy? This is not the case. Sister Wang has a 5-year-old son who has been hospitalized due to certain reasons. Since she is physically incapacitated, I went to visit her. Oh, I see. Su Linjin nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Currently, Lu Fuguwei has also been apprehended, but he will likely be detained for just a few days. The more serious situation involves Wang Daohu. He is suspected of intentional assault, provoking trouble, unfair competition, and selling diseased pigs into the market. In a few days, his case will proceed to court. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi expressed surprise. Goodness, while he was aware of the intentional assault and troublemaking, he did not anticipate the involvement of diseased pigs in the market. That is truly severe. Indeed, it seems likely that Wang Daohu will spend some time behind bars. All right, Dad, will Sister Wang need to testify in court? No need. Su Linjin shook his head. Her priority should be to recover well. By the way, did your CAF open today? Yes, don't worry, Dad. This morning, I coordinated with the staff at the CAF, informing them that Sister Wang has some matters to attend to, and they should continue operating as usual. The staff have all received professional training. We can manage without a manager. As long as it's open, you can attend to your matters. Okay, Dad, I'll head home to check on the little ones. Go ahead. Xiao Yi understood that lingering at the police station would disrupt Su Linjin's work, so he had no intention of staying longer. After leaving the criminal police team, he drove back to the Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. Meanwhile, at home, Su Ruoro was feeding their second child, Xiaoming, with a bottle. This time, it was not breast milk, but rather the formula that the system had awarded him. Indeed, it was milk powder. He had heard that it could enhance the baby's intelligence. So Xiao Yi had specifically instructed Su Ruoro to feed them the formula first to see if it had any remarkable effects. Upon entering, Xiao Yi saw Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping each holding a baby and feeding them. Wife, I'm back. Hearing his voice, Su Ruoro turned her gaze toward him. After a long day, she placed the second child in the stroller and walked over to Xiao Yi. She took the slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at his feet. Husband, I heard from Dad that you've been busy since midnight last night. Even helping to solve a case. You've worked hard. Xiao Yi grinned, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. Of course, this was contingent on his father-in-law being on his side. Not at all, dear. Xiao Yi chuckled as he slipped on the slippers, when suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Host, your baby has consumed the formula. You can now check the status and vague data of the babies through the system. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yi was perplexed. What on earth is this vague data about the babies? Dear wife, did you give the baby formula today? Indeed, Su Ruoro nodded. Did you not suggest that I feed the baby formula? I allowed them to drink it today. However, we only have 3 cans, which is clearly insufficient. I doubt it will last even 10 days. I'll procure more when the time comes. It won't be a problem. At that moment, Xiao Yi approached his second child, who was fervently sucking on the bottle with an expression of pure delight. Upon seeing his father, Xiaoming broke into a smile. Simultaneously, a set of data appeared next to the baby's little head. Name, Xiaoming, 1 month old. Gender, male attractiveness, extremely adorable. Rating, 99. Average reader score, future style direction. 8-toned young man with 8-pack abs intelligence quotient, 130. Normal range, 85 to 115. System evaluation, impressive. Xiao Yi smirked. A system rating? Impressive? The manner of this appraisal is quite something. He then turned his gaze to the third child, Xiao Qinxue, cradled in Qin Shueping's arms. Much like the second child, a similar set of information emerged. Name, Xiao Qinxue, 1 month old. Gender, female attractiveness, extremely adorable. Rating, 99. Future style direction, sweet girl. Intelligence quotient, 129. Normal range, 85 to 115. System evaluation, impressive, equally impressive. He mused. Both babies possess quite high intelligence. He vaguely recalled that the renowned scientist Einstein had an IQ of 160. For his child to reach around 130 is already extraordinarily high. Moreover, the future attractiveness of Xiao Qinxue is deemed to be that of a sweet girl. He glanced at Su Ruo, whose style was more akin to a cool woman. A sweet girl must be the type that enjoys dressing in a certain way, he pondered. Wife, where's the eldest? Su Ruoro replied, I fed the eldest first. She has always been quite well behaved. She should be playing on the bed now. All right, hold the second baby for a moment. I will go check on the eldest. Without further thought, Xiao Yi swiftly made his way to the master bedroom. At that moment, the eldest, Xiao Manruo, was lying on the bed, attempting to reach for the balloons on the ceiling. Upon seeing Xiao Yi enter, a sudden sound escaped her lips, leaving him bewildered. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed, rushing over to scoop Xiao Mengrua into his arms. She continued to babble, and although it was not entirely clear, it distinctly included Daddy. At that instant, her information also materialized before Xiao Yi's eyes. Name: Xiao Mengrua, 1 month old. Gender: female. Attractiveness: extremely adorable. Rating: 100. Future style direction: cool woman. Intelligence quotient: 141. Normal range: 85 to 115. System evaluation: a sparrow poked a bull's backside. The sparrow is impressive. An IQ of 141? Xiao Yi was taken aback, contemplating whether the speed of speech acquisition was indeed correlated with intelligence. Upon reflection, he found this notion quite plausible. Most notably, he realized that his preferred archetype was the mature woman. He was enamored with the idea of having a sophisticated partner. How delightful it was that his eldest, Dabao, embodied this persona, while Air Bao resembled a chiseled young wolf with 8-pack abs, and San Bao was a sweet girl. Just splendid. At that moment, Dabao in his arms began to engage again. "Daddy, Daddy." Hearing those words brought immense joy to Xiao Yi's heart. He quickly embraced Dabao and exited the bedroom, calling out, "Wife, come quickly and see, Dabao just called for Daddy." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Ruo and Qin Shueping in the living room exchanged bewildered glances. What? Dabao can call for Daddy now? Chapter 64. The Wang Daohu case is about to go to trial. Honey, don't tease me. Is it true that Dabao can really call for Daddy? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi nodded and approached Su Ruo, directing his attention to Dabao in his arms. "Xiao Ruo, didn't you just call for Daddy? Could you say it again for Mama to hear?" At this moment, Xiao Mengrua beamed with joy, smiling brightly yet remaining silent. Seeing Xiao Mengrua's cheerful demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a shadow of doubt. Could it be that Dabao comprehended their conversation? After all, she was barely over a month old. It was implausible for her to understand at this stage. Noticing Xiao Mengrua's continued silence, Su Ruo chuckled softly. "Dear, I believe you must have misheard. Allow me to enlighten you. Babies, until 2 months of age, express their emotions solely through crying. It is only at around 2 months that they can begin to vocalize, and it typically takes 6 months before they can produce varied tones. If you wish to hear our little one call for Daddy or Mama, it will likely be around 1 year of age. And some late developing children may not be able to do so until 1.5 years. Do you understand?" As Xiao Yi stood there, bewildered, Su Ruo couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Dabao emitted another sound. "Bababa." Su Ruo. Qin Shueping. Xiao Ming. Xiao Qin Shue. Suddenly, Su Ruo looked up at Xiao Yi, disbelief flooding her eyes. "Darling, could this actually be true? See, when have I ever deceived you? But Mengrua is so young. How could she possibly produce sounds? And to call for Daddy?" Su Ruo scrutinized Xiao Mengrua, gently stroking her cheek. "Ruo, can you call for Mama? Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Su Ruo recalled that daughters often tended to be closer to their fathers, whereas sons were typically more attached to their mothers. She glanced at Xiao Ming in her arms and suggested, "Xiao Ming, how about you call out for Mama since your sister isn't?" Slap. Air Bao playfully smacked Su Ruo, leaving her utterly perplexed. Is this the difference between children? As for this second child, it might be better not to raise him. 7 days later, early in the morning, Xiao Yi was roused from his slumber by Su Linjin's voice. "Son-in-law, why are you still asleep? Have you forgotten what I told you? Today is the day of Wang Daohu's trial. Hurry up, let's go and witness the spectacle together." Still groggy, Xiao Yi opened his eyes. Indeed, Su Linjin had mentioned the trial of Wang Daohu yesterday, but he felt little interest. After all, whether he attended or not, the verdict would remain unchanged. However, with his father-in-law calling him so insistently, Xiao Yi decided to go and take a look. "Understood, Dad. I will get up immediately." After a brief routine of washing up and changing clothes, Xiao Yi was about to head out when Su Ruo approached him. Frowning, she inquired, "Dear, I just overheard Dad mention Wang Daohu. What is going on?" "Yes," Xiao Yi nodded. Su Ruo continued, "Isn't Wang Daohu Lu Ruo's boyfriend? Why is he being tried?" "Well, he got himself into trouble, and since Dad is handling it, he asked me to come and observe." Xiao Yi refrained from mentioning the shop incident to Su Ruo, fearing it might worry her. "Oh, I see," she nodded. "Go ahead then. Mom and I will be at home, so you need not worry." "All right." Soon, Su Linjin settled into Xiao Yi's alpha car, and they set off for the Kyoto Intermediate People's Court. Today, His father-in-law had taken a day off specifically to see how Wang Daohu would be judged. On the way, Xiao Yi asked, "Dad, has Wang Daohu hired a lawyer?" "I'm not sure." Su Lingjin shook his head. "He probably has, as having legal assistance might lead to a lighter sentence." "And what about Wang Wenjing?" "Regarding Wang Wenjing, we have contacted the police department to establish a special investigation team. Rest assured, we have secured a professional lawyer for her." "That's good to hear." In recent days, Xiao Yi had been visiting Wang Wenjing and Feng Beibei daily. Sister Wang had maintained a positive attitude. After her surgery, she was recovering quite swiftly. Aside from being unable to move her left arm, she could now get out of bed and walk. After all, she could manage her daily life. And as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from injuries. Returning to normalcy would require gradual rehabilitation. During this time, she and Xiao Yi had visited Feng Beibei in the hospital. Upon seeing her mother injured, Beibei had been particularly upset. However, being young, she was easily distracted. After about 20 minutes, Xiao Yi and Su Lingjin arrived at the Kyoto Intermediate People's Court. "Here we are," Su Lingjin announced. The trial of Wang Daohu was open to the public, meaning that spectators could attend. However, Xiao Yi was not merely a member of the public today. He was part of the victim's side. Wang Daohu engaged in unfair competition, jeopardizing his store. Thus, during today's trial, the amount to be compensated will be determined soon. Under the guidance of Su Lingjin, Xiao Yi entered the courtroom. At this moment, the room was sparsely populated. In the center stood a long table, adorned with nameplates indicating the presiding judge, the jurors, and the lay assessors. Adjacent to this table were those representing the plaintiff and the defendant, along with lawyers and defense counsel. Su Lingjin casually led Xiao Yi to a seat. Once settled, Xiao Yi inquired, "Dad, when does the court session commence?" "At 8 o'clock. He replied, glancing at his wristwatch. "There's still half an hour. We should wait. I expect Wang Daohu will arrive shortly. By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you." "Oh?" Xiao Yi's curiosity piqued. Su Lingjin continued, "Do you recall the time you kicked Wang Daohu?" Yes." Xiao Yi nodded. He remembered delivering a decisive kick to Wang's groin during the altercation. "Do you realize how much force you exerted?" "How much?" "That night, he lost his 2 prized possessions. I must tell you, one of them was utterly shattered." "What?" At this revelation, a chill ran down Xiao Yi's spine. To be honest, he had never anticipated his actions would have such grave consequences. "He nearly loathes you now. A few years of imprisonment are inconsequential. Look at him. He is not even married and is now incapacitated." Xiao Yi was taken aback. "Dad, why are you telling me this? Isn't that inviting trouble from him when he gets out?" Even if I gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare." Chapter 65. The verdict of the Wang Daohu case. The authoritative demeanor of Su Lingjin prompted a chuckle from Xiao Yi. "I'm just joking, Dad. We are in Huaxia. What can he do to me?" Just then, 2 court officers escorted Wang Daohu into the room. His hair had been shaved to a buzz cut, and he wore an orange vest, adorned with silver bracelets and chained at the ankles, producing a clinking sound with each step. "He is here," Su Lingjin announced, and Xiao Yi turned his gaze toward Wang Daohu. After a week apart, he appeared significantly thinner, lacking any color in his face. His lips were chapped, resembling someone who had suffered a severe illness. It was hardly surprising. He had lost all vitality, and facing imprisonment, his condition was indeed expected. Simultaneously, as Wang Daohu approached, he noticed Xiao Yi, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him. However, restrained by the silver bracelets and shackles, he found himself powerless. Particularly troubling was the fact that just 6 days prior, his injury had become infected, necessitating a hospital visit, which had nearly cost him his life. Soon, Wang Daohu was seated at the defendant's table. Wang Wenjing had not pressed charges against him. Instead, it was the investigative team that brought the case against him. At this moment, the plaintiff and the lawyer had arrived at the scene. The lawyer's surname was Luo, although Xiao Yi was unaware of his full name. In any case, he was dubbed the Outlaw, a title indicative of his professional expertise. Soon, the presiding judge, the adjudicators, the jury, and other court officials gathered as well. Naturally, the family of Wang Daohu was also present. Given the gravity of the situation, the police must have informed Wang Daohu's parents. The crowd around them grew increasingly larger, and Xiao Yi silently observed everything before him. To be honest, he was quite curious about the proceedings. Before long, the clock struck 8 in the morning. Xiao Ming, lacking familiarity with courtroom procedures, offers this simplified account. Please forgive any shortcomings. With all parties present, the judge took the initiative to speak. Regarding the cases of Wang Daohu's intentional assault, the unfair competition claim, and the sale of diseased pork in the market, we will address them one by one. First, we enter the mediation phase. The judge directed his gaze at Wang Daohu and the plaintiff's side. Do you wish to seek reconciliation concerning Wang Daohu's intentional assault? Responses of yes and no echoed from both sides. Indeed, the request for reconciliation came from Wang Daohu himself. He was not keen on serving a lengthy prison sentence. If a monetary settlement could resolve the issue, then so be it. Conversely, Wang Lin, the investigator responsible for Wang Wenjing's case, expressed the opposing sentiment. His role entailed gathering various clues, evidence, and information. Previously, he had inquired whether Wang Wenjing would consider mediation to resolve the matter. Of course, Wang Wenjing would never consent to mediation. If reconciliation were sought, the compensation amount would likely be higher. Without mediation, the compensation remained obligatory: medical expenses, mental distress compensation, lost wages, and so forth. Sister Wang would not relinquish the opportunity to see Wang Daohu imprisoned, even for a sum of money. Why not mediate? I have the funds. Given the severity of my actions, would you not desire a greater sum? Wang Lin chose to remain silent, closing his mouth without further comment. Observing the situation, the judge remarked, since both parties harbor no desire for reconciliation, we shall now commence the trial of Wang Daohu. The judge then articulated a series of procedural requirements, such as courtroom decorum and the announcement of charges. Upon hearing the litany of Wang Daohu's offenses, his parents were visibly enraged. Wang Daohu, do you contest the accusations regarding your assault on Wang Wenjing in the early hours of August 2nd? The judge had reviewed the materials in advance, and the evidence was substantial. Today's proceedings were merely a formality before delivering a verdict. I have no objections, Wang Daohu replied. And what of Wang Daohu's lawyer? The judge inquired, glancing toward the seat beside Wang Daohu, only to be astonished to find that he had no legal counsel present. At this moment, Wang Daohu's face twitched in distress. In truth, he had entrusted his parents with the task of finding a lawyer on his behalf. Upon learning of the crimes he committed, not a single lawyer was willing to represent him, regardless of the exorbitant fees he offered. Ultimately, he could not secure legal counsel. To his amusement, Xiao Yi covered his mouth, recalling that Wang Daohu had his own lawyer. Even the judge was taken aback, questioning why Wang Daohu had not brought his attorney. Clearing his throat, the judge proceeded, since there is no lawyer present, let us move on. Are you aware of the extent of the injuries sustained by Wang Wenjing? Wang Daohu nodded, having already been informed by the police of her secondary light injuries. Do you have any objections to the hospital's assessment of her injuries? Wang Daohu shook his head again. At this point, he understood that any objections would be futile. What good would it do to request a re-evaluation of her injuries when the outcome would remain unchanged? Seeing Wang Daohu so compliant surprised even the judge, as Wang Daohu, who appeared quite formidable, now resembled a meek lamb, seemingly harmless. Very well, since you have no objections, we shall proceed with the other cases. The judge then continued to elaborate on various matters, advancing the proceedings regarding Wang Daohu's case. The entire session lasted over an hour, and Xiao Yi found himself growing drowsy amidst the legal jargon, particularly since there was no vigorous debate to engage him. Wang Daohu scarcely spoke. He merely nodded or responded affirmatively to the judge's inquiries, rendering the experience exceedingly dull. Lacking the excitement one might expect from the courtroom theatrics of a lawyer like Teacher Luo. Before long, the time arrived for sentencing. Wang Daohu was convicted for his violent actions against Wang Wenjing in the early hours of August 2nd, resulting in a fractured arm, broken ribs, a perforated eardrum, and a mild concussion. He was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, stripped of political rights for 2 years, and ordered to pay Wang Wenjing 500,000 yuan in medical expenses, 200,000 yuan for emotional distress, and 120,000 yuan for lost wages, along with a fine of 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, on July 25th, he was found guilty of selling 193 diseased and deceased pigs in collusion with Wang Debiao, incurring a 5-year prison sentence and a fine of 1,000,000 yuan. Additionally, on August 1st, he conspired with Carl Property to engage in unfair competition against Xiao Yi's shop, resulting in a compensation of 100,000 yuan to Xiao Yi's coffee shop and a fine of 10,000 yuan. Wang Daohu, do you wish to appeal? At this moment, Wang Daohu's eyes dulled with despair. His family did not possess such wealth, indicating that the court would auction off their home, leaving his parents homeless. Chapter 66. Lu Tianchuang has threatened you, yet you acquiesce so readily? Wang Daohu gritted his teeth and uttered each word slowly. I wish to appeal. He cast a glance at his parents, who were now reduced to tears. Let this home be utterly destroyed by him. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. What purpose would another appeal serve? The evidence is irrefutable. Even if an appeal were to occur, the judgment would likely remain unchanged. It would either uphold the original ruling or impose a slightly harsher or lighter sentence. There is a lingering fear that there may be undiscovered prior offenses, which could exacerbate the situation further. Very well. The date for the second trial is yet to be determined. I extend my gratitude to all who attended. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. However, Wang Daohu and Wang Lin, among others, were unable to leave just yet, as they needed to sign some documents. Su Linjin gently patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder and remarked, I find this outcome somewhat satisfactory. Come on, Xiao Yi, it's time to head home. Dad, when do you think the second trial will take place? In 3 months, don't worry. Based on my extensive experience, the first and second trials are usually quite similar. Currently, Wang Wenjing's medical expenses are being covered by the hospital, so you need not fret over that. All right then, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before adding, but Dad, I think I should visit Sister Wang at the hospital first. After all, today is the day of Wang Daohu's trial. And it would be better if I inform her of the first trial's outcome as soon as possible. That sounds fine. Su Linjin did not dwell on it further. One must admit, Xiao Yi's management skills were commendable. He treated his employees with kindness, not to mention his wife. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Yi swiftly departed. Su Linjin watched his son-in-law's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Wait, son-in-law, did you forget that you drove me here? How am I supposed to get back? Xiao Yi did not hear his words at all. At that moment, a police officer from the criminal investigation team approached, patting Su Linjin on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, Captain, how did you end up abandoned by your son-in-law? Today, the team has a new case. Come with me to work overtime. Meanwhile, at the Third People's Hospital in Kyoto, Sister Wang, please don't move. You still have injuries. It takes 100 days to heal from serious injuries. Do you realize that moving could slow your recovery? Upon Xiao Yi's entrance into the ward, Sister Wang immediately attempted to rise to greet him. Being alone in the hospital room was rather dull, and she even contemplated returning to work at the Little Deer CAF. Naturally, given her condition, Xiao Yi would not permit her to resume work. She needed to rest and recuperate. Once she healed, she could return to her duties. With such a wonderful employee, Xiao Yi would surely cherish her and even consider her future development. Oh boss, my injuries are not severe. Look, my ear has healed on its own. It's nothing to worry about. Still, you should minimize movement. Xiao Yi helped her back onto the bed and gently remarked, Sister Wang, I just came from the Intermediate People's Court. The punishment for Wang Daohu has been decided. How so? Her tone shifted to one of seriousness as Xiao Yi softly replied. He has been sentenced to 7.5 years and must compensate you 820,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing's expression shifted dramatically. She had recently researched online, discovering that a secondary light injury typically does not warrant a sentence exceeding 3 years. So why was he sentenced to 7.5 years? What could possibly justify such a lengthy punishment? Unbeknownst to you, in addition to assaulting you, he also sold sick and dead pigs in the market, which is of a particularly heinous nature, hence the total of 7.5 years. Remarkable. Wang Wenjing inhaled deeply. Such a person deserves to be punished. It is only fitting. Indeed, the law will not let a villain escape. Rest assured, Sister Wang, such incidents will surely not occur again. After a brief conversation with Xiao Yi, Wang Wenjing departed, and he returned home. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Su Linjin was absent. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Had his father-in-law not taken leave? Where could he possibly be? Had he gone to engage in cricket fighting or play golf? Surely he wasn't working overtime again. Xiao Yi hummed softly as he pushed open the bedroom door, where he found Su Ro engaged in a phone conversation. What? Shuang. You're dating? Is that true? Really? That is wonderful. What is your boyfriend's name? Is he handsome? Super handsome? Wow, I'm so envious of you. Su Ro cradled her baby, Dabao, while speaking with Lu Tianchuang on the phone. Upon noticing Xiao Yi's entrance, she promptly switched to speaker mode and placed the phone on the bed. Lu Tianchuang's voice resonated through the phone. Ruorio, What are you envious of? Look at your Xiao Yi. He is so exceptional and cooks so deliciously. By the way, when are you free? I miss eating the meals prepared by your husband. Suruoro. Xiao Yi. What on earth? Hadn't Lu Tianshuang just been sharing about her new boyfriend? How had the conversation suddenly turned to Xiao Yi? Suruoro paused before responding. You can come over anytime, but my mother is living with me at the moment. Would that be a bit inappropriate? That is no problem, Lu Tianshuang suddenly replied. There are many public kitchens here in Kyoto now. Just tell your husband to prepare a meal, and I'll cover the cost of the ingredients. It's perfect since I'm bringing my boyfriend along to introduce you to one another. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Suruo glanced at Xiao Yi. What could he do? He silently nodded in agreement. One must admit, Lu Tianshuang was quite the strategist. Noticing Suruo's prolonged silence, Lu Tianshuang began to plead. Please, Ruo. I'm begging you. Your husband's cooking is simply delightful. Why not let him teach my boyfriend a thing or two? At that moment, Xiao Yi approached with a smile, picked up the phone, and said, Instructor, who are you? Lu Tianshuang's voice came through the receiver. And Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Who else could I be? I am, of course, Ruoro's husband. But you were just out. Ruoro said you had left. Yes, but I have just returned. Lu Tianshuang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. She continued, All right, I must admit I am craving your cooking. By the way, I'm in a relationship now and I plan to introduce you to my boyfriend. I advise you not to be ungrateful, otherwise I might just make it impossible for you to graduate. Xiao Yi stared at the phone screen, incredulous. Damn, this advisor is threatening me with graduation. He thought. I'll definitely make you suffer a stomach ache. Xiao Yi retorted playfully. All right, how about tomorrow evening? Really? It's a promise. She replied eagerly. Absolutely. Xiao Yi promptly ended the call, while Suruo curiously looked up at him. Darling, since Lu Tianshuang has threatened you, why did you agree so readily? I don't see her as a rival, and besides, my cooking is indeed exquisite. I assenti it? Upon hearing this, Suruo nodded. Xiao Yi's statement held truth. His culinary skills were unparalleled. Then let us go tomorrow? She suggested. Sounds good. Xiao Yi nodded. I'll call the public kitchen to make a reservation. It wouldn't be appropriate to host at our place. Let us have Mom watch the kids at home. Haha. All right, I'll inform Mom. Suruo said as she stood to leave the bedroom. Xiao Yi took out his phone to book the public kitchen and then lifted the baby in his arms. Gazing at Xiao Mengruo, he gently pinched her cheek. Little Ruo, call me daddy. Abba, 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 she babbled, prompting Xiao Yi to chuckle, so well behaved. How do you know to call me daddy at such a young age? You truly are my daughter. I wonder which boy will be fortunate enough in the future. The next day, at 4:30 in the afternoon. Darling, do you think I look good in this outfit? Suruo bounced out of the closet. Xiao Yi, holding the baby. Didn't he even glance up and simply remarked, You look absolutely stunning in that outfit, my wife. How can you be so beautiful? It seems tailor-made just for you. Suruo frowned slightly. You didn't even look, and you're just saying that? Xiao Yi turned his head. I remember you wore that white dress before. Have you forgotten? I bought it for you. He scrutinized Suruo once more. Moreover, the bracelet and hat seem to have been meticulously chosen by your husband. Humph. Suruo scoffed, rolling her eyes. I just wanted to hear you compliment me a bit. Don't you have any emotional intelligence? All right. Xiao Yi leaned over to kiss her forehead, holding the baby with one arm while grasping her hand with the other. My wife looks beautiful in anything. In fact, you'd look stunning even without anything on. Suruo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xiao Yi. What are you saying? What kind of nonsense is that? She lightly punched his chest, gritting her teeth, playfully feigning anger. I speak the truth, remarked Xiao Yi with a playful lift of his brow. All right. Hurry and change your clothes. We should be leaving soon. Got it. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi handed the baby to Suruo and entered the changing room to don a fresh outfit. He chose a simple white t-shirt paired with black shorts, accessorizing with metallic adornments that added depth to his look. His attire was effortlessly youthful, exuding an innocent charm reminiscent of a youthful gentleman. In contrast, Suruo appeared equally pure, adorned in a flowing white dress and a sun hat, her long hair cascading gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Upon observing Xiao Yi's understated ensemble, Suruo's eyes sparkled. I must say, darling, your fashion sense is quite commendable. Since that's the case, let us depart. Indeed, he replied. Could you fetch my bag from the bedroom? I'll have Mom hold the baby. Xiao Yi entered the bedroom to retrieve Suruo's bag, while she had already entrusted their little one to Qin Shueping. Mom, today Xiao Yi and I are dining with Lu Tianshuang. Please keep an eye on the baby. All right. You two go ahead. Xiao Yi, drive carefully on the way. Understood, Mom. Before long, Xiao Yi was driving Su-ro to the nearby commercial hub, Galaxy Sky Street. As a landmark of Kyoto, the shopping complex offered an array of amenities, including an open kitchen. The open kitchen, as the name suggests, allows patrons to prepare their own meals. This concept emerged due to the unsatisfactory conditions of some restaurants. Here, only the cost of ingredients is charged, albeit at a higher price than outside, yet the cleanliness has made it a favorite among the youth. Upon arriving at Galaxy Sky Street, their purpose was clear as they headed directly towards the open kitchen. Each seating area was partitioned, fostering a tranquil atmosphere. After pouring Su-ro a glass of water, he inquired, Lu Tianchuang shouldn't have arrived yet, right? She just messaged me, saying she would be here in an hour. Moreover, she sent me a menu for you to follow, she replied. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. A menu? Has Lu Tianchuang lost her sense of propriety? Ugh. Su-ro illuminated her phone screen, prompting Xiao Yi to read aloud. Steamed fish and sweet sauce, Thai-style lemon chicken, black bean mackerel with oil lettuce, char siu, dry-fried beef ho fun, and foie gras baked mushrooms. What does Lu Tianchuang take him for a mere tool? Wait a moment. Didn't he also utilize her in such a manner? As this realization washed over him, Xiao Yi chuckled softly. All right, I shall get started. Darling, do you need my assistance? She offered. No need. You've seen my skills before. Feel free to play on your phone, indulge in some gaming, or catch up on your shows. With that, Xiao Yi busied himself in the kitchen. The open kitchen was well equipped with a variety of meats and vegetables, enabling him to prepare most dishes with ease. Soon, Xiao Yi began to operate in front of a stove, attracting the attention of many around him. Some admired his culinary skills, while others were captivated by his striking appearance. Within a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Yi had prepared a dish. Meanwhile, Su-ro was seated, engrossed in her phone when a handsome young man with dyed blonde hair approached her. Excuse me, miss, may I add you on WeChat to get to know you better? He asked. Su-ro looked up, furrowing her brows at the blonde. I'm sorry, but I don't use WeChat. Just add me, he insisted, revealing a Ferrari key. Miss, how about a ride in my car? Su-ro did not even flinch at his offer. Ferrari? What is that to me? Sorry, but I have a boyfriend. Would you mind having an extra? No. Just as the blonde was about to respond, Xiao Yi suddenly patted his shoulder. What are you doing, man? Just chatting. What is it to you? Chatting? Xiao Yi chuckled, pushing the blonde aside and taking Su-ro's hand. This beautiful lady has caught my eye as well. Though I don't have a Ferrari, may I add you on WeChat? Taken aback, Su-ro quickly understood his implication and playfully replied, handsome. Adding on WeChat is no big deal. If you like Ferraris, I could gift you one. With that, she boldly kissed Xiao Yi in front of everyone. The blonde stared in disbelief. Chapter 68. Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend can't even boil noodles. Indeed, he had yet to realize that Xiao Yi was her boyfriend. Growing impatient with the blonde lingering around, Xiao Yi remarked, All right, man, we even have a child. Go flirt with someone else. He waved his hand dismissively. The blonde, skeptical, replied, What? You're married and have a child? Why else? Xiao Yi displayed his phone's wallpaper, which featured a family photo of him, Ruo, and their parents, taken on their wedding day. Upon seeing the picture, the blonde paused and quietly said, If you're married, then my apologies for the interruption. He hurriedly left. And Su-ro chuckled softly. Darling, I thought you wouldn't reveal our relationship, she teased. Of course, if I didn't he wouldn't believe me. Next time someone flirts with you, just say you're married, he replied. I just mentioned I have a boyfriend, didn't I? Su-ro scratched her head, trying to recall what she had just said. She had forgotten. Seeing her endearing expression, Xiao Yi couldn't help but pat her head. All right, I'll continue cooking. It will be ready soon. Okay. Approximately 40 minutes had passed, and the table was already laden with dishes. Xiao Yi was still awaiting the final dish, the sweet and sour fish. Dear Ruo, we have arrived. At that moment, Lu Tianchuang approached, hand in hand with a young man. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, clad in a black t-shirt and black jeans, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication, not to mention a hint of charm. Upon seeing Lu Tianchuang, Su-ro hurriedly stood up. Shuang, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Lu Tianchuang, adorned in a professional outfit, complete with a short skirt and black stockings, exuded a striking allure. Upon receiving Su-ro's compliment, Lu Tianchuang chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Roro, Allow me to introduce you to my boyfriend, Shin Xiaoshua. Hearing this, Su Ruo directed her gaze towards Shin Xiaoshua. Hello, Xiaoshua. This is Su Ruo, my incredibly dear best friend whom I often mention. Shin Xiaoshua offered a professional smile and nodded. Hello, I'm Shin Xiaoshua, Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Tianchuang glanced around. By the way, Ruo, where are Xiao Yi and the others? Wow, it smells delightful. These dishes must be prepared by Xiao Yi, right? Yes, Su Ruo responded with a smile. There's just one last dish to arrive, the sweet and sour fish. He should be here shortly. Let us wait for him. Sounds good. Lu Tianchuang was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of enjoying Xiao Yi's cooking once again. Ruo, ever since your parents moved in with you, I felt too shy to drop by. I really miss his cooking. Upon hearing Lu Tianchuang's words, Shin Xiaoshua rolled his eyes. Ever since he and Lu Tianchuang became a couple, she had often mentioned Xiao Yi, extolling the delectable nature of his meals, claiming that after tasting his food, Michelin-starred restaurants seemed inferior. It was challenging for any man to hear his girlfriend praise another man without feeling a twinge of discomfort. Haha. Then make sure to eat plenty later. Hiki, absolutely. Just then, Xiao Yi arrived, bringing the final dish, the sweet and sour fish, to the table. Upon seeing him, Lu Tianchuang quickly said, while you're here, don't call me instructor. Just call me Shuang. All right, Lu Jia. Upon hearing the term Jia, Lu Tianchuang inexplicably felt as though she had aged a decade. However, she did not dwell on that thought, and instead introduced, Xiao Yi, this is my boyfriend, Shin Xiaoshua. Hello. Xiao Yi extended his hand, while Shin Xiaoshua, wearing a professional smile, briefly shook hands with him. I hear you're a full-time dad? Xiao Yi paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Indeed, I suppose you could say that. No wonder your cooking is so exquisite. Are you planning to become a chef in the future? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt a peculiar strangeness in the words of the young Master Shun. There was an unmistakable air of sarcasm. No, I have opened a small CAF called Little Deer, and I am currently managing it. Oh, Shun rubbed his nose. I have secured a position at a technology company in Singapore. I heard you graduated in computer science, from Kyoto University no less. If you are interested, I could assist you in applying. Xiao Yi was utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Singapore? He had no intention of going there. How could he care for his wife and child from such a distance? I am not particularly interested. Shin replied, the salaries there are quite high. Your wife is quite prolific, isn't she? Triplets, if I recall. The cost of raising children is steep nowadays. If you wish to go, you can contact me, and I might begrudgingly arrange for your relocation. All right, thank you. You truly are a good person. No need for thanks, Shin said, serving a dish to Lu Tianchuang, who, absorbed in her meal, had barely paid attention to Shun's words. Even Su Ruo sensed something was amiss in Shun's remarks. What does he mean by your wife is quite prolific? This was Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend. Had it been someone else, Su Ruo might have confronted him already. Meanwhile, Lu Tianchuang continued to indulge in her meal. Ruo, I've noticed your husband's cooking skills have improved. It seems even better than last time. Really? Is that so? Su Ruo placed a piece of fish in her mouth and, after tasting it, replied, I don't think so. It tastes the same to me. Perhaps it's just that my boyfriend's cooking is so poor that it creates a stark contrast. Thud. A sword pierced Shin's heart. Lu Tianchuang continued, Ruo, you wouldn't believe it. He can't even boil instant noodles. Once, when he made me noodles, guess what happened? This piqued Su Ruo's curiosity. What happened? He threw the cold water and the noodle block into the pot simultaneously. Su Ruo? Xiao Yi? Good heavens. Is he mentally challenged? Thud. Another sword plunged into Shin's heart. Suddenly, Lu Tianchuang turned to Shin and said, Young master, Xiao Yi's cooking is exquisite. Why not take him as your mentor and let him teach you how to cook? Chapter 69. What? You want to attend the new Oriental Culinary School? Xiao Yi. Shun. At this moment, the two of them were in a state where they could hardly tolerate one another, particularly Shun, who had developed a notably poor impression of Xiao Yi due to Lu Tianchuang's incessant praise of his culinary skills. His previous comment had been deliberate. Wife, no need. I can enroll in a class and learn from Michelin-starred chefs if you prefer. Lu Tianchuang jested. What? You mean you're going to the new Oriental Culinary School? Shin's face darkened. A sword pierced his heart once more. Beside him, Xiao Yi chuckled softly, unable to deny that Lu Tianchuang's words were indeed rather amusing. Practicing culinary skills at New Oriental was quite commendable. However, upon hearing Lu Tianchuang's remarks, Shin Xiaoshua remained unperturbed. He replied with a smile, Dear wife, Please refrain from mocking me. Although my culinary skills are lacking, I am, after all, a graduate of a prestigious engineering university. Moreover, having secured a position at such a substantial company, he was confident that great wealth awaited him in the future. This statement piqued Su Ruoro's curiosity, prompting her to inquire. Engineering? Which engineering university? MIT, Shun Xiaoshui declared with pride. Even Su Ruo was taken aback upon hearing the name of such an esteemed institution. She had not anticipated that Shun Xiaoshui was an alumnus of such a remarkable school. His earlier mention of securing a job in Singapore suddenly seemed entirely plausible. After a moment of reflection, she considered that Lu Tianshuang, being an instructor at Kyoto University, finding a boyfriend from MIT was indeed reasonable. Quite impressive indeed. Absolutely. Shun Xiaoshui continued. Let me tell you, in all of Huaxia, only 6 individuals managed to enter the Singaporean company, and I am one of them. At this, Xiao Yi inquired, what company is it? I'm quite curious. You must know, it's a tech company in Singapore. With only 100 employees and an annual salary of 300,000. Is it truly that high? Lu Tianshuang gasped, lifting her head sharply. As an instructor at Kyoto University, she earned just over 20,000 yuan a month, while he could earn 300,000 monthly in Singapore. Such a disparity was indeed remarkable. Of course, my dear, otherwise, how could I provide for our home? But handsome, if you go to Singapore, wouldn't that make us a long-distance relationship? I would miss you dearly. Fear not. The supervisor there assured me that due to my high academic qualifications, I could become a junior supervisor after just 3 months. I'll have 10 days off every 2 months, and I will fly back to accompany you each time. Lu Tianshuang nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grain, not contemplating further. Xiao Yi refrained from probing any deeper, for Shun Xiaoshui's future endeavors and employment were of no consequence to him. As for character, it mattered even less. He would be living with Lu Tianshuang, not with him. Subsequently, Shun Xiaoshui spoke less frequently, adopting an air of pretense as he began making phone calls. When on the phone, he spoke not only in English, but also occasionally interjected a few phrases in Malay. Meanwhile, Su Ruo engaged in light-hearted banter with Lu Tianshuang. Approximately 2 hours later, the dishes prepared by Xiao Yi were nearly devoured by the trio. Lu Tianshuang had eaten a considerable amount, matching the combined appetite of Xiao Yi and Su Ruo. As for Shun Xiaoshui, he initially ate sparingly, but soon succumbed to the allure of the meal, ultimately falling victim to the irresistible law of deliciousness. At 8:30 in the evening, they departed from the shopping mall together. Suddenly, Shun Xiaoshui appeared. Xiao Yi, how did you arrive? Do you need a ride? With that, he twirled the key to his Mercedes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi produced the key to his Porsche and shook his head. No need. I drove here as well. Just take care on your way back. All right then. Shun Xiaoshui had intended to show off, but he was taken aback by the caliber of Xiao Yi's vehicle. Soon, he left with Lu Tianshuang. Xiao Yi held Su Ruo's hand as they strolled through the plaza. At that moment, Su Ruo spoke up. Darling, have you noticed how peculiar Shun Xiaoshui is? He seems rather fond of boasting and lacks emotional intelligence, doesn't he? Indeed, Xiao Yi replied. Su Ruo nodded emphatically. Xiao Yi continued. Do you think he is unworthy of Lu Tianshuang? Absolutely. Although he has a higher education, his tendency to show off is off-putting. And I suspect he harbors a competitive spirit. I don't like him at all. He doesn't need your approval. You could mention your thoughts to Lu Tianshuang, but subtly, so as not to jeopardize your friendship. I won't say anything. Su Ruo shook her head. I won't disrupt someone else's relationship. I merely wanted to vent. It's getting late. We should head home. I wonder how Mom is managing with the baby. Yes, let's go. They did not linger much longer, quickly leaving the Galaxy Sky Street and returning home. Time flew by, and before they knew it, August was nearing its end. Xiao Yi's baby was now 2 months old. Meanwhile, Kyoto University welcomed a new cohort of students. However, at this moment, Lu Tianshuang was not occupied at school. Instead, she was driving to the Beijing Daxing International Airport, accompanied by her boyfriend, Shun Xiaoshui, who sat in the passenger seat. My dear, remember to send me a message when you arrive in Singapore and share some photos from the company, all right? Rest assured, my love, Shun Xiaoshui nodded. It's a reputable company. And there are 6 of us traveling together. You can be completely at ease. I'm an adult and a top student. How could anything go wrong? Yet, she still harbored some concerns. It's all right, Shun Xiaoshui reassured her. By the way, with the new semester starting at Kyoto University, as an instructor, you'll be guiding a new class, right? During my absence, take good care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself. Buy whatever you like. And I'll send money as soon as I get paid. Oh, that is not necessary, Lu Tianxuang replied, shaking her head. The expenses in Singapore are likely quite high. Certainly more than here. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry, my dear, I will. Soon, Lu Tianxuang arrived at Beijing Daxing International Airport with Shen Xiaoshui. After they alighted, Shen Xiaoshui retrieved his luggage and then dialed the contact person's number. Hello, is this Cookie? I am Shen Xiaoshui. We spoke on the phone previously. Yes, indeed. I am the outstanding graduate heading to Singapore for work. I've arrived, where are you? Chapter 70. Shen Xiaoshui goes abroad. What will happen? Darling, are you really going to work? If not, will you support me? I support you? Enough of that. The baby has his mother to look after him, and besides, I won't be home all the time. I will get bored. Thus, it is best for you to work. There are only 2 classes a day, as you well know. At Xiao Yi's home, Su Ruoruo was busy organizing her lesson plans. Today marked the day for freshman registration at Kyoto University. Although she was not a counselor, her work was set to begin. After the freshmen's military training, classes would commence, so preparations were essential. Returning to the school today also meant attending several meetings. The baby, now 2 months old, had become increasingly obedient. After a month of care, Qin Shueping had gained a wealth of experience. Taking care of 3 babies was now a seamless task. Even the second child, known for being a little troublemaker, had become much more well-behaved and seldom hit others anymore. Aside from Su Linjin, upon hearing Su Ruo's words, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and realized the truth. His major had relatively few specialized courses, requiring only 4 days of classes a week. Furthermore, on 2 of those days, he only had class in the morning, while the other 2 days consisted of merely 2 hours. As for when classes ended, no one monitored that. All right, I will take you back to school shortly. Sure. My dear. Today, Qin Shueping took the triplets out for a stroll in their 3 golden baby carriages, leaving the house empty. Xiao Yi gazed at the alluringly dressed Su Ruo and flashed her a mischievous smile. Ruoro. Curiously, Su Ruo turned her head. How about this? Since the house is empty, before you head to work, we could. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Ruo appeared bewildered. She understood his intention but pretended otherwise. What do you intend to do? Hee, guess. In the next moment, intertwining their fingers, Xiao Yi grasped Su Ruoruo's small hand, and they slowly moved to the bed. Then he began to shower her with affection. Meanwhile, at Daxing Airport, Shen Xiaoshui waited for a moment until Cookie approached him. She fixed her gaze on Shen Xiaoshui and inquired, Hello, I am Cookie. Are you the new employee from the Singapore office? Indeed, that is me. Shen Xiaoshui beamed with a smile and stepped forward to shake her hand. Cookie then turned her attention to Lu Tianxuang. Shen Xiaoshui, noticing her gaze, said, Oh, this is my girlfriend. Darling, this is Cookie, the representative from the company who came to welcome me. Hello. Lu Tianxuang offered a faint smile and waved at her. Very nice, truly beautiful. Cookie surveyed Lu Tianxuang and then shifted his gaze to Shen Xiaoshui. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Your 5 colleagues have already arrived. He glanced at his phone. The plane is set to take off in 20 minutes. We should hurry. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoshui appeared quite bewildered. Isn't the flight at 10? It's barely past 8. Did you forget that the company provided tickets? They've made a last-minute change. A private jet has been arranged for the 6 of you, and it's about to take off. At this revelation, Shen Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming shock. The headquarters seemed particularly invested in their team, even providing a private aircraft. Without hesitation, he quickly grasped the handle of his suitcase. Well then, dear. I shall take my leave. This scene left Lu Tianxuang somewhat astonished. Ah, very well. Please message me when you arrive in Singapore and send some videos. All right, dear. I'm off. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye. Lu Tianxuang watched Shen Xiaoshui's retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, yet there was nothing she could do. It was only after he vanished from her sight that she reluctantly departed. On Shen Xiaoshui's side, Cookie had not been untruthful. He escorted Shen Xiaoshui onto a private jet. This was a small aircraft with only a handful of seats. The individuals aboard were all those he had contacted previously, though Shen Xiaoshui did not recognize them. His pride led him to look down upon them, and thus, he had never engaged in conversation. Once all 6 individuals were present, Cookie smiled and spoke. I want to introduce myself formally. I'm Cookie, here to escort you to the Singapore office. We are all elites among elites. And on behalf of everyone, I extend a warm welcome to you all. All right. Woohoo. The 6 of them chorused in unison. At that moment, A flight attendant clad in black stockings approached, pushing a cart laden with snacks and beverages. She was strikingly beautiful, though she did not appear to be of Holyshit descent. Nationality mattered not. Her long legs were particularly captivating, her slender waist enchanting, and her overall appearance commendable. Her attire was considerably more revealing than that of typical flight attendants. Upon witnessing this, the 6 men on the plane exclaimed in awe. One portly individual nearly experienced a nosebleed. Sensational, utterly sensational, he remarked, especially noting her black stockings. Even Shin Xiaoshui felt a rush of blood coursing through his veins. All right, where are you all looking? Cookie couldn't help but chuckle. This is our flight attendant. Please feel free to indulge in the snacks and drinks. The flight will last approximately 6 to 7 hours, and if anyone feels tired, you may rest. At that moment, the portly man spoke up. Brother Cookie, may I cuddle with the flight attendant while resting? Upon hearing his words, Cookie smiled. Such girls are not considered particularly beautiful in this area. Nevertheless, since this is your first visit, allow me to extend a delightful offer. Let us embark on an excursion, a little travel for some joy. Upon hearing this, everyone understood Cookie's implication. The plump man eagerly inquired, Hee, Brother Cookie, what shall we do for fun? Of course, we shall engage in activities that pique your interest. I assure you, the scenery abroad is far more exquisite than that at home. He raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, the plump man was already intrigued, asking, where shall we go? Surely, you have heard of the Chinese enclave in northern Myanmar. It is replete with beautiful women. If you wish to visit, I can guide you through it. And fret not, I shall cover the expenses. The moment these words were uttered, the attendees gaped in astonishment. This was indeed a tantalizing proposition. The plump man was the first to raise his hand. I'm in. Cookie smiled slightly, stating, one person alone will not suffice. You ought to consult the others. Chapter 71. A team-building excursion to northern Myanmar. Upon hearing Cookie's remark, the plump man quickly turned his gaze towards a skinny fellow with a sharp chin. Brother, consider that we are about to enter the company. Wouldn't it be splendid to unwind beforehand? Your girlfriend is none the wiser, and besides, I wager you have never had the pleasure of mingling with a foreign girl. His words had clearly shaken the skinny man's resolve. Truth be told, he was still a novice in such matters, typically spending time with his hand. The notion of enjoying the company of a foreign beauty was undeniably enticing, especially since Cookie would be footing the bill. With that thought, the skinny man promptly raised his hand, exclaiming, Count me in, Brother Cookie. Simultaneously, the other 3 joined in unison. I'm going too. Include me as well, boss. Me too. In a flash, among the 6, only Shun Xiaoshui remained hesitant. He grinned, but, truthfully, he did not wish to betray Lu Tianshuang. Yet, conjuring images of the alluring foreign women, he reasoned that Lu Tianshuang would be none the wiser. Well then, I shall join. A peculiar smile briefly flickered across Cookie's face before vanishing. I will speak with the captain about our course. We will land in northern Myanmar first, and then depart for Singapore tomorrow afternoon. The skinny man could not help but ask, Brother, won't this delay our reporting time? If we are a day late, will the company penalize us? Rest assured, there will be no repercussions. I will simply state that we are celebrating our entry into the company with a team-building exercise. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Ha. Perfectly reasonable. Indeed. Very well. Take some time to rest. We shall reach Myanmar in approximately 5 hours. If you feel weary, you may sleep a while. But do remember to activate flight mode on your phones. I shall notify the captain to proceed with our landing in northern Myanmar. With that, Cookie stepped into a compartment. What he claimed was a notification to the captain was, in truth, a declaration that the flight's destination was the Wa state in northern Myanmar. He sat on the massage chair, took out another phone, and opened the Telegram app, sending several messages in a group. Around 2 in the afternoon, 5 individuals were prepared to package 500,000. Were there any takers? Soon, inquiries began to flood the group. Where would the transaction occur? What method would be used? Direct delivery to the park, facilitated by Hui Wang's guarantee. Is there a woman involved? No, all are men, including one exceptional graduate from MIT. Proficient in computer science and coding. Fine, I'll have it delivered. Upon reading the information on the phone screen, Xiao Yi clenched his fists and could not help but exclaim. This circle is infallible. Reservations typically pose no issues. Soon, the 500,000 would be in hand. Some might wonder, weren't there 6 individuals? Why only sell 5? In truth, the portly fellow was part of his group. Initially, he had been prompted to speak first to lure others in. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi exited the private room and addressed the group. I have already communicated with the pilot. We will disembark in Myanmar. Please take a moment to rest and inform your families before we take flight. Tonight will be a night of familial joy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Simultaneously, Shen Xiaoshui retrieved his phone and messaged Lu Tianxuang. Dear, the plane is about to take off. I'll initiate the flight first. Xiao Yi mentioned we will head for team building, and I will call you once I arrive. Lu Tianxuang, driving back to school, saw Shen Xiaoshui's message and responded with a cute emoji. 5 hours later, in the Wa state of Myanmar, a small aircraft gradually descended onto the airport. This place, in comparison to domestic airports, appeared particularly outdated, and the landing area was relatively remote, lacking even an exit gate. After disembarking, Xiao Yi swiftly led the 6 individuals out of the airport. Before them lay a maze of streets. This area was far from the bustling nature of their homeland, with dust swirling in the air, devoid of skyscrapers, yet populated by local residents selling various goods. Fresh fruit juices, hand-rolled flatbreads, and several makeshift stalls offering currency exchange from RMB to Chot dotted the landscape. The environment was not what they had envisioned. It was too underdeveloped. However, considering the spacious surroundings of the domestic airport, they did not dwell on it. Come. Hand me your ID cards and passports, Xiao Yi suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoshui inquired, what do you need our ID cards and passports for? Of course, to purchase plane tickets for tomorrow. Shen Xiaoshui, puzzled, replied, Isn't there a private jet? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. I just spoke with the boss. He said he would buy you first-class tickets. This plane is uncomfortable and slow. Naturally, first class would be a better choice. Is that true? I've never flown first class before. The stout individual was the first to approach, straightforwardly presenting his identification card and passport. Observing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit, relinquishing their own documents. After collecting these items, Xiao Yi smiled and declared, all is arranged. I have organized a vehicle to transport you to the Golden Triangle region, where the language spoken is Huaxia and transactions are conducted in renminbi, fostering a spirit of camaraderie. He continued to elaborate on the diverse tapestry of Myanmar, a nation comprising over 135 ethnic groups, including our Han people. As he walked, he guided the group until they arrived at a business vehicle. Come, everyone, let us board. Simply place your luggage in the trunk. Following Xiao Yi's instructions, they stowed their bags and entered the vehicle. Inside, Shen Xiaoshui had just powered on his phone when a message from Lu Tianxuang arrived. Dear, where are you now? Upon reading this, he smiled slightly, responding, the boss is taking us for a team-building exercise in northern Myanmar, and tomorrow at noon, we will fly to Singapore. Lu Tianxuang quickly replied, Northern Myanmar? Why are you going there? Haven't you seen the latest movies? It's a hellish place, rampant with scams. Where are you now? Are you safe? A sense of unease began to creep into Lu Tianxuang's heart upon reading Shen Xiaoshui's message. He reassured her, do not worry. We are en route to the Golden Triangle region, and it is quite safe. Well, you must keep in touch and remember the number 221281. If you find yourself in danger, contact the embassy in Myanmar. Just as Shen Xiaoshui contemplated calling Lu Tianxuang, a cold gun was suddenly pressed against his head. Don't move. Give me your phone. Chapter 72, Ruo, I fear my boyfriend has been scammed in the office of Kyoto University. Su Ruo approached Lu Tianxuang's desk with 2 cups of dear coffee, leisurely. Noticing Lu Tianxuang's troubled expression, she inquired, Shuang, instead of properly reviewing student files. What are you preoccupied with? As she placed the coffee on the desk, Lu Tianxuang lifted her head, her expression grim. Ruo, I fear something has happened to my boyfriend. What? Su Ruo's countenance shifted upon hearing this. She was already aware that Shen Xiaoshui had departed for Singapore today, a journey personally facilitated by Lu Tianxuang. Look at the chat history. Lu Tianxuang illuminated her phone screen. Upon reviewing the messages, Su Ruo's heart tightened as well. Recently, scams in northern Myanmar had proliferated, ensnaring many, including top scholars, with promises of lucrative salaries. Everyone believed they were immune to deception, but once ensnared, it was too late. In that moment, Su Ruo felt hesitant to voice her concerns, opting instead to offer comfort. It should be fine, right? Isn't your boyfriend going to a renowned company in Singapore? The team building must be legitimate. I don't know. He hasn't replied to my messages. Then perhaps you should call him to inquire. Lu Tianxuang dialed Shen Xiaoshui's number and held the phone to her ear. Sorry, the user you have dialed is currently unavailable. Oh no, he is unreachable, she said. feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Su Ruo, equally perplexed, had never encountered such a situation before. Lu Tianshuang, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What should we do, Ruo? Has something happened to my boyfriend? We've only been together for just over a month. Don't worry, he is not an ordinary person. Even if he faces a crisis, he should know how to save himself," Ruo reassured her. "Isn't your father a criminal investigator? Why not call him?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruo sighed softly. "Tianshuang, you must understand that our police have no jurisdiction in Myanmar, and the distance is considerable. There are many armed groups there, and even the official authorities struggle to maintain control. What should we do then?" Lu Tianshuang's worry deepened as she realized the gravity of the situation, feeling utterly helpless. "We don't even know how Shen Xiaoshui is faring. Just wait for news. He might contact you soon." With a resigned sigh, Lu Tianshuang lowered her head, her interest in the new student's messages completely waning. Myanmar South Industrial Park loomed before her, a veritable nightmare for the Chinese community. As the largest industrial zone in Myanmar, it was also infamous. Within the park lay areas of burial, both for the living and the dead, evoking sheer terror. Surrounding the complex was a desolate expanse of farmland stretching for miles, with the industrial park encircled by towering walls of 5 to 6 meters. Guard posts were stationed every 100 meters, armed personnel standing vigilant, making escape nearly impossible. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a vehicle slowly approached the park's entrance. At that moment, Shen Xiaoshui and the others had been hooded and tightly bound. As the car came to a halt, Xiu and another portly man arrived at the entrance. Holding the identification and phones of the 5 captives, he approached a bespectacled man clad in a green shirt adorned with a maple leaf design. This man was Tom, the leader of the park, hailing from the United States. After stepping out of the car, Xiu exchanged a handshake with Tom, their familiarity born from numerous prior transactions. In the Karen region, Tom could provide protection for Yuchi. Speaking in Malay, Yuchi said, "Boss, let us check the goods. These are all top graduates. They'll perform well in the park." Tom gestured to the armed guards behind him, and soon, the 5 captives, led by Shen Xiaoshui, were dragged from the vehicle. The guards swiftly removed their hoods, aiming their weapons at them. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xiaoshui's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Who are you?" "I'm a graduate from the prestigious Maoxing Polytechnic University. I advise you to release me immediately." Hearing this, one of the armed personnel struck him on the head with the butt of his gun, instantly causing blood to trickle down his cheek. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? You'll pay for this. You want to escape." Observing the incessant outcry of Shen Xiaoshui, Tom could not help but crouch down and pat his face gently, then turned to the soldier who had struck him, remarking, "Why the heavy-handedness? He still has work to do. What will we do if you damage his brain?" The soldier lowered his head. Tom did not press the matter further. After transferring 50 to Cookie via the Huaiwang guarantee software, he spoke softly, "We are in need of more personnel. Bring in additional individuals, particularly women." "Understood," came the reply. "Now off you go." Soon, Cookie and another portly man departed from the scene, while 5 individuals were escorted by the armed personnel into the facility. Minutes later, Shen Xiaoshui was the first to be led into a dimly lit room. He was particularly uncooperative, resulting in a severe beating. Approaching a table, a man clad in green, presumably from Myanmar, produced a contract and said flatly, "First, sign this contract. Shortly, we will take you on a tour of the facility. You will officially commence work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoshui fixed his gaze on the contract. It was a fee agreement for the facility, outlining 3 charges. 1. Air breathing fee, 1,000 yuan per day. 2. Floor wear fee, 1,000 yuan per day. 3. Fee for admiring beautiful colleagues, 5,000 yuan per day. In addition to these charges, there were also accommodation and meal fees. Accommodation fee, 50,000 yuan per month. Meal fee, 50,000 yuan per month. Upon reviewing the contract, Shen Xiaoshui was utterly dismayed. "This is illegal," he protested. Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than a gunshot rang out. A failed escapee, now devoid of any value, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Tom, wielding a Desert Eagle, exhaled a cloud of smoke from the barrel and approached Shen Xiaoshui, gently patting his shoulder. "Here. There are no laws. Murder is not a crime. Enough of your delays. Sign the contract quickly, for I wish to show you around the facility shortly. Do your utmost to cooperate. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as that unfortunate soul." Chapter 73, Becoming the Chairman of Tianqing Technology Company. The reflection of the fallen compatriot lingered in Shen Xiaoshuai's eyes. He was not yet lifeless, writhing on the ground as blood continued to flow from his mouth. Regret washed over Shen Xiaoshuai. How had he failed to see that this was a conspiracy? How had he not realized he was being deceived? His situation had become precarious. And worse still, he found himself within this notorious facility. He trembled as he signed his name, helplessly affixing it to the contract. From that moment onward, he bore the weight of immense debt. Soon, the other four followed suit, signing their names as well. Tom expressed his satisfaction with their compliance and proclaimed, "Well done, everyone. Now, let me take you on a tour of our facilities and the projects we manage." Guided by Tom, they soon arrived at a dilapidated building. The atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a musty odor, with the occasional sight of a rat scurrying by. Shen Xiaoshuai covered his nose, feeling the pressure of the gun at his head as he cautiously moved forward. Before long, Tom led the group to the office of Dog Push. The space was expansive, several hundred square meters, yet the working conditions were deplorable. Computers and phones lay in disarray, and the room housed hundreds of individuals, some missing arms, others fingers, and even a few without legs, all smiling as they worked from their wheelchairs. A foul stench filled the air, and around the perimeter, soldiers armed with rifles stood guard. This was the hub for those engaging in scams across various social media platforms, masquerading as affluent individuals to ensnare unsuspecting victims in romantic schemes, gradually escalating to deceitful practices. Perhaps the sister you met on a social app is actually a bald man behind the scenes. You think he can send voice messages? Voice changers now rival original sounds. And with the advancement of face-swapping technology, it is nearly impossible to detect any flaws. As the grim working conditions of Dog Push came into view, a peculiar smile crept across Tom's face as he slowly announced, "Gentlemen, this will be your future workplace. Each of you will be provided with a computer and a phone. The job is quite simple, chatting. The phones can only run designated software, and each individual must meet a monthly performance target of 1 million. Failure to do so, his gaze suddenly landed on a person without arms, could lead to a similarly dire fate. Moreover, the money you signed for must also be repaid. If you cannot pay, one finger is worth 100,000, a kidney 500,000, and a cornea 200,000. We have professional hospitals, casinos, and even cafes here. If you perform well, life will be more comfortable than outside. Salaries are regularly dispersed at $3,000 a month, ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned exceedingly grim, especially Shen Xiaoshuai. Originally, he had been recruited by the company, only to find himself in such a predicament. At that moment, Tom's attention shifted to Shen Xiaoshuai. "Oh, I hear you graduated from MIT. What do you intend to do?" As Tom approached, Shen Xiaoshuai's eyes filled with dread, compelling him to take 2 steps back involuntarily. Noticing Shen's fright, Tom hastily reassured him, "Do not be anxious. I've heard you are a major in computer science. Are you familiar with web crawling?" "No, I am not." "Not at all?" Bang. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly reverberated through the vast room. A bullet whizzed past Shen Xiaoshuai's temple. "Do you know now?" "Yes, I do. I will certainly work hard." His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and Tom smiled. "Work well tomorrow. Come, let me continue the tour." With that, he resumed leading the way. Tom guided everyone through the water prison, the burial grounds, the live burial area, the kidney extraction site, and the casino. The estate had everything, even a cinema and ancient brothels. Most people, upon earning money, would indulge in vice and vice alone. "All right, let us take them to the dormitory." "Oh, and don't forget to have them report their safety back home." "Understood." Kyoto number 1 courtyard. Option 1. Remove the baby's clothes and let Mom Chin Shueping wash them. Reward: 51 shares in a tech company. Option 2. Toss the baby and his clothes into the washing machine. Reward: murder, title, and 10-year prison experience card. No, the baby simply had an accident. "Do you want me to harm him?" Xiao Yi stared blankly at the 2 options. Just moments ago, the second child had made quite a mess, so this option appeared. Xiao Yi blinked in confusion, slowly removing the soiled clothes from the second child before shouting, "Mom, the second child has made a mess. Hurry and wash his clothes." While sweeping the floor, Chin Shueping responded, "What on earth? What is going on with Xiao Yi? Why call me over for such trivial matters?" She arrived, grumbling, only to be taken aback by the sight of the naked Xiao Ming. "The sofa cover is all soiled. You must give the second child a bath. And I'll wash the sofa cover as well." "All right." Xiao Yi carried the second child into the bathroom, first rinsing him off with warm water before filling the baby tub. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been completed. You have received 51 shares in a tech company and become chairman of Tianqing Technology Company. Someone will contact you shortly. Tianqing Technology Company? Xiao Yi was bewildered. In an instant, he had become a chairman? He had never even heard of this company. Was it significant? Just then, the baby in his arms suddenly smiled. And Xiao Yi set aside his thoughts, putting a floatie on the baby before starting to bathe him. Second child. You say the first child can already call out dad. When will you learn to say it? Why is it that Dabao is not as clever? Observing air bow splashing in the water, Xiao Yi revealed a faint smile. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. One hand steadying air bow, he retrieved the phone from his pocket. A strange number flashed on the screen. Upon answering, he placed the phone to his ear. Hello, good day? Chapter 74. Do you think I am ignorant of mathematics or the binary system? May I inquire if this is Mr. Xiao Yi? A melodious female voice resonated through the line. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi responded, Yes, this is Xiao Yi. May I ask who is speaking? Greetings, Chairman. I am the manager of Tianqing Technology Company. The former chairman mentioned that a new chairman would be taking over his position, so I decided to reach out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, that was rather swift. Well, I have some matters to attend to at the moment. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Certainly, Chairman. You may leave me your contact number and feel free to reach out anytime. By the way, my surname is Liu. All right. After ending the call, Xiao Yi resumed bathing air bow. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi drove into Kyoto University. As a devoted husband to Su Ruo, it was only fitting that he pick her up from work. The campus was vibrant and filled with life, adorned with banners welcoming new students. Observing this scene, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of nostalgia. How swiftly time passes. He genuinely missed the days of his university life, specifically, the memories from his previous life. Taking out his phone, he dialed Su Ruo. The call connected swiftly, and her voice came through. Hello, darling. Are you here to pick me up? Of course. You should have finished work by now, right? Yes, but there has been a slight issue. I need to stop by my father's place. His expression shifted. What is going on? Is something wrong with Dad? No. Su Ruo hurriedly clarified to avoid any misunderstandings. It's Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend who has encountered some trouble. We need to go report it to the police. Oh, I'm downstairs. Let us go together. Xiao Yi felt no emotional turmoil upon hearing about Shun Xiaoshua's predicament. Given his pretentious nature, it was only fitting he faced some consequences. However, did Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend not travel to Singapore? Could he have been swindled out of his kidneys? Xiao Yi felt he was overthinking. After all, he was a top student. How could he possibly fall for such a scam? Before long, Lu Tianchuang and Su Ruo rushed down the stairs. With a blade of grass in his mouth, Xiao Yi spat it out upon seeing Su Ruo. Are we heading to Dad's now? Yes. Su Ruo opened the passenger door of her Porsche, while Lu Tianchuang drove her Audi. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi drove off toward the 4th Ring police station. After leaving the school, he accelerated, inquiring, What on earth is happening? What has happened to Lu Tianchuang's boyfriend? He might have been tricked into northern Myanmar. What? Xiao Yi exclaimed, his confusion evident. Wasn't he supposed to go to Singapore? How did he end up in northern Myanmar? I'm not quite sure. It seems to be a team-building event, and then his phone went silent. Xiao Yi's lips twitched slightly, if that is the case. He may indeed have fallen victim to a scam operation. Alas, Su Ruo sighed. Lu Tianchuang finally found a boyfriend, only to face such a fate. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Yi and Lu Tianchuang arrived at the entrance of the criminal police station in Silatan. Lu Tianchuang was the first to exit the vehicle, followed promptly by Xiao Yi and Su Ruo as they entered the police precinct. Prior to this, Su Ruo had already contacted Su Lingjun, who permitted them to come in due to an ongoing case. Dad, we're here. At that moment, Su Lingjun, who was in the lobby, became slightly more serious upon seeing Su Ruo. Let us talk in the office. Okay. The three entered the office. Since this was a criminal police station, Su Lingjun did not engage with Xiao Yi and Su Ruo, but focused on Lu Tianchuang, asking, Please explain what has transpired. Knowing Lu Tianchuang, he was direct, Uncle Su. It's like this. Lu Tianchuang recounted the events in great detail. After listening, Su Lingjun pondered for a moment before opening his laptop. I can trace the last signal. Let us take a look. Please provide your boyfriend's phone number. Lu Tianchuang quickly relayed Shun Xiaoshuai's number. After a brief search, Su Linjin's pupils dilated. His phone is currently online. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxuang leaned in. Where is he now? Su Linjin promptly opened the map and, through the service provider, pinpointed Shun Xiaoshuai's location. He is in a facility. At that moment, Lu Tianxuang's phone chimed with a message from WeChat. Wife. I'm in northern Myanmar and doing well. The team-building activity has taken us to many places. It's great, so don't worry. Lu Tianxuang immediately illuminated her phone screen for Su Linjin to see. His expression darkened upon reading it. He is likely being controlled by people from the facility, coerced into sending that message. Moreover, 6 in binary represents 110, which indicates an alert. At this juncture, both Su Ruoruo and Lu Tianxuang grasped the implication. Indeed, 6 in binary translates to 110. Shen Xiaoshuai, having recently graduated from a technical university, would naturally resort to such a method of communication for help. Lu Tianxuang anxiously interjected, Uncle Su. Now that you know my boyfriend has been abducted for fraud, shouldn't we act immediately to rescue him? He will suffer greatly in there. Sighing, Su Linjin helplessly shook his head. It is quite challenging. The industrial park is the largest in Myanmar, with walls towering 5 to 6 meters high. Moreover, it is rumored that the armed personnel inside are equipped with real firearms and nuclear weapons, and even the Myanmar authorities are powerless against them. Lu Tianxuang fell silent, murmuring, Are we to turn a blind eye to their plight? Su Linjin lowered his gaze. It is not a matter of indifference. Dismantling a fraudulent industrial park is extraordinarily difficult. I am merely the captain of the criminal police team, but rest assured, Tianxuang, I will report this to my superiors and ensure you receive an explanation. Understood, she sighed. Inside the park, a loud crack. Crack. A soldier was relentlessly striking Shen Xiaoshuai with the butt of his rifle. Blood flowed profusely from Shen Xiaoshuai's head, his face bruised and battered, presenting a horrific sight. Do you think I'm ignorant of mathematics or binary code? You're quite the clever one, urging your parents to call the police? Let me tell you. It would be futile. This is Myanmar, not Huaxia. Chapter 75. You bear a striking resemblance to a programmer. Enough of the beating. What if you injure him and he can't work tomorrow? Tom squatted down, attempting to soothe the situation. All right, get some rest. We will head to the dining hall for breakfast at 6 sharp and be at our posts by 7, understood? Shen Xiaoshuai trembled and nodded in response. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Lu Tianxuang and Su Ruo did not linger long at the criminal police team. Su Ruo was in Xiao Yi's car as they made their way to Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. On the journey, Su Ruo's mood was particularly dismal. After all, it was a living, breathing person, albeit somewhat bothersome, yet still alive. Her father believed that once someone was deceived into such a situation, there was a 99% chance they would not escape. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns about Xiao Yi potentially falling victim as well. Darling, you must be wary of being easily swayed by high-paying job offers, you know? Even if you travel abroad, avoid Southeast Asia as much as possible. Xiao Yi, driving, couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, do you truly think I could be deceived? I sensed that Shen Xiaoshuai thought the same way at one point. People often feel exceptionally clever and believe they want to be fooled. But isn't Shen Xiaoshuai a living testament to that folly? Observing Su Ruo's serious demeanor, Xiao Yi nodded. Rest assured, my wife, I understand. By the way, I have recently invested in a technology company, which means I may need to handle company affairs in the future. Su Ruo was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. What do you mean by handling company affairs? What percentage of the shares do you hold? 51%, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Su Ruo's pupils dilated in disbelief, almost convinced she had misheard. 51%? Doesn't that make you the chairman? You would possess absolute decision-making power. Husband, you must have invested a significant amount. What kind of company is it? Xiao Yi responded calmly. It is a technology company primarily involved in manufacturing small home appliances, such as robotic vacuum cleaners and electric fans. He had researched it online. The company was not large, but certainly not insignificant either. The realm of small household appliances is vast, encompassing items such as electric lamps, smart locks, tea makers, and vacuum cleaners. Su Ruoruo, with a puzzled expression, found herself bewildered by Xiao Yi's decision to invest in such a company. Perhaps it held potential? Are you planning to visit tomorrow? She inquired. Yes. Xiao Yi replied with a slight nod. Rest assured, I will first take you to school. Are you feeling exhausted on this first day of new student registration? Absolutely. Suruoruo sighed at this juncture. Xuan's boyfriend has encountered such issues that she can hardly focus on her work. I ended up managing most of her tasks today. I doubt she will recover her composure anytime soon. I can only offer my assistance. You've been quite diligent, my dear wife, Xiao Yi sighed, acknowledging that Lu Tianxuan was indeed commendable. At the very least, she was not like some fickle individuals who would immediately seek another partner. Suruo shook her head. It's all right. I feel particularly saddened for Xuan. I will do my best to comfort her. As Xiao Yi drove them home, they arrived to find Qin Shueping had prepared an exquisite array of dishes. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, she exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Yi, you're back." For some reason, the baby has been crying incessantly. You must go check on him. Crying nonstop? Xiao Yi swiftly made his way to the bedroom, where 3 babies lay peacefully on the bed, not crying at all. Weren't you just crying? He wondered aloud. Approaching the little ones, a foul odor suddenly assaulted his nose. What on earth is that smell? A brief glance revealed that the second baby had soiled his diaper, and the mess had seeped through. It was likely due to the diaper not being secured properly. After such an incident, the baby's discomfort would naturally lead to tears. Little one, why did you do that again? Did something upset your tummy? As soon as Xiao Yi picked up the second baby, he erupted into a wail. What's wrong, dear? Suruo entered the room and asked. It's nothing. The second baby seems to have a bit of diarrhea. He soiled himself again. Could you please remove the bed sheets? I'll change him and then head to wash up. No worries, I'll handle the washing. You just focus on giving the second baby a bath. All right. Suruo placed the first and third babies into the stroller and proceeded to remove the sheets. Qin Shueping soon joined, taking the first and third babies into her arms. After bathing the second baby, the family gathered around the dining table to enjoy their meal. Su Lingjin often worked late, returning at unpredictable hours. Thus, they typically did not wait for him, and Qin Shueping would leave some food for him in the pot. The following day, the weather grew cooler, with overcast skies. As he was set to visit the company, he donned a crisp white shirt and a checkered jacket, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a programmer. Particularly with a briefcase tucked under his arm, he appeared even more the part. Upon seeing his appearance, Suruoruo chuckled lightly. Darling, what is with your outfit? While the checkered coat is not unattractive, it seems somewhat ill-suited for you. Xiao Yi glanced at his attire and replied, I think it's fine. You're ready, right? Let me take you to work first, then I'll head to the office. All right then, Suruoruo said. Choosing not to elaborate further, the more unrefined Xiao Yi appeared, the more delighted she felt, as it spared her from the worry of temptresses luring him away. After dropping Suruoruo at school, Xiao Yi drove to the Deep Blue Center, a bustling commercial district housing the Tianxing Technology Company. He owned a 6-story independent office building there, and although their small appliances were distributed globally, the company primarily engaged in OEM production, meaning they worked under other brands, thus lacking widespread recognition. Upon his arrival, parking was scarce, so he left his vehicle a bit farther away and strolled casually toward the company. The area was still populated with a number of individuals, and according to his online research, Tianxing Technology boasted over 500 employees, which was quite impressive. Just as Xiao Yi reached the entrance, a figure approached him and called out, Xiao Yi? Turning around, he recognized a man in a suit walking toward him. It was Zhou Jian, a fellow classmate from university, albeit from a different cohort within the same major. What brings you here? Zhou Jian inquired. Xiao Yi replied, I came to regardless of your purpose. I heard you've gotten married and have children, right? Zhou Jian interjected. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, you've heard correctly. Impressive, becoming a father at such a young age, Zhou Jian remarked, patting him on the shoulder. So, are you here for an interview today? Zhou Jian scrutinized Xiao Yi's checkered coat and continued, I heard from HR that the company is in need of programmers. Are you here to interview for that position? No, Xiao Yi replied, rolling his eyes. He was not surprised by the misunderstanding. It was all too common in today's society, where comparison was rampant. As long as someone was doing better than another, it seemed to bring them joy. What department are you interviewing for then? The board of directors? At that moment, a slender woman approached, clad in a white blouse, a brown pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her glasses giving her an air reminiscent of an action movie star. She assessed Xiao Yi from head to toe and asked, Are you the newly appointed chairman? She recognized him through photos from his social media that they had exchanged the night before. Ah, indeed, you must be Lin Ronger, correct? Yes, hello, Xiao Dongsher. Lin Ronger hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands with Xiao Yi, who chose to disregard Zhou Jian beside him and addressed Lin Rong. Please take me to familiarize myself with the company. Certainly, President Xiao. Lin Ronger nodded, leading Xiao Yi into the company. Zhou Jian stood frozen in place. Recently, he had learned that the chairman of the company was to be replaced. However, he never anticipated that the new chairman would be Xiao Yi. Just moments ago, he had mocked him, believing he had merely leveraged certain connections to enter the company and had risen to a team leader in just 2 months. Although the company was small, it was gradually developing, and he was certain he could secure a decent position. Had he inadvertently offended Xiao Yi? If so, wouldn't that spell disaster for him? At that moment, Zhou Jian felt a profound sense of regret. Why had he chosen to provoke him? He slapped his handsome face in frustration, hoping Xiao Yi would not seek retribution. Inside the company, President Xiao, this is our programming department. Lin Ronger indicated a section of the office and continued. Although our company primarily engages in contract manufacturing, we currently also possess our own products, which are still in the experimental stage and yet to be introduced to the market. Are you aiming for smart home connectivity? Precisely, Lin Ronger smiled and nodded. You are correct, President Xiao. However, we are currently facing some technical barriers, such as core controllers, signal transmission for furniture connectivity, and sensing technology. Xiao Yi was not surprised by her words. These technologies indeed posed challenges in the smart connectivity industry. After all, they required proprietary core terminals, controllers, and signal transmission systems. Having previously delved into mobile phone manufacturing and conducted in-depth research in smart home technology, Xiao Yi possessed unique insights in this area. He was familiar with many of the technologies involved, and given the opportunity to lead the project, he believed he could accomplish it, albeit with a potentially extended time frame. He inquired, perhaps we could consider developing a control terminal that utilizes the home internet for operations, which would simplify the process. Lin Ronger sighed. We have considered that. But our technical staff is limited, and we also require specific control chips. As you are aware, our nation faces sanctions from the United States, making it nearly impossible for our small company to establish contact with firms like TSMC. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Xiao Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired some of your father's patents from the previous parallel world, including lithography technology. You may utilize these in this parallel world. Furthermore, the system disk has been stored in your system warehouse for your immediate use. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yi was astounded. Wow, is this even possible? The system is incredible. He coughed lightly twice. Ahem, I have considered all these matters. Here is the plan. You will convey this to all departments. We shall promptly establish a mobile phone division and commence our foray into the smartphone market. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Ronger was utterly bewildered. Did Xiao Yi truly comprehend the market? How could he possibly venture into the mobile phone industry? Currently, the Chinese smartphone market is dominated by formidable brands like Huawei, Apple, and Xiaomi, which have nearly monopolized the entire sector. Their company possesses subpar technology. If they were to produce phones, they would only be able to manufacture inferior imitations. But would consumers pay for such knockoffs? Clearly, they would not. Lin Ronger hesitantly inquired. President Xiao, are you absolutely certain about entering the mobile phone business? Xiao Yi smirked slightly, of course. She still found it hard to believe, while Xiao Yi's reassuring gaze conveyed confidence. Rest assured, I can overcome the technological barriers. The system team currently requires 30 individuals. Please liaise with the HR department to recruit some experienced programmers and establish a system team. System? Lin Ronger asked, puzzled. Boss, isn't it true that the smartphones on the market operate on Android or Harmony OS? I haven't heard of this system you mentioned. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. We will utilize the open-source Android. They will certainly not grant us authorization for Harmony OS. Naturally, we aim to develop an entirely new system. Lin Ronger was taken aback by Xiao Yi's audacious ambition. My goodness, the scale of her boss's aspirations was monumental. Given the small size of their company, how could they possibly achieve such a feat? You needn't worry, just follow my directives. Understood, Lin Ronger nodded and promptly set to work. Moments later, she suddenly returned and said, Oh, by the way, boss, your office is on the 6th floor. Allow me to escort you there. All right, that sounds good. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ronger swiped her employee card and led Xiao Yi into the elevator, ascending to the upper floors. 5 minutes later, she brought Xiao Yi to the entrance of the office. President Xiao, this is your office. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I will finish the tasks you just assigned. By the way, our company is currently collaborating with over 50 enterprises, manufacturing various equipment for them. There are detailed records on your desk computer for your review. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, President Xiao. This is my duty. Lin Ronger smiled faintly and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi opened the office door and stepped inside. The office had evidently been tidied up, immaculate and pristine. Spanning over 20 square meters, the redwood furniture exuded an air of luxury. At that moment, his gaze fell upon an employee handbook. Unable to resist, he flipped open the first page. It bore the daily slogans. To succeed, one must first go mad. Charge forward, disregarding all obstacles. Fight hard, and you shall bequeath wealth to the next generation. Only through relentless effort can one avoid failure. Today I sleep on the floor, tomorrow I sleep with the boss. Wait, sleep with the boss? Chapter 77. We are venturing into the mobile phone industry. Employee, what on earth? Xiao Yi smirked. Could it be that the previous boss had some peculiar preferences? Perhaps he was an enthusiast of fencing? At the thought of this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but shudder. No. This slogan must be abolished. For Xiao Yi, the act of shouting this so-called slogan before work each day felt exceedingly juvenile. Some employees even shouted it merely to perform for the boss. Such is the nature of the workplace. Xiao Yi took a brief tour of the office and then settled into his office chair. He did not immediately reach for his phone. Instead, he opened what was referred to as the system warehouse. Before him manifested a space reminiscent of the cosmos, complete with a disk. He extended his hand, and a disk materialized within his grasp. After connecting it to the computer and taking a cursory glance, it appeared eerily similar to his previous life, or rather, to another parallel world. The system's files were preserved intact, and as he studied the codes, he let out a quiet sigh. These were the achievements of his father. Before his transmigration, his father had founded a mobile phone brand named Future, signifying the frontier of technology, exploration, and the ideals of humanity regarding technology. Of course, at that time, his father's system had been remarkably successful. Just moments ago, the system had mentioned that this was a parallel world. Was he merely a soul traversing this parallel existence? Had the other him in that world vanished? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yi shook his head and redirected his gaze back to the computer screen. After a while, his phone on the desk buzzed. Buzz. Grandfather, your grandson is calling you. Xiao Yi glanced with his peripheral vision. It was a call from Lin Ronger. He pressed to answer and activated the speakerphone, and Lin Ronger's voice resonated through the line. Hello. President Xiao, the tasks you assigned to me have been completed. We expect to establish the new department in 3 days. According to our company's tradition, the new chairman is required to hold a meeting on the first day of their tenure to introduce themselves to all employees. Additionally, it will allow the leaders of each department to meet you. May I ask when you will be available? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt no surprise. He replied softly, Please give me 20 minutes to prepare. Understood, President Xiao. I will come by in 20 minutes and escort you to our large conference room. All right. After hanging up, Xiao Yi did not dwell on it for long. He briefly contemplated what he would say and then resumed his study of the patents mentioned by the system. 20 minutes passed swiftly, and at that moment, Lin Ronger, adorned in her petite heels, stood at the office door. She gently tapped on the glass door and said, President Xiao, are you ready? I will take you to our conference room now. Okay. After picking up his phone, Xiao Yi followed Lin Ronger downstairs. At this moment, the various workstations were devoid of employees. Even the cleaning staff had been summoned away. In the third-floor conference hall, over 500 employees were seated, murmuring quietly among themselves. Have you heard? The new chairman has arrived today. I heard someone say he appears to be a young lad in his early 20s. What? Early 20s? Are you joking? If he's in his early 20s, he must not have even graduated from university yet. Perhaps, but it certainly seems outrageous. As these words were exchanged, the crowd was taken aback. Shortly after, the door to the large conference room swung open, revealing Xiao Yi in a plaid shirt. Although his attire was rather unimpressive, his handsome features captivated many. Upon his entrance, the female employees seated in the front rows could not help but cover their mouths in astonishment, with some even gasping. Wow, I didn't expect the new chairman to be such a striking young man. Just as the rumors suggested, he really is in his early 20s. So young, he must not be married, right? Ling Ling, you're so beautiful. I think you should try to flirt with him. He might just fancy you. Shoo, the chairman is here. The crowd immediately fell silent. After all, Xiao Yi held the position of chairman. Their essay saying that a new official takes 3 fires. So they dared not provoke him. Upon seeing the over 500 employees, Xiao Yi remained largely unfazed. Prior to his transmigration, He had represented his father at a press conference to unveil a new phone, so such scenes did not intimidate him. He approached the center of the large screen, grasping the microphone, and introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am the newly appointed chairman. My name is Xiao Yi, and I am 22 years old. What? The collective gasp echoed among the 500 attendees. What's going on? 22 years old. He must still be in university. What? He is a chairman without even graduating yet. Noticing the astonishment on their faces, Xiao Yi smiled calmly and reassured them, there's no need for surprise. I hail from the computer science department of Jing University. I am well acquainted with the company's operations. To put it plainly, my objective in joining this company is to venture into the smart home industry and commence competition in the mobile phone market. The crowd was left even more bewildered by Xiao Yi's words. While they could comprehend the concept of smart homes, the mobile phone market was an entirely different matter. Xiao Yi continued, moreover, this will be the most seamless phone to date, boasting the longest battery life. Additionally, all hardware will be entirely domestically produced. The audience collectively swallowed hard. This was madness, absolute madness. TSMC was about to establish a factory in the United States, even rebranding itself as TSMC. Was he planning to use some outdated chips? How could it possibly be seamless? At that moment, the company's higher-ups began to grow increasingly concerned. They feared that Xiao Yi's arrival would bring catastrophic consequences to the company. Although Xiao Yi graduated from Kyoto University, he was still too young and appeared to possess little understanding of the mobile phone market. The advanced lithography machines required intricate engravings, akin to carving Kyoto onto a surface the size of a fingernail. Surely, he must be unaware of these complexities. In any case, the majority were skeptical of Xiao Yi at that moment. Xiao Yi, however, confidently announced that the mobile system department would be prepared within 3 days. He began by introducing the system. Upon his arrival, he handed a disk to Lin Ronger, which contained numerous files related to the mobile phone released by his father in a previous life. Given the current technological standards of this world, he did not intend to utilize the latest models, as even the newest versions would exhibit performance excesses. He stated, our processor will employ the latest 3 nanometers technology, boasting a connectivity speed of 6. The key points Xiao Yi raised were few, as confidentiality measures were still necessary. While his peers posed no significant threat, it was imperative to withhold too much information prior to the phone's launch. The meeting lasted approximately half an hour before each department returned to their respective duties. Currently, the company's main source of revenue stemmed from contract manufacturing, which could not be eliminated just yet. However, over time, the number of sales personnel would gradually diminish. Following his entry into the company, a profound transformation in operations was imminent. The immediate priority was to develop the core terminal, which could also evolve using the system. At 5 o'clock, Xiao Yi departed the company punctually, heading to Kyoto University to pick up Su Ruo after her work shift. Su Ruo possessed a driver's license, and he contemplated purchasing a car for her, allowing her to commute independently. It was not that Xiao Yi wished to avoid picking her up, but rather that it might interfere with company affairs in the future. When he met Su Ruo, her demeanor was noticeably poor. Sitting in the passenger seat, she appeared utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to move, her hair disheveled. She rubbed her neck and sighed, I'm utterly drained. Were you helping Lu Tianxuang again today? Indeed, Su Ruo replied, her gaze shifting to Xiao Yi as she softly lamented, I had no idea that being an advisor could be so stressful. The new student's enrollment involves a multitude of forms and documents, and it's truly overwhelming. Xiao Yi had already started the car and inquired, what about Lu Tianxuang? How is she? She didn't come to work today. I have no idea what she was up to, Su Ruo responded, and Xiao Yi was taken aback by her revelation. Though he chose not to delve further, it was evident that the situation had significantly affected her. He reassured her, it's all right. Remember, I know how to give massages. Once we get home, I'll help you relax after such a taxing day. Su Ruo gazed at Xiao Yi, recalling how he frequently gave massages to her grandfather. And she was genuinely curious about his skills. She then continued, by the way, how was your day at the company? It should be going well, right? Yes, quite well. Xiao Yi replied, not intending to divulge much. It's primarily focused on contract manufacturing. I plan to streamline the company's operations and explore new industries. Sounds good. Su Ruo remarked, observing that Xiao Yi was indeed a formidable figure in the business realm. She was not well versed in corporate management, so she would let him take the reins. After all, his investments had previously garnered a profit exceeding 100 million. she felt quite assured. Before long, Xiao Yi brought Su Ruo back home. Today, Su Linjin was also at home, playfully engaging with De Bao and San Bao. Meanwhile, Qin Shueping was lifting air Bao high in her arms, cooing and making playful sounds. Upon hearing Xiao Yi and Su Ruo's return, they immediately directed their attention toward them. "Oh, you're back." Su Ruo sighed, placing her bag at the entrance, and wearily made her way inside. Noticing her demeanor, Su Linjin exclaimed, "Oh, what's wrong? Dad, Lu Tianchuang didn't go to work today, so I took over her tasks. The influx of new students has been exhausting." With that, she plopped down on the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. At this, Su Linjin looked on helplessly. For some reason, online fraud had been rampant lately. A recently graduated college student, enamored with online gambling featuring alluring female dealers, had already been swindled of over 200,000. Yet, he showed no signs of retreating, even going so far as to sell his girlfriend's car to continue playing. Online gambling is nothing but fraud, an elaborate scheme originating from the northern regions of Myanmar. Yet, some individuals stubbornly cling to the notion that it is merely a matter of bad luck. He could only say, "Daughter, regarding your friend's situation, we have contacted the embassy in Myanmar, and they are in touch with local authorities. It requires multinational cooperation. As you know, many areas in Myanmar are controlled by warlords, and without intervention from trade associations, they are unlikely to release anyone. The region is notorious for being the largest hub of scams in northern Myanmar." Suruoruo, equally exasperated, replied, "Dad, I understand. We can only do our best. Those who were deceived bear some responsibility, and many have even attempted to cross borders illegally." Indeed. Su Linjin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Qin Shueping interjected, "Well, how about we eat first?" Soon, Xiao Yi and Su Ruoruo washed their hands and took their seats at the dining table. The babies were quite well behaved, so they could be comfortably placed in their stroller during mealtime. Once seated, Su Linjin picked up a piece of food, but before he could chew, he seemed to recall something and turned his gaze to Xiao Yi. "By the way, Xiao Yi, how is your store doing lately?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. "Not bad. Ever since Wang Daohu was apprehended, the property management came to apologize and waived my utility fees for a month. Now, the shop has stabilized. Sister Wang's recovery is also going well." "That's wonderful," Su Linjin said with a smile, before Xiao Yi inquired, "What's the matter, Dad? Why the sudden interest in me?" "Recently, the criminal police team is short-staffed, and I wanted to know if you have any inclination to join," Su Linjin replied. Xiao Yi looked bewildered, and at that moment, Su Ruo elucidated, "Darling, my grandfather was a criminal police officer in his youth and even fought on the battlefield against the Japanese. Since there are no boys in the family, my father has turned his attention to you." Dad, I just invested in a company and am currently the chairman. I plan to change the company's main business focus, so I might not have much time lately." "What?" At this revelation, Su Linjin and Qin Shueping were equally astonished. "Investing in a company? Now a chairman? Unbelievable. What kind of company?" "A tech company, not very large, with just over 500 employees." Su Linjin raised an eyebrow, perplexed. 500 employees? Not large. That seems a bit extravagant. What is the name of the company?" Xiao Yi did not hold back. "Tianqing Technology Company. Isn't that quite well known in our locality?" You know about it?" "Yes." Su Linjin nodded. 2 years ago, that company was embroiled in tax evasion, and the CEO was imprisoned because of it. I was the one who handled that case." At this, Xiao Yi's expression shifted slightly. "What? The CEO was evading taxes? How could that be?" Seeing Xiao Yi's reaction, Su Linjin chuckled. "All right. I'm just teasing you. It's all in the past now." He then continued, "I recall that company was in the business of manufacturing smart home devices. What are your thoughts?" "I plan to venture into mobile phones." At that moment, Su Ruo, who had just taken a sip of porridge, suddenly spat it out in surprise. Xiao Yi turned his head. What was that reaction for? "Darling, what did you just say? Mobile phones?" She was utterly bewildered. Xiao Yi nodded yes. "Although our domestic mobile phones are quite advanced, there are still numerous areas for improvement. I've had some exposure to this industry and gathered some experience, so I thought I'd give it a try." "You've had experience?" Su Ruoruo tilted her head, although she wasn't sure where Xiao Yi had attended high school. She had kept a close watch during his 3 years at university. The previous Xiao Yi was far from the current version. He was once a diligent student who delivered takeout and worked part-time. Xiao Yi nodded. "I did sell phones at a mobile store. I suppose that counts, right?" The others fell silent, perplexed by Xiao Yi's casualness. Upon seeing their expressions, he chuckled softly. "Ha ha. Dad, worry not. I possess discretion. Although I have not engaged in practical application before, I have acquired ample experience. Ha ha ha, all is well. Do you require any funds? No need. Xiao Yi shook his head. In entrepreneurship, what need is there for money? Direct financing suffices. Moreover, creating a mobile device is not as simple as it seems. It requires a considerable amount of time, and prior to the phone's release, I will utilize existing technology to develop some smart home products. All right, then you may proceed as you see fit. After dinner, Xiao Yi took a shower and then led Su Ruo into the bedroom. Exhausted from her day, Su Ruo had no desire to bathe, and as a caring husband, he naturally prepared a basin of warm water for her feet. Dear wife, here comes the foot bath. Upon seeing this, Su Ruo quickly shook her head, exclaiming, Darling, there's no need. I plan to shower later. Xiao Yi insisted, No, after your feet are washed, I shall give you a massage. With a raised eyebrow, Xiao Yi teased her, leaving Su Ruo momentarily stunned. Was he serious about the massage? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate feet. Xiao Yi promptly began to wash them. After washing her feet, he indeed gave Su Ruo a massage, though it was more than just a simple massage. Those who understand will comprehend. After their intimate session, Su Ruo felt heavy with sleepiness as she donned her pajamas, preparing to turn off the lights. Just then, Xiao Yi interjected, Wait, my dear. Do not turn off the lights yet. I still have some matters to attend to. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's voice, Su Ruo frowned. It was nearly midnight, and their little one had already drifted off to sleep. Was he not tired? Darling, what do you intend to do? She inquired, lying down on the bed. Xiao Yi glanced at the laptop on the nearby table and slowly replied, I suddenly have a few ideas. You go ahead and sleep. I will handle some work. All right then, I shall rest first. Xiao Yi planted a gentle kiss on Su Ruo's forehead, turned off the lights, and took a seat in a nearby chair. He opened his laptop and inserted a disk. Su Ruo, opening her eyes, gazed at Xiao Yi's silhouette, curious about his activities. At that moment, Xiao Yi had already launched the 3D modeling software and began designing a 3D model. Due to the angle, Su Ruo could clearly see what he was doing, and upon witnessing his diligent work, her sleepiness vanished entirely. Darling, what are you working on? She inquired, peeking her head out. Xiao Yi smiled slightly in response. Isn't the smart home industry in need of a central control unit? I plan to design a touch panel embedded in the wall, complete with voice control functionality. Su Ruo immediately thought of Xiao AI and Tmall Genie. Both serve as core control terminals and can also play music, featuring a multitude of functions. Even the Xiao AI touchscreen speaker features functions for watching television and scrolling through Douyin. Su Ruo continued to inquire, Darling, there must already be such devices available in the market, right? Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, they do exist, but the compatibility varies among different brands. For instance, our product will not be compatible with the Xiao AI assistant. Since we intend to manufacture our own devices, we must establish our own terminals. Su Ruo, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully. But dear, didn't you say we should first develop a smartphone? Smartphones are quite complex at the moment. I will first create an intelligent industrial chain, he replied. Oh. Su Ruo expressed her confusion. Though she was a professor of computer science, the domain Xiao Yi spoke of had diverged from her expertise. Well then, you carry on. I shall go to sleep, she said. Good night, Xiao Yi replied as he resumed his work on the computer. With numerous design blueprints, including motherboard circuits, readily available, their company had its own factory for direct production. Once the blueprints were completed, Xiao Yi promptly sent them to Lin Rong'er with instructions to manufacture some motherboards, ensuring to adhere strictly to the specifications and leaving ample space for the chips. Moments later, Lin Rong'er replied with a simple acknowledgement. Xiao Yi was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected her to still be awake at such a late hour. You should rest early, he advised. After sending the message, Xiao Yi lay in bed, closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, he resumed his routine of commuting to work. With the establishment of the company, he had indeed become busier. Yet life had also become significantly more fulfilling. On the weekend, Xiao Yi purchased a modest electric vehicle for Su Ruo, as her driving skills were rather average. It was an Ora Palamo, a favorite among young women. After a few days of rest and comfort from Su Ruo, Lu Tianchuang's mental state had improved considerably. Upon learning of her situation, her parents arranged several blind dates for her. However, she did not pursue any romantic involvement with these suitors and swiftly redirected her focus toward her career. Nevertheless, her smile was a rare sight. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Wang Wenjing had fully recovered, while Wang Daohu's second trial upheld the original verdict. Wang Jie received the compensation she rightfully deserved. Feng Beibei actively pursued treatment and was also gradually recuperating. Meanwhile, the triplets, Dabao, Air Bao, and San Bao, exhibited exceptional intelligence compared to their peers. At just under 8 months old, they were already capable of running, while their contemporaries were only just beginning to walk. Simultaneously, Xiao Yi's company, after 6 months of development, was ready to launch a series of products into the market. Chapter 79, Xiao Mengrua is simply brilliant. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Kyoto. Upon Xiao Yi's return home, Xiao Mengrua, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Qinxue scampered over with uncontainable excitement. The 8-month-old child, capable of uttering simple words and scurrying about, was indeed a marvel. As the 3 little ones approached, Xiao Yi embraced them all in a warm hug. His eldest, Xiao Mengrua, playfully pinched his cheek and exclaimed, "Daddy." Strawberry. Her intent was clear. She yearned for the strawberries Xiao Yi had promised to bring before their outing, and the little one had been longing for them ever since. At that moment, Su Ruo followed closely behind Xiao Yi, carrying a bag of strawberries, the very ones that had captured her eldest's heart. "The strawberries are with Mama," she said. Upon hearing this, the little girl squirmed in Xiao Yi's arms, calling out, "Mama, Mama." Reluctantly, he set her down, and she dashed to Su Ruo's side. "Strawberry, strawberry," Xiao Mengrua continued to murmur, her gaze fixated on the bag held by her mother. With patience, Su Ruo asked, "Sweetheart, what must we do before eating strawberries?" "Wash them," Xiao Mengrua replied, lifting her little head with delight. Both Xiao Yi and Su Ruo placed great emphasis on early education, perhaps due to their daughter's high intelligence. She understood many things. Her mention of washing indicated the importance of cleanliness before consumption. Seeing such a clever Xiao Mengrua, Su Ruo could not resist giving her chubby cheek a playful pinch. "Shall Mama wash them, then?" "Yes." She clapped her tiny hands, chanting, "Mama, wash, wash, wash. Come. Mama will wash them for you." With that, Su Ruo scooped up Xiao Mengrua and headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, nestled in Xiao Yi's arms, piped up, "Daddy, I want to eat too. Let us go and snatch some strawberries from your sister." With that, Xiao Yi carried both Xiao Ming and Xiao Qinxue into the living room. The 2 younger ones sat quietly on the sofa while in the kitchen. Su Ruo had already washed the strawberries. Today, with Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping absent, the family of 5 enjoyed their time together. "Here come the strawberries," Su Ruo announced, approaching with a basket filled with plump, juicy strawberries. Once placed on the coffee table, the little ones leaned in eagerly. Wow! Xiao Mengrua was the first to grasp a large strawberry, attempting to shove it into her mouth. However, with only a few teeth barely emerging, they were accustomed to having fruits mashed for easier consumption. Moreover, their mouths were still not large enough for such a fruit. "Should I mash it for you, Mengrua?" Xiao Yi suggested. Just then, Xiao Mengrua suddenly spoke up, "Daddy, you eat first. The tip of the strawberry is sweet." Both Su Ruo and Xiao Yi were taken aback. What? Xiao Yi was utterly perplexed. How could such a young child already know that the tip of a strawberry is sweet, and even suggest that her father eat first? Astonished at his eldest's thoughtfulness, he felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. He never anticipated that his daughter could be so remarkably intelligent. The system responded, "This is all my doing, host need not worry. Your child's intelligence now equates to that of a 2-year-old, with exceptional learning capabilities. Please nurture them well." The system was indeed impressive. Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim internally. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. With such a child, she would undoubtedly be more mature than her peers. Surely her physical development wouldn't accelerate as well. Indeed, Xiao Yi harbored fears regarding the premature maturation of his child. At that moment, the system provided reassurance. "Rest assured, host. Only the child's intelligence has increased. Physical development will not exhibit significant changes." That was a relief. Beside him, Su Ruo was astonished, asking, "Ruo, did you just offer some to Daddy?" "Daddy eats. The strawberries are sweet and delightful." She extended her arms, eager to feed Xiao Yi personally. Xiao Yi obligingly opened his mouth and savored the strawberry. Suddenly, Xiao Mengru turned her head, gazing longingly at Su Ruo. "Mommy eats strawberry too." Su Ruo responded with confusion. Xiao Yi chuckled heartily. "Well, my dear, it seems like our little treasure is quite fond of her father. Ruo, look how affectionate she is, wanting me to eat strawberries too. Ha ha." He scooped Xiao Mingru into his arms and declared, "Who else would my daughter be affectionate with if not her father? Right, little Ruro?" She enthusiastically nodded, responding in her halting speech with "Daddy." How wonderful. At that moment, Su Ruoro's attention shifted to their second child, Xiao Ming. "Ming, do you prefer to be affectionate with mommy or daddy?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Daddy." "Then I'll be affectionate with mommy," came the sudden interjection from their third child, Xiao Qinxue. This brought some comfort to Su Ruoro's heart. Soon, Su Ruoro retrieved the juicer, combining strawberries and milk to create a delightful strawberry milk, which she poured into bottles for the little ones. "All right, my darlings, here is a bottle for each of you. Drink slowly." The children received their bottles and began to sip contentedly. "Mommy, I want to hear a story." "Me too. Me too, me too." The second child suddenly proposed a story, prompting the other two to join in the chorus. With a sigh, Su Ruoro reached for a storybook and said, "Okay, mommy will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain with a temple where an old monk was telling stories to a little monk." Xiao Yi observed as the three children drank their milk and listened intently to the tale, appearing blissfully carefree. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly chimed. He glanced at it, noticing the name Lin Ronger flashing on the screen. He picked up his phone and hurried to the balcony, then pressed the call button. On the other end, Lin Ronger's voice resonated. "President Xiao, our model room has been set up. When will you come to visit? Has it been completed?" Xiao Yi inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. For the past 6 months, he had been engrossed in managing the company's affairs. Under his guidance, the company had produced a series of products, ranging from small household appliances to larger ones, including smart switches, routers, air conditioners, and robotic vacuums. They had even manufactured refrigerators, though they paled in comparison to established brands like Haier. The newly launched model room was designed to test the stability of various devices. He intended to collaborate with several renovation companies to create fully intelligent homes. However, this was merely the initial phase, and perfecting it would require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 80. Palladium Element Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. "I have time this afternoon. I will come over then." "All right, President Xiao, I won't disturb you further. See you this afternoon." Just as he hung up, 2 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Visit the model room with his wife and child, providing a detailed introduction to his wife, with a reward of Palladium Element Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. Option 2. Go alone in the afternoon, with a reward of 14 lithography machines. Xiao Yi stared in bewilderment at the 2 options. Wow, 14 lithography machines. That is quite tempting. But what could possibly be more advanced than controlled nuclear fusion? He distinctly recalled that palladium was the energy source for Iron Man's arc reactor. Although this material was highly toxic, if properly sealed and applied within the power energy sector, it would undoubtedly create a significant upheaval. Surely, he would secure a Nobel Prize for such an innovation. Xiao Yi strode back to the living room with an air of determination. Upon seeing his exuberance, Su Ruoro curiously asked, "What's up, darling? You seem so happy. Did you win the lottery?" "Mommy, what is a lottery?" Little Bao Xiao Mingrua suddenly inquired. Hearing this, Xiao Yi replied, "Ruorio, you're still young. You'll understand when you're older." "Oh," she nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Yi then said, "Wife, you've yet to visit my company. The model room is ready this afternoon. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" This statement piqued Su Ruo's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "What kind of model room?" "As you know, I've been working on some smart home projects. It's a model room for smart home appliances. All the devices inside are produced by our company, primarily to test their stability." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo nodded decisively without any hesitation. "Sounds good. Let us bring the kids along. They can walk now anyway." "All right." Recently, Su Linjin has been burdened with heavy cases, working overtime consistently. Qin Shueping has gone out shopping with her friends and has yet to return, stating she won't be back until evening. "I just purchased strawberries for the little ones, and Xiao Yi placed them directly at home. The children are remarkably well behaved, never causing mischief, which alleviates any concerns about their safety. So it's settled then. Let us continue sharing stories with them. What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it." The latter shook her head. "Anything is fine, as long as it is prepared by you." "Ha ha, very well then. I shall keep it simple." Just then, Sambao Xiao Qinxue suggested, "Daddy, I wish to have steamed egg custard." "Bao, me too. Daba, I want some as well." "All right then, I shall make steamed egg custard." In the afternoon, after lunch, Xiao Yi dressed up. It is now March, and the weather is quite chilly, especially for the little ones, who, despite their intelligence, are still tender and delicate. Shall we dress them in thick clothing, wrapping them in layers for warmth? There is no alternative. Children's constitutions are somewhat fragile, and falling ill is no trivial matter, as it brings considerable distress, leading to endless tears. Once they were clad in their down jackets, Xiao Yi cradled Daba and her Bao, while Su Ruoro embraced Sanbao, and together they descended to the basement. At this moment, Xiao Yi made slight modifications to the Alpha vehicle, relocating the children's sleeping seats to the third row, while the second row was transformed into standard seating. Since they are still young, they cannot yet sit in child safety seats. Dear, please keep an eye on the little ones in the back. The distance to our destination is not far. We'll arrive in half an hour. All right, she responded. Once in the car, she settled the children in the rear. Xiao Yi then drove towards the Phoenix Industrial Park, where the offline assembly line of Tianqing Technology Company is located. Many products are manufactured there. Half an hour later, the car halted near a sales office in the park. The little ones disembarked and curiously gazed around. Simultaneously, Su Ruo inquired with curiosity, "Darling, weren't you supposed to take me to see smart home devices? Why have we come to a sales office? Are you planning to buy a house?" "Of course not." Xiao Yi gently shook his head and explained, "Currently, our smart furniture is installed in the model units of the sales office. Since this community offers fully furnished deliveries, our equipment will be utilized here in the future. Although large appliances cannot be integrated, attractive package deals will be available." "Ah, I see." Su Ruo regarded Xiao Yi with admiration. "Come along, children. Let us take a look at your father's achievements." Xiao Yi took the children's hands and led them into the sales office. Under his guidance, the employee count of Tianqing Technology Company has surged from 500 to 1,500. The company now holds a respectable status in Kyoto. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi was coming, Lin Ronger decided to grant the staff the afternoon off, recognizing that a multitude of people could complicate matters, especially with such an esteemed guest in attendance. "Boss, you have arrived," she exclaimed as she approached Xiao Yi's family. Her gaze then fell upon Su Ruorio. "You must be the boss's wife, correct? And these are my three little darlings. Children, greet your aunt." "Hello, aunt." The three children chimed in unison. Lin Ronger was momentarily taken aback by their response. Previously, she had inquired about the children's ages, and Xiao Yi had merely mentioned they were a few months old. Now, to her astonishment, the trio was capable of addressing her as aunt, despite not yet reaching their first birthday. Is this for real? She thought incredulously. Moreover, they were all walking? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. At that moment, Xiao Yi introduced her to Su Ruo. "Wife, this is our project manager, Lin Rong." "Hello." Su Ruo greeted with a smile. However, Lin Ronger's attire, a rather revealing ensemble of sheer tights paired with knee-high black leather boots and a fur coat, left a somewhat unrefined impression on Su Ruo. The lack of prior mention of Lin Ronger by Xiao Yi only added to her reservations. It wasn't that she doubted his character, but the unfamiliarity bred discomfort. Lin Ronger quickly interjected, "Mr. Xiao, it's quite chilly outside. Let us proceed indoors." "Very well," he replied. Once inside, Lin Ronger led the group to the model room. Calling out Xiao Ming, Xiao Ming, holding Xiao Yi's hand, looked up curiously. "Daddy, why did Aunt call my name?" Chapter 81, Second Treasure. I want to be a bandit. A good wife. Ha ha ha. Darling, Aunt isn't calling you. She's referring to the robot, Xiao Yi explained. The second child had a penchant for watching the animated series Luo Luo's Adventures, and thus associated robots with Transformers. "Is the robot Huohua?" he asked innocently. Xiao Yi lifted the child, recognizing that Huohua referred to his favorite character, the fiery hero. "No, it's a product of Daddy's, a virtual robot, not one from the cartoons." The child's mind was brimming with questions, but Xiao Yi chose not to elaborate further. The reason behind the robot's voice being set to Xiao Ming was, of course, for the child's sake. This feature allowed users to customize their experience, merely requiring a wake word. Then Lin Ronger continued, "Xiao Ming, turn on the lights." With a click, the lights illuminated the room. This experience mirrored that of the Xiao AI assistant, to the point of being indistinguishable. Upon witnessing this, Su Ruo inquired, "Darling, your settings are quite similar to those of Xiaoi. Are there not any distinctive features in our product?" Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before responding. "What if I told you that in the future, all household appliances could be activated without electricity?" Upon hearing his words, Su Ruo immediately placed her hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "The temperature is normal. You're not feverish." Indeed, Xiao Yi planned to integrate palladium into various industries. He nonchalantly remarked, You will understand in due time. By the way, our smart home system differs from Xiao Yi in that it has incorporated the latest advancements. You might want to pose a few questions to it. As Su Ruo had not surfed the internet in quite some time and was not particularly attuned to the realm of artificial intelligence, she was utterly unaware of what this entailed. She murmured, "Can I directly ask questions?" Of course, Xiao Yi affirmed. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ronger, who was nearby, felt a twinge of confusion. Ever since Xiao Yi joined the company, its performance had soared, yet the boss lady seemed oblivious. Meanwhile, Su Ruo tentatively initiated, "Xiaoming? Here." The system responded. She continued, "What is 11? 2, it replied. Xiao Yi mused. It said that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. Su Ruo has been daft for only a year, so it's quite normal. Now, amidst the rising trend, Su Ruo was asking such simple questions. "Wife, your inquiries are rather elementary. Perhaps try something more challenging? Is it permissible to ask difficult questions?" "Certainly." Thus, Su Ruo ventured. Who emerged victorious in the Battle of Guandu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? The system answered, "Cao Cao, the cunning villain, during the Battle of Guandu. Cao Cao feigned surrender to confuse Yuan Shao and buy time." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's response, Xiao Yi was taken aback. How did the term cunning villain come into play? Just then, his younger child, Xiao Ming, piped up, "Daddy, what does cunning villain mean? When I grow up, I want to be a cunning villain and a good spouse too." Goodness. Xiao Yi hastily covered his child's mouth. This child was truly precocious, displaying such wit from a young age. "Darling, was the question about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms also your design?" "Not at all." Xiao shook his head. "It can connect to the internet and possesses a vast database, essentially learning and training itself. The more time you spend with it, the more it will adapt to your habits and understand you." How impressive. Su Ruo's eyes sparkled. She had to admit that this technology was indeed remarkable. However, for the company, this technology posed no challenge, almost appearing superfluous. Who would have the leisure to ask a robot questions daily? They then continued their tour. Presently, all functionalities that the Xiaomi company could offer had already been realized by Xiao Yi's company. It merely awaited market release. Most voice control systems are quite convenient, yet their functionality remains relatively limited. This presents a barrier that current technology faces. Lin Rolo continued, "Boss, our robotic vacuum still encounters some recognition errors. The camera could use some improvement. Please convey this to the relevant department, urging them to enhance the sensory components, ideally incorporating LiDAR," he replied. "Understood." Lin Ronger guided Xiao Yi and Su Ruo through the model room, exploring the latest exhibits, even allowing Su Ruo to experience the intelligent toilet produced by the company. Having not installed any IoT devices at home, Su Ruo found these innovations quite intriguing. For instance, the automatic curtain closure was exceptionally useful. If her home had automatic curtains, she wouldn't need to get out of bed to draw them while playing cards with Xiao Yi. That would indeed be quite bothersome. After a 20-minute tour and a brief discussion about the issues, they departed. In fact, they had conducted experiments with these devices in the laboratory. Today's visit served as a pre-launch assessment. Soon, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo returned to the Alpha vehicle, gripping the steering wheel. A voice echoed in Xiao Yi's mind. "Host, you have acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology utilizing palladium. Welcome to your Super Laboratory 1, accessible at your convenience." Super Laboratory? What is that? At that moment, the system provided an explanation. The Super Laboratory is a virtual space equipped with various devices, instruments, and intelligent assistants for conducting experiments. Wow. The system is impressive. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Not only had he received the controllable nuclear fusion technology, but he also had a laboratory. "Dear, why are you dazed? Why aren't you driving?" Su Ruo, holding the baby, suddenly interjected, snapping Xiao Yi out of his brief reverie. "Oh, nothing. Let us head home." "All right." Xiao Yi started the vehicle, heading back to the Kyoto No. 1 residence. Upon returning, Su Linjun and Qin Shuiping were already home. Xiao Yi was somewhat surprised to see them, as he had rarely encountered Su Linjun lately. Due to an increase in cases and numerous reports from victims of scams in northern Myanmar, he had been quite busy, for reasons unknown. Scams from northern Myanmar had become particularly rampant. Moreover, Shen Xiaoshui, who had been apprehended 6 months prior, had been silent ever since. Initially, he would occasionally contact Liu Tianshuang to check in, but that communication ceased over time. Fortunately, Liu Tianshuang had managed to move on, yet he remained single. "Dad, why are you home so early today?" Su Ruo inquired. Su Linjun replied, his gaze flickering. I had a matter to attend to and didn't work overtime. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you both. Chapter 82. Dad is going to northern Myanmar for a mission? Upon hearing this, Su Ruo and Xiao Yi exchanged glances. They placed the children down. Meng Ruo, Xiao Ming, and Qin Shui, you may go and play with your toys. Hooray! The three little ones, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately scampered off to their toys. Su Ruo removed her coat and hung it at the entrance. The two adults approached with solemn expressions. Dad, you seem quite serious. Is something amiss? Su Lingjin sighed deeply. Recently, a considerable number of people have fallen victim to online scams, as you are aware. It is said that a local internet celebrity has been deceived and ended up in northern Myanmar, engaging in fraudulent activities. An internet celebrity? Upon hearing this, Su Ruo frowned. Dad, are you referring to Yashiana? Indeed, Su Lingjin replied with a sigh. Many have reported her, claiming she is working as a dealer on a gambling platform, luring others into gambling through social media. Su Ruo nodded. In truth, these are all scams. The so-called luring involves enticing individuals with small gains to encourage greater investment. Su Lingjin continued. We have confirmed that she has been deceived and taken to a certain area. Recently, the authorities have prioritized this issue, and we have contacted the embassy and local police for coordination. I must travel to northern Myanmar to investigate. What? At this, both Su Ruo and Xiao Yi were taken aback. Is this a mistake? Su Lingjin is a criminal investigator. Why must he go to northern Myanmar for an investigation? Dad, are you sure about this? Yes, Su Lingjin shook his head. I have been reassigned to the anti-fraud team in Kyoto as the team leader, so I must go. Su Ruo felt a surge of worry for Su Lingjin. After all, she was well aware of the dangers that lurked in northern Myanmar. What if he went and never returned? Dad, you won't clash with the local warlords, will you? My dear daughter, you need not worry, Su Lingjin reassured her, patting her shoulder. We are merely there to investigate and will collaborate with local police and embassy personnel. We will not engage with the warlords. However, as we have no enforcement authority there, the investigation may take some time, so do not fret about me. You speak so lightly of it. How can I not be concerned? Su Ruo pouted, already anxious even before Su Lingjin had departed. Rest assured, there will be 50 of us on this mission. Su Lingjin continued. Among them is a specialized SWAT team of 40, equipped with high-quality Type 95 rifles to ensure our safety. This only heightened Su Ruo's apprehension. The presence of rifles indicated that the situation there was particularly chaotic. And what can we hope to uncover? Is there no way for you to avoid going, Dad? This is an order from above. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly interjected. Dad, when are you leaving? The tickets have already been purchased. We depart in 7 days. 7 days, understood. Xiao Yi nodded silently. As Su Lingjin observed his demeanor, he mistakenly assumed that Xiao Yi also wished to attend. Xiao Yi, I must advise you against going, he said. Dad, what are you thinking? I never mentioned going, Xiao Yi replied. However, prior to your departure, I intend to implant a location chip within you, akin to a capsule that can be ingested. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Lingjin was momentarily bewildered. A location chip? Ingested? Is there truly such a thing in existence? He questioned. Xiao Yi, am I mistaken? Certainly not. Xiao shook his head. The technology at my company has advanced to meet the requirements. Yet, Su Lingjin voiced his inner doubts. But won't I be able to excrete it? At this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, Dad, that won't happen. Once ingested, it will deploy retractable claws that firmly grasp onto the mucous membrane of your stomach. It will not detach without my command. But how will it be powered? Su Lingjin inquired. No need for charging, Dad. In a few days, I will have it ready for you. Just trust me, Xiao Yi asserted confidently. Reluctantly, Su Lingjin nodded in half-belief. With Musk's Starlink now operational, Xiao Yi could utilize specialized methods to hack into Musk's satellites and pinpoint his location. At that moment, Qin Shuiping called out, Stop chatting and come eat. Coming. Su Lingjin's face brightened with a smile. After dinner, Xiao Yi and Su Ruo completed their exercises and fed the baby before settling onto the bed. In the evening, Qin Shuiping took on the responsibility of caring for the child, and the frequency of the baby's feedings had diminished. As the soothing sounds of Su Ruo's slumber filled the air, Xiao Yi activated the system and selected the super laboratory. Would the host like to enter the super laboratory? Upon entry, time in the real world will be locked, though your life will still progress, and this space is accessible only to you. Wow. Xiao Yi was taken aback. The prospect of time being fixed in reality seemed astonishing. If he were to be deceived into northern Myanmar, he could directly enter the super laboratory, create a bomb, and emerge to obliterate them. The passage of life was inconsequential. He wouldn't remain in the laboratory for eternity. Confirmed. At that moment, a beam of white light enveloped him, drawing him inside, where a laboratory scene materialized before Xiao Yi's eyes. Within, numerous high-tech devices, incomprehensible to him, were present. There were objects reminiscent of computers, but distinctly different, along with many mechanical arms. The space was vast, likely spanning several hundred square meters, akin to a setting from a science fiction film. Then, the system's voice resonated. Host, the mechanical arms within the laboratory, along with the 004 system, can assist you in any endeavor. Simply provide the design blueprints, and the laboratory can manufacture and produce them for you. Xiao Yi fell into silence once more. It was utterly absurd that he didn't even need to lift a finger. He retrieved a dish, and at that moment, a mechanical arm suddenly approached, taking the dish from his hands and inserting it into a slot. Host, do you require the creation of controllable nuclear fusion energy using palladium? This process will take 8 hours. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Could this not be done manually? The system responded, Host, the probability of manual success is merely 20. The risk of palladium poisoning stands at 99. Xiao Yi grimaced and reluctantly replied, Then I shall leave it to you. Understood. Commencing production. You have been removed from the laboratory. Chapter 83. A company with whom I have always collaborated is breaching contract? Upon hearing the system's voice, a flash of white light enveloped Xiao Yi. And with a thud, he found himself back on his bed, bewildered. What on earth just happened? What was the purpose of his visit to the laboratory? He glanced at Su Ruo beside him, relieved that his wife had not been disturbed. The following morning, Su Ruo woke up promptly, with an early 8 o'clock commitment. She had no time for breakfast. After dressing, she grabbed her bag in preparation for work. Honey, I'm off to work. When will you head to the company? Xiao Yi, still deep in slumber, responded groggily upon hearing her voice. You go ahead. I'll sleep a bit longer before heading to the office. All right. Be careful on your way, she replied. You too, click. The sound of the door closing reached Xiao Yi as he clutched the blanket, continuing to sleep. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Airbao dashed into the bedroom. Daddy, Daddy, he exclaimed, climbing onto the bed and inadvertently stepping on Xiao Yi's face. Ouch! The moment Airbao stepped on him, Xiao Yi jolted awake. What on earth are you doing, Airbao? He looked at the laughing child, utterly confused. Milk, milk. Hearing Airbao's cries, Xiao Yi understood. The little one must be hungry. Perhaps his mother had not yet risen. Gently pinching Airbao's cheek, he said, Wait outside for Daddy. I'll prepare your milk right away. MHM, MHM. The little head nodded eagerly. Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at the clock, it was 7 in the morning. One must admit, the child woke quite early, likely roused by hunger. However, the palladium energy cell should not have been completed yet, right? Not focusing on the system, Xiao Yi dressed and made his way to the living room. Qin Shueping was still asleep, while Su Lingjun had presumably already left for work. Airbao sat alone on the floor, engrossed in the television. Now adept at operating the device, he was happily watching Bears in Trouble. Where are your sisters? Xiao Yi inquired. Upon exiting, he posed a question to Airbao, who was fixated on the television, replying with a simple sleep. It appeared that Debao and Sambao were also in slumber. He opened the thermos and then the formula he had acquired from the system, pouring it into a baby bottle. Airbao, go call your sister and brother for their milk. Got it, Dad, Airbao responded, rising and scampering into one of the bedrooms. Before long, Debao, Airbao, and Sambao emerged, each clutching a bottle and sucking eagerly. Without further ado, Qin Shueping approached. Upon witnessing the 3 little ones drinking, she paused momentarily, exclaiming, Oh dear, when did the babies wake up? I had no idea. It's all right, Mom. They've grown up. Xiao Yi has already trained them to sleep independently. Although they are still under a year old, they exhibit the demeanor of 2-year-olds, except for Sambao, who tends to be a bit slow on the uptake. Indeed, her reactions are consistently half a second behind, though this delay is negligible. Xiao Yi began gathering his belongings. Mom, I'm heading to the office. You just take care of the kids at home. Aren't you going to eat? No, I'll grab something on the way. As he donned his coat, he added, Take care on the road. Understood, Mom. A brief response was given, but just then, Airbao dashed over, positioning himself beside Xiao Yi. Dad, please buy me a pineapple when you come back. Of course, my dear. I'll bring you a whole truckload of pineapples. Thank you, Dad. You're welcome. Xiao Ming obediently made way for him. Once outside, he entered the elevator. Just as he stepped out, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host. The controllable nuclear fusion energy from the palladium element in the super laboratory has been completed. You may enter the laboratory at any time to inspect it. It's ready? Xiao Yi murmured, and without hesitation, he chose to enter. A flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him to the laboratory. There, on a workbench not far away, lay a reactor emitting a blue glow. As he approached, the system's voice provided an explanation. The controllable nuclear fusion energy of palladium is immense. 5 square millimeters can generate 10,000 joules of energy per second, sufficient to power electronic devices for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. 5 square millimeters. This is astounding. Xiao Yi inhaled deeply, his excitement surging as he gazed at the fusion product before him. With this, the world's energy crisis could be resolved. However, the palladium element is highly toxic, rendering it unsuitable for immediate use. Host, there is no need for you to worry about toxicity. The system will package according to the size you utilize, crafting a model similar to the batteries available on the market for practical use. For many devices, nanotechnology will be employed. Xiao Yi was utterly bewildered. Can this fellow truly handle nanotechnology systems? After swallowing hard, he promptly exited the laboratory. His purpose for visiting the company today was exceedingly clear: to produce the design blueprint for the positioning capsule. Subsequently, he would return to the laboratory to finalize it. As long as the power supply issue for the positioning capsule could be assured, he would find a way to bring it to fruition. However, given the existence of super experiments, he presumed he need not engage in manual labor himself. He swiftly drove back to the company, and upon entering, he made his way directly to his office. Hello, President Xiao. Good day, President Xiao. The employees within greeted him in unison, to which Xiao Yi merely offered a brief response. Upon entering his office, he powered on his computer and began his work. Before long, Lin Ronger appeared, clicking her heels softly as she approached. She gently knocked on the door of Xiao Yi's office and softly said, President Xiao, there is something I need to report to you. Come in, he replied. Lin Ronger pushed the door open. Noticing Xiao Yi was preoccupied, her expression shifted. Boss, are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting you. No, not at all. Xiao shook his head. Please, go ahead with what you need to say. Bad news? The Lianqing Group, which has been collaborating with us, has suddenly announced that they will no longer provide us with chip engraving services. Boss, we will be out of chips moving forward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's expression turned to one of confusion. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't our contract supposed to last until 2.5 years from now? Yes, but it seems our competitor has acquired them, preventing them from supplying us with chips. Xiao Yi nodded expressionlessly. Due to technical constraints, he had to collaborate with some domestic chip processing companies. Although China's chip technology was still under pressure, certain ordinary household appliance chips could still be produced. At this moment, he was taken aback by the realization that a competitor might be using this suppression against him. How outrageous. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Option 1. Immediately call and berate the Lianqing Group, terminating the contract and obtaining compensation. Rewarded with lithography machine functionality, requires laboratory use. Option 2. Plead with the Lianqing Group to continue assisting us for a higher fee, rewarded with the title of unambitious. Upon seeing these two options, Xiao Yi paused momentarily. Good heavens, only a fool would choose option 1. He had to admit, the laboratory was astonishing. They could even procure a lithography machine. With that thought, Xiao Yi took out his phone and dialed the Lianqing Group. The other end was connected swiftly. Hello? Hello? You old fool. Our contract still has 2.5 years until expiration. Why are you terminating it? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's voice, the employee from Lianqing Group chuckled. Mr. Xiao, there's no need to be so agitated. This matter is beyond my control. It's primarily due to Tiango's overwhelming offers. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Tiango has a product named Tiango Spirit, which also manages smart home devices, and they have recently ventured into various interconnected devices. Xiao Yi's company, with a mere 500 employees, previously had no influence over their market share. However, now that Xiao Yi has devoted all his energies to the smart home sector, he has encroached upon their territory, prompting them to resort to such underhanded tactics to restrain him. Indeed, it is Tiango, but we have a contract. You will have to compensate for the breach, right? Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, our finance department has already coordinated, and a mere few tens of millions is within our capacity to pay. After hanging up, Xiao Yi burst into laughter, radiating joy. leaving Lin Ronger in the room utterly bewildered. She never expected Xiao Yi to respond so fiercely, even resorting to expletives. Presently, there are not many companies in Huaxia engaged in chip processing, and even if there were, they would not collaborate with such a small firm. Initially, they invested considerable resources and manpower to establish a partnership with this company. Mr. Xiao, what is it that brings you such amusement? Observing Lin Ronger's expression, Xiao Yi discerned her underlying concerns. The company's performance had only just begun to take off, with numerous new products that had demanded substantial investment. If this escalates, won't it all come crumbling down? Do not worry. Our company is not lacking in these chips, and I have already contacted more advanced chip processing firms. What? Lin Ronger's face was filled with astonishment upon hearing this. Lianqin's refusal to collaborate with us will ultimately be their loss. They will surely regret it in the future. With the backing of palladium-controlled nuclear fusion, all of our smart devices will undoubtedly be embraced by the market. Consequently, the products enhanced by Tiango's spirit will struggle to sell, and the number of enterprises wishing to collaborate with us will only increase. I firmly believe that Lianqin will come to regret their decision. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Ronger inquired, "All right, Mr. Xiao, when can we expect the chip supply to resume? The first batch of products has passed market evaluation, and once we hold the launch conference, we can enter the market. Soon, perhaps in 7 days. Very well, Mr. Xiao. I shall let you be. I won't take up more of your time." Lin Ronger promptly exited the office, and simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. "Host, the lithography equipment in the super laboratory is now ready. You may provide design schematics for production or utilize the values recommended by the system for manufacturing. For specifics, please access the system for further details." Upon hearing this, Xiao shrugged it off and continued with his tasks. At 5 in the afternoon, he completed the design blueprint for the positioning capsule and entered the laboratory after activating the system. At that moment, the laboratory appeared largely unchanged. However, a few advanced-looking instruments were prominently displayed not far away. These machines were as sizable as a small cargo box and were equipped with a multitude of buttons, leaving Xiao Yi in a state of bewilderment. Could this be the lithography machine? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system's voice chimed in. "Indeed, host. This is the upgraded, fully intelligent lithography machine. As the name suggests, it operates entirely without human intervention for production, provided you supply the design blueprint." Xiao Yi inquired, "What about the raw materials?" "The system will provide the raw materials." "How extravagant." Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up. "Not quite, host. It is due to significant limitations, as you cannot bring large quantities of raw materials into the laboratory." "Indeed." Xiao Yi glanced at his own body and realized that his clothing and personal items could enter the lab, leading him to ponder if this meant he could also store items here. "Yes, host, you may place your stored items within the laboratory." This meant he could stockpile resources. Xiao Yi scratched his head, recalling the recent incident where the 24th had foolishly discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, triggering a considerable salt panic. Future supplies of table salt might indeed be affected. It would be quite embarrassing if there were to be another species mutation. It appeared prudent to stockpile some resources here. Shaking his head, he felt he was overthinking it. Due to ocean currents, that nuclear wastewater would likely not reach the seas of Great Xia. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Xiao Yi retrieved the blueprint he designed for the positioning capsule. "Please manufacture this for me, and remember, it must be completed within 7 days." A mechanical arm took the design blueprint from Xiao Yi, and shortly thereafter, the system notified him, "Give me 1 hour." Goodness. Xiao Yi was taken aback by the speed. One couldn't deny the system's capabilities. "You have been ejected from the laboratory. Please return in 1 hour." A flash of white light enveloped him, and Xiao Yi felt an instant loss of weight before he plopped down onto a chair. He had to admit, the system was impressive, but could it refrain from ejecting him so abruptly? It could easily induce a heart attack, after all. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realized it was nearly time to clock out. He could head home for dinner, and by then, the capsule would likely be ready. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yi rose and left the office. Chapter 85. Would it really pierce through my stomach? At 6 o'clock in the evening, congratulations, host. The positioning capsule has been successfully produced. Quantity 1. You may view it by entering the super laboratory. Xiao Yi was lifting his second child high into the air when suddenly, a feedback sound emanated from the system. Without hesitation, he entered the super laboratory. Meanwhile, his curious little one, Xiao Ming, inquired him, "Daddy, where is this? Where are the mothers, sisters, and younger siblings?" Xiao Yi was taken aback. How could his child have followed him in? System. Host. It is because you were holding Xiao Ming. Didn't you say that only I could enter? Since Xiao Ming is your child, he is equally permitted to enter. Xiao Yi felt utterly speechless. This was absurd. He reassured his child, Sweetheart, this is Daddy's laboratory. Please don't mention it to Mommy when we go back, all right? Observing his obedient child, he couldn't help but acknowledge how well-behaved he was. I understand, Daddy. I want to tell Mommy when we get back. Just then, a robotic arm unexpectedly presented a bottle of calcium milk to Xiao Ming. Xiao Yi was astonished. Calcium milk in the laboratory? It must be a trick. System, quickly provide me with the positioning capsule. Understood. A mechanical arm extended towards him, placing a capsule-sized device in the palm of his hand. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. As for its usage, Xiao Yi had already programmed the code, allowing for immediate application when the time came. Come, sweetheart, finish your calcium milk quickly. Once you do, we shall return. Okay. Xiao Ming began to explore the laboratory, and Xiao Yi felt an immense sense of pride as he watched his little one's tiny figure. Soon, Xiao Ming finished the bottle of calcium milk and was back in his father's embrace. Darling, can I take you to play next time? Yes. Xiao Ming waved goodbye to the robotic arm, saying, Goodbye, Uncle Robot. System, goodbye, Xiao Ming. How do you know my name, Uncle Robot? Xiao Ming asked innocently. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Xiao Ming, Daddy told him. All right, let us go. Xiao Yi exited the super laboratory using the system, this time feeling no sensation of weightlessness. However, upon returning, Xiao Ming seemed to float in midair. Xiao Yi promptly caught him, and once they landed, Xiao Ming excitedly approached Su Ruoruo, exclaiming, Mommy, Mommy, Daddy just took me to the laboratory. Su Ruoruo, munching on sunflower seeds, looked utterly bewildered. What on earth? Just now, Xiao Yi was playing with Xiao Ming. How did he take him to the laboratory? How peculiar. Wait, how could Xiao Ming even know the term laboratory? His progress was astonishing. Su Ruo immediately scooped Xiao Ming up, asking, Is that true? Then, Xiao Ming, tell Mommy what is in the laboratory. With a robotic arm, calcium milk, and a robotic uncle, Su Ruo endeavored to recollect the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing Erbao's words, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Surely, there could not be calcium milk in the laboratory. That was simply too far-fetched. It must be the fanciful ramblings of a child. Su Ruo dismissed the matter from her mind. At that moment, Su Linjin abruptly opened the door, exhaling a soft sigh. Observing this, Xiao Yi hesitantly inquired, What troubles you? Dad, why the long face? After changing his shoes and approaching with a furrowed brow, Su Linjin lamented, Alas, yet another situation has arisen. Today, a young man was swindled out of 15 million yuan by scammers from the northern Myanmar industrial park. How much? Xiao Yi was left utterly bewildered by the staggering sum. 15 million. That's an amount that the average person might never earn in a lifetime. Su Linjin, wearied by the news, replied, Indeed, 15 million. This lad sold the marriage house his parents had purchased for him, only for the entire sum to be siphoned away by the fraudsters. Surely, the funds must have been intercepted? Yes, Su Linjin nodded, but not in significant amounts. The scammers had roughly 10 minutes to withdraw the money after their heist. They transfer these funds through multiple bank accounts, layering them 4 or 5 times, before dispatching individuals to retrieve the cash. It can be said that in every corner of Huaxia, there are people ready to collect this stolen money. Xiao Yi silently nodded, appalled by the sheer wickedness of these individuals. Damn it. By the way, Dad, he said, producing a positioning capsule. I have developed the positioning capsule. Once ingested, it will reveal your location. Rest assured, it maintains signal even abroad and will not lose power in the short term. The shell is made from a new composite material that poses no harm to your body. So soon? Su Linjin was astonished as he gazed at the device. Slightly larger than a typical capsule. Just last night, Xiao Yi had mentioned creating one, and now, within less than 24 hours, it was ready. That's incredibly swift. However, it served as a testament to the rapid development of Xiao Yi's company. Upon receiving the capsule, Su Linjin asked, Should I swallow it now? Give it a try, Dad. Once you swallow it, I can monitor it through my phone to ensure everything is functioning properly. Xiao Yi then turned his gaze to Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, could you please fetch a glass of water for Dad? Of course, she replied, promptly moving to the tea bar to fill a glass with pure water before returning to Xiao Yi's side. Dad, here is the water. Ah, thank you. She nodded absent-mindedly as she handed the water to Su Linjin. Without hesitation, He placed the capsule into his mouth, took a sip of water, and swallowed it down. The positioning capsule traversed through Su Linjun's esophagus and into his stomach, at which point the capsule unexpectedly extended 8 small claws from its center, directly inserting them into Su Linjun's stomach. A slight twinge of pain surged through him, akin to the discomfort of an ant bite. Xiao Yi explained, Dad. That brief pain was the claws penetrating your stomach. There is no need for concern. Su Linjun was momentarily taken aback. It won't perforate my stomach, will it? Absolutely not. He vigorously shook his head. Rest assured, Dad, the stomach wall is not that thin. It cannot harm you. Relieved, Su Linjun finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi activated the capsule using his mobile device. Chapter 86. Su Linjun is about to depart for northern Myanmar. Soon, the phone displayed the status of the capsule. Remaining battery, 100. Current location, Holyshit, Kyoto, number 1 courtyard. Xiao Yi illuminated the screen. Dad, it's all set. From now on, your privacy is non-existent. I will know your whereabouts at all times. Taking the phone, Su Linjun gazed at the location information, marveling at the rapid advancement of technology. Many of his comrades had suffered varying degrees of injuries during operations, and some had even gone missing. Had such a device been available, the probability of locating them would have significantly increased. Su Ruo jested. Dad, don't think about sneaking out to have fun without telling Mom. She will be able to see your location. Come on, am I that sort of person? Su Linjun rolled his eyes, noting how Su Ruo had certainly picked up some bad habits. By the way, Xiao Yi, this won't affect eating, right? Rest assured, Dad. It will have no impact at all. Food won't be dislodged. When you return from northern Myanmar, I can control it, and it will simply be expelled naturally. All right. Su Linjun took it all in stride, and soon the family gathered joyfully around the dining table. The 6 days passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Su Linjun to head to northern Myanmar. At the Sanlitun Criminal Police Brigade, Su Linjun observed the large screen with a solemn expression. He spoke. Based on our recent investigations, we have approximately identified the intermediaries involved in the human trafficking of our citizens to northern Myanmar for fraudulent purposes. At that moment, a photo of a man named Chu Chi appeared on the screen. His real name was Chu Chi, with an English name, and the anti-fraud investigation team had gathered sufficient evidence to prove that he had trafficked individuals like Shen Xiao Shui, Lu Guang Lu, and Chu Liwei 6 months ago. However, he was currently not in the country. Following his patterns, he typically committed 2 to 3 crimes every 2 months, with each crime occurring at a different location. Half a year prior, he had perpetrated a crime in Kyoto, deceiving Shen Xiao Shui and 3 others into northern Myanmar before sending them to a park. The officers present donned serious expressions upon hearing this. Su Linjun continued. His phone last lost signal in the Myeongmyo region of Myanmar precisely 1 month ago. I suspect he is currently hiding there. On this occasion, our mission in northern Myanmar has expanded to include the apprehension of a suspect named Cookie. Subsequently, we will liaise with the embassy and local law enforcement to facilitate the rescue of our compatriots who are being detained. Understood? Yes, Captain. At this moment, the officers were somewhat anxious, yet their voices remained resolute. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We will depart for Daxing Airport in 1 hour. After the meeting, Su Linjun took out his mobile phone and dialed Su Ruo. Due to his unique position, he could not have family members see him off. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of concern for his daughter before leaving. Meanwhile, Su Ruo was engaged in teaching her sophomore classmates. When her phone rang on the podium, her instinct was to decline the call to avoid interrupting her lesson. However, upon noticing it was a voice call from Su Linjun, she hesitated momentarily and said, Class, please review the presentation. I need to take this call. She then stepped out of the classroom with her phone in hand. Upon answering, Su Ruo quickly pressed the phone to her ear. Hello, Dad. Are you leaving? Su Linjun replied, Yes, I am. A silence enveloped them for a moment. It felt peculiar. This exchange. Well then, please take care on your journey. At that point, Su Ruo was at a loss for words. She didn't wish for her father to go to northern Myanmar, but what could she do? He never heeded her concerns. All right, she finally responded. Su Linjun continued. During my absence, please take good care of the baby. Your mother has a tough time managing alone, so do help her out. Yes, you as well, Dad. Please ensure your safety over there. Rest assured, everything will be fine. After a few more exchanges, they ended the call. Su Linjun then reached out to Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi was in the super lab retrieving a chip. The space did not obstruct signals, and after connecting, he placed the phone to his ear. Hello. Dad, have you left? Su Lingjun felt a wave of exasperation. It was one thing for Su Ruo to say that, but now Xiao Yi echoed the sentiment. The more he listened, the more it felt strange. Not yet. We depart in an hour. Where are you? Oh, Dad, I'm in the office. Hearing this, Su Lingjun's expression softened. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Xiao Yi was doing quite well, working as a major executive every day in the office. Why then? Was Su Ruo still working? Perhaps she sought to avoid the monotony of daily child rearing, or simply desired to have a job. Su Lingjun acknowledged before continuing. During my absence, you must take excellent care of Ro and the child. The baby is nearly 1 year old. It is essential to provide them with a nurturing environment. Dad, you can rest easy about that. I understand. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before adding, given the dangers in northern Myanmar, don't worry, Dad. After you leave, I will share your real-time location with the criminal investigation team so they can monitor your safety continually. Upon hearing this, Su Lingjun resolutely declined, stating, no need. This operation requires a certain level of confidentiality. Our nation has its fair share of spies, and should our whereabouts be disclosed, it could indeed pose a risk. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, as this was a consideration he had not anticipated. Could it be that there were moles within the police force? Nevertheless, Su Lingjun's reasoning held merit. It was prudent to exercise caution. After all, if such a scenario were to arise, it could indeed be perilous. All right, Dad, I understand. I will certainly monitor your location, he affirmed. Good. If I do not return, or if I enter the park, you should relay my location to Captain Xing of the Marine Police Brigade. He is a longtime friend of mine. Xiao Yi responded, Pa. Dad, what are you saying? Let us not speak such ominous words. Su Lingjun chuckled. Oh no, I am merely stating the truth. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in northern Myanmar. However, some matters were unavoidable, and he had to act. All right, Dad, I will definitely follow your instructions. Remember, above all, ensure your safety. Rest assured, Su Lingjun replied. Soon after, Xiao Yi and Su Lingjun concluded the call. Su Lingjun scrolled through Qin Shueping's contact list, hesitated for a moment, then opened WeChat to send her a video. Once connected, the cherubic face of Sambao Qinshue appeared on the screen, exclaiming, Grandpa. Chapter 87. The chaotic masses of northern Myanmar. Upon seeing Sambao, Su Lingjun's expression softened. Simultaneously, Qin Shueping turned the camera towards him and inquired, What's wrong? Are you leaving? Su Lingjun was momentarily speechless. What was she saying? How could it be that he was leaving? Almost immediately, Sambao Xiao Qinshue chimed in, Grandpa. Have a safe journey. The baby will be waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Su Lingjun smiled gently. Do not worry, dear. Grandpa will surely return safely. He then asked, By the way, where are the older ones? They are playing with toys on the floor, Qin Shueping replied. Shifting the camera to reveal Xiao Mengrua and Xiao Ming sitting on the ground engrossed in their play, she called out, Babies, your grandpa is going on a trip. What do you want to say to him? Wishing Grandpa a safe journey. The two little ones exclaimed in unison. Su Lingjun felt a profound sense of joy upon hearing their voices. Though they were young, they were remarkably understanding. All right, I got it, he replied. Su Lingjun conversed with Qin Shueping for a while longer, as she repeatedly urged him to take extra care. An hour swiftly passed, and at that moment, Zhang Song approached. Fully prepared for departure, dragging a black suitcase behind him. This is the radio, he said, tossing it to Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun glanced at the suitcase that Su Ruoruo had packed for him earlier that morning and slowly inquired, So, have you already called home? Zhang Song couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the solemn expression on Su Lingjun's face. He gently patted his shoulder and said, Old Su, are you overly anxious? It's not a big deal. Nothing will go wrong, so relax. No, Su Lingjun denied. In truth, Zhang Song had not mentioned his trip to northern Myanmar to his family, fearing it would cause them distress. Surely, he understood the dangers that lay ahead. Su Lingjun gathered his thoughts and said, Inform the others. We shall depart now. I will relay the message to headquarters immediately. Understood. Soon. Several police cars and special forces vehicles made their way to Daxing Airport. That evening, in the master bedroom, Su Ruo had already leaned against Xiao Yi's shoulder. She murmured, Darling, what do you think my dad is doing at this hour? Earlier that day, Su Lingjun had called them, informing them that he had safely arrived in the Karen state of Myanmar and was already gathering information on the situation. He had also established contact with the embassy and local police, who, of course, had offered some rudimentary assistance. Due to the language barrier, Pursuing the case was indeed quite challenging. Xiao Yi embraced Su Ruro and casually opened his phone. Aren't you just curious about Dad's whereabouts? Here, take a look. After launching the app, both of them focused intently on the screen. At that moment, the phone displayed Su Linjin's location in a hotel within the urban area of Karen State. See, Dad is at the hotel. He is resting, so there is no need for concern. Su Ruro replied softly, nodding. Then she inquired, now that I feel reassured, why has Dad's location changed? Suddenly, Su Ruro noticed that her father's position had indeed shifted, and quite dramatically. Within mere seconds, he had moved from the hotel to outside. The speed was astonishing, as if he were rushing out in a state of urgency. Meanwhile, outside a lodge in Karen State, a throng of locals surrounded the area. At that moment, flames had erupted from the walls of the hotel where Su Linjin and the other officers were staying. The onlookers brandished weapons and Molotov cocktails. Su Linjin gazed solemnly at the unfolding chaos around him. As he had anticipated, on their very first day, there were already individuals attempting to thwart their investigation. The local warlords had effectively bribed the populace. Typically, if any escapees from the labor camp sought help from the residents, they would unhesitatingly deliver them to the police station. However, being taken to the police station did not equate to freedom. Rather, it meant being returned to the labor camp. For those unfortunate souls, returning meant entering a nightmare. He turned to Zhang Song beside him and remarked, "Old Zhang, it seems the people here in northern Myanmar have decided to show us their might from the very beginning." "Indeed," Zhang Song replied. Su Linjin gazed at the imposing crowd before him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Beside him, Zhang Song inhaled deeply and cursed, "Damn it. The local police must have sold us out. Perhaps these protesting citizens are agents arranged by the warlords." The voices surrounding them were a cacophony of incomprehensible chatter, creating an incessant clamor. In that moment, Su Linjin drew the firearm secured at his waist and discharged a shot into the air. The surroundings fell silent for barely a second before the crowd surged forward, a wave of chaos. "What is happening?" Other officers rushed to maintain order, while several special police officers arrived with riot shields. Su Linjin had not anticipated that the gunshot would fail to quell the crowd. They advanced like rabid dogs. "Captain Su, they're telling us to scram and not to impede their business. Have we contacted the local police?" "Yes, I've reached out. They assured me they would arrive as swiftly as possible. We must block them, only fire if absolutely necessary." As he surveyed the throng before him, Su Linjin felt a deep discomfort. He could never have imagined that local residents would cause such a disturbance at this moment, nor that their movements would be so thoroughly known. Just outside his room, flames had erupted, a fierce blaze. Their current strength in northern Myanmar was indeed precariously weak, primarily due to the local government's control. "Captain, the Myanmar police have arrived." At that moment, numerous officers clad in yellow uniforms approached. Su Linjin's expression turned ashen. The police station was adjacent to the hotel, yet it had taken nearly 10 minutes for them to respond. Such speed was astonishing. Fortunately, once the local police arrived, they swiftly brought the unruly crowd under control. Subsequently, the officers escorted Su Linjin and Zhang Song to a so-called safe house. Inside, Su Linjin was exasperated. "Not only do you refuse to assist us in this matter, but can't you even manage the local security?" In response, an officer shook his head. "The citizens have allied with the gangs. Our intervention would be futile." Chapter 88. New leads. Upon hearing this, Su Linjin bowed his head in silence. The situation in Myanmar was far worse than they had anticipated. Without enforcement authority, the citizens would not cooperate. Had the local police not arrived, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Moments later, he returned to the hotel. The exterior walls were ablaze, yet the interior had suffered no substantial damage. However, experiencing such turmoil on his first day in Myanmar left him deeply unsettled. The hopes of acquiring leads, breaching the compound, and even rescuing those previously trafficked here seemed utterly unrealistic. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of his room. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Su Linjin placed his hand on the gun at his waist, and from outside came the voice of Zhang Song. "Captain, it's me. Please don't be alarmed." Upon recognizing Zhang Song's voice, he relaxed his guard. Rising to open the door, he observed Zhang Song, who appeared somewhat fatigued, and sighed, "Come in and have a seat." After sitting on the bed, Su Linjin poured him a glass of water. Receiving the cup, Zhang Song regarded Su Linjin and said, "Captain, you have witnessed the current situation here. What are your thoughts moving forward?" Su Linjin, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window. Despite the tranquility of the streets below, his instincts as a detective told him that they were being observed. The fact that such an incident has occurred on our first day greatly complicates our investigation. Yet, we cannot simply return empty-handed. Indeed, Zhang Song nodded in agreement. Speaking softly, "Captain, I've just received word from headquarters. They have detected Cookie's signal, and the location of its disappearance is close to us." "What?" At this revelation, Su Linjin's pupils contracted. "Are you certain it is in our vicinity?" "Absolutely." Zhang Song nodded slightly. 15 minutes ago, I received a call from my superiors, and I reported the situation. The leaders advised us to closely monitor the movements in the nearby industrial park, ideally apprehending Cookie. Understood. In that moment, Su Linjin's gaze radiated authority. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Do you know how many industrial parks are in the vicinity?" "Approximately 6, though the distances between them vary. The farthest one is over 300 kilometers away." "Got it." Su Linjin nodded slightly. "Let's convene in my room tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. You should rest now." "Yes, Captain." Zhang Song glanced outside before adding, "I have already arranged for personnel to stand guard. You can rest easy." "Very well." Soon after, Zhang Song left the room. Su Linjin looked up at the moon and let out a soft sigh. The following day, at 6 in the morning, 5 detectives gathered in Su Linjin's room. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Linjin withdrew his gaze from the window and began, "I believe everyone has heard that Cookie has been sighted in Caranbang. Headquarters now suspects he may be transporting a group of individuals to the industrial park. This morning, I received a call from the head of the criminal division. Several university students in Dongshan province have gone missing while seeking employment, and Cookie's signal was detected there yesterday. Furthermore, the last known location of the missing students was at the Thai border at 5 o'clock this morning. I suspect this may be connected to Cookie. The Caranbang region is separated from Thailand by only a river, and their current position is particularly close to Thailand. Thus, there is a suspicion that Cookie may appear in the Caranbang area soon." Zhang Song nodded slightly, inquiring, "Captain, are you implying that you suspect Cookie will deliver the missing college students to the industrial park today?" "Indeed," Su Linjin affirmed, subsequently unfolding a local map. He had already marked the location of the industrial park, notorious for its reputation. To the east of the park lies the Moai River, and beyond that, Thailand. The area where the students' signals vanished is near the Moai River, leading me to believe they will be brought to the park today. Zhang Song expressed concern. "However, there are numerous industrial parks nearby. If we simply wait, will we have enough time?" Su Linjin nodded, having anticipated this issue. "Cookie undoubtedly lacks a passport. Their only means of reaching this area is through illegal immigration. I just contacted a local officer and have confirmed their likely route." Zhang Song interjected, "What if that officer is in cahoots with the fraudsters?" Before Su Linjin could finish his thought, a colleague posed this question, causing Su Linjin to pause. "I have considered this possibility, but there is little we can do. Allow me to outline my plan. I intend to monitor 3 industrial parks in the vicinity, the most dangerous one, along with the nearby parks, and finally, the Paradise Park." The group nodded in agreement, recognizing these as the 3 closest parks to Caranbang. Given that Cookie was spotted in Thailand across the river, the likelihood of the students being sold to a nearby park is exceedingly high. The most perilous park has a watchtower every 100 meters. Yet there is only one main route. We plan to position ourselves at a junction 3 kilometers away, a location I have already determined. He turned his gaze to Zhang Song. "Lao Zhang, this park is the most dangerous. You should accompany me." "No problem," Zhang Song replied with a nod. "We will bring along 20 special police officers to assist, while the remaining 30 will be led by Zhang Li and Wu Qian. Remember, safety must be your foremost priority." "Understood, Captain." Having assigned everyone's tasks, Su Linjin hastily set out to execute the mission. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Su Ruo, just awakened, shook Xiao Yi dear. "Look at what Dad is doing." She had recently attempted to call Su Linjin, but the call did not connect. Xiao Yi, groggy, opened his eyes and sat up. "All right, let me check." Upon opening the app, he saw that Su Linjin's location was within a forest. "A forest?" Su Ruo exclaimed, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Why is he in a forest? Perhaps he is on some assignment," Xiao Yi mused, though he felt a twinge of concern. At this moment, worrying seemed futile. He could only reassure Su Ruo, "Don't worry, Ruo, he will be fine. But I just tried calling Dad, and I couldn't get through." "Xiao Yi, the signal over there in Myanmar is particularly poor. It's quite normal. Now that my father is far from the city, the call cannot get through." Su Ruo's expression fell. "Well, then,